Hunter Brody, good morning.
Wow.
How you doing, pal?
This is different.
It's a little different.
A little different.
I mean, same studio,
Yeah,
so
same
it's not
here,
like
yeah.
that different.
That's true. I'm doing great. Coming off of a good Phillies weekend, although they pissed me off. But good weekend on the stat column, if you will. And other than that, living the dream.
There you go.
That's right.
Yeah, you're here in the morning. It's nice, better than when it's dark out, getting light out. A little. It feels more exciting, awake.
Well, it was perfect because normally I'm the one, if I fill in for John Johnson,
right.
munching the snacks at 3:45. But I got to actually consume John Johnson ripping into some graham crackers. So it's nice to be on the other side of the mouth effects and the weird noises.
We're all lucky to be able to consume that.
That's right.
In the morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. Rhea, how you doing? You have a nice weekend?
I did.
Love it. Love to hear it. The Phillies had a nice weekend. I think
Nice is a nice way to put it.
yes. Well, they won 2 of 3.
Yeah.
They handle business in a way, but it's just a team that you watch and you pick at them and you pick holes. And look, let's not bury the lead. We're going to get into a lot with the Phillies today. Let's not bury the lead today. Zack Wheeler is a freaking superstar. I think we have to just start the show saying Zack Wheeler is an absolute total stud. One of the best pitching performances of his career, one of the best pitching performances we've seen in Philly in a while, was an Austin Hayes home run away from a perfect game, Hunter. Of course it was Austin Hayes. Wheeler, just complete game, one hitter, 12 strikeouts, I believe, was absolutely just utterly dominant yesterday. Coming off of June, where he only gave up 2 runs, has been about on as good a stretch as we've ever seen the guy. Zack Wheeler.
It just makes no sense. It's crazy that we know how good he is, yet we watch him and then we're all in awe afterwards. I knew he was great, but then he does his little magic out there, and it's stunning. So, yeah, I'm watching him with De La Cruz up there, and he's throwing him a nasty curveball, and Cruz takes a huge whack at it. His helmet flies off. His body's all disconformed or whatever, and Wheels is just smiling as he gets the ball back from JT, laughing. Internally, he's probably thinking, this dude's a fool. You know what I mean? This guy's a loser. I'm going to mow him down, just like I mow down everybody. So, Zack Wheeler's ridiculous. That's my stance.
Yeah, it's a good take. We're getting to the point where there aren't enough superlatives to talk about how unbelievably dominant and awesome Zack Wheeler is. And yesterday was, as good a start as he's ever had as a Philly. That with the last complete game he had was 2021. That Roy Halladay game, the 14 strikeouts. I think probably his best start since that Halladay start. So Wheeler absolutely brilliant yesterday, and I watched Wheeler pitch yesterday, and I watched them, struggle to score runs for him. And
Well, that doesn't sound familiar.
Well, right? And then the same thing on Saturday. And look, Bryson Stott, the big home run yesterday. I was all ready to come in today and say, get Bryson Stott out of the lineup. That guy shouldn't play every day, shouldn't play at all practically. I mean, he is a useless hitter at this moment. Big hit yesterday. But Hunter, I do watch Zack Wheeler yesterday and watch the dominance. And I watched this weekend, and Friday was just an annoying loss. Luzardo, we'll get into that. Saturday, Ranger, we'll get into the 5 innings things, but pitches well. The bullpen comes through. They actually win a game. Alec Boehm's a big home run late, but it does feel a little bit like pulling teeth getting these wins. Harper, we'll talk about him today, has been an absolute mess since coming back. Just looks completely.
These are rehab starts.
Yeah, but right, but it is. But at the same time, he does look lost, and it was not, great prior to getting hurt as well. Where are you at with the Phillies? Look, the Wheeler part is great. 215-592-9494. We'll take all the Zack Wheeler is awesome calls we can get today. But they take 2 of 3. Friday's frustrating, but they find a way to win 2 of 3. But again, it's these kind of clawing out these wins, these late hits that get them over the top. Where are you at with this Phillies team right now?
They are the most annoying good baseball team I've ever consumed in my life. Yeah, I am just so scared of this offense until I'm in the ground. I got to be honest with you. It's first and third, no outs, they don't score. It's bases loaded, no outs, they score 1. You got to put up 3. If this is the playoffs, you got to have a bases clearing double. But instead, I'm watching Nick Castellanos on 3 straight pitches, these feeble at bats. So It's just one of those things where I'm scarred, and it's very traumatic to think back to these postseason losses where the offense flips back into that mode where they aren't productive. And it's that same nonsense we've seen that's been their kryptonite, and they keep showing it. They keep showing that it's still in their DNA. And until that goes away, I'm walking into the postseason shaking with anxiety. I'm just being honest with you. It sucks because this team's good. But are they good enough? I'm not. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I would
You
like
know
to
what I'm
diagram
saying?
that sentence.
Yeah.
The Phillies 2025 season, that noise right there. Yeah, look, I get it. They are frustrating, and yet, they're in first place. They're playing good baseball. I mean, they're on pace for 96 wins, 97 wins, something in there. I mean, they are. To your point, they are a good baseball team, and I do think we can get a little myopic watching them, where we're not watching every other team in the league every night, and we don't know what the Yankees are doing. By the way, the Yankees are in third place right now. What this team is doing
right now.
How about that, right? This team and that team, and I do think that we can kind of not realize that despite the flaws that the team has, the Phillies do stack up pretty well compared to the rest of the league, but. We've been here the last few Octobers. We've seen this offense crumble against good pitching, chasing, the whole loss of approach thing, and that's a concern. And I think when you watch this team night to night and they struggle to score runs, it's hard to believe that when the playoffs come around, when those big at-bats happen, that Bryson Stott is going to come through, that Alec Boehm's going to come through, that all these guys we've seen these last few years in these spots. And again, Boehm, the big home run Saturday, we could have been talking if a different series about him throwing his bat like a baby on a clear strike three. Like, you didn't swing at a strike, buddy, and act like a baby. So I get it that this is a frustrating lineup. They are a good baseball team. Rhea Hughes, where are you at after the weekend? Again, 2 of 3, but a frustrating 2 of 3 despite Wheeler.
Well, it's first of all, the Wheeler. I mean, it's insane and of all people, Austin Hayes.
Of course.
I was listening on the radio when it and I went, why? I went, Austin Hayes. No, you can't be responsible for this.
Well, and the thing too, Rhea, is we all were thinking it. I mean, even Topper. We'll play some audio later where Topper was talking about. It felt like through 4 that. Could be one of those days. And it was. It just was one hit away.
Well, because it looked like he was trying to do it all
and
weekend.
It's against the Reds.
Yeah.
We're seeing, it's like, I know what this looks like. The no-hitter against the Reds. I've seen this. Yeah. Like, it did feel like he had that kind of day in it. Yeah.
Well, and because I just felt like he was trying to do that all weekend. I mean, he went 1 for 5 in one of the games, but I felt like he was literally just trying to swing for the fences to try to show, I can do this. Mm-hmm. Would have been nice if you had done it here. Very helpful. Yeah, it's the bases loaded. They're getting on base. They're just struggling to bring people home. So it is frustrating to watch them.
215-592-9494. Where are you at with this team? It does raise the question, and something I've been thinking about a lot the last week or so. And I've vacillated. I've gone back and forth on how committed to this group I am right now. I watch them this weekend, and I go back and forth. And am I willing to give up major prospects to add to this group? Are they good enough, to your point, Hunter? Is this offense ever going to be good enough? And I think I've come to the conclusion that I'm willing to go all in on this team. Like, all in is
what is all in mean?
A loose term. Like, I don't think I'm.
It's not that loose. It's pretty legitimate.
Painter and Miller are probably the 2 I'm not getting rid of. But outside of that, like, I'm willing to trade prospects. I'm willing
Crawford.
I'm willing to trade Crawford. Okay. I will trade Crawford today if it makes me better. This team has to add a bat. They have to. They need a bullpen arm too. It's one of those, like, what do they need more? I don't know. Both desperately.
They got their bat. Otto Kemp. I'm telling you what they feel.
I like Otto Kemp. He is not the salve for this team's problem.
I'm the messenger.
That's a power bat.
I'm the messenger.
So where are you at with that? Like, I am ready to go in on this team. I think when you watch Zack Wheeler pitch yesterday, you listen to him in that Matt Gallup article on The Athletic. I believe him that he's going to retire in 2 years. I really do. I don't think it's just talk. I think that Zack Wheeler's got 2 years left in Major League Baseball. Bryce Wheeler, I mean Bryce Harper, we'll get into it. Who knows where Harper's career is headed from now, what type of Bryce Harper we're going to get. This group is here now. They're ready. They have a chance. We know how hard it is to win titles. I have to take advantage of this. This group is ready. I'm willing to add to this group. Go get players, Dave. Make some trades. Finally, instead of nibbling on the edges, instead of trading for Austin Hayes, go get me a real hitter and go win a World Series.
All right, so I'm very conflicted here, and I'm probably going to contradict myself halfway through. But I just don't know if there is enough that you can do at the deadline to satisfy me. So it's almost scaring me to push my chips in, because if you are willing to go out and get a couple of pieces, but there's 3 more holes on your roster because Dave Dombrowski didn't do enough in the offseason, that's where this whole thing is lost. If he did better and had more urgency in the offseason, then there may only be 1 or 2 things that you need. But I think you need to rebuild your entire bullpen, and maybe you can do that internally. And you need a right-handed bat in your outfield, which is what you pay Nick Castellanos to be, a power bat in your outfield, but now we still have to go and get that too. So I just think it's so sloppy, it scares me. But at the same time, I'm not a prospect hugger, and Stott and Bohm, these are guys that we looked at as these great prospects that are untouchable. Now, we wanted Bohm traded in the offseason, and Stott hasn't been good enough offensively this year. So what the hell are prospects anyway? So just get rid of them. So that's where I contradict myself is, what the hell? These guys are probably going to be stiffs anyway, so why not get rid of them to go get some guys? If they do something powerful enough, and I'm just pulling something out of the rear end here, you get Mason Miller and Brent Rooker, and you trade with the A's, and you get a right-handed power bat and someone in theory who could be a dominant out of your bullpen guy, then you can win me over. You can win me over. But I'm scared to go all in because I think there's 5,000 holes here, and if you fill up 3 of those holes, I don't know. Do I trust the rest of the roster? I'm a worried man.
215-592-9494. Phillies take 2 of 3 from the Reds this weekend. We saw absolute brilliance from Zack Wheeler. Where you at with this team, and are you willing to go all in on this group? I am. I'm willing to trade prospects. I'm willing to help Zack Wheeler out, to add to this group. They need a bat desperately. We saw that this weekend. There are just too many holes in this lineup. They need a bat that they can trust, someone who can protect those guys at the top, maybe even someone who could be at the top of the lineup, either or. They need a bat that they can trust, and they need bullpen help as well. 215-592-9494. Again, Zack Wheeler's dominance. This Phillies team, again, a first-place team. We are 3 weeks away from the trade deadline. It's getting real. You know, we've been talking about this deadline coming up for it feels like months now. We're 3 weeks away. It's getting real. Would you go all in on this team? I'm willing to go all in on this team. Hunter is less sure about this group. 215-592-9494. React with us. It's the morning show. We're coming right back.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 9:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-homer game for Trey Turner.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
No negotiations held Sunday between the city and its blue-collar workers union as the DC 33 strike now enters day 7. Community meetings begin today on a facilities process that the Phillies school district says means some schools will have to close. And Phillies players Zack Wheeler and Kyle Schwarber get named Baseball All Stars.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A cloudy and humid Monday going up to 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation.
Swung on, popped up, left field. Kepler is waiting, and he's got it. Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park. A pitch away from perfect was Wheeler as he goes the distance in a 3-1 victory. A one-hitter for Wheeler.
Scott Fransky the call, as it was indeed a great day for Zack Wheeler. Started with a dominant outing against the Reds. Ended with him being named to the All Star game. Also named Kyle Schwarber. He had an RBI double. Bryson Stott, a 2-run shot in the 8th. Phil's 1.5 games up on the Mets. They'll open a series in San Francisco tonight. Washington Nationals, last in the NL East, fired both their GM and manager. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Partly cloudy, chance of an afternoon storm, a high of 87. It is currently 77. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Someone who is technically a little bit a part of the afternoon show, I got to ask who you're rooting for in this whole thing. Because I know my friends and family from 2 to 6 p.m. not very thrilled with you currently.
Yeah, I don't care at all.
Wow.
Like, come at me.
Wow.
Spike, come at me, buddy. All right. Spike needs to rein it in a little bit. All right, big dog.
Babe, that's 200 push-ups a day.
Here's the thing. Here's the way I look at it, okay? We're all teammates here, Hunter. We all work together.
Yeah.
We're all friends. Like, Spike hired me here. You know, like, I've known him for a decade. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I feel.
That's all I'm saying. And we're going to. No, I'm kidding. I honestly, here's my issue is that I am like Switzerland in this. Like, I do a podcast with Jack. I do the show here. I'm like, I can't go too hard one way or the other. I've got to maintain.
You're going full like Rob Lowe, like league hat.
Yes. If someone can get me a hat that has Joe/Jack on
just
it,
a WIP hat, just neutral. Your team WIP.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
This is disgusting. Have a take, right? If there's one thing you learned from Spike Eskin, it's have a damn take.
Team to camera all the way here.
Team France, baby, and I'm saying that right here at 6:18 a.m.
I know why you're saying it. Otherwise, there would be no Broads in 50.
Hey.
Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Rhea, call it.
Someone wants his
why.
airtime.
That's not why.
Someone wants his segment. Yeah.
That just organically happened, and it is fantastic as it. You're a fan.
I love it.
So you don't want that going away.
My favorite segment.
See what I'm saying?
It's good. We're learning how Hunter works here.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Yeah.
We got it.
Team Fritz, baby.
Yeah, well, Joe versus Jack on Wednesday. It should be good. 12 o'clock at Plymouth White Marsh High School. I will be there. Dan Wilson will be there. Many people. Rhea, are you showing up?
I don't know.
Oh, wow. Look at that awkward silence.
That was a clear no, I will not be there.
Aren't we at McGurk's that morning?
No, we are not. The midday and afternoon show are. We are here.
All right, that may change things then.
So we'll see. We can coordinate.
I have
maybe.
a dog that I have to walk. So,
yeah. I'm going to go home and then I'll go out. But we'll figure it out. Either way, Joe versus Jack Wednesday. Be there or be square. Should be pretty good. All right, 215-592-9494. Hope everyone had a nice 4th of July. You have a nice 4th of July, bro?
Yeah, I worked on Friday following the Phillies, and then the wife was down with the family down the shore in Ventnor, and I did the one-day meetup and then right back move. It was perfect. Hung out with the daughter. She was sitting. She's 18 months. We have baby number 2 coming in a month, so now we're going to get chaotic.
It's a lot of baby action.
I know.
Yeah.
But she was sitting there in her little chair, and she had the waves come up until one wave went over her head. She started crying. She was scarred for the next 5 hours. It was a whole thing. But other than that, it was a great 4th of July. I mean, amazing. We just had to deal with the crying baby who wouldn't stop for 4 hours, and it was very relaxing.
Yeah, well, at least you got another baby on the way.
I wonder where she gets that from.
Yeah, right?
What?
Exactly.
What?
Ryan
My wife.
for 5 hours.
My wife, yeah. Definitely my wife.
Oh, wow.
I'm kidding. She's sleeping.
My daughter is a little me, so I can't get away with any of that. My daughter had her first sleepover over the weekend, so it was for July 4th. It was one of my best friends, Michael, his daughter Rachel, so that was exciting.
Now,
then we went out there for the 4th, so it was
your
good.
house or their
house?
Okay,
so
their
she
house.
Slept away.
Even better.
Oh yeah. Oh well, for us, it was
She make it through the night. No phone calls home.
Good. No, we got a couple adorable FaceTimes, but no like issue calls.
Gotcha.
Only like, hey, we're watching Home Alone. Okay.
Yeah.
You're like, cool, great.
How exciting was that feeling though when you were
best ever.
When you were out for the night and staying up till 3 a.m. eating sour candy and nonsense?
It was a beautiful, beautiful thing.
I had so my son, the moment he realized he was allowed to go on sleepovers, like he would know you for an hour, be like, yeah, I'll come over.
Oh
and
yeah,
sleep
that's
over.
right. She wanted to stay over the next night.
Oh, yeah.
We had to plan another one before we left. I'm
But
with
he
you.
has friends. They're like when they were 10 or 11. No, they're not ready for a sleepover. I'm like, who's not ready for a sleepover?
Yeah, so
the greatest thing in the world.
It was awesome. Thank you, everyone who was involved. All right, 215-592-9494. Also great, are they? The Philadelphia Phillies. A big weekend for the Phillies. They do win 2-3. Zack Wheeler, one of the best starts we've seen in a Phillies uniform ever, certainly in a long time. Really, one batter away from as good a start as you could possibly have. Wheeler, a complete game, one hitter, 12 strikeouts, but a Phillies team that struggles to score runs, that is incredibly frustrating. Where are you at with this Phillies team after the weekend? 215-592-9494. Let's start out on the phones this morning in Doylestown with Andrew. What up, Andrew?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good. What's up with you, man?
I'm watching these guys hit. I'm watching them go to the plate, and I'm just thinking they need a change in the management. I think that if Thompson wants to save his job, he's got to get rid of this hitting coach and find someone who can speak to these guys.
Wow.
And then, if
fire Topper from the first place Phillies.
Fire the
fire
hitting coach
Kevin
first,
Long.
And then if the Mets catch up, man, then you got to fire Topper. I mean, the Mets rotation is devastated, and you've got guys pitching Cy Young worthy years, and they're still only a game and a half ahead.
The Phillies had a chance
to extend,
to
yeah.
really stretch this
on the
out.
flip side, and here's where I get your point, and look, the Kevin Long thing, like, I don't know if firing Kevin Long helps or hurts. I'm not protecting Kevin Long's job. I don't know that he needs to be fired or not. I don't know if it make a difference. But for the Topper part of it, Bryce Harper is really important to this lineup. Without Bryce Harper, we've seen this lineup is, I can't kill Topper for a bad lineup without Bryce Harper in it, because guess what? Topper was given a bad lineup. This is not a talented lineup. When Bryce Harper's out and or back and not hitting, they're just not that good offensively. They need Harper and they need another bat.
Yeah, but you got 5 great bats in that team. You got
Who?
Are they though? See, I just don't think they're as good as we think they. I think you're right to be frustrated about the hitting, but I think your frustration instead of Kevin Long and Topper needs to go to Dombrowski for the way he constructed everything.
Yeah, maybe, but I think their hitting is mental, man. I think that Turner is good right now, but he can get mental. He can get it in his head, as we saw in the last playoffs. Schwarber's pretty mentally strong. Castellanos and Bohm are like watching 2 basket cases.
But I think that's who they are.
Castellanos.
I think that's who they are, though.
But you got to coach it out of them.
No, but you're asking someone to be a magician.
Castellanos is 31 years old.
And they tried to trade Bohm because they know that he's probably not as good as we want. I think these guys are you're mad at these guys for who they are, and you're asking somebody to change them into something that they're not, and it's not possible.
Oh, I disagree.
How can you get something? What do you want Nick to be, though? What do you want him to be that he isn't?
I would love someone just to say, Nick, if you swing at the first pitch again, you're going to sit down.
But that's not going to change Nick. That's not going to change Nick.
3 swings
look,
were
Andrew, they already did that from a different perspective, and they sat him down fielding late in the game, and that was. And look, I think I think the manager should be able to sit a player down and not have pushback from it. I don't like the situation, but. You're talking about, that didn't work out so great from a Castellanos perspective.
Yeah,
and look, I get it. It's one of those things where it's the manager should do this, and he should be able to do this, and this should go this way. But in reality, we've seen these things. It's not going to work with this group, with this player, with this thing. You have to approach things as they lie. You can't just say this should work if it doesn't work with a particular player or a particular situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just crazy because they've had half years where they hit really well. Bohm at the beginning of last year.
Bohm for what, a month and a half this year, was awesome, but he doesn't have power.
To help him recapture that.
Well, I think that's the difference between really, really elite players and then just good players is some guys can do it long term and never break down, and others just show blurbs of it. And I think that's the difference between, Bohm reaching his full potential, or maybe this is just who they are, is they're not someone who can do it over 162. For example, with pitching, Aaron Nola goes 200 innings every single year except for this one, but then you see guys who can do it for maybe 5, 6, 7 starts of greatness, but they can't do it for 25 starts, and that's because it's hard to do it over the long haul, and these players just aren't as good as we want to believe, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
All right, good call, Andrew. We appreciate it. Yeah, and that's why it gets to the interesting, thing of do they just need to be hot in the playoffs? And that's really what this all comes down to is, can you get a great month out of Harper, Turner, Schwarber, and a good month out of Castellanos and Bohm, and your pitching carries you, and you can win a World Series. Is it that simple?
No, because it's too long. If you got to do NLDS, NLCS World Series, you're going to inevitably have, especially against some of the starters you're facing, and while your starting pitching is going to be great too, though, I guess to counterbalance it, but you're going to have those zero offensive nights where they give you that horrible, disgusting offensive display. And if that happens twice in a 5-game series in the NLDS, I don't think this team can consistently be the hot team you need them to be from an NLDS CS World Series view, because they have these ugly hiccups too frequently for that to be the case.
215-592-9494. Where you at this Phillies team? They win 2 of 3 this weekend. They are in first place, but they struggle to score runs. They're frustrating to watch. Our first call is talking about firing the hitting coach.
That's ridiculous.
And maybe the manager. And this team's in first place. That's the feel we've had with this team this year. Where you at with this team? And would you go all in? Would you be willing to trade some prospects to add to this group to solve some of these issues with the bats, with the bullpen? 215-592-9494. We'll continue to talk Phil's coming up. Plus, we'll tell you how you can win an awesome prize today. Get on the line now. Adam Sandler tickets coming up next. 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. Don't go anywhere.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/hammer to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you tear up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
Excellent. See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now until July 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles. Plus, no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Santa Fe models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesset Fund. With 40,000 plus at the bank chanting, "Let's go Wheeler," Zack Wheeler finished off a gem. Complete game one-hitter, striking out 12 in the Phillies' 3-1 win over the Reds. Wheeler appreciated the fans' support.
Yeah, it was very cool. It felt like the playoff vibe. Got me through that. It was really cool. That's why it's awesome to play here in Philly.
Wheeler ended the day getting named to the All Star game, as did Kyle Schwarber, Bryson Stott, giving the Phils the lead in the bottom of the 8th, courtesy of a 2-run home run. Wheeler's lone mistake, a homer to former Philly Austin Hayes, who received a different sort of chant from the Phils fans. Next up, a trip west to San Francisco to start a series with the Giants tonight. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Partly cloudy, chance of an afternoon storm, high of 87. It is currently 77. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning. It's the WIP Morning Show. James Seltzer and Hunter Brody in for Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Rhea Hughes, Dan Wilson hanging out. As we're coming off a brilliant showing from Zack Wheeler yesterday. Wheeler, a complete game, one-hitter, 12 strikeouts, and Austin Hayes home run away from a perfect game. When you were watching, Hunter, at what point were you, and I know it was only 4 innings that he got through perfect, but did you think about the no-hitter possibility early on? Because I definitely, maybe it's because it was against the Reds and the whole holiday thing and all that, but it just felt like Wheeler had that kind of stuff early in that game.
Yeah, I don't know if I was going straight perfect game. I was just laughing, though. There's no doubt about it. I even tweeted it out. I put cracking up a minute. This is just, I don't know any other reaction other than cracking up watching these Reds hitters trying to do it. So I don't know, just because, again, it was 4 innings. Maybe if you were touching the 6 range, maybe I'd start to get to that mode.
I don't start to think till you get, like, to the 7th. That's
yeah.
I can't help myself.
I've seen too many broken.
I don't actually expect it, but I think about it.
I watch every baseball game, and like the first hit could come in the third inning, and I think to myself, well, there goes the no-hitter.
Every time.
Every game.
I am too. It's always
it
on
could be
my mind.
Taiwan Walker pitching, and he won't get through the fifth, but I still think it, you know.
Always on my mind.
Yeah, I think me and Rhea are just more a little bit
realistic,
professional,
that's fine.
a little bit more mature.
Yeah,
We're mature.
mature, that's the word.
Yes, we're just professional at our jobs.
Yes, that is.
You guys
what
are very
it is.
immature.
Yes. That's
By the
what
way,
it
in
is.
terms of the parallels, against the Reds, one fifth-inning mistake specifically to an outfielder who also played for the Phillies.
Look at you.
I know.
The Jay Bruce walk.
Look at this.
The Jay Bruce walk.
Dude, I was such a Jay Bruceman.
Yeah,
I was a Jay Bruceman.
He was a good Philly,
I was a Jay Bruceman.
I thought Jay Bruce brought it here. I thought it was a nice little run.
I could use a Jay Bruce right about now.
Seriously, though. Actually, yes. Like a right-handed Jay Bruce.
What's he up to these days?
Yeah, you know what? Dave Dabrowski, him and David Robertson's are big acquisitions.
Let the record show that Hunter Brody just went to type to see what Jay Bruce is up to.
No,
That's not where we're at.
No,
okay,
no.
Good. I saw your hands go to the computer. I'm like, nope, Jay Bruce is retired.
In 2021, he hit 118 with the Yankees in 10 games.
Yeah. All right. Coming up in a second, we're going to tell you how you can win an awesome prize. But first, we've been talking about it. I need to hear it. I need to hear Scott Fransky call it. Let's hear the final out yesterday, the complete game, one hitter for Zack Wheeler.
Swung on, popped up, left field. Kepler is waiting, and he's got it. Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park. A pitch away from perfect was Wheeler as he goes the distance in a 3-1 victory. A one-hitter for Wheeler.
Unbelievable.
I know. It really is. It's nuts. And you know how dominant he is. So I always think it's ridiculous when you know how elite someone is, yet he does something that amazes you.
Well,
knowing he's
totally,
that good.
Totally. It's like one of those things where you go in expecting greatness and then you're still impressed with the greatness is an impressive thing. Because life's all about expectations and what the mood you're in and how things I always say it with movies where it's like, you go see a movie or you watch a movie and how you're feeling in the moment, the situation you watch it and whatever has such an impact on how much you enjoy the movie and you can watch a movie 10 years later and think it's the best thing you've ever seen, even if you've already saw it because of the different, situation.
I always thought the same thing.
Yeah. So
as a movies man myself.
Yeah, you're a big movies guy.
Big movies guy.
We talked about that. When was the last movie you saw? Like 6-7 years ago or something?
Maybe 12.
Wow.
They're just too long. They're just
what are
too
you
long.
talking about?
They're too long.
You have no attention span.
No, but that's not. They're
This
just.
is a generational failing.
No. I don't
right
think so.
here.
I think I'm just an idiot, but I just don't appreciate them. They're
So
just,
what was the last movie you saw?
Oh gosh.
Oh God. I'm like
What
nervous.
do you watch, bros?
I watch the Kardashians
Oh, God.
every episode. They're the
Oh, my
best. I'm
God.
trying to make my own version of that called the Brodies.
Oh no.
Yup, the Brodies. And
Can't even come up with a creative name. Or
yeah,
anything.
no.
The
What's
Brodies.
wrong with that? Keeping up with the Brodes? I don't know, but yeah, love the Kardashians. I watch Jersey
Bringing
Shore
it with the Brodes
every season of Jersey Shore on repeat in my household.
Oh, God.
Love it. It's just great
no.
TV. Love Island. I love reality. My favorite, Selling Sunset. These women that sell these big houses, multi-million-dollar homes.
Brodes, I have, as I mentioned, I have a 15, about to turn 16, and he had a friend down this weekend. And I come into the house, and they're watching TV, and I go, "What are you guys watching?" "Oh, Love Island." I go, "I never heard of it." Then I walked by, and I stopped, and I was like, "Oh, now I know why you're watching it."
What?
Really?
What?
The women
Oh, I didn't even notice.
in bikinis and high heels.
Oh, wow. Is that the show?
Yeah, that's the show.
Wow. Well, great show. I'm just looking out for their best interests.
All about the content.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're looking for love, Rhea,
Seemed
please.
to be a lot of content.
Yeah,
in the
they're
5
looking
minutes
for
that I
love.
watched.
How dare you? These women are just out there trying to
You
find
watching
their
Real
match.
Housewives too? Is that your demographic?
That is great television.
Yeah, I
that
figured,
is what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Oh, let me watch a movie that was on a high-ranking list and won an award. No, let's watch Khloe Kardashian figure out why she can't find a loved one.
I believe it's called art.
Art.
Yes.
Well, I
art.
think there's
Yeah.
art in the shows I mentioned.
Oh, really?
Yup.
Yeah, it's on the walls.
They probably do have nice art on the walls.
probably do.
They got some money, so that helps. All right, well, that's disappointing. I don't really know what else to say to that.
Very.
215-592-9494. However, so have you seen the films of Adam Sandler?
Oh, sure. Happy Gilmore is
Look
one
at
of my
you.
all-time
Okay,
class
we
as a
at least-
hockey
He's a hockey
Come
guy.
on.
Will you watch Happy Gilmore too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
All right, so
I
that's
will.
going to end the movie drought.
Yeah.
We did it.
There's a few.
There we go.
It's Happy Gilmore. It's Sandlot. There's a few comfort ones.
Okay.
All right, Adam Sandler's in the comfort zone of my movie watching. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we found the zone, which
Yep.
is good.
Billy Madison.
Yeah, it's really great
Come
stuff. Look at
on,
you.
man.
That
Come
is
on.
art.
That
There's
is art.
right there.
That is art.
It is. There's some art in there. There's a little art in there. I love it. Well, guess what? If you're listening right now, you also, if you're an Adam Sandler fan, have the chance to win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. It's the You're My Best Friend tour on September 19th at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win those tickets right here, right now. We were talking before and listening to, Hunter Brody, 30-year-old Hunter Brody has made me feel a little old at the age of 43, soon to be 44. We were talking about what makes you feel old this morning. So for your chance to win the Adam Sandler side topic tickets here, I want you to tell me what makes you feel old. And Hunter Brody is not old comparatively, but Hunter, give me something that makes you feel old.
Well, for the first time since hanging up the skates, I decided to play a little men's league hockey.
Oh, buddy.
All right? Didn't stretch. Did not hydrate properly. When I tell you the hamstring felt like it ripped off the bone, when I tell you it was the second period and my body was shaking because I was so out of shape, I mean, it's just getting back to being active. I used to do that 2 times a day and, working my ass off, competing, trying to make the lineup and this and that, and it was just another day at the office. I mean, I was in the corners for 7 seconds. So I'm like, go ahead, dude, take the puck. So it's getting back into physical competition. I was like, dude, you're...
But you do your takes while you're on skates.
I do, but that's a nice leisure around the neighborhood. Hey,
Sure, your
Bill, how's it
neighborhood
going? I know. It's every day season. And in the beginning, I did it shirtless. Thank God I got back to putting clothes on
It's
and my shirt on.
important, yeah, it's important.
I know. The neighbors are like, sunglasses. I had a Santa hat on during Christmas. I'm rollerblading.
Well, this
But
is
anyway.
bringing it with the broads. This
part
is
of the
content
show.
for that.
Part of the show. But yeah, anyway, physical
you gotta
activity.
bring people in. Yeah, look, my hamstring actually would have ripped off my bone if I tried to do that. So, I think you got lucky on that one. Rhea Hughes, what makes you feel old?
That next month I will be here almost as long as Broads has been alive.
Wow. That's a long time. Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, that's not a good reaction.
That makes me feel old.
I'm very disappointed in the reaction. That's almost like a smack in the face. Congratulations, Rhea.
That is
you.
amazing.
Yeah, we are
Rhea.
really
Yes.
happy to
Yeah.
hear your success.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
You're very
What a
welcome.
queen you are. I agree. Dan Wilson, who is also not old, what makes you feel
I
old?
would say I'm 27, so understandably everything's relative here. But I started feeling old when athletes on the sports teams I root for started becoming younger than me.
Oh my God,
Like,
this is
VJ Edgecombe was born in 2005.
Oh gosh.
Come on. I was in first grade when that happened.
I was
I'm
24
older.
when he was born.
I'm older than Jalen Hurts. We graduated high school the same year. For a while there, it was the same age. Now these guys are distinctly younger than me. Also, guys who I grew up watching, their kids are now playing sports.
Yeah.
Larry Fitzgerald's
No, that
kid
can't
just
count.
committed to Notre Dame. It's that
Yeah.
can't.
That blew me away.
That can't be real. He just retired.
I was on the. So I'm already on the other end of that, where I was just praying that Tom Brady would keep on playing because he was the only player in the 4 major sports older than me. That was it.
He was literally the last one.
He was the. As soon as Tom Brady retired, I became older than everyone, and Nelson Cruz, but he was first. So that was it.
You're older than everyone in sports.
and Rich Hill was there for me for a moment, but he was kind of in and out. But that's the point. Is I knew the players who were older than me because I would track them and be like, Rich Hill got a contract. I'm not the old, I got this. And then Rich Hill was gone again. And, so yes, I think about this far too often.
Isn't it crazy, though, to think that the guys who do play at 40, 41, 42, they're playing against Jared Verse.
Dude,
and you're escaping the puck. Here's Jalen Carter chasing. He's a 42-year-old man. What?
I, as a 43-year-old man, I hurt when I take a nap. I wake up from my nap, my whole body hurts, and I'm like, I can't, I can't imagine.
I know
competing at a high level against a 25-year-old in the prime of their physical life. No, I can't. It seems asinine to me. It seems ridiculous. Something else that seems ridiculous I saw yesterday. Sylvester Stallone's 79 years old.
Wow.
Right?
He looks good.
He does.
He does look better
keeping
than
it tight.
almost 80.
Keeping it tight,
He's
but
he's got a good show.
that made me
what's it,
feel old.
called?
Also, Michael Douglas retiring
Oh, wow.
from acting. Did you see that? 80 years old.
The
yesterday.
last thing he was in, Oh God, it was a TV show streamer, and I got to remember the name. He was excellent.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh God, it's going to kill me. Kaminsky.
Oh, the Kaminsky method.
Yeah,
You're right. Yeah, he wasn't that. He was
phenomenal.
in the Ant-Man movies and all that. But Michael Douglas retiring from acting to JD, that made me feel old too. All right, 215-592-9494. The best answer for what makes you feel old. You have the chance to win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at the Wells Fargo Center on September 19th. A great prize for you. Also, let's get to the Guida window to the weekend.
Sure. Guided Door Window, baby. Ain't that the truth? Take advantage of Guided Door Window's big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com.
All right, so we've obviously been talking about the Phillies baseball action this weekend, but also last night we found out the All Star game action, Broads. A little bit of snub action for the Phils. Two Phillies make the All Star game. Zack Wheeler and Kyle Schwarber. I think those were the locks coming in. We all expected those two to make the team. That was it. I was surprised. I expected at least a chance for Christopher Sanchez, for Ranger Suarez. And look, people might, not love him, because of, he hasn't been the best his entire time here. But Trey Turner
was having an all-star year.
He ranks 1 or 2 in every major statistical category for National League shortstop.
Leads the NL in hits.
Yeah, leads the NL in hits. Look, I can get being annoyed with Trey Turner. Like, Trey Turner should be an all-star. What do you make of the all-star snubs and who made it?
It's disappointing. I think Sanchez probably should be in there, and Trey should be in there as well. And yeah, Ranger, you just keep running through the list. Obviously, at some point, someone you think who should make it won't. That's just the nature of it. But to see 3 on your list, I'm just hoping this is what comes out of it. They get pissed off. You're right. I am not the biggest Trey supporter in the world, but he deserved to be an all-star this year. And if you get snubbed, maybe that gives you a little bit of some oomph. You know what I mean? Like, these guys don't think I'm good enough, and then you go out there and you perform, and it makes us better by the end of it. I'm hoping that's the positive out of it. But there's no doubt there could have been 4 or 5 guys on the Phillies, and then there's other teams that have guys that are just okay that get the nod. We've had the luxury of getting one of those guys thrown in there over the years before the Bryce Harper experience. So it just kind of is what it is. But I'm hoping it adds fuel to the fire to some of these guys that got snubbed to piss them off and to go out there and perform at a higher clip.
It'd be very Eagles of them if it did.
That's all.
Maybe take a lesson from the team across the street.
That's
they
right.
would use that as fuel. They would talk about it. They'd be like, what? What happened here?
I know.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I'm not too upset about it. I do think Trey Turner should be an all-star. I think he deserved it. I think Sanchez will probably get in. Chris Sale was elected an all-star. Yeah. He's going to be out for the game. Rhea,
I don't want Ranger to pitch.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Rhea, you've been hesitant to embrace Trey Turner, I think we could say. I've seen you and Ruben tomorrow go back and forth with some pretty heated arguments.
We were arguing yesterday.
There you go. What'd you make of the Turner snub?
It was totally a slip. I mean, look, the numbers are there. But the stupid rule that every player's got to have, somebody on there, it's ridiculous.
So I don't hate the rule. Like, I've always been okay with
it.
So when you're a kid and you want to see your team playing the All-Star game...
Well, then get a better team.
Look, I grew up with the worst team, and that was the Phillies,
yes.
Okay? Like, my entire childhood, we were the worst, and I cared about seeing a Philly in the All-Star game.
I don't think kids are like that.
I agree. I don't think anyone cares about the All-Star game anymore.
That's my whole point.
Yeah.
They don't care about it. So is it going to make some 10-year-old kid watch the All-Star game because a player on his terrible baseball team is in it?
Yeah, Odubel Herrera's playing. Let me go watch Odubel.
Probably
Pat
not.
Neshek got in,
Yeah, probably not. I just never hated the rule, but I agree, players who deserve it do get snubbed because of it.
Yeah.
But
just put the best players in.
Yeah, I generally agree. I like the rule. I don't hate the rule, but I do think it ended up, hurting the Phillies here. We'll see what happens. I feel like all these guys end up getting in because players don't go and injuries happen.
Well, and Sanchez pitches Sunday anyway, so I don't think
so he wouldn't go. There you go. Yeah. All right, 215-592-9494. If you want to react, if you are angry, please let us know at 215-592-9494. Let's go back to phones and talk to our buddy Neil in the Northeast. What up, Neil?
Hey, James. Hey, Hunter. Hey, Rhea.
What up, Neil?
Rhea, so now Clark's 16. How's William doing, and how are your other kids? How old are they
he's
now?
16 next month. So, yeah.
Almost 16.
Almost 16, yes.
Oh, boy.
He's
the
great.
years
He's a
go
great
by.
kid.
Tell me about it.
They do. So. It's crazy, Neil. I know.
Yeah. Talk about the lean years games. I remember the Braves 14 division titles, with the,
I do too, pal. I do too.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they have the big three really with pitching. Wheeler's a Cy Young candidate. I think Ranker's a Cy Young candidate, and I think Sanchez are the big three. And hopefully Luzardo pitches better. And I think I would bring up Painter after the All Star break. And I heard Jim Salisbury on, and he actually thinks Dombrowski is going to make a move. Whether it's Batista or Chapman, like go for a reliever. And I think that maybe an add-in player might be Ward with the Angels.
Taylor Ward, yeah, he's got a lot. He's got the power, but he's batting like 210 or something. The average has been low.
He also has 20 home runs and like 50-something RBI.
Yeah, no, I
So
know. He's fine. Taylor Ward, I don't think he would cost a ton. He's older. He's in his 30s. I think Taylor Ward would be a fine addition. I don't think he's a huge move the needle guy, but I do think Taylor Ward would be fine.
And I actually
and he's right-handed, which would help.
I still think I would bring up Crawford. But I mean, Marsh is doing a job, now. So stay with Marsh. Maybe alternate Kemp and Kempler. Because Kempler, Max Kempler, like a 250 hitter with Minnesota, so he picks it up a little bit. Like he's been hitting like home runs or doubles more. If he picks the average up to 250, you got that. And Castellanos. I would like to see more home runs with him, like the hitter he was with the Reds.
I think we
or
all
even
would.
the Marlins, hitting like 25, 30 home runs.
I wouldn't count on that, Neil. Look, he can go on stretches. I mean, look at the playoffs a couple years ago against the Braves. I mean, he did something literally no one else in the history of the sport has done. He can do that, but I wouldn't count on it. Neil, you got an answer for us for what makes you feel old?
First, before that, I would definitely re-sign Kyle Schwarber. I think like a 4-year deal. Because his 40 or 50 home runs, he really carries the team, and he's like 5th in home runs now, and he's an all-star. But I think Turner actually deserves it with the number of hits. Like he needs the National League in hits. So
I agree. He should be there.
Okay, so one of the things that makes you feel old, gray hair. Like I remember Johnny Carson or Bob Barker or Alex Trebek. They had the gray hair, and I have the gray hair, so that makes it feel old.
I feel you, Neil. Good call. I definitely have noticed more and more grays as the year goes on. It's always fun when Emily, my wife, will be like, "Wow, you got a lot of gray in your hair." I'm like, "Thanks." Thanks. She's like, "No, I like it." I'm like, "No." It's okay.
Some women think that is
it's all right.
the turn on.
Yeah.
So it's not a smack in the face.
Yeah, it's what it is.
Using just for men. Yeah.
No, I'm fine going gray. I'm good with that. Yeah, it is what it is.
I just don't want to lose my hair. I need this flow
I got
till
my hair, so that's all I care.
I need
Where's your
this.
hair going, bro?
Well, I don't know. My grandfather on both sides bald.
Wow.
So. You know what I'm saying? My father, bald.
Oh, no.
Is that why you wear a baseball cap?
No, I love the lettuce is without the hair, I'm not funny. Same person, no hair, not funny. I need hair. It creates
this
the personality.
Implies that you're funny now, though.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, I'm just basing it off of your reaction. That's all. I'm just basing it off of the reaction that just happened.
Yeah, should we take Neil's advice and start just combining Otto Kemp and Max Kempler?
I didn't know which guy he was talking about until he said Minnesota.
He said Kempler, and I was
Kempler.
like, Kempler.
Yep.
Which way we go? All right, Twitter poll question today. Sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Here's a question today. Best Phillies pitcher this century. 4 possible answers. We got Cole Hamels, Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, and Zack Wheeler. I think it'll probably be a 2-horse race, but we threw the other 2 in there for respect. I think they deserve to be thrown in there, but I'm guessing it'll come down to 2. We'll check the results later in the show. All right, 215-592-9494. Get online now. Your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. Give us what makes you feel old, plus talking Phils. I want to get into the Bryce Harper thing coming up next. Harper has been really a disaster since coming back from the IL. We'll get into the Harper thing, how concerned you are, what it means for this team. And again, your calls on where you're at with the Phillies. Would you invest in this team? Should Dave Dombrowski go all in? 215-592-90 We're coming right back.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com. The Phillies welcome the Boston Red Sox on Monday, July 21st and Tuesday, July 22nd, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, July 23rd at 7:05. Order your tickets today at Phillies.com.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton in Newtown Square.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Johnny Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Wondering if Aaron Judge is having any neck issues this week. Had to keep looking behind to see the Toronto Blue Jays catch and pass he and his Yankees in the AL East. No rest for the weary neck as Cal Raleigh has become the AL guy who leads 2 out of the 3 Triple Crown categories. I'm Jody Mack.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Morning Show. A little morning music from Dan Wilson. That's good. It was good stuff here. Letting Dan Wilson cook on the 1s and 2s. You love to see it. Rhea Hughes, Hunter Brody, James Seltzer hanging out, reacting to Zack Wheeler's brilliant day yesterday. Coming off a brilliant month of June. Wheeler really putting together another Cy Young type season. Hopefully this is the year he actually wins it. Bryce Harper. More concerning. I think Harper and Wheeler have really been the faces of this run so far. Obviously, Schwarber and Turner and their other guys, but I think, throughout this run, Wheeler and Harper have been the 2 best players on this team. Little concern about Bryce Harper. I think that, look, I was expecting him to struggle when he came back from the injury. It seems like he always does when he comes back from one of these things. It takes him a little while to get going. But usually, prior to the injury, he looks like Bryce Harper, and he didn't this year. And, the wrist thing has been bothering him. We know that. But he's also 32. He's going to be 33 in October. I think we all are wondering and concerned about, is this the beginning of a decline? Is this the version of Bryce Harper we're going to see moving forward? Where are you at right now with Harper, who I think, inarguably, this offense, it's clear when Harper is right, is a completely different offense than what we're seeing when he's playing like this. The Harper thing.
I'm very worried about it because I did a show about a week ago about this. You need Bryce Harper to be able to give the swing of his life and the bedlam at the bank and, the playoff swings against the Padres and the Arcia stuff against the Braves. That's how you advance to an NLCS. That's how you advance to a World Series. And who's going to do that if not Bryce? Maybe Kyle. I'm not saying it's impossible for Kyle or Nick to get a hold of one to do it, but you need Bryce to be the superstar. And he looks lost right now. I think he's so worried about his wrist that he's watching pitches go down the middle of the plate that he would normally crush, or he's failing it back or whatever. But I think it's very concerning. And you bring up the age. I just think we all probably sit down and just think Bryce Harper is the same guy he was when he first signed here. And we think he's in his late 20s and he's never going to get old and he's just a cyborg robot that's perfect. But the truth is, I think we're getting a taste of reality, which is when you get 32, 33, 34 with the type of intensity that he plays with all around the diamond, I think we're getting hit with a dose of what it may be like. It is concerning.
Yeah, it is concerning. Yeah, and look, it happens to everyone at a certain point. I do think that Bryce is such a good pure hitter, he has such a great eye, he has such a great approach. I do think that if this wrist is something that is going to be like chronic. It's something that he's going to have to manage throughout the rest of his career, and we don't know that. We're dealing with this in the moment in the season. I think it's hard to change in season and adjust. I do think, though, if this is something that's going to change his ability for power and all that, I do think he could turn into the kind of guy who could hit 300, and he's done it before, obviously. But I think he's a smart enough hitter to spray the ball around the field and all that. But I do think that, without the power, without that, to your point, the ability to go bedlam at the bank, and I think that's what makes him special.
Yeah.
So I do think it is a long-term concern.
Yeah,
for sure.
and I don't want to take seriously. I mean this with all due respect. I'm not trying to take a shot at Trey, even though I tend to do that. But the one thing with Trey is he's getting on base a lot. He's hitting 300. He's doing all this stuff, and that's great. But his numbers don't impact me the way 300 on base.
You need home runs. You need some power.
If Bryce was an on-base guy,
do dig the long ball.
I know. Yeah, they do. They definitely do. But
For a
it
reason.
just-
Usually
it
win when you hit
doesn't-
the most home runs.
Yeah, without the power, you can only impact the game so much. And that is what scares me if he becomes more of a single hitter or poke it out the left field and he gets on base and whatever. And he doesn't have the speed that Trey has either. So if you remove that from it, how impactful is the Bryce Harper if he becomes a Trey version of Bryce, if that makes sense? That's all. I wonder how impactful that could be.
Yeah, and I think the bigger question is for this season, what can you get out of Bryce, and how does that impact what Dave Dombrowski does at the deadline? I mean, you're already a little hesitant to trade prospects away or at least to believe in this group. You're not a prospect hugger, as you said, but to believe in this group, does that change your equation this season? 215-592-9494. Yeah, and can he contribute to the level where he can impact in the playoffs? Can he give you a month where Bryce Harper is Bryce Harper? And would that stop you from committing to this team? Would you say, if I can't have Bryce, if Bryce isn't going to be good enough, they're not good enough.
So what is it, 15 days? To the trade deadline?
No, we've got about 3 weeks.
3
So
weeks,
it's
I'm
the
sorry,
31st, I believe. So
He
about
normally-
23 days or
23.
something
All right,
like that.
So he normally takes 2 to 3 weeks when he comes back.
Generally,
Normally.
yeah.
So it's going to be cutting it close.
It's going to be cutting it close,
Yeah.
and it does impact things. 215-592-9494 to chime in on that as well. Let's go back to the phones and talk to Mike and Del Ram. What up, Mike?
Yo, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
What's up, Mike? I feel I haven't heard from you in way too long.
Me neither,
Yeah,
Mike.
I-
Me neither. You were calling all the time. I felt like I was getting to know you, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're gone.
So I got a new job where my commute's only 6 minutes to work these days.
Oh,
I'm
so you
not
don't-
sitting in my car.
Well,
you know?
that's
a good answer.
Well,
That's a
listen,
fair answer, I
get a job that's farther away.
Or you
Yeah,
got
right.
the Odyssey app. Listen while you're working and
I
sneak
do,
some
I
calls
do.
in, Michael.
Oh, I'm listening. No, that's what I'm doing right now. So I just walked outside.
I love
hey,
this, man.
you just said about should you invest if Bryce isn't Bryce? I think that's more the reason you do invest. I mean, this team's a first place team without him so far. Basically this season. I'm starting to get worried that the miles are catching up to him, man.
Me too.
He came in Major Leagues at 19.
Yeah,
didn't he?
he's his 14th year in the majors,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, man. It's like that car that you got that was real nice, and then once it starts breaking down, it's breaking down.
He does
And
look
I'm
worn
getting
down.
nervous about that.
He does look worn
well,
down.
and to the point Hunter made before, the way he plays the game, obviously, when he got signed, we talked about his swing and how violent it was and how would it age. And then obviously we've seen, I'll just never forget his first game back after the arm or whatever it was, and he fell into the dugout trying to make that play where it's like he can't help himself. Like he just goes hard when he plays. And he is not kind to his body. So, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I think it has to be a long-term concern. I think the bigger question, Mike, is right now is can he put it together for a few weeks, for a month, whatever, where he can look like Bryce Harper and get this team over the top this season?
I hope so. I feel like we got to see it. I think that'll make everybody feel a lot better. We see it. And then as far as the offense goes, we got to do something, man, because my 7-year-old's playing MLB The Show, and every day he's trying to score more runs than the Phillies. And it's hilarious.
It's not too hard these days, I'm
It's
assuming.
not too hard. And could you imagine if Wheeler pitches that gem last night and they lose 1-0?
I thought it. Yeah, no. Well, when Austin Ace hit the homer, I'm thinking, oh God, yeah. Oh man, yeah. No, I'm with you, Mike, and that's the frustrating part is that when you look at this team, I mean, and look, we'll get into the Luzardo thing coming up, but I mean, they do with Wheeler, Suarez, Sanchez. I mean, that's as good a top three as I remember in terms of how much I trust them in terms of throwing them into a playoff series. They're that good. So that's what makes this whole do you go all in on them thing so interesting, because there are parts of this team that you look at and say, like, that is absolutely World Series winning caliber type stuff. It's just will the rest of the team have their back, you know?
Yo, you know what makes me feel old?
What's that,
Every
Mike?
day when I walk into Wawa and I see that sign that says if you were born after this day.
Oh,
you
that's a
can't buy tickets.
great answer,
That
dude.
really is.
That
That's
is
a
a
winner.
good call, Mike. That's a great answer. I have that too. I go, I'm like, oh my God. Like, wow.
Wait, do I live under a rock? What do we
No, it's buy
The buy
cigarettes.
tobacco,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
buy tobacco.
whoa, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
So I will remember when
Clearly
it
don't
was
do
like
that
2018 or whatever, when it hit 2000, you know, when it used to be like 1998, 1991, 1980, whatever it used to be. And then when it hit 2000, I was like, all right, I'm old.
Not that
That's
I
old.
smoke at all, but I went into Wawa on my 18th birthday, took that thing off, and have it hanging in my room because it has my birthday
Did
on
you?
it.
That's
Yeah.
wow. What? So you stole from Wawa?
At the end of the day, and
Look at him trying to
anyone out
adjust
the
there
guy
listening-
behind the counter
if
saw me do it. Was
anyone's
like, I don't
listening-
care. That's
if
fine.
anyone's listening, Dan Wilson,
Look at him
thief.
trying to justify
Thief.
that.
Yeah,
Still-
really.
Stole the tobacco.
I'm surprised
I
you didn't
born
just say,
after
well,
this
it's my
date.
birthday. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Throw
That
me
was
in
great.
jail.
I
Screw
asked,
you.
yeah.
What, did nobody get you a card that day?
Yeah, I was like, I want to save this. No one knew. Everyone forgot.
That's like the people though who like steal the street signs that have their last name on it and they put it in their college. Well, what the hell did you? How did you do
Yeah,
that?
how did that happen?
What are you doing,
Yeah.
here, guy? That's a 4 a.m. walking back from the bar move. Been there. Hey.
All right,
There are a lot of Broads.
You know Broad Street in Philly, yeah.
They're not anymore. It's because they're in the basement.
Yeah. Oh, hey-oh. There's a Seltzer Street in Philly. It's pretty exciting.
Is there really?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
over by
exciting. Is
Temple.
that what you said?
It's thrilling.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Honestly,
I'm sure people are lined up to go get those pictures
honestly,
taken.
It's probably the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. All right, 215-592-9494. Get in now, talking Phils. The Harper thing. How concerned are you about Bryce Harper? Do you think that Harper can get it back this season? And the trade deadline thing. Would you go all in on this group, especially in light of the Harper thing? Coming up next, we'll get into the Jesus Luzardo of it all, where you're at with him. Your calls, your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. Give us what makes you feel old. That was a great answer from Mike. You could beat it. 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. We're coming right back.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You've talked to your doctor. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you because attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you've got your knee replacement, here's the best part. You already know, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapists to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management because your joint replacement needs are unique. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love to do. It is not a decision you came to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and you trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
One round down.
I chip one in the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth-checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. See what I did there? What I'm saying is not to worry because I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. I had them come out to inspect the house. They hooked me up with a preferred partner plan and made sure me and the family are set for the summer. Christian's got me covered and they've got you too. Stay cool this summer with Christian, the best service in the business. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
No negotiations held Sunday between the city and its blue-collar workers union as the DC 33 strike now enters day 7. Community meetings begin today on a facilities process that the Phillies school district says means some schools will have to close. And Phillies players Zack Wheeler and Kyle Schwarber get named Baseball All Stars.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. The Athletics' Jason Stark posted a list of pitchers in the modern era who have thrown a complete game, struck out 12 or more, walked nobody, and allowed one base runner or zero. It's a small list. Zack Wheeler.
Wheeler literally a pitch away from perfect today.
Really?
He gave up a home run to Austin Hayes. He has retired everyone else. He hasn't spent one moment in the stretch today. And he's got a stadium chanting his name. 1-0 pitch. Swung on, popped up, left field. Kepler is waiting, and he's got it. Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park.
Scott Fransky, the call. Wheeler capped his day getting named to the All Star game, as did Kyle Schwarber. Bryson Stott's 2-run home run breaking a tie, helping the Phillies to a 3-1 win over the Reds and a series victory. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystems' mission is to make sure Philly's businesses' technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Partly cloudy, chance of an afternoon storm, high 87, currently 78. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
First here, he throws 8 innings strong.
And they lose the game for him. Yeah.
They don't bring him out for the 9th.
The fact we were even debating it is it going to get a win or is it? And then Cole Hamels on the broadcast on TV kind of goes, well, it's about the team wins. And I'm thinking, you're a pitcher, dude. You want the W selfishly.
And he threw 8 pitches in the 9th inning.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah.
I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, no. Look, I think it was the right move to.
Hell yeah!
It's usually in the 9th inning. You're like, all right, can he get through the 9th? Maybe you do it to try and get him the ovation, that kind of thing. I genuinely don't think Kirkering or anyone you could have gone to would have been better than Wheeler in the 9th.
I don't think there's
Still
any
pumping
chance.
98
He was
on the
hitting
black of the
97,
plate.
98. Yeah, no, I don't think there was anyone who you're going to who was better in that situation. Let's listen to Topper. He talked about how great Zack Wheeler was in that spot.
Was today about as good as you've ever seen?
Yes. After the 4th, I thought this has a chance to be a no-hitter or perfect game. I really did. And, you get behind Hayes 3-1, I think, and just left a fastball over the middle of the plate, and he put a good swing on it. So he was just dominant. I mean, everything working, control, command, whatever. I mean, it was just, everything was great.
Yeah, see, Rob and I, same spot. I was thinking no hitter.
Yeah, you got just baseball, man.
Yeah, baseball.
When I think baseball.
Right, yeah.
But did you hear that little shit? Austin Hayes, I think. Whoa, God. There was one hit, and Austin Hayes was
you
getting.
You know exactly what it was. Yeah.
Every time he stepped up to the plate. Listen, I love the boo of Austin Hayes. There were some people go, why are we booing him? Now, part of me goes, I love it because that's what makes us what we are. The other part goes, he didn't have like a kidney problem,
yes,
did he not?
Did, yes.
And we're sitting here booing the guy that had a kidney
I think
issue.
what people need to understand is they're really booing Dave Dombrowski for bringing Austin Hayes.
Well, I look at it as
here,
respect. He goes and hits 3 hundo the next year. If he's hitting 188, is he getting booed the same way? The dude's
I think if he hits the
now.
homer there, he's getting booed either way.
Well, yeah.
Name we know, running around the bases, boo.
Austin Hayes, I think. It was a perfect game except for that one hit.
He's an opponent now. You can boom as much as
I agree.
Yeah. I hate Austin Hayes.
Me too. Yeah, no batting gloves. You can't be good without batting gloves. No, don't Hunter Pence me. You stinks.
There are some guys who can hit without
In
batting gloves.
1963, where's the swag? It's 2025.
Harper does it sometimes when he's struggling. He'll do the no.
When he's struggling, he goes, let me be like the guys you
but
stink.
he'll have no batting gloves by Tuesday.
I can't. Yeah, see, that's
this
what I'm
rate,
saying.
yeah.
I can't. I'm not going to rip the no batting gloves.
The no
it's
batting
pretty cool.
gloves. Is Joe DeCamara going batting gloves?
It's manly. It's tough.
Oh, please.
It's tough.
Oh, please.
I see no batting gloves. I'm like, that guy's tough.
No, DeCamara's going no batting gloves
No
because you can't
chance.
hit.
Pick up some dirt and do it old school.
DeCamara's doing double batting gloves. Whatever. Yeah. How do we feel about Joe versus Jack? The actual competition part of it. I know that we all, can't stand both of them in this situation with their nonsense. But how you feeling about as a self-proclaimed, even on the morning show, like know your place and all that, whatever, a self-proclaimed Fritzman here. How confident do you feel in Jack's ability to not get inside his own head like he self-admittedly did in golf? How you feeling as a Fritzman?
Great. This guy just knows how to control his emotions.
Okay.
He is very polished.
So you're not giving us the real truth.
No, I think what happened is he got hit with a little bit of reality. All right, the golf's tough. It's a mental game. We see the best of the best go out there and unfortunately fold. It's crumbling. But when you get out on the diamond, when it's your sport, you just touch the field, you smell the air, you see the dirt, you put your foot on the bump, right? You start playing with the mound. around a little bit. Then just instincts takes over. And then, you see the camera in there. Maybe you throw some high cheese, some chin music, and then you get right into your A game. I feel good about Fritz. The Fritzinator, some say.
The Fritzinator.
The Fritzinator.
No one has
No one's ever called him that. No one's ever called him that. But I will
Someone
answer.
wants flyers and 180.
No. Dude, as a big fan of Fritz since his high school days. Been watching him play for a while now.
So, Pete, we've been talking a lot about Bryce Harper today. I know people really got on Bryce for pandering when he first came to Philly.
This is pandering of the utmost order.
Bryce could take some lessons from our guy Hunter.
BringTheBellBook.com.
Yeah.
How many signed copies did you order? 10?
BringTheBellBook.com,
Buy Jack's
baby.
book. All right, Rhea Hughes on the polar opposite side of Hunter Brody in this situation. Obviously, you've been Joe's, on Joe's side. Really, his only supporter for a while. Definitely, and Anthony in Jersey. You and Anthony in Jersey.
Yes.
Let's give Anthony credit.
We have some company now.
The wagon is getting a little fuller.
Yes. I welcome all bandwagon. People.
Well, look,
I'm not an anti-bandwagon. I like more people at a party.
The Joe wagon needs all the help it can get. So, Rhea, how are you feeling? Again, a shocking victory for Joe in golf.
Oh, I was stunned, and that golf is a mental game. He's a much better. Joe is not even a good golfer.
Oh no, he's not,
and he's very open about it.
Yeah.
So all that says to me is he got in his head.
He did.
He had gotten into his head weeks before when Jack said, "Well, I'm not throwing a baseball."
Yeah.
When he had already quit
quit, yeah.
And then I heard his coach. It was a hat trick for me to go in Broads' wheelhouse of a guy who just doesn't think he can win.
So you feel very confident going into
100%.
Wednesday.
There's no way.
You're
telling me he's going to
the rules, bro.
But the rules.
He's just got to get on base 4 times.
I mean, Jack. The key is that
if Jack can't locate in those first few at bats, it's over.
Joe doesn't have to do anything except stand there. Jack has to throw strikes. I do not feel confident that Jack Fritz is going to throw strikes.
If you were coaching Joe, would you just tell him to not swing? Is that his best chance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's just try and draw walks. Yeah. Swinging the bat can only hurt him.
If I were coaching Joe, what I would do is I would tape a little piece of Velcro to his shoulder and then tape the Velcro to the bat.
Don't even go up there with the bat. Just stand in the box.
To pull it off his shoulder so he feels that every time.
And you realize 4 or 5 pitches in, the tactic, then you take a deep breath. You just throw it over.
No, but as a real baseballman, that's when it's the hardest to throw strikes. When your dad yells, "Hey, he's not swinging," just you and him having a catch.
All of a sudden,
no one has ever thrown a strike after that.
It's like the tiniest mitt you're trying to throw to in this or your life. You're trying to locate a little pin,
He's not going to let us down. The Fritzman that we are. The Fritzman.
He lifted him up in golf,
well,
right?
Golf is difficult. Golf is difficult.
He had the top Fritzman out there, Spike, who has gone so far to the Fritz side that he's taking shots at his friends. I thought we were friends. I'm just going to say that. Now I question it. But he had his 2 biggest Fritzmen right there and crumbled in front of them.
Yeah, but I think what you're not thinking about is the crowd. The crowd that's going to be there.
I think that is. You have brought up the worst possible thing that could happen to Jack.
I disagree.
The more people there, the worse it. Jack, if it were up to Jack, it would be him and Joe and no one else.
No, I disagree. As a competitor, once you see that there's so many people there, then
what competitor is involved in this?
Thousands of people are going to be there.
What do Philadelphians love more in life?
What?
To go after somebody who they don't think is mentally weak on a field.
I mean, Anthony in Jersey is going to be there. He is going to be.
They will go
yelling
after
at Jack nonstop.
You block that out. You block it out. You block it out. It's just noise. You think Wheeler yesterday was thinking about the people? No, but it just lets you.
I don't think Jack Fritz is Zack Wheeler.
Zack Wheeler, Jack Fritz. It's all the same. I'm telling you, Fritz. Come on now, kid.
Is this going to be a pro Fritz crowd
on
Wednesday?
Now, kid. Here we go, kid.
I don't think it'll be a pro Fritz crowd.
Is it a pro Joe crowd?
No, I think it'll be both ways. But I do think, as Joe has said, I do think Anthony in Jersey is worth a lot. Like, he is loud and he is relentless.
Well, then I'm going to have to kick him out. I'm getting the ushers. Oh, this guy over here is being a problem.
That's right.
Get him out of here. I'm sorry.
Your loud mouth. Yep. You're going to kick out somebody for being a loud mouth.
If it's disrespect, I'm going to have to be Nick Castellanos. If someone's saying something to my guy, Stoddy, I'm going to have to start barking at the people who paid premium for the tickets above the dugout.
Your kid's 18 months old. You're already preparing to be that little league dad.
No.
No. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
No,
I see it.
No, I had the I had to deal with that. All right. No. It was my mother. I love her, but she was the mom.
Really? She was that one?
Well, she was for me, just on me personally. Hey. Yeah, I drove 6 hours to Boston. You took a 10-minute penalty. I didn't pay all this money. Blah, blah, blah. Here I am in the back seat, like -2. I let up 2 goals as a defenseman. I'm like, oh, damn it. So I can't do that. I can't do that.
I just...
This is great.
Kind of feel for your mom there in that perspective. Driving 6 hours to watch your kid get a
Maybe don't take a penalty, bro.
Like, idiot.
Yeah.
I drove 6 hours out of my life for you.
If you can't tell, I'm a man of the team. All right? And my team, you don't hit my goalie.
Yeah.
You hit my goalie, here comes Broads, the enforcer. You shut up. You don't touch my goalie.
I like if you're not watching on the YouTube, you didn't get to see that, but we in the studio got to see, like, Bros just went somewhere else there for a minute.
His eyes got
like that.
weird.
Yeah, that was like he really got into that.
I was back on the ice.
I know. That's what I mean. Like, you were living on the ice there. You just
don't touch my goalie.
You left us for a moment.
See what I'm saying? See, the crowd, when you just get into the rhythm when there's the crowd. You guys crowd watching that. Same with Jack Fritz.
So I think
Wednesday.
Broads, the enforcer, just gave the other team a power play goal.
Yeah.
Whoa, hold on. Why couldn't we kill the power play off?
And poor Broads' mom has to drive 6 hours to watch it.
The glory days, some would say.
215-592-9494. If you want to chime in on Jack versus Joe, we will absolutely take those calls. As it turns out that we have Jack Fritz's spokesman in the studio, which is good. I think if Jack could channel some of that Broads competitiveness, that'd be a good thing for Jack.
I got him. Don't worry.
You gonna prop him up?
Yep.
Lift him up. All right, that's what he needs. 215-592-9494. Of course, talking Phils as well. Let's go back to phones. Let's talk to Andy in Deptford. Andy!
Morning, team. We live. We hot.
What's up, Andy?
Yo, I'm over here in South Jersey, man. I smell that Philly trash, man. Come on, Mayor. All the shot callers in the city. This is the founding place of our country's independence, and they can't even get the damn trash picked up? Like, what an embarrassment. Like, oh, what a joke. Come on, man. Get it together.
Thanks, Andy. Look, I
don't know what to say.
Yeah, I don't.
For those of us like James and I who live here.
Yeah, I live here, so try.
really sucks.
I would love the trash to be picked up. I don't know what to do is my issue. Rhea, I don't know if you're going with this too, because like there are these huge piles of trash in the street. Like we have one near right near our house. You know, there people are piling up, and I get that, but like I don't want to like contribute or add to that. But it's piling up in the back of my house, like in my back, like little area I have. So it's like, I don't know what to do. I'm actually really like starting to be like, I talked about my daughter had a sleepover this weekend. My buddy lives out in the burbs, like the Yardley area. I almost asked if I could bring my trash to his house to get like picked up. I almost did. I actually regretted it when I didn't, but it's a weird thing. Hey, can I bring my trash to your house? It's a weird ask.
Well, James, here's the deal. You're a taxpayer in a major city like Philadelphia. There's no way that you should be having to ride around with trash in your car to get rid of it. Come on, Mayor. Get it right. It's an embarrassment.
What do you got in sports, Ann?
Let's hop on this Harper situation. I look at with Embiid in the Sixers. I mean, we all know that's a complete failure. Superstar that ain't won a thing in this city, right?
I don't know if Rhea knows, but we know.
I'm starting to think and hope that
Go ahead, Andy.
That Harper doesn't get in the same category. He's on the wrong side of 30.
So I think he's already done more than Embiid did. Like I get. Look, I think that you can.
Here's the deal. We didn't sign a 13-year contract, highest paid player
at
the time when it was signed. Let me
Andy,
finish. But to not win a championship.
Look, Andy, I get it, but it's first of all, it's a different sport. In basketball, you're one of 5 guys on the court. You can have a much, 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 much bigger impact on wins and losses than any one player in baseball.
Bryce has actually had, as much as he can, clutch after clutch
He's been
after
amazing
clutch
in the playoffs, and
moments.
he did get them to the World Series, Andy. He's gotten them to the NLCS. Those are both rounds twice. He's gone further than Embiid has ever gone. And then on top of that, like with Bryce, we know that he tries. We know that Bryce wants to win. We know that Bryce is doing. Yeah, he's doing everything he can. His body just fails him at times. I get the parallel can be made. I just don't think it's a fair parallel to make.
I hear all that, but in sports, one thing crosses over, right? Whether it's basketball, football, baseball, hockey, one thing crosses over, and with superstars, your legacy is somewhat determined by it. And that's championship.
I don't disagree.
I think in
Period.
baseball, just because of
yeah.
the nature of what it takes to win, there's so many. What if you have a bad closer and you're elite
Barry
at the plate?
Bonds is the best baseball player I've ever seen. Period. I mean, other than Ohtani now, he never won. Like it's what Andy. I get what you're saying, and I generally agree that championships matter in a big way in terms of legacies and stuff. But and you can rip Bryce for not winning. I think, I don't think it's his fault per se, but you can't compare him to Embiid. Like, that's where you lose it. I think you're going too far.
You made a point, Mike Trout, greatest to never win, but that was Mike Trout's decision. He chose to stay there on a crappy team.
Yeah, and Bryce chose to try and win, and he's playing, and again, I think the difference in the comparison is what Bryce, the effort and the want to and all this stuff that Bryce puts in that Embiid has not. Like, that's the difference between the two guys.
All right, I got you, but a 1-2 on a guy that's 32 that wanted an extension where his best years have passed him. Bryce Harper being a superstar, top 10 player in baseball, those days are over.
They probably are, but there are teams,
Andy, that have won without Bryce Harper. It's like Bryce Harper at superstardom, right? Like when the Nationals won, when the Braves won. Like there are teams that win. The Texas Rangers,
the Giants won 3 and 5 years with Buster Posey as their best player.
They do it without Bryce Harper's all the time, so it's not as if we can't win.
Baseball's just different, man.
Bro, do you think this team has really got a shot?
No, I think that
because hold on,
because they're.
What are we talking about?
I don't think they do.
They definitely have a chance to win a World Series. What are we talking about? Of course they have a chance to win a World Series.
I think that they're extremely flawed with their bullpen, and I think they're flawed with not having enough outfield hitting and all that. So to your point, or to our point, Bryce Harper can only do so much when you don't have outfielders that can hit, when you need right-handed pop, when you need 4 new bullpen pieces, when you need all this stuff. It's hard for Bryce Harper to win a championship because the roster's so flawed.
I feel all that. You're right. The bullpen stinks. The outfield has been suspect for maybe like 3, 4, or 5 years. But you know what? You're not winning anything without him being a superstar, and he's not a superstar anymore. To do it for Chuck from Mount Airy, them days are over.
Well, it might be. He might not be as good as he used to be. That's possible, but he's been great here, and he's been better than Embiid. What else you got, Andy?
I mean, better than Embiid. Okay,
what else? What else? We got it. We got Andy. Andy, we got it. What else?
What else as far as what? With my question of the day?
What you got? You said you wanted to talk Eagles here. I was wondering if you had an Eagles point.
Oh, as far as the Eagles go, I guess we lost a lot of pieces defensively, right? In a league that's predicated on passing. Our pass rush, but I guess what concerns me a little bit more is we got Reed Blankenship, decent safety. I think we kind of project him a little bit higher than what he is. But now we got a rookie that's going to be playing next to him possibly. I don't know. That's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I get it. Look, I mean, Hugh Douglas made a great point and continues to, and I think that we don't think about it enough. Last year, heading into the season, they had 7 new starters on defense. 7. And it ended up being the best Eagles defense we've ever seen. So, I feel you, but I do think that with the high-end talent they have, with Carter, with what Quinion and Cooper have showed, what Zach Bond showed, and with Vic Fangio there, I get it. I'm not saying I'm, set on certain positions, but I'm not super concerned. I do think that they'll be able to figure it out defensively.
We'll
Andy,
see what happens.
What do you got for an answer? What makes you feel old?
What makes me feel old? Well, it's graduation season, and a lot of kids graduating I seen when they were babies, and now they're graduating high school.
That's a good answer. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I noticed that with my wife's family. When I first met her, her goddaughter, just born, this and that. Mm-hmm. She came over yesterday to hang out with my daughter, and 13, 14, they're getting up there in age or getting ready for high school. I'm going, nope, it's getting weird. Now you guys are real humans.
Yeah.
And now I'm actually talking to you about human adult things.
I mean, I'm sure, Rhea, you've seen that obviously with Clark, but with Clark's friends too.
No, it's weird. Like you do talk to them now and about real things.
Right.
Right. This is kind of I was telling him when he was younger, I lied to him all the time. I go,
I'm kidding me.
You just lie all the time.
Yeah, so he still can't tell time. It's 30 minutes till bedtime. It's that could be however long I want it to be.
Exactly.
Whatever, 5 minutes. That was a quick 30 minutes.
Wow,
sorry. Just looking at the clock.
I mean, and you can't do it anymore, so it's kind of funny now.
Yeah.
I think I said something to him, and he goes, "Ma, I'm,
Yeah.
only 16.
Yeah.
I'll also
And next
say,
thing you know, they're watching Love Island. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, attaboy, Clark.
Hey now, I like even just like the last few years, like even when I see kids who are like 17, 18, I'm like, you look so young to me. They didn't look. Used to look that young to me.
Before we get too sidetracked into this, I just want to make a point on Bryce. Since he's been here,
you want to talk Phillies? You sure about that?
just a little bit of sports, just a little bit of sports. Bryce's playoff numbers every year in the playoffs for the Phillies, he's got an OPS that starts with a 1 dot. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only
1 dot. I like that.
Yeah, of course, baseball head, team head.
Right.
It starts with a 1 dot. All right, I'm just saying. Like last year against the Mets, you can rip a lot of people, but he hit 333 with a 1.279 OPS.
One bad at bat.
Yeah,
It was a bad at
bat.
Yeah, it was a bad at bat. But I'm just saying
In a
the
big
Bryce
spot.
thing.
In a big spot.
In a
That
big
was
spot.
it. That was it. That was my only complaint.
No, that's trust me, that is fair. But in general,
I think
the
Andy goes way too far. And look, again, you just can't compare him and Embiid. I think it's an unfair comparison. He has already done and shown more than Embiid ever did in big moments, in being prepared for big moments, in the work and effort that he puts into his craft, into being who he is, into getting the most out of his body and his ability. Like, they're just not comparable.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
Not on any
Although
front.
I had Joel Embiid on top 4 of my top 11.
You
had
did
him
not.
top
I did.
4?
Top 4. It's just based off of pure talent alone.
No, he wasn't even on my list.
No, see,
Wow,
that's
he wasn't
too
on
much.
my list
That's too
either,
much.
yeah.
That's too much. The idea was there are some guys where you just add the word frickin' in between their name, and that automatically gets them on the list. Like, it's Bryce frickin' Harper. He's top 5. You know what I mean? It's Bryce frickin' Harper. It's Joel frickin' Embiid. I mean, he's just one of the most talented players. Now, did he get the most out of it? Blah, blah, blah.
That's the point.
But his talent alone is so elite that it
Don't
trumps
you
the
understand
flaws.
that that's why he doesn't belong?
No,
When you
that's
have-
why he
when you have
does
that
get
much
on the
talent
list.
and you don't add the other components in it, you are not a great player.
I disagree. I think he's so good that he's automatically on the list.
He should have been traded 2 years
Because
ago.
he's so good. He's just so talented. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. He's one of the most talented
He is
players we've
unbelievably
seen.
talented, but yet to Rhea's point, like he doesn't. He's
I
never
agree.
gotten the most out of him.
I agree, but he's that. It's Joel freaking Embiid.
But not anymore.
That's why I love this
not
list.
Anymore.
No one.
Not
It makes no
anymore.
sense. Nobody
Again.
is.
But no, he's not.
He
now
was,
he's
though.
just Joel Embiid.
You see, here's the thing.
know?
I think we're so down on him that this Sixers team is going to do something. Yup, Joel Embiid's going to play.
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
They're going to do something.
Look,
I'm just saying.
I do think it's possible that Embiid can play more and
See what I'm
better than
saying?
he did last year. But it's just an example of this guy just not like. He's not going to work for it. He's not going to put all the effort in.
I disagree
He'll come
with
out,
this.
and if he feels all right, he'll play all right. I mean,
Rhodes, he had to
he's
be
a
told by
loser.
Tyrese
I
Maxey
agree.
to show up
I
on time.
agree.
He's a
He's
loser.
not. But see,
Come
this
on.
is
Like,
this
this
is
is what
going
it
too
is.
far.
He's a loser.
No, see,
He is a
He
loser.
picked up a basketball at 16 and becomes an MVP of the NBA at 28 years
It's
old. You
unbelievable.
can't not work on your craft
No,
and
I agree.
accidentally do that.
I agree with you.
You
on that.
can't.
I agree. You are correct about that. He has worked, but he is. So this is something that I think Jalen Hurts deserves so much credit for that doesn't get enough credit
Now
for.
we're talking.
Now we're
Now
finding
we're talking.
some common ground here. But when we had Greg Bishop on the show after 2022, he did the quarterback feature on Hurts. He talked about a lot of interesting stuff with Hurts. He talked about how the big thing was that that Hurts and Brady, the only two quarterbacks. He did all the features, every big quarterback, Manning and Rodgers, all these guys. And he said Hurts and Rodgers are the only two who said they were defined by football. Everyone else was like other things defined. They admitted Hurts and Brady are the only two. But he also said with Hurts that something he found interesting that he said most players don't do is with Hurts, every offseason, Jalen finds something that he's struggles with and he works on it. He's like, players like to work at things they're good at. They like to, do what they succeed at. He's like, Hurts always is working on the things that he's bad at. I think Embiid has worked a lot and worked on things that he's good at, but I don't think he ever put enough time into working on keeping his body right, into working on being in shape all the time and all stuff. And I think that the reason his body broke down, the injuries, all that stuff, is because he was carrying all these extra weight all these years. He was never in shape. He never had his body right. Like you see these guys like LeBron and whoever you want to say, you're like going to bed at 7 o'clock every night, living in a hyperbaric chamber and eating like. And
that's one guy.
But a lot of guys do that now. Like that is a way of going about your business in the NBA because of guys like LeBron that people have followed. And Embiid just has never given any sort of like any
I
sort
don't
of
think
time
it's
to
to
that.
the extreme that you make it. I think a lot of what we deal with Embiid is the fact that he's a 7'2" human jumping up and down on his body,
I think that's
running.
part of it.
But I think that's
part
a
of it.
big. I think that's bigger. Now he's not perfect. You're right. I think there are issues, and the Maxey thing pisses me off more than anything in the world, and that's a joke. So there are things
You
that
might
limit
not
me,
be able
but-
to control injury history.
Yeah.
You can control conditioning.
Yeah, I
But one
agree.
thing that you can 100,000% control is showing up to work on time.
Agreed. Agreed.
I mean,
How about
that's
that, Embiid?
disrespectful.
Embiid. I agree. Listen, I agree. I'm just saying, I think he's so naturally gifted that we forget how naturally gifted he is because of how upset and disappointed we rightfully are. That gets on the floor next year, he starts dropping 50, and you go, oh, crap, that's the guy that we missed out on last year. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
And then
So,
he'll get
what you
hurt
look-
and miss playoff games
here
and he'll
we go.
lose because
And then
of it.
VJ, did you watch Summer League last
rinse
night?
and repeat. Good
2
point.
nights ago?
I did not.
I'm
I
excited about that.
I meant
Me
to bring it
too.
up. He looked great.
Yeah, he
And
really
28.
we watched a lot of Summer League, and we all remember what the Hezzy pull-up jumper and all that. Oh, God.
How's he pull up Jimbo?
Jimbo,
Yes.
thank you. I can't believe I forgot the Jimbo part. I was like, jumper's not right. The Hezzy pull-up Jimbo. Thank you. I thought Edgecombe looked really good.
Did better
I thought
than
he looked
Ace.
really good.
Ace my ass.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
very weird.
We're gonna have to clip
that.
that.
Was very weird.
That's a cut that
Very
audio
weird.
type of situation.
Very weird.
Twitter poll question today, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive ArminChevy.com. Who is the best Phillies pitcher this century? We got 4 options: Cole Hamels, Cliff Lee, Roy Halladay, and Zack Wheeler. We'll check the results later in the show. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Talk to Zach. What up, Zachy?
I think the caffeine intake on the show has tripled with Brody being there.
That's a good point. I had the 24-ounce Wawa, and then last break I needed another pick-me-up because I just wasn't feeling right yet.
Yeah, and also it's also just the natural energy level very high. Like even without the coffee, I think the natural energy level higher.
Someone
than
said
normal.
that it sounds, and Zach, you can maybe be the one to answer here, like a Hawaiian pizza between us. Very unique, but it ends up being actually intriguingly
I'll take
good.
that. I like Hawaiian pizza.
Yeah, I
This
like
might be the
Hawaiian
highest energy show in WIP history.
That's right.
That's true.
It's true. It's true. Thank God for a Monday morning.
That's
we
right.
need it. Yeah.
I mean, I was about to say, I work in medical. I feel like he got a shot of epinephrine before he got on the air.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds good.
That's the like Pulp Fiction, right?
Oh,
And
see, movie.
yeah.
It sounds like a long movie to me.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
That's the. I can't.
Sounds
I
like a
can't.
long one.
Oh God. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
I don't know.
This is outrageous.
I don't know what to say. Go
Me
ahead.
neither.
Forgive me for digressing. So I wanted to make this point last week. I couldn't hold because I had to get into work. Ranger is obviously doing fantastic, and I think we're all kind of hesitant to say it, but this is a good thing in that we can get more for him.
Ooh.
Here we go. These are
buddy.
crazy takes this morning.
Bring it. Why would you trade Ranger?
I mean, I know
real
Joe-
quick. Are you trading Ranger to help this team now, or are you trading Ranger for the future?
I mean, now is more my priority. Is the biggest. I mean, I know the biggest thing we need is probably bat. I think bullpen's an issue, but we have so much pitching that we can move people around to kind of make it work. But the bat, there's nothing there to work with. So in my mind, if Ranger's doing well and so well that we can go to a stronger team and say, look, we've got this guy, we're willing to deal him. You have a void, we have a void. Let's dance.
Yeah, you need a perfect scenario, though, because in this situation, you're talking about a team, obviously, if Ranger, free agent at the end of the year. So you're talking about a team that is also competing.
That have
So you
too
need-
many bats.
Yes, you
Yeah.
need to find a team that just matches up so perfectly, and that's tough, man. That's tough to
Well,
find a
to
perfect
Zach's,
trade.
to Zach's point, though, my stance on Ranger has been this. What you can't do is let him walk. So you either sign him or you trade him. Now, I haven't been calling to trade him. I said, let's try and find a way to make it work. But to his point, like, here's an asset. You either have to better your team with him here or better your team by getting something in return.
Or you try to win a
for
World
him.
Series with him.
And
Like,
then just
again,
let him walk?
Maybe.
I think that's I can let Kyle walk and JT walk. Rangers got too much value to let him just walk.
Here's my thing. I would trade him to get, for one reason. 2 starts ago, all the announcers.
The velocity going down.
It's all they could talk about it. They pull him after 85 pitches, 5 innings. They said he's dealing with that, and that they're going to monitor it.
Then Wheels goes 108.
Yeah.
I'm fine with, for what it's worth, I'm fine with them, like, being,
No, and I get that. But
cautious with Ranger.
He said he's dealing with shoulder and back issues.
Yep,
And
after
that
his last start in Atlanta.
Yeah, and so I'm worried about him going forward.
Yeah, look, he's never done it for a full season.
he hasn't.
I get it. I can't trade Ranger right now. Look, Luzardo. Do we trust Luzardo in the playoffs right now? I mean, again, he might. He's. You pointed out like a month ago he crossed his innings limit from last, or his innings number from last year. I knew he was hurt, but this is a guy who's always had injury problems. Like Rangers pitching a playoff game for me. Like I'll figure it all out after. Like I know that it's not ideal. I'll figure it out. I'm pitching Ranger in the playoffs. I can't trade him. I get it. I can't trade him. Zach, you got an answer for what makes you feel old?
Just one last thing. Comparing Embiid and Harper, talking about hot trash, that's a hot trash take. I'm sorry. We can't be comparing Embiid to Harper. They're worlds apart.
That's what I'm saying. I'm with you.
So in terms of things that make me feel old, I'm 29, so I feel like I don't necessarily have much of a leg to stand on. But getting carded at a restaurant, if you're ordering a drink and you don't get carded, that starts to set in a little bit.
Yeah, Zach,
You know what's funny?
Good call. I don't remember the last time.
I was just going to say, when I went to play that men's league game, after the game, the guys have a couple beers, whatever. So I don't play on this team traditionally. One of my buddies asked for me to play because they needed a defenseman. Big fans of WIP, by the way, so shout out to the Whalers. The Whalers.
Hartford, the Whale.
We had some sick jerseys.
I love
There's
the
another
Whalers.
game tonight. I'm waiting to see if I get the, hey, you want to play again text? Or say if you're listening. I'm waiting for it.
The Whale. I love that.
Yeah, so I brought a case or whatever, and I thought every time I bring up a case, I go, are they going to card me or not? Yeah. I think about it every time. I couldn't tell you the last time they asked me for my ID.
Well, they do at the Acme in my neighborhood.
Oh, if you do the grocery stores.
It's hysterical because I'm used to it. They card everybody, and I'm always amused when it's somebody who's like around 70 or 80. They're like, and we go through it every time. Really? Yeah, and they're like, we can't sell it to you. And it's this. I just laugh at this point because they're stunned.
Look, and I get that there are rules, regulations. What are we doing here? Like I know, okay, you have to card every person here, but like not every, right? I mean,
I would think so.
Honestly, I think you should be able to get to a point in life where you shouldn't have to carry your license around.
I shop
if
there
you're going to buy
probably
alcohol.
10 times. I go right by it, so I don't like buy fresh food. I get it because I'm going right by there, so I stop all the time. And I get carded every single time.
Yeah. I think we need to move on from this.
I agree.
What's
the threshold though?
Yeah.
Is it subjective to the eye?
It's so I get that we could get into a dangerous ground here.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
I think it's one of those like if
Gray hair?
you know kind of things. You know, it's like I mean. Some
guess.
people are like, you're clearly in your 70s.
Yeah, but see, when I used to you're right.
If you look like you're over 60, you don't get carded.
If you're
How about
using a
that?
cane, you might not need to get carded. You know.
The cane?
Yes.
Well, to be there could be someone who's 19 that's struggling with something going on with the walk.
It's true.
And now they're picking up booze because Buzz wants to set the tone with the cane.
With the cane thing, yeah.
With the cane, the 19-year-olds are going to start to go to Halloween Spirit. They're going to start buying canes just so they can get booze.
For the rest of us.
What's that?
There'll be none left for the rest
right.
of us.
For anyone who wants to go to Halloween Spirit to be someone with the
Spirit
cane.
Halloween.
Right. Yes.
Whatever. Oh, sorry.
Spirit of Halloween?
Halloween Spirit. I don't know. They're everywhere.
Is that
Aren't they
like,
everywhere?
Stores.
You don't know what it is?
Store.
What do you live under a rock?
Okay. I got confused because we were talking about drinking, and then he was talking about Halloween spirits.
Talking about going to get a cane.
No, the cane. I didn't know where we
got you. Spirits could be like
is this
alcohol.
a Halloween themed schnapps or something?
Okay, I got you. A schnapps. Yeah, that's what I'm going to get. Halloween schnapps.
I don't know.
You strike me as a schnapps guy.
Halloween
Am I a schnapps guy to you?
Halloween spirits. I think schnapps. I don't know. You know, Halloweeny. You know.
Listen, I'm a simple man. Give me a nice cold Miller Lite. It says fine Pilsner on the can. It wouldn't lie to
Miller
me.
Lite. I can get down with
It
that.
wouldn't lie to
buddy.
me. It
That's
says
right.
it right there.
That's
You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's
It
right.
wouldn't lie.
It wouldn't lie. Wouldn't lie.
I like that.
I've been using that joke for 10 years, and it hits every time, baby. Every time. It's funny using it with the new group that hasn't heard it yet. Thank you. Still got it.
Yeah.
Still got it.
You got to love that one.
Yep.
It sticks. All right, 215-592-9494. His name came up earlier in the show. He is the number one supporter of Joe DeCamara, and I am hoping that he is here to take umbrage. Yes, umbrage with a Fritzman on the morning show. Anthony!
Fritzman? What the hell is Fritzman?
That's right. Get him! Get him!
Hey, Brody, if you don't get out of here with that, you're going to kick me out. You can't kick me out, buddy. Because I tell you, man, once Joe DeCamara take care of that roll on. Woo! Let's go!
Anthony, where does this confidence come with Joe DeCamara up there swinging the bat? Where do you feel that you can go on a limb here and sell your soul to Joe DeCamara, the athlete? I need the information.
It don't got to do nothing with Joe DeCamara, the athlete, man. You heard? Hey, Rhea, tell him again what you said earlier, Rhea.
What about Fritz?
Yes, about Fritz, man. He's in his own head, man.
He's in his own head. Just can't,
He's in his own head,
that's
man.
Yeah, but you're
reason.
acting as if baseball isn't what fuels Jack Baseball Fritz. I mean, the guy sees the dirt and he just morphs into a different animal.
And that's why there's more pressure on
That's
him.
a good
But that's
point.
okay. But the
This
game,
is
no,
the
no, no.
most pressure.
That's
'cause
his game. He
like,
walks
there is-
up. It's just it's natural. He just becomes one with the field. You guys are disrespecting Jack Baseball Fritz.
You haven't met Jack, have you?
Yes, I have. I've been here for a year and a half, and what smells every time I open up that door in the producer room is baseball.
The baseball, yes.
That's not what you're smelling.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, that's not what you smelling, man. The guy doesn't wash his hands.
Uh-oh. Well, then what about Buzz? You better watch yourself in there.
Uh-oh. We're spreading rumors right now.
That's awesome. There's just no way Joe DeCamara can win this, man. Go ahead.
Hey, bros.
Yes.
Are you coming? Are you coming?
Well, the problem is I'm on after, so I got to figure out exactly a way to make it all work. So
Wait, what time are you on?
I'm on 6 to 10.
It's at noon.
Oh, I thought it was during the afternoon show.
No, noon. You're good.
Oh, okay.
It's
Then
at
yeah. Am I going to be there? I'm going to have on my uniform as if I'm the manager.
Just go out and take the ball from him.
Here we go. I've got to go get the ball down. The slow old man walk.
buddy, yeah.
To give him time to
Maybe we can
to
get you a
breathe.
cane for the walk. There you go.
That's awesome.
Hey, bros. UFC, OKC, USC, man. And a hammer in 3, bro.
Oh, God, it's disgusting.
Hammers in 3,
Disgusting.
man.
I've never heard this in my life. Joe DeCamara, love and appreciation from a physical, competitive standpoint. It's gross. It's gross.
I will say, Anthony from the jump was pro Joe. Like from
That's
the moment
crazy.
this happened.
No, but we're learning.
He
He's
was
not
supporting,
pro
he
Joe.
was pumping him up.
He's
anti-Fritz.
anti-Fritz. That's a big difference.
No. Joe got this, man.
All right, let me ask you this, Anthony. How many hits is Joe DeCamara going to have?
How many hits?
Hits.
He can really have one hit for all that cares. He's
That's
gonna get
the correct answer is who cares. That's a great answer.
I do.
Yes, in the athletic competition, who cares if he gets a hit? Right?
This is like this Billy. We spoke about Billy Madison in the beginning. We're watching Billy Madison play out in front of our eyes.
Definitely, we're all dumber for having participated in this type of
100%.
situation.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you're the man. I'm excited to see you Wednesday, man. And you got to answer.
You guys win.
You got to answer for us for what makes you feel old.
LeBron James' son is in the NBA.
That's a great answer.
Wow.
Good call. Yeah, that is pretty. That makes me feel old.
Now, does LeBron say, "Hey, he's coming with me when I go back to Cleveland later"? How's that work? How's that work?
Yeah.
Take your kid to a different team day.
I hate this era.
I know.
I didn't like the first year of Miami. Then I fell in love with the second and then that third run and then the second stint in Cleveland. But the Lakers version of LeBron,
I don't like.
Ugh,
Yeah,
nasty.
yeah,
Get
yeah.
out of here.
Well, and
Gross.
I'm just tired of the, like, say what you mean, buddy, and like back up what you said. Like this whole thing he just did with the why is everyone talking about ring culture? No one cares about ring culture, right? You're the dude who talks talks about it your entire freaking career. You've made your whole career about getting more rings than Jordan. You've left teams. You've gone here. You've recruited players. You pull just to beat Jordan in rings. And then you realize, you know what? I'm not going to beat him. No one cares about that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really is. It's disappointing that's because I was a LeBron's, and granted, that's what I grew up watching more than Michael Jordan's prime. So I appreciated his greatness for what it was. But it's just starting to rub me the wrong way. Where it's a shame because I enjoyed a lot of what he did, and now it just has this black cloud that follows it. I can't appreciate it the same way anymore. It sucks. It sucks. But Joel Embiid.
Oh, God.
What? Stop.
What?
Stop.
What?
Not even in the same conversation.
All right, I figured I'd try.
You want to talk about feeling old, by the way. LeBron has been in the NBA for longer than some people who have worked here. Vonnie, who just got hired, was born in 2004. LeBron got drafted in 2003.
Wow.
2004.
We have employees who have been born like shorter periods of time than LeBron's NBA
That could have
career.
been a winning answer if someone had said it. Dan Wilson. Yeah, that makes me feel old. Makes me feel real old. That's great.
What do we do now? What do you guys want to do? Break or?
Yeah, I don't know. I think can we just like play some sort of audio for the rest of the show? I think we got to go home.
Yeah.
I don't.
The best stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to. That's certainly not the best of. That's for sure. You're listening to 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting from the Tasty Cake Studios as we all lament how old we feel. Thanks a lot, Dan Wilson. Let's talk to Ed in Phoenixville. What up, Eddie?
Good morning, guys. I know I don't want to horn in on the life advice for the
Was that a
hammer
horny
thing.
hammer reference or no?
Horn in.
No. I know what you were doing there. You were referencing the horny hammer.
Mind out of the gutter. All right.
But that's the horny hammers thing. That's why he's the horny hammer, because the mind is always in the gutter. But go ahead.
So I need some advice from Seltzer, and my answer actually ties to my daughter Vivian from Phoenixville. Took her to the Cubs game, and she really got into it. And had the game on last night. She's like, "Oh no, the Cubs, my favorite team. Don't change the channel." And I was like,
"Yeah."
So I'm trying to get her involved in baseball. I may have created a monster. May have been bad parenting on my part, but I think I could still work on her. But do I take the hard line here?
Oh, you have to take. You have to take a hard line. You have to. So you did make a mistake. The first game should have been a Philly game. That's how I got Zoe hooked, taking her to a Phillies game. The Fanatic, though, the Fanatic is your ally.
Yeah.
The Fanatic is your close personal friend in your eyes for this whole thing because he's awesome and kids love him. Like, it's just what it is. Like, he is a real entry tool, is the Fanatic, I would say. You know, he really,
100%.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I think you've got to really like overdo it now with the Phillies thing. Like, you need to create awesome memories related to the Phillies. Go to a game, meet the Fanatic, whatever you need to do, buy her stuff, and maybe subtly find ways to, crap on the Cubs too. I don't know how you do that, but maybe, I don't know, fake a news story about how the Cubs yelled at Elmo, or I don't know what the angle is. The Cubs wouldn't let Elmo in the building, or I don't know what the angle is.
Ed's going to take her to the next Phillies game, and they're going to end up having bases loaded, no outs, and score no runs, and
really
everyone's going to boo.
Right.
And then it's
Very
like, well, I had a plan here, and they're all screwing this up for me.
Yeah, so
You should have taken her to yesterday's game.
Yeah, right? That would have been a good one. Yeah, that would have been fun.
My problem is I took her a bunch of
Go
games
back
when
in
she was-
time. Take her to the game yesterday. We got it.
Yeah, I'll put that in my book for next week. So anyway, my answer as it pertains to my daughter is we're down in the basement the other day, and she's like, "What the hell are these?" She didn't say hell. I was like, "What are these, Daddy?" And I was like, "Those are Daddy's books of CDs." I still have my books of CDs.
Wow, like the black case that you unzip and you flip them with the white cases on it. That CD.
$250 a book, baby.
Wow.
Did you bust any of them
front
out?
and back? What are we? Front and back with the everything in pristine condition.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, that's my answer. Have a good day, guys.
All right,
The CD.
Not much Phillies talk from Ed.
No,
there.
but I
was just
used to
checking
have
Phillies
the
talk.
back in my Rhonda the Honda, which was my first vehicle.
Rhonda
yeah,
the
I had Rhonda
Honda.
the Honda, Miley Cyrus. That Chrysler Cirrus was a piece of crap. Oh yeah, we went through the list of cars. That's for sure. Miley Cyrus. That was living for a while. Dude, I used to have like 8 quarts of oil everywhere I went. I'd have to park on the street because the oil. That thing
I had
was.
to do transmission fluid
It
every
was
day.
insane. I used to have.
And the car ran.
Yeah. Oh, this thing. I used to drive up to Vermont with this thing. I was the whole steering wheel was shaking.
No,
I'm
as
like,
long
I'm not
as
going to
there
make
was-
it.
As long as there was transmission fluid, and same thing. So I started putting a pan underneath it. So when I got pulled over by a cop once over in Jersey, and he said you were speeding. I turned the car off. I handed him the key, and I said, if you can get this thing over 55, you can have it.
The glory days. The glory days. I forget where I was going with this story. Oh, the CD stuff.
Yeah.
But in Rhonda the Honda, I had the tape, which would go to my iPod.
Oh, I had that.
I had the tape iPod combo to get my radio going for my iPod.
I'm more, and a great answer with the CDs. I am much more fascinated by the naming every car.
Yeah. At this point, I have a
now.
Chevy Colorado. I tried it, and it didn't. I'm mature now. You know what I'm saying? This was
You're
back when
really
I was.
not,
Yeah,
so you should name it.
I
You're
don't
not
have a
mature at
name,
all.
but it was Rhonda the Honda, the Chrysler Cirrus. I think there was one. Oh, I had a Mazda CX-7. So for a while, that was Devin the CX-7. But after that, I've just developed into a man.
Yeah, I never.
So I got to pick up. What
that's
was
good.
that? That was a very disgusting noise over there. That was a. As if I'm a child.
I think that was the takeaway.
That was a
mean,
huge
you
smack in
said
the face.
I'm a man,
I'm a
and
man.
she made that noise.
Like instantly.
inarguable.
And her face was just like,
Yeah.
like you're a piece of
They
crap
definitely-
over there.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
say
thinking.
that,
No,
but
that's what you said in voice form.
Well, I
but
was
you're
thinking
really
it.
just not mature.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I mean, I was thinking.
I'm two
Piece of crap
children.
thing was what I was thinking. That's what
I have
you know.
two children soon. That's if I
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, you won. You
one in a
Give it to
month,
me.
August 8th. We got the date.
Wow.
Bang.
Do you know if it's going to be a boy or a girl?
It's a girl. We got
Look at
two
you.
daughters rolling around.
Wow.
I told you. It's like the Kardashians, the
Yeah.
Brodies.
The Brodies.
The Brodies.
Bringing it with the
You name them all
Brodies.
with the same. What's your daughter's name?
Brooklyn
Is the
Brody.
next one going to
Oh,
be
wow.
a B?
We tried, but we couldn't find anyone that we liked. We went Mia. So we got Brooklyn
Oh,
Brody.
so you already got the name
and Mia.
set.
Oh,
Look
dude, we've
at
had
you.
the name set since
Wow.
1963. dude.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's hard. Seems hard.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Anyway, what else you guys want to talk about?
That's good. You know, I'm still stuck on the name in the cars. but-
I thought that was a very standard thing. Of course, I guess it's not. No?
No one who's
I've never named a car.
Like, everybody
I-
named the piece of crap car that you had.
So I had a mint green Mercury Cougar as my first car of 1974 Mercury Cougar, but I only named it the Deer Killer because it killed deers.
Well,
That was
then
the
you
only
named it
reason.
one.
Yeah,
And first off, I don't think the
You killed
car
multiple
did that.
deer
I
with
feel
this
that
car?
might be the driver.
Well, the deer would I didn't do anything. I'm just driving, and the deer would hit this car, and this car would just bury these deers. Like this car, it was a huge beast of a car.
All jokes aside, that's probably a good thing for your
Oh,
safety.
it was. Yeah, but you know, out in the
the burbs,
Bucks County area, a lot
deer.
of deer, and I guess I just had really bad luck early on because it was like 3 times in the first 4 months of owning the car. I was like, what is this? What driving is? It was horrible. And then the car broke down after 7 months, and that was it anyway.
So you did name it.
Yeah. Well, but it was more of like in jest. I didn't walk around being like, that's the deer killer over there.
I bet you did. I bet you did. That's probably how you met your wife. That's a good. I got the dear killer at home. What?
You want to get in? Yeah.
I'll show you the deer killer. Hey-o.
215-592-9494 to get in with the deer killer and crew.
Nice self-proclaiming.
Yeah, I like this. I could go as the deer, the man who has never hunted in his life.
Yeah,
the
that's a
deer
lot
killer.
cooler than if I walked around saying I'm Rhonda.
Yeah, it's a little cooler. It's
little
close. All right, get it now. 215-592-9494. Reacting to a 2 of 3 Phillies weekend that ended great with the Wheeler start, but I think a lot of us watching it all weekend, the struggle to score runs, the late runs, they fight, but they are a flawed offensive team. Where you at with this Phillies team? Are you willing to go all in? We're getting to that point. We're 3 weeks away from the trade deadline. I am willing to trade some of these legit prospects to add a real bat to this team, to add a real bullpen piece to this team. Where are you? 215-592-9494. We'll continue to talk about the Phils, your calls, your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets and more. It's the morning show. We'll be right back.
Summer humidity is no joke. So if you've got your AC blasting, fans going, shades drawn, and the heat still feels like it's finding its way in, then it might be time to check on your windows. That's why I am so grateful that I replaced my old drafty windows with Window Nation's energy efficient one years ago. And for everyone else that's feeling that heat seeping in, now is the time. You can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 interest for 5 whole years, no interest until 2030. And Window Nation, they can install your windows in just 1 day, which makes upgrading your home so much easier, even with a busy schedule. Window Nation, 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can feel safe trusting them with your home. I did it with both of mine. It is their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 31st. So don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient replacement windows today.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 9:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 10:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And it's a 2-homer game for Trey Turner.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please. Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I'm Johnny Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's that time for a yearly sports rite of passage. Who's been snubbed for an All-Star appearance? 64 MLB players were named. Who was slighted? The pain, the agony, the injustice, the hyperbole. You think your hometown guy was overlooked? Convince yourself the rest and the downtime will lead to a better second half than his underrated first half. I'm Jody Mack.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Beginning to run out of superlatives for Zack Wheeler. Dominant seems to be the best way to describe the Phillies ace. A nearly perfect game, save for an Austin Hayes homer, as Zack Wheeler led the Phillies past the Reds.
Fly ball, left field. This should do it. Kepler waits. He settles. Makes the catch. A complete game for Zack Wheeler. He faced one over the minimum. The Phillies win it 3-1. His fifth career complete game, and he was incredible this afternoon.
Tom McCarthy with the call on NBC Sports. Philly Wheeler named to the All Star game later in the day, as was Kyle Schwarber, who will not take part in the Home Run Derby. Phils open a series in San Francisco tonight. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Partly cloudy, chance of an afternoon storm, a high of 87. It is currently 80. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio.
A little, Broads and 50 kind of,
Porter
thing.
Martone. I mean, you guys aren't talking about Nesbitt at all
Look at
today.
this. I actually have it on my notes here. You can see Flyers, ass, Broads.
Oh, you did.
I wasn't
That's
lying.
3 words on the sheet.
Yeah,
It said
but
Flyers, ask
it's
Broads.
a reminder for me to ask you about the Flyers. But since you did it yourself, guess what? I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to talk Phillies. How
Okay.
about that? Did you see what you did?
Yeah,
This is your
I
fault.
shot myself in the
we
foot.
could have had a really cool little Flyer segment there.
What do you do? You type your notes out?
Just a little bit.
Rhea, do you
some
type
stuff.
your notes out?
No, it's more of reminders. It's more reminders.
Yeah, when I was, when I would be the main
Oh,
host
you
of the
write 'em by
show.
hand? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying. I feel there's something about being a scholar in this industry.
really?
that
Right
that
now, and I don't mean to give you the finger, but I
Yeah.
can't write anything
Oh,
right now.
here now. So,
Oh, you don't want to give me
that
the
is
finger.
the right air. If hold up for the camera there, that is the right finger.
Yes.
So I had a similar thing. You can't see it too well, but I'll give the finger to the camera too. Zoe painted my nails recently.
Okay.
You could still see this one's pretty red. It's still there. But she made a heart on this one, which was great because I was like, Zoe,
No, that's
you
great. So now you're
telling
giving
her
your
I love
daughter
her,
the
but
finger.
I got to give her
This
the
is great.
finger, so I get to laugh and tell her I
Now
love
listen
her.
to this now.
It's a
That is
beautiful
just
thing.
nonsense.
Beautiful thing.
I
Yeah.
would never give my daughter the finger.
Just wait, buddy. Just wait.
They
Wow.
will
Uh-huh.
kick you off at some point to the point where
man.
you want to.
Oh, buddy, will you ever?
Not
Listen,
me.
the terrible twos are a joke. I never experienced. It was 5.
So for
5 is an evil age.
3. For us, it was 3. We called her.
You have one daughter?
I have one daughter.
One daughter.
She's
Okay.
6.5 now. we called her a three-nager when she was 3. She was such a. There's a word I'm not going to use on the radio. A Richard at the age of 3. She was such a Richard at the age of 3. Like a total Richard. I love
adorable.
her. Total Richard.
2s are adorable.
2 was great. I had no problem with
I'm worried,
2
though,
was
because...
But then 4 was amazing. 4, I'm like, you rock. Look at
no,
this
he
little
went back, but
creature
at
that is
5,
awesome.
at least once a day, he informed us he wanted new parents.
No. Oh yeah, I've been told. Yeah, she has said some things to me that
They're so
if
heartbreaking.
I took them seriously, you guys wouldn't know me anymore because I would have just left to live on an island by myself.
But does
I
it
would
put
have
in
been so
perspective
broken.
on maybe some of the things we said? Because I remember sometimes I was now I'm thinking, whoa.
Yeah.
Get ready for it. Yours is coming.
Yeah. Well, and all jokes aside here, she's 18 months and everyone says she's so perfect. We could sit her down on a chair and she'll stay there and sing and dance all by herself. She won't move. So she's almost too perfect, which means the second
next one,
is
it's gonna be
chaos. And the way my wife thinks this baby has had a 3-month party inside of her. The baby doesn't stop moving. The feet's kicking out nonstop. So we got
in trouble.
We got chaos coming. We got chaos
Well,
coming.
I got chaos. I get it.
I get it.
It's great.
It's all part of it.
It's great.
That's why we do this.
It's the best. It's the best. But they will cut you down.
Oh yeah.
They will cut. They will.
So the Flyers.
Nope.
Okay.
215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to our buddy Nick in Wilmington. What up, Nicky?
What's going on, everyone? Hey, Seltzer, was that metallic mint green paint in your car, or was it just green?
So it was metallic mint green.
Just
Yes.
like in My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
Yes. It was.
Did it?
Yeah. The Buick
Did it have
Skylark.
Pop attraction too, or
Positraction.
Brody has no idea what we're talking about.
No, clearly
Brody,
a movie.
You really don't.
Clearly a movie.
You don't know My Cousin Vinny.
No, I couldn't know.
So Brody,
Yeah.
the fact that you don't know the movie, you're replacing Jody Cameron, but also the fact that you have Joel in your top 4 is a sin against nature.
Well, talent alone.
It is sin.
Talent
That's
alone.
sin. The fact that that's the reason why he should not be on the list, because he's done really nothing. And you
See,
could argue
this is
that-
where we go to the extreme. Now he's
this is
nothing.
why-
Now he's nothing.
No, I didn't say he's nothing. He's still good, but you could even argue that Jokic should have won the MVP that year anyway. So the fact that to have him in your top 11 is terrible. But you're filling Joe's shoes really well right now, which is great.
Well, thank you very much.
But I have a quick Phillies point. So when you have pitchers like ours, they are getting you wins. They're putting the wins on our record, because if we didn't have them, we would be a mediocre team.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Average team at best. So when it comes to trades, I'm giving 2 things, because I've called before and talked to Rhea about this, that I blame Dave Dombrowski so much for not doing anything. You have one more chance to do something and trade people. And I don't look at the pitchers of the trade. I look at other components that are good, but not that good. But they have kind of like some value. Maybe like look at a Castellanos or something like that.
I
And
just
wish
don't know if he has value to the rest
yeah,
of
and
the
that's
league.
part
Yeah.
of like you need something, but not something that's going to take wins off the board. So if you get rid of a Suarez or someone like that, you're taking wins off the scoreboard.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
agree with that. I agree with that.
That's kind of like I'm very iffy on it, because like that's the thing. It's kind of like I felt like in truth this team is kind of like the team when we had like Cliff Lee and all that, where we win games 2-1, 3-1, 1-0, or lose games 2-1, like 3-1 and 1-0, because we had that pitching and we ended up doing something well. But we need to do something, or like trade somebody or do something, because if we don't, this is just going to be the same old thing over and over again, where we're going to be in a high leverage spot. We're going to actually play against talent, and we can't get the bat on the ball, and it's going to drive everybody nuts again. So that's kind of like where I'm at with the team. I do think they can do something, but I'm like, I feel like this year I'm trying to stay even keel more than any other year, because I just can't do it to myself anymore.
Yeah.
Got to protect the sanity. Protect the
it.
sanity.
I get it. Look, I will say, Nick, and and Joe makes this point a fair amount, that the Dodgers were in the playoffs. It's like 12 years in a row or whatever it is. And the only World Series they had won prior to last year was the 2021, which is, the Mickey Mouse, pandemic World Series. Like, baseball, I'm with you in that because we've seen these guys fail in these moments and struggle in these spots and have the wrong approaches. I instinctually feel like that is inevitable in one of these series at one of these times. But, let's not forget 2022, which is, I know Hoskins was here, but is more or less the same group of guys. And, they did hit until Game 4 of the World Series, and then it all fell apart. But, I do think this group could hit in the playoffs. I do think the pitching is good enough that it could carry them with some timely hitting. All you really need is a couple guys to be hot, and you get some timely hits, and you can make it work. But I can't say, like, I'm with you in that my gut instinct is expecting them to swing at pitches out of the zone not come through. So I don't think it's an inevitability the way you put it, but I do think that it's a fair concern. Nick, you got an answer for us for what makes you feel old?
I do. And just a quick point to it's not that you fail. It's how you do it the same way every single time.
I agree, but look, every single time is twice. I feel you, but it's two playoffs. It was 2024 and 2023, and 2024 was 4 games. And I'm with you in theory. But again, in 2022, they didn't fail that way. It's been 2 playoffs. Like, I don't think that means that every playoffs they're going to fail that way.
No.
But it's possible, All right, what do you got for what makes you feel old, Nick?
All right, this makes me feel really old. So when your birthday begins with 2000-something, I'm like, you're like an alien from another planet.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Nick,
I agree. And I was born in 95, but even hearing a 2000 freaks me out. And I'm not that far, but it does freak me out. I got a couple of things on what he said.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
you
the
take
Nick
notes
trade.
on it?
Well, yeah, I did.
like that.
There's 3 bullet points that there's a lot there. There's a lot.
Let's go.
I told you, I don't print my stuff out. It's always on the move. Always on the move.
My pen is more of a prop that I just kind of hold and play with. But yeah, go ahead.
I do that too. So the first thing you mentioned was almost the same team except for the Reese thing. But then I come back to, the one thing we're missing is the right-handed power bat.
Reese matters. I wasn't saying it in like
I know.
Yeah, but the point being that we've seen Harper hit throughout an entire playoffs almost, Schwarber, so on and so forth.
Okay, the Nick trade. I think that's probably something in the offseason with 1 year left on the deal. I do think it's movable then
when
more.
He's an expiring contract.
You can't do it now because you already have tons of
holes. There's a 0% chance things get
Agreed. Jim Bowden is out there saying on all these different things.
Jim Bowden was so wrong last year. Can we take ourselves back to
Bowden? They're
all
the same.
I know Rhea because I know we did the whole Bowden thing on the show. And we talked about it. like he was sitting there. He's like, Dave Dombrowski's going to go out and make the biggest moves you've ever seen. He's going to get Crochet. He's going to do this. Like, I stake my reputation on the fact that
like every
right.
Update.
He was like Jim Bowden basically said, I stake my reputation on the fact that Dave Dombrowski's going to make a big splash. He didn't. So all I'll say is I am not overreacting or anything to any of the Buster Olney, Bob Nightingale, Jim Bowden especially
Jeff
reports
Passan
that we get.
Is the one that
Passan's my
mostly
goat.
gets
yeah.
it. Mostly gets
either
it.
way, look, all the rumors and stuff are coming from these teams and these agents and all these things putting stuff out there. We're at the point with Dombrowski where I think Dave Dombrowski absolutely has to show us. He has to prove to us that he's going to make one of these big moves and not nibble around the edges before I'm going to believe he's going to do it.
That was my question I was going to ask you is if you had to be honest and open to the people, do you feel we are getting an Estevez, Austin Hayes type trade deadline, or are we going to get a Mason Miller, Brent Rooker, more of a needle-moving type of trade deadline from Dave? If you had to choose where you think this is headed with a lot of the expiring contracts and JT and Kyle and Ranger, it seems like this is maybe the last go with this current form. What do you think we're going to get?
If I had to bet, I would bet on the Estevez-Hayes angle. I think it's certainly possible. I think Dave is going in open-minded, and I think he will, if there's a big trade to make it. I think part of it is going to be the market itself. I just don't see a ton of huge names that are likely to be available with what teams are still competing, with how many teams still compete with the wild card and all that type of stuff. I don't think that huge trade is going to be there. But I also think that, you look at the last World Series that Dave Dombrowski won in 2018 in Boston. His trade deadline, he went out and got Steve Pearce
And
and
he
Nady
was-
Eovaldi.
and-
Steve Pearce was the
yeah,
World Series
he
MVP,
was.
and he was
Yes,
like
he
an
was.
Austin Hayes type addition. Nady Eovaldi was like, not a huge addition. He was a stud for them in the playoffs and in the World Series. So, like, I do think that you can make these. I mean, look at the Dodgers last year. I mean, Tommy Edman was the NLCS MVP, was it?
Well,
right?
he played what position?
But the point being
Well,
that
no,
Tommy
I'm just-
Edman was one of the lower tier trade deadline moves. It was
Well,
like
who was formerly there playing shortstop.
Was
it Trey,
in LA?
Was it Trey Turner? That's crazy.
Yeah, well,
that's wild. I can't believe how that just aligned.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
again, like the point being that you don't have to make the biggest of moves for them to be the right moves for those moves to work out.
Like all the rumors about Aroldis Chapman.
Sure,
I think he scares me because he's getting up there in age, but he is actually
He's
having
been
a
unbelievable
really
this
good
year, and he's still pumping it in at like 103 or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd be fine with Chapman. I don't love it, but if it's not too expensive, I would be fine with Chapman. I think you could put him in at the ninth inning of a game and feel decent about it.
Yeah, here's my issue is I think right now when it comes to confidence, I only feel good about Kirkering. I really don't feel good about
and no one else. Zero players in
and
the
I
pen.
thought we could internally find bullpen help by it being Luzardo pitching well and going to the pen, or Painter going to the pen. I don't know what Painter we're getting, or McAble going to the pen. I don't think McAble's an option now. So I needed to find 3 or 4 new arms, so it could be Chapman, Kirkering, Painter, Luzardo. But as I talk through this, I don't think we're going to get what I need out of that. So now I'm even more concerned about the pen than I was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, look, the pen is absolutely concerning. I do think there are, to your point, there are internal, at least, potential solutions, whether it is Abel, whether it is Painter, whether it is Luzardo does make a lot of sense, too, especially with the innings, with the stuff that he has, the high-end velocity. Like, that's an interesting direction for this to possibly
go. Out of the stretch, though?
Yeah, well, that's the question, yeah. And look, the day game, night game numbers are weird. Luzardo. Look, the Luzardo thing, that's, I wonder whether it's an innings thing, whether it's, he did seem to maybe be a little juiced up for the game. I'm not sure what the Luzardo answer is, but he does make a lot of sense in the pen. And I do think it's an interesting scenario that they're in, because I do think there are more internal options for the bullpen. But again, to your point, like Kirkering right now, the only guy that you feel any sort of confidence in. I mean, think about it in a playoff game. We're talking about regular season games.
With all due respect, if you're talking about Orion Kirkering being the most favorable guy for you, that's a problem. That's not winning a World Series.
It's a problem.
It's just not.
They need to make moves. Twitter poll question today, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Who is the best Phillies pitcher this century? 4 options for you: Cole Hamels, Cliff Lee, Roy Halladay, and Zack Wheeler. We'll check the results coming up later this hour. Let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to our pal Rick and Easton. What up, Rick?
Hey, you love the energy, guys.
That's what we bring. It's just energy. I don't know if there's anything else happening on this show today, but energy is there.
Hey, listen, when you have Brody caffeine on, here's a joke. What makes me feel older is after I hear Brody for 4 hours. He knows I love him.
There you go.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding now.
I know.
So real quick, you just stole my thunder. Yes, number one, Celts, you can't trade Ranger, especially you guys just touched on it. It's almost like you're reading my notes in my head, especially when you don't know what you had with Nola, with Painter. The Abel ship has sailed. I get it. I know this is not going to be popular. I said it for 2 years now, and I know they're not going to do it. And you just said it a second ago, unless you're willing to get, and I don't even know if the A's would do it now, unless you're going to get Rooker and Miller for Painter, Crawford, and Miller, then you just go into this postseason.
That's a haul.
Wow.
Go into the season. Well, I said it last year because you're looking at a possible Turner, Harper, Rooker, Schwarber. You put Schwarber in left field. I know that Rooker can't play the outfield. Castellanos, Bohm, Kepler, Stott, and Muto. You take your chances. I don't know how I look at Wheeler coming into the dugout after throwing a 99-mile-an-hour seed in the 8th inning and goes 107 pitches. I don't know how they look at him when he goes into the dugout and gets him 1 run or no runs. But it is what it is, or you just stay pat. I don't think there's a lot that you're going to be able to do. It's funny. I actually watched the Sixers-Utah Summer League game. I never did before. That's how desperate we are to see if this kid makes it, these two picks make it. After I watched the Savannah Bananas, which is becoming the WWE of baseball. Don't you kid yourself. That's entertainment. And then I have an Eagles point, and I'll give you my answer.
All right.
You know, I listen. We re-signed the Killer Bees, Baum and Barkley. We got them, and that's when free agency worked for us. But when you return 82% of this roster that you know you're going to have to sign 2, 3, 4, and 5 years from now, you got to think like a businessman. This Eagles team franchise before Howie never could build through the draft like the Steelers, like the Red Wings, like the Celtics did, and the St. Louis Cardinals did. We finally have a franchise that can build through the draft. You got to be careful when you talk about getting an A.J. Watt or getting, the kid from the Browns. You got to be careful because you got to think like a businessman, and you're going to have to sign these kids that you have.
Oh, yeah.
You just can't get a blockbuster free agent with this team right now. They got a great roster. Let's go with it.
Yeah, I think Howie has shown that he is very rarely the one making those huge trades and giving up multiple firsts for, a big name, older guy. That's just not what Howie does.
Did you see the comments made by Bryce Huff over the weekend?
Oh, did I?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this guy. We'll get to that in a sec. Rick, you got an answer for us for what makes you feel old?
After I do this, I'm fine for the day, but getting out of bed.
Yeah, you're right, man. Rick, good call. It's true. Like, obviously, now, when you wake up at 3 a.m, it's like that much harder to get out of bed. But just physically, like after naps, especially I feel like my body hurts after every nap I take.
It's not long enough.
No, yeah, I guess that's it. I'm just like, it's like pain.
Well, I was going to ask you, since this is just a one-day thing for me, do I expect the 1 o'clock nap?
Yes.
The 1 o'clock
What
nap.
time does your daughter nap?
She naps 1 to 4.
It's a beautiful thing.
That's a good window, huh?
Wow, 9 to 4. Wow.
1 to 4. 9 to 4.
That's what I meant.
9 to 4 would be all day.
My daughter doesn't nap. My daughter always said, "I'm a player, not a napper."
Oh,
that was
gosh. All right.
her line to us. Yes. So
that's a perfect time, but not too long though. Like an hour.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna take a big nap today. I'm tired. I don't care. I'm taking a big nap today. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to the phones in a sec, but Rhea just brought up the Bryce Huff thing in case those who missed it. Bryce Huff said this weekend, talking about being out of Philly, quote unquote, if I'm being 100% honest with you, I wanted to trade fairly early on. And just because of how things went in Philly, I knew pretty early on it wasn't a fit. He said, I talked to my agent about it, and I was like, when it's all said and done, I might need to step to put myself in the best position to ball out and have a fruitful career. He said, there, quote unquote, there's a plethora of things that went down. I don't want to get into specifics. Being in the league for 5 years, I kind of knew what it felt like to be in a good situation. I kind of knew where it was headed fairly early on in the season. Probably even training camp, if I'm being honest. I mean,
what a clown!
What a clown!
Yeah.
I mean,
complete clown.
I mean, a good situation. You were on the best team of the last 30
Jalen
years,
Carter?
but no big deal.
Yeah, play next to Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Well, his whole thing is it's clear to me he butted heads with Vic Fangio.
Clearly,
I mean, there's no question about it. But yeah, I mean, you just want to go back and play for a guy you're comfortable with.
Yeah,
that's all. You don't care about winning.
This is an all-time loser quote.
Yeah, this is like he should be in Miami with all those other frauds that had Vic Fangio that couldn't deal with the actual intensity of what it takes to win. I did not have him on my top 11.
But shocked.
I'm just making sure that's known.
It was Embiid 1, Bryce Huff 2.
Yes, 2. Yes.
I mean, just the I can't get over how it should just every word of the quote should just be loser. This is the biggest loser energy quote I've ever heard. You were on the greatest defense of the last whatever year, one of the great defenses of the salary cap era, maybe of all time. What a loser.
Something had to happen. He was a healthy scratch in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So clearly this was more than just we don't think he can play. He wasn't. He was the biggest free agent how he signed last year.
So
he
wild.
Probably decided early on, while the team was still kind of teeter, that he wasn't.
He wasn't in. Yeah.
He wasn't going to take anything from fans. This is just my guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then he starts to watch the team go on a 10-game win streak. What a dope.
Yeah. Look in the mirror, big dog.
Yeah.
I mean, just All right. Here we go. So I'm going to take a call now.
Okay.
But if he behaves himself, maybe a little Flyers talk after the call.
What?
We'll see how this goes. First, let's talk to Chuck in Cherry Hill. What up, Chuck?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope you all had a great
up,
What's up, Chuck?
How you doing? Yeah, about the weather. Can't complain about the last 3 days. Wow.
Yeah, it was a
Good
beautiful weekend for July
Man,
4th. It really was. It was
absolutely.
nice. It's supposed to rain this week a fair amount, though, I believe.
That's all right. They left us alone for the holiday.
That's true. Now, the question is noon. All we need is noon on Wednesday. Don't mess with this Joe versus Jack thing, okay? No rain. What happens if it's like a drip? Did they talk about that when Joe was on with the afternoon show? I know there was a big debate about rules and.
Oh, I don't know.
Rain did not come up.
Uh-oh. See, everyone thinks they think of all eventualities, but they don't.
Once it begins, it's in the hands of the umpiring crew, whether they wave it off or they bring the tarp on the field or not.
That's a good point. Yeah, we'll get Dan Wilson's thoughts on the event, as Dan Wilson will be the sideline reporter. Wanted to be the umpire, got shot down on that. Dan put himself out there, said, I will umpire. We'll get to that in a second, too. Chuck, what's on your mind, buddy?
Is that Fritz throwing? Did I hear it right that it's 10 at bats?
10 at bats.
Man, because he hurt his arm.
Well, after he goes
Toledo.
1, 2, 3, then he is allowed a timeout.
Yeah.
So he'll be rested. He'll be rested and good.
Look at you.
50, 60 consecutive.
Yeah, you don't know if that's Wheeler or Jack Fritz.
That's not good. That's not good. Anyway, the guy from West Effort, with the once a year calls the bash Harper, it's just absolutely silly. I mean, when you look at this guy, what he's done for us in the postseason, he's 325. I think somebody said it. 444 on base. How about the slug? 709. That's like slow pitch softball. And 1153 is a Philly. So that's his body of work postseason. Okay, last year 333, 1279. Ridiculous. That puts him right now in the top 5 all time with names like Gehrig and Ruth. That's where he is right now if you look up top 5 all time postseason. So now we have a concern about right now his wrist. That's probably very valid right now. There's definitely a concern with Harper. But let's give the guy benefit of the doubt based on his performance so far. Last year, a down year, they say, he had 72 extra base hits. I don't have a problem at all with Harper last year. So we're kind of in the now moment with Harper, right? Everything else has been at $27 million a year. He's a bargain. So I just don't understand.
Well, and I agree with you. He is. I do think, Chuck, it is fair to look at him now, worry about the wrist, and say we have absolutely seen the best of Bryce Harper, and that there could be a somewhat precipitous decline to the time. I think that's a fair thing to talk about. I think it is unfair to criticize him for what he's already done here and to say he hasn't done enough or he hasn't contributed to winning enough or whatever. I think that is absolutely unfair.
Very, very well stated. Check that box. Very succinct. Great point. I would, because of that, if I was the GM. Well, it's a bunch of people making the decision, of course, not one. But I would look at something drastic versus subtle. I don't think a left fielder hitting 230 with a little bit of power and OPS is the answer. I would look at that big 3 pitching. And as difficult as it is, I would actually add one of them and Painter to make a major move.
I'm worried about Painter.
Harper you're right. There is a significant concern that he is aging out. So the window is probably now.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? The Dodgers are walking back to you. When you look, one of the concerns I've always had is expansion during the season. Are teams getting much better that we have to chase? Well, right now, the Dodgers are walking back to the pack.
Mm-hmm.
The Braves are done. I don't think anybody fears.
No,
the
there's
Mets,
an opportunity in front of them. The Mets seem like they're certainly not a lock of a contending type team and all that. Chuck, this is interesting. Chuck, you got an answer for us?
Yeah, well, it's funny. The last caller saying get out of bed at 72. That's it. But I'll shift gears. Kids are now running the day-to-day operations of the company. When they have a shining moment like you had 40 years ago, you're like, wow, that happened way back then.
Wow, that's a good one, Chuck.
That's a reflection point. You guys have a great day.
You too. Yeah, when your kids are running your company, that's got to be a real, wow, I'm old.
No doubt.
I feel it moment.
Got a question for you.
Please.
He brought up Max Kepler.
Yes.
We all agree, not what you want.
Not great.
Does he have a point, though? When Max Kepler said he wanted to play more and blah, 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 listen, I think, what are you talking about, dude? You're a stiff. But he hits a home run against the Padres. So he does what he's asked to do, which is show off some power, help contribute. You win the game 5-1. You win the series. You have an off day Thursday. So he plays Wednesday, off day Thursday, doesn't play Friday, doesn't play Saturday, and then you saw him again yesterday. Mm-hmm. Does he have a point of like, what do you guys want me to do here? I hit a homer. I'm doing what I'm here to do, and then I'm off because of an off day, and then I don't play 2 days after that. And now I'm playing on Sunday, and it's difficult. Does he have a point?
So a little bit. I like just in a vacuum, yes, a little bit. I understand that it can be harder to not play every day if you think you're an everyday player and all that and whatever. The issue is like you can't say it publicly. You can't be like, they promised me anything when you're not playing well. Like at the end of the day, it isn't always, but it should be a meritocracy. It should be a best player plays. If you're playing good, guess what? You get to play. Like that should be the beginning end of all of it. And it isn't always. We know that the Bryce Huff thing was fascinating because it was the biggest contract and they didn't play him. And we all expected him to play more. And we've seen that in the past where guys keep getting rolled out there even if they're not the best option because they make a lot of money or whatever. So it isn't always that way, but you hope it is meritocracy. So, when you're struggling the way Kepler has, I just think it was silly of him to come out publicly and say, I was promised this, I was promised that. Like, I think it was the wrong tact to take. But is there any legitimacy to could he be better if he played every day? Maybe. I think it's possible, but
yeah, I don't think he's that great. But yeah. I agree that the way he went about it, because was it Jason Stark's piece that he said it in?
Gelb.
Gelb. Okay,
Matt Gelb. Yeah.
Matt Gelb. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, that's really what you're doing? Is you're going to sit in front of Matt Gelb and say, I'm frustrated with how this is going compared to the alternative, which is maybe sit down with Topper and talk about. No, he probably did do that first, realize he wasn't getting the results that he wanted. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think he's good enough to be a great left fielder anyway. But I do find it probably annoying if I'm in his shoes where I'm showing my power and then my reward is here's 3 days of not playing at all. And then you get thrown in again on a Sunday. I got to imagine after getting paid $10 million or whatever that's annoying to deal with.
Well, what it really is like he's just sitting versus lefties, which Thompson does the same thing with Stott. And I don't know how he could think, just based upon how he plays against left-handed pitching, that the meritocracy that he deserves to be hitting against left-handed pitching. I understand the fact of he hit the home run, now he's sitting for 2 days. That's just how the Reds' rotation panned out.
Yeah. No, it's fair. I'm just asking the question. That's all.
And Abbott, like in particular, is a tough lefty on lefties. Like he's
Which
tough. And Lodolo too. Lodolo is tough on lefties. So I do think that it makes sense that against those.
He's not the only guy getting platoon.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
All right, back to the phones in a minute. Dan Wilson, sir.
Yes.
Before we get to your preview of you on the sidelines for this Joe Jack thing, what did it hurt to not get the umpiring gig? Because for those who Dan Wilson, it came up. We need an umpire. Dan Wilson's like, I'm here, guys. I do this. I umpire. I am an umpire. So your credentials, you ump all the time, right? All kinds.
I mean,
of
not anymore, but I used to umpire Little League, travel, baseball, district playoff games, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Still have the gear. Was happy to get behind the plate. At one point, it looked like I was going to be the first base umpire. Plymouth Whitemarsh, they're providing 2 PIAA umpires.
Real deal umpires.
From what I understand. Yeah. So listen. That's fine.
You're okay with it. You're not too hurt by
that.
No,
I'm not.
Because I was hurt for you.
I know you were. But I get to work the sidelines, which is pretty cool.
Okay.
The difference between this event and the golf event is we will have live updates
You're
on
damn
WIP.
Right we will.
It won't be a video the next day. So I'm very excited for that aspect of it. And we also, when Joe was on the afternoon show on Friday, what came up is they do need a scorekeeper to decide what's an error and what's not. So I've thrown my name in the ring for that. Still to be determined.
Do you think you'll get
there.
shot down for that too, or you think you'll get
they need someone else to be the scorekeeper. So I don't know. I volunteered should my services be needed. But either way, happy to be on the sidelines providing updates.
Okay, and now you, as I would say, I mean, I think that we've got biases on all sides. Now I know you do produce for afternoons, probably a little more than you have for us or whatever. But I would say, I think you're a pretty down.
I was to say, if I'm being the scorer, I can't really take a side. I got to be neutral.
You got to be pretty neutral. what is your take on the actual competition heading in? Where's your mind at when it comes to the Jack versus Joe?
Yeah, I know a lot of people have said it, but I think you will learn a lot about the psyche of both of these guys in the first couple of at-bats. I do expect a camera to take early and often. Like you said, just have the Velcro bat. I think it's a good idea if you're coaching Joe.
I felt good about that.
From Jack's perspective, just going to be a lot of get-me-over pitches early. So maybe Joe...
Opportunity for Joe to take a little advantage early.
Maybe he tries to swing.
Castellanos approach.
Exactly, swing in first pitch.
Like I will say, it would be very Joe to do this whole I ain't swinging, and then rope-a-dope him a little bit and go up and have spent the last 2 weeks going to batting cages, hitting 80-mile-an-hour pitches and being like, okay, I got this. That would be a very DeCamera move.
Also, I feel like I've thought of everything. Something that was not discussed in the rules the other day. Is DeCamera allowed to square up a bunt at some point if he wants? If he can't catch up?
No, it's very similar to breaking up the no-hitter. That's a no-no.
Of course he can bunt, though. Of course he can.
But if he can't catch up to it, and that's his only option.
Why not?
You think he's not going to...
Johan Rojas. He stinks.
Bro,
do you think Joe's above anything to try and get the win here?
Oh my God. I think he might throw his body in front of him. That's going to be the umpire's toughest job is did he lean in too much?
So I did notice in the rules that was not addressed. So as far as I'm concerned, squaring up the bunt is allowed.
I think he has to be allowed to bunt.
Well, Jack could field his position like Granger.
Okay.
I'm just saying, he can get off the...
I'm thinking that's a no.
He lost 20 pounds. I don't know if you guys heard.
Yeah.
He tells anyone who will listen. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Jack, as a pitcher, here's my guess on the type of way he goes about it. Jack is definitely finishing his pitches far more than getting ready to field, if you know what I'm saying. Jack's watching.
He's not in a ready position.
Yeah, exactly. Jack's not Ranger. Jack's not cat-like. I think bunting is actually a interesting potential angle for the hammer.
Also, if Jack makes the error.
Now, the only reason it isn't brilliant, Rhea, is the whole Joe running part of it, which again could be a real detriment to his game here. But
James, part of the rules were if one of the players in the field makes an error, that's a do-over. If Jack himself makes the error, that's on him.
Which it should be. I agree with
that. So if he's got the yips like he had in golf and he throws one away, that could be point and hammer.
So what if the first baseman needs to be better at scooping the ball?
But
that's where the scorer comes in. Who's the error on?
Then it's Dan Wilson.
I think I should be the scorer.
All of a sudden, Dan Wilson.
Mr. Bias Team Fritz is going to be the scorer.
I think I should be the scorer.
Yeah, they're not playing with hockey sticks out there, all right, Broads? All right? Stick to your lane, okay?
Flyers just made a huge move.
We're going to, right now?
Right now.
No way,
I swear they really did.
Is it
I
really
swear to God,
good?
they signed Cam York to a 5-year extension for $5.15 million AAV. There were rumors that he was going to get shopped and traded.
All right, we're going to get...
This is the news.
There we go. We're going to get Broads' thoughts on that in 1 second. So to close the loop here, Dan, you'll be out there on Wednesday. You'll be scorekeeping and
definitely on the
updates.
sideline, scorekeeping. Who the scorekeeper is to be determined.
Yes.
But yeah, looking forward to my involvement in this event. And I think it's fair to say this feels like the most anticipated of the 5 events.
Oh, I agree.
So this feels like the Super Bowl of everything.
I think there's a chance that if it's 2-2 for basketball, that could be the most anticipated.
But going into it, this feels like the one everyone was excited for.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're going to see if Jack can throw strikes. That's really what it comes down to. And my prediction is that I really do think Joe can win the event without getting a hit.
Disgusting.
Without getting
That's
a hit.
just disgusting.
The grossest
if there's a hit by
way
pitch, I mean that's
the grossest way for it all to play out. I think is the Occam's razor likeliest thing that's going to happen.
That would be
Joe
so
gets on base 4 times.
Not my guy for a
two hit by pitches and 2 walks. That's my prediction. How great would that be?
2 hit by pitches?
2. I think he's going to get on base twice with hit by pitches and twice with walks.
By the way, also put in the rules the other day, Spike very adamant that even if he draws a walk, he has to run down to first base and actually touch the base.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Shout out
very
Spike
official, yeah.
Shout out to Spike for that one. I don't disagree with that one. It will be funny for everyone there watching, though, with just we're all just there hanging out, waiting for the next pitch. It's like, all right, well, Joe's got to mosey on to first. Now, come on back, pal.
We talk about this, and it's just a horrible display of athletics.
Oh, my God. This whole thing's going to be a disaster.
Who came up
honestly,
with this?
It is worth coming to watch it just to watch these 2 people attempt to do these athletic things. It's going to be worth your time, I promise. All right, 215-592-9494. Cam York coming up next. We're going to get Broad's thoughts on Cam York. Maybe we'll give a little Flyers in 50, 60, maybe more. Who knows? Some Flyers talk coming up, plus your calls on the Phillies, 215-592-9494. And remember, your chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. Just give us what makes you feel old like I do. working with a 30-year-old Broads and a 27-year-old Dan Wilson. You know what I'm saying, Maria?
He doesn't feel old working with me.
No, we're the older ones. All right, 211.
Mom and Dad.
That's right. 94. Get in with Mom and Dad and the kids on the morning show on WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, you are always giving 100% of your focus to your pet, which is never enough for my Cheney. Listen, in today's world, complicated world, we need all the help we can get, and you can get that at Dogs and Cats Rule. The lead dog, George Parante, says it's not only a place to just get all the help you need, but many solutions for your pet needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. You can get natural flea and tick prevention. One thing I want to mention, because a lot of us, are down the shore, we're out by water when the weather's out nice. Get your dog a life jacket. They're really important. If your dog's not one of those dogs, I had a dog before, natural swimmer. Every dog I've had since then, they do not know how to swim. Cheney doesn't know how to swim, so he's got a life jacket when he's out by the water. And you can get them at Dogs and Cats Rule. And when it comes to food, the selection at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores is second to none. They've got a large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They got 7 convenient neighborhood locations. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is Sean Levine with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With the NFL season right around the corner, if these teams were stocks, I'd want my money invested in them. The Denver Broncos, Seattle Seahawks, New York Jets. But then there are a few teams heading into this season that I would invest your money in. The Vikings, the Colts, and the Miami Dolphins are going to be terrible. I'm the sports machine, Sean Levine.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies open a series in San Francisco, 9:45 this evening, and live here on 94 WIP. They are coming off, taking 2 or 3 from the Reds, off a nearly perfect game by Zack Wheeler. Complete game, 1-hitter, 12 strikeouts, 108 pitches as the Phillies beat the Reds 3-1. And he capped his day off by being named to the All Star game, as was Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber very much enjoyed Wheeler's outing and the fans chanting his name.
Just felt like he was in complete control of the game, and when he goes out there for the 9th inning, crowd gets up, starts chanting his name. You get goosebumps, and I felt like he felt that, and that's really pushed him to the finish line. And
Schwarber will not take part in the Home Run Derby at the All-Star Game. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly cloudy, chance of an afternoon storm, a high of 87. It is currently 82. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
There we go. A little Stevie in the morning. Dan Wilson cooking back there. It's the morning show.
Doing well.
Yeah. It's good. I thought for a while when Dan would fill in, he would just, it's a little inside baseball here, and it's the morning show. Hunter Bernie, James Seltzer, Virginia Camber, John Ritchie, Rhea Hughes hanging out, and Dan Wilson, obviously. I feel like when Dan first started producing, he would just, inside baseball, there are music like stagers already in there. You could just play the generic stuff that plays over it. Like if you listen on the weekend, sometimes some producers will just play what's in there, and so you'll hear like, oh, the same song, like every show, the same songs. So I feel like Dan used to just let that play, and then Dan has been cooking lately, and I appreciate it. I didn't know Dan had it in his bag.
He's feeling himself.
I once played like some rap song coming back from break, and DeCamera didn't like it.
Oh,
So now I
You
can
just
coach.
don't even try. Yeah, you just.
I
shut it
don't
down
even
with
try,
the
and I
camera.
just
I
play
get
the
it.
hits. Yeah.
I get it with the camera. That's
Play the hits.
Play the hits for Joey D.
Hold on a second. Did he stop the show and go, "What the hell is this"?
I mean, he has, yeah, like multiple times.
Okay, so I didn't know.
Like if he doesn't know a
post-show.
song I'm coming back with, he'll be like, "Wait, what is this?" And I have to
which is
I have to explain the music choice.
ridiculous considering Mr. The amount of stuff he doesn't know. I mean, geez Louise. Like there's not some music aficionado over here normally.
No, he thinks Prince sucks.
Yeah, exactly. It's
That's
like,
a
that's all I
strange
need to
take.
know. That's all I need to know.
Strange. Now, I don't personally go to Prince, but I can respect the greatness of Prince.
That's
There's
right,
a big difference.
yes.
I don't put it on in the car per se. I am a hip hopsman, but
Well, I'm a hip hopsman too,
Yeah,
but I'm
I'm a
also a Princeman.
Hip hopsman.
you're not a hip hop swimsman.
I do know. I have plenty on my phone.
Okay.
And now having a teenager, I've been introduced to
with
all
the new wave.
the new
Kendrick Lamar is
Well,
the
the
world.
first time he played Kendrick Lamar for me, it was the explicit version. Yeah, let's try.
Little
not
much.
to-
Well,
little much.
my mother bought me a Nas CD when I was younger. Heard me listening to it, and I only got through 3 songs.
Oh yeah.
Never got that CD back.
Took the Nas CD right back. Yeah.
Never got it back.
Really?
Oh yeah. Sure,
was
true story.
Illmatic,
Oh yeah, it was
or-
Illmatic.
there
It
you
was
go.
Illmatic.
All right.
I'll never forget it. Oh yeah, I was so pumped.
My parents
so
were
pumped.
pretty liberal with that kind of stuff. Like
To be fair, at
as
8,
I've talked
maybe I
about-
shouldn't be listening to
I
Illmatic.
my
to
dad
be fair.
let me watch Basic Instinct when I was 9, so my dad's kind of always had a pretty loose.
I saw The Shining when I was 9.
Yeah, very loose level of like, they'll figure it out.
No, not The Shining at 9. That's
Psychopath.
crazy stuff.
You
The
don't
Shining?
even know what The Shining
The
is.
Shining at 9?
Remember, we mentioned
Well,
Shelley
it's funny.
Duvall.
I was thinking that,
Yeah.
So Shelley Duvall came up this morning in our morning meeting, and Rhodes was like, "Who's that?"
Yeah. Talking to a wall.
Yeah.
Shelley who? Shavine? Duvall.
Star of The Shining.
Sure.
I would tread very carefully
Yeah.
if you want to do your Broads in 50.
Oh, yeah. We're
that's
doing
a
that?
good point. Well, we were.
No.
We'll see where this goes. Yeah.
Lucia Divine?
I mean, it would be a good Wikipedia holder. The Shelley Duvall, The Shining thing, there's a lot there. I don't know if it's not a fun read per se.
I'm sure.
There's a lot there, basically, Kubrick breaking her down, losing her
Seemed
mind.
like a
making
real
movie.
fun guy.
Oh, yeah. And it's a fascinating movie to
You
read
guys
about.
talking about a movie or real life? I have no idea.
For real though, real quick, all jokes aside, have you never heard of The Shining?
Of course I've heard of it.
Okay.
Would I sit down
Sure.
and watch it? Absolutely not.
Well, you're missing out. The
Well, how
Shining's
long is it?
awesome. It's like
I want the
2
real
hours, maybe.
Oh, 2 hours. I mean,
Maybe a
that's
little less.
an hour and 19. That's a quick hit. Oh
It's
no,
not
that's
an hour
no,
and
no, no.
19.
That's the
There's no
Shining
way.
Hour. Why did that pop up? The Shining Hour. What are we doing here?
That's like
$3.79 on Amazon Prime. 2 hours and 23.
It's a little longer than I
please.
thought, yeah.
I got things to do.
What do you have to
Yeah,
do?
what do you-
Listen to WIP
Watch
on
the
my Odyssey app.
Kardashians or
well,
something?
Come on, dude. I had this perfect segue. WIP on the Odyssey app.
There you go.
But yeah, the Kardashians is a great. That's a
Oh,
great
no.
show too.
All right, coming up in a minute, we might get some Flyers talk, depending on how Broads handles the next couple minutes. We're gonna see how that goes.
What am I? Timeout?
No, we actually are gonna talk Flyers.
Thank you.
I'm just joking around. Let's talk to our buddy Gary first. I'm buying them. What up, Gary?
Rhodes probably during the "Here's Johnny" part would be like, "Who's Johnny? Why is he talking about Johnny?"
Johnny Carson?
Oh, look at you!
Oh, come on, man. I'm a very experienced man.
Yes,
Can I say something about Bryce Huff?
absolutely.
If you get beat out by a rookie from the powerhouse of Houston, whatever.
Houston Baptist Christian.
Super Bowl. Yeah, the Super Bowl. You don't have enough dog in you to be like, you know what, this is the Super Bowl. Just look in the mirror. It's you. It's not anybody else.
I'm with you, man. The all-time loser comments coming out from Bryce Huff. I mean, I knew I couldn't wait to get out of that all-time great Super Bowl winning team immediately when I got there. It's like, oh yeah, I knew it was a bad situation. The greatest defense of the last 30
Is there a
years.
better organization right now outside of the Eagle? Maybe Kansas City, whatever. But I'm just saying, you were in the best culture and foundation there is in the NFL right now. And your first thought was, I couldn't wait to leave.
Literally, the ethos of the team was like guys loving each other. I mean, Nick Sirianni won a Super Bowl by getting guys to love each other and fight for each other. And Bryce Huff was like, oh, yeah, bad spot for me.
It's amazing.
Honestly, how many people forgot he was even on the team? Like,
Yeah,
he
well,
was
that's
the
for sure.
biggest
I mean, again, as Rhea pointed out, he was a healthy scratch in the Super Bowl. I have to imagine that he is the highest paid healthy scratch in Super Bowl history. Like,
I don't think there's any doubt.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be.
What a loser mentality.
Yeah, no, he really was. What do you got on the Phils, Gare?
We'll be picking up. We need an outfielder that can rake. Just get on base. Who? Somebody consistent.
Who, James? You got to have somebody.
Great question. Look, there are guys out there. I know Ben Davis has brought up Jarren Duran on the show, center fielder for Boston. A few years of control left. Boston obviously showed they're willing to make moves, trading away Rafael Devers. Duran makes a lot of sense. That's a name you've heard. Byron Buxton out in Minnesota is a name who, power, right-handed bat, plays center field.
Injuries just scare me.
Injuries. He has never, ever, ever made it through a season. He is a concerning guy, but the talent jumps off the screen with him. Adolis Garcia is a name that's been, out there. He's someone who struggled this year. He's had a really bad year, but also a World Series MVP a couple years ago. We remember how awesome he was with the Rangers. I want to say early 30s. I don't know exactly, but I would guess 31 off the top of my head, something like that. Gare, there are some guys out there. It's just a question of who's willing to, what teams are willing to move the guys, what it's going to cost, all that.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing with the wild card now, And I think we should put Luzardo maybe in the bullpen because I think he might be getting some dead arm.
I think Luzardo, we talked so much early in the year before he went on the run about Ranger to the bullpen for obvious reasons because he's done it, we've seen it, all that stuff. I think as the season plays out, Luzardo to the bullpen seems like the thing that makes the most sense for where this team's at in terms of the innings he's already gotten to, the injuries history that he's had in the past, the way he pitches, the type of pitches, the high-end velocity he has, the fact they need a lefty desperately in the pen. Gary, I think Luzardo, the pen thing, there's some legs to that.
Yeah, I hope so.
Gary, you got an answer for us?
So this not only makes you feel old, it makes you feel bitter. I don't know if it's just a New Jersey thing when you add your kid to your car insurance and you watch it double.
That's a really good answer, Gary. That's a really good answer.
That makes me sad as I'm staring that in the face.
It's coming your way.
Months,
coming your way. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if your kid just didn't drive? It'd be like, you know what? No, let's just not do it.
The funniest thing is, for 2 years ago, I'm not driving, and then the closer got to it, so we're starting the lessons when?
Yeah, right. It's like, get me in the car.
Dude, we live in the city. You take the subway or Uber.
How about the other way, though, when you get off the health insurance? And then, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you're the parent and then you see the health insurance.
You're allowed to carry them till they're like 25.
25, right. Then it's the, hey,
then
this is
kind of... Then they can rent a car.
Yeah, right. After everything else you can do from 18 to 25, the rent the car thing.
The strangest one to me, yeah. 21.
Amazing.
All right, let's round out the Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive ArminChevy.com. All right, Broads, you are in the John Ritchie chair today. It means you get to guess how you think the voting played out on the Twitter poll. So the question, who was the best Phillies pitcher this century? The options: Roy Halladay, Cole Hamels, Cliff Lee, and Zack Wheeler. How do you think the voting came out?
I think Wheels, due to recency bias, and maybe because he's the right answer, will be at 58% leading the way.
Pretty close. He is leading the way. He's at 46%.
Lower than I thought. Now, see, the thing is, and someone mentioned this online, and I kind of agree. Is the ceiling of Doc higher, but the longevity of Wheeler doing it is what is going to make him win it? You know what I mean? I think that's perfectly described. But Doc, I'm taking Doc over Wheels in a one-day set.
Here long enough.
I agree. In one game you are, but also Wheels is pretty close to Doc in the dominance too. So I think the time absolutely makes a difference.
But
more player. Doc was amazing. Doc gets 41% of the votes. They were pretty close. Then Hamels 10%, Cliff Lee 3%.
Who's voting for those guys?
Yeah, 13%. Again, that's the thing with Twitter polls. Someone is always voting for something.
Or accidentally hit it with the thumb.
You could put whatever. I'm trying to think of what is an inarguable.
The sky is blue.
Yeah. What color is the sky? Blue or orange? Or no, it's even too close. Let's say blue or black. No, black you could do at night.
Yep.
Blue or
gray.
Gray.
This isn't going well. This isn't going well.
All right, blue
orange.
No, but orange, it could look that way.
Burnt orange.
See what I'm saying? This sucks. This sucks.
All right. What color is the sky? Blue or Hot pink.
Okay. Well,
Right?
sometimes.
Okay, you never know.
You're right.
And 4% of people would vote for hot pink. I mean, that's just the way Twitter works, right? All right, we're going to come back to the phones in a sec. 215-592-9494 to get on the Phils. And to win this prize, the Adam Sandler ticket's still on the table. What makes you feel old? You can win them like that. Bang, just give us the best answer. Broads.
Mm-hmm. The Flyers, baby.
The Flyers.
The Flyers, baby.
So-
Let's go!
Cam York is back. You can talk about Cam York, but also in general. Where are you at with the Flyers right now? I know we had the draft. We got this Porter guy. We got a new head coach. We got a new head coach.
They're huge.
Yeah. Where you at?
Okay, so I think they're taking steps in the right direction. But I do believe that Briere and Jonesy are maybe leaving some meat on the bones. But they are doing well.
Very un-Jonesy.
They're competent. That we had incompetence for so long that we do have professional, competent hockey people in the front office. But there are some things that, I wish maybe it was a little bit more. But to the Cam York thing, which just got done moments ago, Cam York will sign a 5-year, $5.15 million AAV extension. It's a bargain for a top 4 defenseman, or you're going to end up trading him at some point. But someone would be willing to take that for that type of hit. So it's actually a pretty respectful move from the Flyers standpoint, I think. He had a bad year under Torts, and I didn't know what he was. He was a first-round draft pick who's supposed to be a top 4 defenseman for your franchise, and he hasn't really been living up to that standard. So I'm very intrigued by the number. I think you could either move it, or he ends up being a star for you at 5.15, and you lucked out big time on the deal. Just comes down to Tocchet being able to make it work. The Flyers as a whole, they got Matvei Michkov, which is great. I think this most recent draft, they went with a lot of size. 6'5", 6'4", 6'3". My worry is they just wanted size so badly that maybe they missed out on someone who's better at 6'1" because they wanted the 6'5" guy. They just went so obnoxious in that direction. Everyone, 6'5", 6'4". You're telling me every time you drafted, every time you were available to draft,
player was the big guy?
had to be 6'4", So, but the kid they got in Porter Martone is a serious stud. There was just one guy on the board that I would have went to instead, who went right after you to Boston. So you picked 6. He went 7 to Boston, and James Higgins, who's a center. They didn't want to go center, even though I was told it's so hard to find a center in this league. No one gives them up, yet there's one staring at you in the face, and you go wing instead. That type of stuff confuses me. But for the most part, they are heading in the right direction. I just think there's some minor miscalculations along the way.
All right, couple questions. One, the goalie thing.
Yeah, their goalies stink.
The goalie thing.
Stink.
I love that. It's a
thing. The job, so this is where I'm mad at Danny. The job was this year to get someone better than Sam Urson, so Urson doesn't have to be their best goalie. He got someone who was worse, so now Urson's your best goalie, and you're going in with 2 guys that are nowhere even close to being good enough, and that's going to be a struggle. Like, that's a big deal, because you want these young kids to develop, yet you have a guy who allows goals from all over the... You can't develop properly if these guys are sieves, pasta holes in the pasta bowl thing.
Yeah, sieves.
Yeah, sieves.
That's what a sieve is.
I know. I'm getting into it here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can't develop these guys, and he miscalculated the goalie thing. So now we're running it back with someone worse than Urson. The job was to get someone better than Urson to make Urson the backup. And here we go again. I'm going to watch nonsense on the defensive zone.
Why?
Why what?
Why?
That's a great question. That's a great question. There were some available guys, and one stayed in New Jersey, so he was available, and they didn't get him. They weren't able to pay the big bucks, or I guess it was kind of the small bucks, but for a longer-term deal, they could have made a move with Vancouver. I was told Rick Tocchet's here because of his relationship with all the players in Vancouver. Thatcher Demko's a star. He ended up signing in Vancouver and staying there. Maybe you could have made a move to go get him. These are the questions I'm asking the top dogs upstairs.
It's my curiousness is because, obviously these draft picks aren't going to play right away.
No.
We know that, okay? Mm-hmm. But didn't you just trade for Zegras, right?
Yeah, Trevor Zegras.
For a big name.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's kind of weird.
I know. There's a goalie in Russia, not to bar anybody, Zavargin. He's 19 years old. He's one of these kids we've been talking about for a couple of years. Maybe he pans out. There's a kid who's going to be playing in the Phantoms next year. Apparently he may pan out, but, with the whole Carter Hart thing, we thought we had him, and now that whole situation is running its course with the court system in Canada. But this is just where we are. I don't know if they're putting a lot of hope in these young kids coming over and eventually being the answer or what? But this is where we are. It's my whole
So
life.
you're saying the goalie's set now? Like,
Yeah,
you
they
don't-
stink. The
But you
goalie's
don't
set
think
and
they
they
could
stink.
add some? Like, there's not a trig. Okay,
No,
all right.
this is
okay,
it. This
great.
is it. We're running the year with
Terrific.
slop.
That's what you want to hear.
Yep.
All right, so I guess that leads
Any other Flyers questions?
Yeah, leads into my last question. What should we expect from the Flyers this year? I guess less than I was hoping for. With
Yeah,
that
no, we
goalie.
are going to be out of the playoffs. But,
Again.
oh,
So
yeah.
again.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
See, because
That's what I'm
we
saying.
were kind of told, and Jones, he was on this show and kind of was like, if the Flyers are back, get
And
ready
they
for
are.
that.
But that's where they are, though. You know what I'm saying? If we're looking at a scale 1 to
Look,
10.
they
and
traded
10
for Zegras instead of trading guys away. That's a step in the right direction.
And it's a big get. It's a big get. And Porter Martone, this kid they drafted in the first round, is a serious weapon. And he may actually, they were saying he might physically be ready to make the team. Now, that tells you how bad you are, all things considered. If Porter Martone's
So he
making the
might play.
team, he might play. He might sneak in there, which is crazy, or go to Penn State or whatever other the options are. But they're taking steps in the right direction. But I do think they're leaving meat on the bone with some of their decisions. But but they are moving along.
Okay.
Let's go Flyers! There you go. That's what I got for you.
It was good.
Yep.
How many more years until the Decameron Cup comes back into the studio?
God.
It's been far too long.
I don't need him near the cup.
I don't know what you're
I
talking
don't need
about.
him near the cup.
I think that.
Well, that means they're in the playoffs at
I
least.
know. I hope I never see that stupid thing again.
Is that the thing
Ever.
he made?
Yeah, it was like his paper mache cup.
We
that he
can't
brought
have
in.
him near the stick. That's
No.
probably why we're cursed.
Oh, well, that was part of it. In 2020, the 1 year we actually had like a little bit of a thing. It was all Joe's fault that they fell apart.
I was
'cause
so
that
happy
stupid
for that
cup.
run. I'm sitting here celebrating the Ivan
I
Provorov in
know.
overtime, the
I know.
Islanders, the whole thing. I need hockey back in my life.
We all do. We all do.
I get to deck him in the hallway so he didn't touch it.
Yeah, thank God.
All jokes aside, is there anything better than springtime? You're in your shorts and flip flops. Someone's got on a Flyer sweater. You're walking up to the barn, and everyone's doing the "Let's go Flyers."
It's amazing.
Nothing. That's almost as iconic as
it's
EAGLES
phenomenal.
Eagles.
It's up there.
It's
I
up there.
agree. I
It's
agree.
up there.
Let's not get carried away.
It's
but
up
it's
there.
up there. Yeah, I
It's
agree.
up there.
I will say.
It's a good chant, dude.
No, I agree.
Let's go Flyers!
It's not that. Yeah,
It's so good.
I love the barn. Like saying the barn.
It's good.
That's one of my favorites.
It's the
calling
barn.
it the barn is.
Imagine
It
skating
works
on
for
the
me
ice.
every time.
No
Oh, you want to
Bucky?
go down to the barn tonight? You're
Dude.
damn right. I want to go to the barn.
Warm ups.
There it is.
Let's go Flyers! Let's go Flyers!
Power play.
Come on, dude. Warm ups, no Bucky. You put water on the hair. Flows flowing. Ripping shots, hitting the glass. Doing a couple crossovers. Come on. Let's go Flyers!
Oh man,
This is the best.
yeah, you gotta watch the YouTube.
It's so good, man.
Yeah, you
Rose
have
is
to
just,
see- you
Rose
have
is
to
just
actually see
skating
it.
in his
I
chair
was.
for a moment.
I
there.
was.
It was really
By the
good.
way, I got a text, an Instagram DM from the men's league team from last week.
And
Oh,
are
they
we
want
in?
you?
You better be in tonight.
Oh!
8:45 puck drop.
Nice.
8:45.
Yeah.
That's called James gonna be asleep at
Yeah.
8:45.
And I'll
That's
be
good work.
mucking in the
you'll be mucking and grinding out there.
Let's go.
Love it. That was worthwhile. Happy we talked
And
Flyers.
you were gonna not give me that opportunity.
No, you were almost not going to give yourself that opportunity. That's
good
the
way to
key.
spin
I
it.
had nothing to do with it.
It's a good
I was,
way to spin it.
it was
Yeah.
all
Look
on you.
inward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look inward. Exactly. Know thyself.
Yeah,
All
Bryce
right.
Huff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Way to go, Bryce. All right. A new nickname. Let's talk to Greg in Edmonton. What up, Greg?
Wow, let's go Flyers!
See what I'm saying?
He started it.
Let's
He
go,
started
Bernie!
Come on, let's go, boys.
Yeah, look, if you
was
weren't
going to
awake yet at 9:20 on a Monday morning, we got you covered. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm
Let's
fired up.
go.
Except for the goalie talk, I'm fired up.
I know.
Let's go.
Yeah, it did get me excited.
Other than
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Other than the most important position thing, I thought it went really good.
But I will say, what a day to be alive and to be a Philadelphia sports fan. I mean, to be, sitting down the shore this past weekend, beautiful day, North Wildwood, listening to Phillies baseball, day baseball on the beach, and just sitting back and knowing
Love
that
it.
you're two-time Super Bowl champion. Also, my God, is there a better
I
time
love
to be
it.
alive than right now?
Greg, you make
Let's
a great
go
point,
Flyers.
and I've been trying to do this up. Let's go Flyers! I've been trying to do this more recently, as I feel like we have not been doing a good enough job of constantly reminding everyone that we're Super Bowl champions. And I felt
Damn
that
straight.
you know what I mean? I felt that this weekend, and someone said, like, just the Eagles, and I'm like, Super Bowl champ Eagles, you mean? And I'm like, I need to, you're right. We need to bring that back. Like, so for those, just so you know, when I'm producing, and I'm in the studio today, but normally I'm in the studio that Dan Wilson's in, every single day after the show that Kyle Quinn walks in, I call him Champ, and I'm like, what up, Champ? He's like, hey, Champ, because we want to keep it alive, that we are champions. So
What was
I'm
the
with
final
you.
score of that Super Bowl?
It was 40-6.
I love that.
Yeah, they
It's
won
my favorite
40-6.
thing you do.
So
Right? Oh, I love that. Love that.
Yeah.
And you know what, James? I thought about this yesterday. Not enough people point out how lame Andy Reid and
Totally.
Patrick Mahomes are for staying in that game.
Totally.
Just to pad the
You're
score.
so right. Yeah.
Lame.
It was. Kenny Pickett's been out there for like 3 drives already,
Exactly.
and Mahomes out there twirling it out like, look at me.
It was
So,
embarrassing,
yeah, it was
frankly.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
I agree. Great point.
And just to see that photo every time pop up in my feed of Carter's hand in freaking Mahomes.
All-timer.
Yeah.
All-timer.
Oh, my God.
Very
Yeah.
clean.
Greg,
Very
this,
clean.
Greg, this is
Yeah.
exactly the energy I needed.
Yes.
Thank you. You got anything on the
Love
Phils?
Nothing on the Phils right now.
He's
but
like,
I'm
no, I
right
don't want to
over
bring it
at-
down. We're good.
Hey, yeah, it's all good, man. But I do have.
You got an answer for us?
Makes me feel old.
Yeah, what do you
I
got,
do have an
Greggy?
answer for you.
Lay it on me.
So when somebody tells me that if Back to the Future was filmed
Oh,
today,
this is a great answer. It's a great
Marty would
answer.
be going back to 1995.
Yep.
What?
Greg, great call and great answer. It
I
is
thought he
wild.
was going to bring up Elliot's take.
Oh no, well,
That's
let's
where I
not.
thought that
Yeah,
was going.
Elliot should not be allowed to talk about Back to the Future anymore.
Why? What did he say?
It basically
He
said
turned
that,
it into
Yeah,
weird.
it basically said that he should make out with his mom and it shouldn't be a problem.
It got weird.
The
It got
crux of
weird.
Elliot's take
It
is
got weird.
why is it a problem if he would hook up with his mom?
Well, there's a huge
because she's
problem.
not his mom yet. Is Elliot's?
Ew.
Disgusting.
I know.
Disgusting.
I know. I didn't bring it up. I wasn't going to go there.
Yeah, me neither.
You
You
know?
did that.
All right, 215-592-9494. One more segment to go. That means one more segment for you to win Adam Sandler tickets. Get on the line. Tell us what makes you feel old, like the fact that Back to the Future, if it were filmed now, he would be going back to 1995. That does make me feel old. What makes you feel old? 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. We're coming right back.
One round down.
I chip one of the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking for me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Bengals' season win total is set at 9.5 games, and it's never too early to bet. Joe Burrow's looking to build on a stellar 2024 season, and with a fully healthy offensive line and offense, I expect them to improve on last year's disappointing showing. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe, because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Every mile per hour over the speed limit increases your risk of a deadly crash. Speeding puts you, your passengers, and others at risk. Slow down and drive smart. Safety is everyone's responsibility.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies out west. They'll open a series in San Francisco tonight. 9:45 live here on 94 WIP. Christopher Sanchez starts. Phil's got a phenomenal start out of Zack Wheeler in Sunday's 3-1 win over the Reds. Complete game one hitter, 12 strikeouts, 108 pitches. Flyers and restricted free agent defenseman Cam York agreed to terms on a 5-year contract worth $25.75 million, according to Elliot Friedman of Sportsnet. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly cloudy, chance of an afternoon storm, high 87, currently 82. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
Starting your day with the...
This is the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So, Hunter Brody in for John Ritchie, James Seltzer for Joe DeCamara, Reed Hughes, Sam Wilson hanging out. Brody just told us that he is not a moviesman, as he would put it.
No, too long.
Too long.
Too long.
It's nonsensical
Too long.
thing coming out of his mouth. Are you a music man? Or is it just hip hop?
Yeah, listen.
Do you know that this is Creedence Clearwater Revival?
No. That's not. I mean, I'm very aware of how important this song is to
music,
eardrums.
To eardrums.
Yeah, but
to the eardrums out there.
If you tell me song title and band, I go, what?
Bad Moon Rising, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Doesn't do it for you.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I like the disdain in his mouth.
I know. Yeah.
I thought I was just saying no normally. We're having a by the way, to selfishly promote myself.
Yeah, to do this.
Yeah, because we'll never know where this takes me. We're having a men's league off, apparently. My DMs are
that
flooded.
Sounded dirty. I don't know why.
A men's league off?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't know. There's men's leagues out there battling for Broads to get on the blue line.
Okay.
I'm just saying the DMs are flooded. Hey, Broads, come to 840 at Aston. Hey, Broads, 840 Pennsauken. Hey, Broads, we need you here to show the shutdown
all the people
demon.
in the world we need to clone. It's
yeah.
Rhodes.
So here's what I'm thinking.
Wow,
I mean,
multiple of me?
You got to start asking for what perks come with each. You know. Oh.
Free beer.
Free beer. See, Rhea. Great minds, you know. That's why Rhea and I get along. We get each other.
We can do that. We can do. Listen, how dare you? I'm there for the game.
How dare me?
I love the game. You're out here trying to get extra stuff. That's probably what Joe DeCamara gets you guys in that mindset.
Okay, so then you know what? Then
Fritz wouldn't do that.
Be a man of your word. Why don't you figure out which of those has the highest level of hockey play and go play with the best players?
Well, that's fair.
Just do a little research.
Or I
Do a
can
little
have
research.
respect for the crew that invited me out the first time and go back to the Whalers.
Well, I think that if you did have respect for the Whalers, you wouldn't have told everyone in the Delaware Valley about all these leagues fighting for me.
Well, I just thought I wanted to brag first. I don't get to brag about a lot.
Put that out there. You would have just, gone and played with the Whale.
That's fair, and I don't have a rebuttal.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm going to do.
I'm going to use that sometime when
pretty
I'm
good.
fighting with someone and I'm just
That's
going
pretty
to I
good.
don't have a rebuttal.
Yeah, what do you got there?
Well, fine, you win.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Scott Boris representing him in there, taking all these offers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like Fritz trying to come up with his own game. Oh wait, did you not listen to DeCamara
No,
on the afternoon show?
Yeah. So
Fritz was getting himself in trouble. He was making it worse for himself,
It's
where
the
he
least
had
surprising
to
thing I've
turn the
ever
mic off and
let Spike
Fritz
do it
and-
for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Or Spike and Ike had to be the one to negotiate because he was
Well,
a
Jack's just
horrible arbitrator.
He's just a bad negotiator.
Yes.
He's agreeing to all these rules that clearly favor the camera,
Jack will just
like
be
match
sure,
playing
whatever.
golf.
Jack doesn't want to talk about it. He just so he's definitely exactly like match playing golf was clearly a massive advantage for Joe.
And
So-
9 holes.
Yep.
And now in baseball, he's like, well, you got to get on base. Also, here's one other thing that wasn't talked about. So if Joe gets on base 4 times, he wins. If he gets on base 2 or fewer times, Jack wins. 3 is a push. I did not hear discussed the other day if 3 is a push, like what the overtime is or how that's settled.
Well, I think if 3 is a push, I don't think there is overtime. I
They
think
just
it's-
tie the
I think
event?
They tie the event. Yeah.
And then what if they tie in the end 2-2?
2-1. I don't know. I don't think that was ever kind of
Feels like something
adjudicated.
should be discussed.
Yeah,
I
feels.
thought these rules were gone over.
Oh yeah, this dumb radio thing. It's
Yes.
buttoned up. We
Very
really
dumb.
buttoned it up. Yes. I'm surprised with Joe. To your point, I do think Joe is as I'm sure anyone listening to him talk about rules heard, he is a rulesman. He is very, 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 very particular and stickler.
I would think a rulesman would be on this.
You're right. I am surprised the rulesman was not all over it. We've been a little lackadaisical with some of this stuff. You would think for such a high level athletic competition, there would be,
one would think.
Actually, I'm going the other way around. I am pleasantly surprised with the amount of effort that has been put into this compared to the alternative around here.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
It could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it could
be a lot worse.
We have PIAA umpires coming out on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Don't tell me this isn't serious.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
We have a whole high school team playing defense.
That's true.
That's a big deal. I thought it was going to be me having to go shag center field and fly balls.
Oh, I would. They couldn't pay me enough to do it. To have to be involved for the potential to be like the person who made the error or didn't get to the. Oh, how could you not get to that ball? You should why put yourself in that position? It sounds horrible. You've got an actual psychopath, competitive wise, competing. Joe DeCamera will berate a high school kid in a second.
Just wait until a 16-year-old makes a bad break on a ball, and it's not an error, but it works against one of them.
And guess what? That 16-year-old will be getting ripped on WIP for the next year by Joe DeCamera. No problem.
Not to paint a disgusting picture, but do you think after that 9-hole round, my man went into the bathtub and just really appreciated the greatness of one Joe DeCamera?
Oh, yeah. So the video they put out of it or whatever, I guarantee you he's watched it at least 100 times.
In the bath?
Probably.
Candles and everything?
I mean, I don't know about the candles.
Bath bomb?
Candles
definitely bath bomb.
See, that's the thing with Joe is people think that's so much effort. You think Joe's going to light all those candles or whatever? Joe can barely tie his shoes.
When was the last time you took a bath?
I don't own a bath. My house. I'm not kidding.
I do just for the daughter. And the
my
baby.
daughter takes showers. We had a little we bought a little bath thing we could put her in.
Okay,
when she's younger.
Yeah.
But I don't. I only have showers in my there's no bath in my house. I couldn't.
How is he taking a bath?
I know he's
so weird.
What are we
47-year-old man is I need my tubby.
Come on, he doesn't call it the tubby.
Well, he
does
probably
he?
does. I mean,
he goes tubby.
It wouldn't shock you, would it?
Oh, do you think he's got a name? Does he call it Bubby the Tubby?
I hope so.
That would be weird.
It's one of your cars.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
at least my cars make sense. The Tubby, Hubby the Tubby.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna say that he does moving forward. So we're
just gonna adopt that.
Joe calls his tub Bubby the Tubby.
Do you think he has a name for the cantaloupe?
Yeah. Oh, Wilson.
Wow.
Buzz from the top row. Oh, wow. That's really good. I don't even know how to recover from that. I'm just going to talk to Lou and Mel.
You have no retort, just like Broads.
That's right. What up, Lou?
Hey, guys. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, Lou.
Hey, good morning. Broads.
Yes.
I got to agree with you, man. I've named every car I've ever owned.
Wow.
See?
Look at this.
See? I did not expect this to be what you were going to say when I see that pop up.
I hadn't thought about it when we were talking before, but and I don't know what this says, but so I did forget my car now has a name, but it's because Zoe named it. And it's something to do with cake, and I can't remember, but my car has some sort of
Your precious daughter takes the time out of her day to name your car, and you go, oh.
You don't remember it?
I don't know.
No, it's no, something to do with cake. I know that. I should ask her. She's very serious. The car does have a name. And it's
my current one is Homelander the Highlander, after the boy's character.
Look
Homelander.
at you.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Is your car a psychopathic murderer? Like Homelander.
Has yet to be seen. Sometimes
not sure yet.
76 traffic, I want it to be.
Okay. Because Homelander, it's a risky character to go after.
Man, he's the man. He's not always wrong. That's a discussion for another day.
Okay.
Bros, wanted to talk. Actually, thank you. You've answered my prayers talking some hockey. Brody, I agree that when they signed Vladar last week, I was so disappointed in them because you got just another guy.
Yep. Not even. I don't even think he's a guy.
Guy. Like we've had the Cam Talbots, the Brian Elliott. We just keep getting guys, but the problem is there's no one else out there. And if I'm Edmonton, I'm going after the best goalie available because that cost them the cup this year. Cost them the cup, their lousy goaltending. And we can't. I don't know who's even out there?
Yeah, no, listen, it's fair. I mean, the thing that Thatcher Demko was available gives you a creative option. He's always kind of injured, but his ceiling is so high. Maybe it would have been a risk, but a well-calculated one with Rick Tocchet being here, and that was his former team. But I'm with you. They just don't have an answer at goalie. I thought maybe the answer would have been what the Devils did and go out and get someone like that to hold the fort down, a Kirk Cousins-like veteran guy who can just be okay. But you can't get worse than Urson. And they got worse than Urson, and that's a problem.
Kirk Cousins, we're getting like a bunch of Kirk Camerons in goal. That's how bad we've been with goaltending.
I know.
And I know I've heard Al get asked the question a couple times. He gets dismissed. Do you kick the tires on Carter hard, or do you stay clear of that?
Al's mentioned it a couple of different times, so I don't know.
I've heard them both say it, like that. No one comes out and no one ever comes out and says no.
Right. And one thing Al said was, would Comcast want to? And that's a fair question.
It is.
Because Comcast is, it's their bread and butter,
team. They own it. Yeah. No, it's going to be fascinating.
It's a really, what's the word looking for? Story. Just lurid.
Tough. Ugly.
It really is.
It's not, And look, if he is innocent, and, it's a very sticky situation. If he's innocent, you want to see him get his opportunities back. But is there gray area in the it's like a real?
I know.
It's just to your point, Rhea. It's one of those things that it feels hard to come back from. Yeah. But again, if he's innocent, so Lou, it's a real.
Well, that's it parallels like the Trevor Bauer situation. But the problem is he was a scumbag before all that stuff happened.
Bauer had a lot of other stuff going on.
No one's brought him even into. Bullpen.
Well, he hasn't been good. That's the other thing. He's been bad in the Mexican League. But I have to. Joe's not here, so I have to do this because I know that if Joe were here, he would do this, Lou. So I got to put you on the skillet a little bit here because Joe is a exactist with the words. You said that Broads answered your prayers with Flyers Talk. Do you really praying for Flyers Talk on WFB?
Listen, there's many things I pray for, and many of my prayers have been answered.
Good.
I mean, Blink 182 reform.
I just want to make sure we were being literal with what the words.
I go to mass every week and pray every night. Flyers hockey.
I love it, Lou. You're the man. Lou, great response. Lou, you got a answer for us?
I do. How about aging celebrities? When you see some of these celebrities visually that you grew up either idolizing or adoring, and you see them now and go, oh my God, like, whoa. Like it hit me this weekend with the Ozzy when they showed the Ozzy.
Oh, sure, on stage sitting and stuff.
It killed me to see that.
No, that's a great answer, Lou.
Courtney Cox is now old enough to be a golden girl.
I was just thinking, Friends. You know what freaks me out every time is seeing Joey. Matt LeBlanc.
Like
when I see Joey Tribbiani, I'm like, that's not Joey Tribbiani. I need Joey Tribbiani. That's not Joey Tribbiani. You know what I'm saying? It's like a man, bigger version and gray hair. I need Joey.
Yeah.
I need Joey.
I see. We got some Friends love here.
Oh, I love Friends. I love Friends.
I think it's overrated.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm a big Friends fan.
Oh, yeah. I throw it on. I mean, every side. I say the joke before the joke, and then I laugh at the joke, and the whole my wife yells at me. It's like, but I know what's coming, and it cracks me up every time. It's so good.
Was Matthew Perry.
I think he's funny, but I think everyone else is not.
So I feel, and you guys can be the judge. Just saying. I'm a good mix between Joey and Chandler. You know what I mean? Like the perfect blend between the two. I got a little Joey in me. How you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But
except you say it to a car.
Yeah,
well, I'm not trying to, that's different. That's on one of those sicko shows. But you got the
perfect mix.
Yeah. Don't you think that? A little sarcasm, a little Joey Tribbiani.
Well, I mean, you're just coming off me saying the show's overrated. So do you really want me to say you're one of them?
I really think maybe it's more of a mix of Ross.
No, Ross is a loser. They're stupid little dinosaurs.
Ross is one of the most annoying characters in the history of television. Oh my God.
I know. And I was just, yeah. Well, I know the late, great Johnny Gaudreau, his favorite character, and we always made fun of him for it, was Ross.
Yeah,
Do you know anybody whose favorite character? Right.
No.
Never. And he loved Fred. Every time fall asleep to Friends on in the day, the whole thing. He would always talk about Ross. And then, he'd make a joke and laugh way too hard at a Ross joke. And I'm going, dude, you don't have to try and justify Ross being your favorite. It's not that funny. I know.
No, that is
Ross.
Yeah.
Like, you can hit me with Rachel for plenty of reasons. Same with Monica, But
Phoebe was funny.
Phoebe's funny. She's a little out there for me, but she's
yeah.
funny. But anyway, Ross, what are we doing?
Yeah. Friends, what are we doing?
Well, it's the greatest
Poor
show.
man Seinfeld, yeah.
It's the greatest
It's such
thing
a
ever.
better show.
Seinfeld has not aged well.
Yeah,
in my
it's a
opinion.
way better show than Friends. I feel very confident about that. Well,
Which I don't like awkward humor.
well, there's your
So
problem.
you don't like The Office and things of that nature?
Yes,
Not a
I love
fan.
all that.
Nope.
Okay.
I love all of it.
Yeah,
Give it to
I
me.
like The Office,
give
too.
it to me. All right. With that in mind, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
What do I want to say? I will tell you what I want to say, Broads. Here's what I want to say.
Hit me.
I want to say the Time's Yours is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Wi-Fi's booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's do it with Time's Yours.
I really hope that management is feeling this pressure or just has the frickin' knowledge in their brain that it must be done. And it has to be good moves. You're going to have to give up some pieces to get players that we need that can help.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. You asked before whether I think it'll be more of an Estevez-Hayes type deadline or a big move in there, and I expect it to be more of the Estevez-Hayes, but I think it's more because of the market than it is because of Dave. I do think if there is a move there to be made where he gives up Justin Crawford and Mick Abel or whatever, something like that, I think Dombrowski will do it this time. I do.
Joe, you better hope that Jack does not even perform a tenth of what Zack Wheeler just did last night. Or if he comes even close there, he wouldn't even stand a chance in baseball.
Well,
What?
yeah, I mean, a 10.
Seriously?
If Jack is 1/1,000,000th of what Zack Wheeler was last night, then guess what? Joe is screwed. That, literally, strange, but yeah, we agree, I suppose.
What we have here is a real shortstop, tearing the cover off the ball, playing Gold Glove style all of a sudden. Now the only problem is, do we have a first baseman, or is he going the way of Ryan Howard?
Oh, I don't like that.
Wow.
I don't
That's
like
not very
that.
fun. Yeah.
Bad vibes.
Yeah. Was he going with what we have here is a failure to communicate? Was that what he was?
I think he was kind of going off.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, we have to pick a winner here for what makes us feel old. Some of the best answers we got today. Gray hair on the nose, but true. It is good. Kids graduating. It was a good answer. I thought the Wawa born after this date for the buying cigarettes.
I like that. Was that Mike and Delran?
That was Mike and Delran.
That's a good one.
LeBron's son being in the NBA is a good one. I think that's a good one up there. Book of CDs, it's okay. Birthdays after 2000, similar to the one before. Getting out of bed, sure, a little simple, but I don't disagree. When your kid's running the company, adding kids to the car insurance is pretty good. The Back to the Future thing. I think the Wawa born one stands out,
so
right?
creative.
It's the best answer.
In the moment, the reaction to was strong. So
I think so too. All right,
And the fact that Dan Wilson stole the sign from the Wawa.
It's amazing.
Still have it.
It's so phenomenal. It really is a good job by you. Now, illegal. So, but
ripping it off at like 11 p.m. at night.
Yeah, a little illegal, but I respect it, especially because Buzz does come off as a bit of a rule follower.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So I think that
I'm trying to enforce the rules here.
I'm
Yeah.
saying I like that Buzz is not all that we thought he was when it comes to the rule.
I'm a real rebel. I stole the tobacco paper.
Yes, it's a bit of a James Dean streak in him. I never looked at him that way. Rebel without a cause. Buzz Wilson. I love it. All right, Hunter.
yes.
Thank you, man.
Well, thank you,
We
guys.
had a blast
The
today.
hospitality around here is unbelievable.
Oh.
You guys are fantastic.
Are we more
You said that in
hospitable?
such a way that I don't know if it was true or not.
maybe-
Are we more hospitable than the afternoon show?
the afternoon show is just A+. That's all I
watch
gotta
it.
say.
All
Just
right,
A+. A+, people.
All right. Wait, really?
A+.
Are you on the payroll with them?
Ringthebellbook.com.
I give you a whole chance here to,
It is a great segment.
have a
though.
moment
It's
in the
very
morning.
funny.
And,
Yeah, it was great. I had a blast. Thank you guys for having me. Maybe we can do it again sometime.
Yeah, maybe we could. I mean, we probably, before that last comment, it was more likely than after that last
What are you going to do?
comment.
Shot myself in the foot.
Yeah, well, you could hear Broads on the afternoon show sometimes. Or when's your next shift? You on?
I'm on
overnight shift?
tomorrow. This week I'm doing 6 to 10 p. So I got the evenings
Oh,
rocking.
I like that you go P instead of PM. You go 6 to 10
Yeah, 6 to 10 p. Little evening.
Well, 6 to
Little
10
evening.
p.
We'll puck it
eh?
all. We'll do it all. Okay, you guys are right. I got nothing.
I'm here, ready. Let's go Flyers.
That's all I was looking for.
Let's go Flyers.
You guys looked at me like 10 heads.
No, I'm with you.
Please.
Puck it up.
I
Puck
just
it up.
wanted to puck it up with the people.
Every time you say puck it up, I'm worried it's something else. that's
I
gonna
know.
go
I
anywhere.
had to dump someone once, and I realized, wait a
Did
minute.
you?
He actually just said the thing I've been saying for the last
my God.
year. I know.
Oh, I'm a big when in doubt dump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I'm
Itchy
not
trigger
sure.
finger.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's what they said, but I'm gonna dump it in.
You can get your Puck It Up t-shirts at breakingt.com/WIP, by the way.
Look at you.
Yep.
There it is. You are just a promoter over here.
Well, if you want to get to me, Broads at broadsmedia.com.
It's a beautiful thing.
You know what I'm
there
saying?
it is. All right, check that out again. Thank you to Bros for Fun. It was awesome. We had a blast with them. Thank you to Dan Wilson, always doing a great job. Thank you to Fran Rojas. Awesome job helping out with the morning show this morning. I think the whole crew will be back tomorrow. Maybe not John, I'm not sure. I know Joe will be back tomorrow. Big day coming up Wednesday, noon, Plymouth White March. Get down there because the more people, not as good for Jack if I had to bet, but get down there. It's going to be fun. Check it out. And thank you to Rhea Hughes, as always. And thank you to everyone who called in. Literally could not do the show without you. Keep it here. Hugh and Joe, they're coming up next.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. For the first time since LeBron's talk retirement, I actually believe him. But if he does end up wearing one more uniform, where's it going to be? And if he doesn't, what uniform are you going to remember LeBron in? I think I'm going to remember that guy as a Miami Heat. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Gilio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, popped up. Left field, Kepler is waiting, and he's got it. Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park. A pitch away from perfect was Wheeler as he goes the distance in a 3-1 victory. A one-hitter for Wheeler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. There it was yesterday. Zack Wheeler, a gem, complete game, one-hitter against the Cincinnati Reds. Scott Franzke on the call. Tom Kelly in for Joe Gilio. On to the midday show today alongside Hugh Douglas. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, TK. I almost called you Joe. Good morning, TK. Good morning, Philadelphia. It's the weekend. Zack Wheeler, if you're listening, I see you. Still number 9 on the list, though. Way to affect 1 game out of 5.
Well, we'll get to Wheeler in a second here, but I got to say, it's great to see you. It's great to see you. I mean, this morning, though, the greeting that I got from you was not inspiring.
You look banged up, dog.
I see Hugh, and the first thing he says to me is, you look like you had a rough one, dog.
You had a rough one. Had a rough weekend.
A rough one?
No, listen.
Man.
We all
Don't just tell me I look like crap.
I mean, okay. You look pretty bad this morning. You look pretty bad. Like you what they say, tied one on. You tied one on this weekend.
Nah, just a lot of work.
Shout out to everybody who was out this weekend, had a wonderful weekend. Shout out to all the folks that had to lug trash all around the city. It's kind of crazy that we're doing that, but hey, I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, everybody in the city, I think, having a rough one.
shout out to Zack Wheeler, man. I'm convinced he listens to the show.
Well, he is taking it personally ever since you voted him number 9.
Number 9. I'm convinced Zack Wheeler, that was a big old FU to me.
Well, an unbelievable performance from Zack Wheeler today.
Phenomenal.
A lot to get to throughout the course of the show. But yeah, we'll start there with the Phillies. Phils win 2-3 against the Reds. They drop game one, but they bounce back the next 2 days. Rangers Suarez, really good outing Saturday. But the big story, Zack Wheeler yesterday. I mean, just incredible. We've seen a lot of Zack Wheeler starts. That might have been his best start with the Phillies, which is really saying something considering the
It's
resume.
only his 5th time in his whole career he's had a complete game, right?
Yeah, I think it's his first complete game since 2021.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
While,
Either
man.
2021 or 2022. Would have had a perfect game if not for the one mistake he made. Austin Hayes, Kyle's favorite guy, hitting a home run. But aside from that, he was incredible. He was untouchable. And we're just so lucky to have this guy, Hugh. What a performance from Zack Wheeler.
Yeah, not only that, it makes you think, what is his end game? Because he's already made it clear. He only got a couple years left. So he's pitching like, there's no tomorrow. It's just unfortunate that, offensively, and it's still early. Well, it's not early. It's still a lot of baseball left to be played. Let me say that if they pick it up, it might be something special. It could potentially be something special.
Absolutely. And this starting rotation's unbelievable. Kind of unbelievable that Zack Wheeler, the only Phillies pitcher headed to the All Star game. But that's really the story this weekend. When you look at the starting pitching and you compare it to the offense on the other side, Zack Wheeler as a starting pitcher versus Bryce Harper and his struggles with the offense. And that's kind of the question coming out of this weekend here. Are you more encouraged by the starting pitching, or are you more discouraged by this offense? Where would you fall on that here?
I would be encouraged by the starting pitching, man. I think that when you look at what they've been able to do and what they've been able to amass over the last couple of weeks is, if the offense gets going, which they kind of feel like it will, that they'll be okay. There's something to be said. We were talking in the meeting this morning, and something was said about, catching fire at the right time. I believe in that. And it's weird because most times when you look at a lot of teams that have success, and you go back and look at the season that they had, a lot of times it starts out rocky. One team that jumps out to me immediately when I think of that is the Indianapolis Colts, the year that they won the Super Bowl. I always get the guy's name mixed up. Bob Sanders or Bob Sanders? Bob Sanders, the secondary player, the safety. When he came back and how that defense got a lot better. They were porous during the last few games of the season, and a lot of people were concerned about whether or not they were going to be able to stop anybody. They're like a sieve. They couldn't stop water. And in the playoffs, when he came back, they became a better team. So I think there is something to be said about catching fire at the right time. The Mets did it last year. When you talk about the run that they were on, and obviously they petered out towards the end, but after that game that we had with them overseas, they took off, and they rode that wave all the way to the end of the season, and that's what it was. Like I said, unfortunately, they didn't finish it out, but yeah. There's something to that.
Yeah, and you look at the starting pitching, it's been outstanding without a doubt. And if you want to get in and start the show, 215-592-9494, are you more encouraged by the starting pitching that this team has or discouraged by the struggles of this offense? Because I look at it, and I still come away, as great as the pitching is, more concerned about the offense. I mean, even with 6 runs on Friday, they squandered a bunch of chances. Sunday, very nearly gave that game away. They had runners in the corners, nobody out in the 6th inning. Strikeout, walk, strikeout. You get nothing. And I want to believe that this pitching staff can carry them. But I watch this offense and how bad they are with runners in scoring position. 0 for 10 yesterday, 3 for 13 Friday. And it's just hard for me to believe that the starting pitching alone can carry them. It didn't work in 2011. It didn't work last year. And that's why, Hugh, as great as this weekend was, and Wheeler, and we'll talk a ton about Zack Wheeler throughout the course of the show. The guy's just incredible. But I look at the offense and specifically the struggles and the Bryce Harper element, where Bryce is dealing with this wrist thing. Who knows if he's going to get back to being the Bryce Harper that we become accustomed to seeing and we feel like the Phillies need. That's what really worries me, and even after this weekend, I'm still more worried about the offense.
Yeah, and I said this last week, and it really ran Joe kind of hot. Now I'm pretty sure it's going to run Kyle hot too, because I didn't say the exact words "become a slap hitter." I didn't say that, but it was implied that that's what Bryce is probably going to have to be until he gets comfortable with his wrist. We've heard the stories about how, and he's even said it's not going to get any better. So With that being said, you're going to have to adjust your game a little bit. So until he gets comfortable with the adjustments that he has to make, that might be the Bryce Harper that we're going to need and going to have until he does get comfortable.
Yeah, and I don't know if the Phillies can win like that. Like, I think they need Bryce Harper to be a difference maker. I think they need him to be a power hitter. And if you want to get in 215-592-9494, you're more encouraged by the starting pitching or discouraged by the defense. It's hard after what we've seen the last couple years for me to just think the starting pitching can solely carry them. I mean, over the last 22 games prior to yesterday, Phillies had a 2.34 starting ERA. Best in baseball by over a run, and their record was only 14-8. I mean, it's a good record. But you'd think with that kind of ERA, your record's like 17-5 or 18-4, something like that. And the offense just, in my mind right now, isn't carrying their end. And Kyle, I wanted to ask you, where do you fall on this? Are you more encouraged by the starting pitching or discouraged by the offense?
I don't know how you can't be more encouraged by what the starting pitching's doing right now. Like, it's historic. And I know that the ERA is probably not as good as it was in 2011, but I think that's skewed a little bit by some of the scrubs they threw out there as fifth starters, maybe a bad Taiwan start.
The Vanimal.
Luzardo having a few stinkers in there, Mick Abel, like all that stuff. But like, I think this starting rotation has potential to be better by the end of the season than that 2011 rotation. And I know that the pitching here includes everything, like the relief pitching, which is not very good, but that's something that I feel like can sort of fix itself like the easiest of any of the aspects of a team. Like, they can add at the trade deadline. They can even move a few guys from the starting rotation to the bullpen when October comes, because you're really only like 4 guys deep when you're starting with your starting pitching in the playoffs. And look, if you think about it, this sounds crazy to even say, the starting rotation has the potential to get even better. Like, they might add, they're going to add Aaron Nola back, which I don't know what he's going to be. I know he was bad before he went on this rehab assignment, or before he went on the IL, but he's going to a rehab assignment right now. And there is a chance, guys, that was actually what was limiting him in the beginning of the season, that we might see sort of a return to your favorite guy, TK, the true ace, Aaron Nola.
The fake ace?
Yeah, the fake ace, Aaron Nola.
The real number 4?
Yeah, but like, I think Aaron Nola is going to be pitching better than he was at the beginning of the season when he comes back. And then I don't know what's going to happen with Andrew Painter. I know they're saying he's got to earn his way up here, but he's going to add some depth to the starting rotation too. Like, this has potential to get even better. And the thing about the offense is, like, I understand that the Bryce thing's definitely a worry, but I don't like, everyone wants this explosive, high-powered offense that we've seen from the Phillies in years past. I don't know if they necessarily need that, just because of how good the starting pitching has been. So, like, I mean, well, I think it's not great right now. We can probably get a little bit better than this. Like, it'll probably regress toward the mean in the positive way. And I think they'll end up being okay. Like, just watching the starting pitching right now is a treat every night. So, like, I'm way more encouraged by that.
It is. And I don't want to diminish what the starting pitching is doing, but we're 90 games in at this point. And I just feel like the offense isn't where you need it to be. And I do feel like the representation of both these sides, whether it's starting pitching or lineup, really does come down to Zack Wheeler and Bryce Harper. And first off with Wheeler, here was Rob Thompson talking about him yesterday and kind of what he was able to do.
Was today about as good as you've ever seen?
Yes. After the 4th, I thought this has a chance to be a no-hitter or perfect game. I really did. And, you get behind Hayes 3-1, I think, and just left a fastball over the middle of the plate, and he put a good swing on it. So he was just dominant. I mean, everything working, control, command, whatever. I mean, it was just, everything was great.
And it was just insane yesterday what Zack Wheeler was able to do, 12 strikeouts in that game. And then you compare that with Bryce Harper, and Bryce still dealing with the wrist thing, and it doesn't sound like it's getting a whole lot better. Here was Bryce last week talking about why he decided to come off the IL now.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to take any other steps forward of feeling better or anything like that. I thought we were kind of at a standstill of it feeling the same the last couple of days, and from BP to live and things like that, kind of gave us the same results each day. So I thought today was a good one.
Is it something you're going to have to manage, though, in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so. I'm not sure yet what that's going to feel like. So we're going to, as I go, I think, and as I know you guys will, and Tomper as well. So we'll see, how how I feel tonight, tomorrow.
And Hugh, I keep hoping that Bryce is going to find his rhythm, get back to being that guy. But the longer this season goes and the more you can tell it's just bothering him, the more I feel like he might not get there this year.
He might not be the guy that we're used to seeing, but he can still be effective. I think there are other ways that he can be effective. Bryce can still be a threat. And I know nobody wants to hear that because he's been a power guy all this time, but if he can just and I'm just laughing because I know if Joe was sitting there, he would probably blow a stack right now. But if he could just find a way to be effective and help move runners over, I think that's what this team needs at this point. I'm laughing even thinking about saying.
Help move runners over. I mean,
listen, man.
I'm going to blow my stack now, $330 million.
I understand what you're saying. But right now, it's obvious that this man is not comfortable. And they basically gave him every assurance that he wasn't going to re-injure himself when he came out there. He's not comfortable. He's been saying that for the last couple of weeks. That's why it's taking so long. Dave Dombrowski came out and said, well, it's up to Bryce when he wants to come back. Yeah, sometimes y'all just got to read between the lines, man.
This is the thing, though, man. This team can't win. This offense can't be great without Bryce being great.
You got to figure it out. You got to figure out how to be great without Bryce being as great as he once was, if that's the case.
They have no power in the rest of the lineup aside from Schwarber.
I know, and that's worrisome, but, like, I think you we could add a little bit of perspective to this, and I know I'm going to sound Dave Dombrowski-ish. Remember
Kyle Quinn and perspective in the same sentence.
Well, look,
I'm surprised
Kyle's been on vacation
because
he's
for a week on the show. I know that.
We got to rile him up. This is not the Kyle Quinn I know.
I was waiting for him to be a little bit more aggressive. He must have had a good vacation.
No, look, I'm with you today, but like. I think if I were to tell you that this team has the best starting rotation in baseball, and still, here's the perspective part, it's a top 10 offense in the majors. That's good enough to win you the World Series.
That's a Mickey Mouse top 10 ranking.
It's not Mickey Mouse. It's what the numbers are, Tom. You said it. They're 90 games in. It's not Mickey Mouse when it's 90 games in. That's what it is.
It's not a top 10 offense.
It is a top 10 offense.
Look at the numbers.
We watch them every day. The team I watch, that's not a top 10 offense.
They're sixth in the league in batting average. They're 10th in runs. They are 9th in OPS. That's a top 10 offense, if you ask me.
Look at the numbers.
I care about scoring runs. How
Don't
many
start
runs
mocking me. You're on your side.
Yesterday, they won a game where they went 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Am I going out of my mind here?
Well, they won the game, Tom.
They won. I mean,
that's the pitching.
I know nobody wants to hear that today. I feel strange saying it with so much stuff going on. Yeah. But you won.
No, I felt icky though because
it's
like Dombrowski after the Mets series. Like, well, they weren't the worst.
Yeah,
they weren't the worst chase team.
It's not great, but it's not the worst.
Hey, but listen, we're right there. We're right there, guys.
Yeah,
we're right there.
At least they won. But want to get your thoughts. Are you more encouraged by this starting pitching or discouraged by this offense? And really, Bryce Harper, because Bryce had a rough weekend. I mean, 0 for 4 Ks on Saturday, struggled again yesterday. I mean, if anybody can kind of turn it around, it would be Bryce Harper from something like this. But hey, when it's an injury, it's really beyond your control, and that's my concern. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, let's get it started on the phones with Chris in Middletown. Hey, Chris.
Chris.
Happy solved the Phillies' problems today, man.
What's up, man?
What's going on, man?
Zack Wheeler is the best pitcher in a Phillies uniform since Steve Carlton. Hugh, stop throwing shade at him.
I'm not throwing shade. I think I'm motivated, Zach, to be totally honest.
No, that's a spin. As great as Cole Hamels, Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, and Kurt Schilling were, Wheels is the ace of aces, and we are watching an absolute legend every time he takes the hill, and it's unbelievable. Now, guys, going to your question here, the offense is the problem. I know Kyle's got his head up in the clouds and he's confused because, he had a week off. And actually, if you want to rile Kyle up, just call his dad and have him come in, get on the show and tell us what Kyle did last
week.
Love Kyle's dad. Love Kyle's dad.
Yeah. So, guys, in all seriousness, you cannot be an effective hitter without your hands. So the wrist issue to Harper is a major problem. This injury, I feel like, is going to force Dave Dombrowski to spend more in assets than he normally would because he has to. Two guys out there that I would love for him to go back to the well, go out to see the Angels again, and both are right-handed power bats, either Taylor Ward Ward, who's got 20 home runs, is 31 years old, he'll cost less. Or you go get Joe Adell, who's got 19 home runs and is 26-year-old. He's going to cost a whole lot more. Personally, I want them to go get Adell because I feel like it keeps the window open longer. And I would be even willing to trade Painter for him. You have to make a move. You can't waste a Zack Wheeler's career. You can't waste whatever you got left of Bryce. You can't waste whatever you got left of Schwarber, Castellanos. Guys, this team is old. The window is shutting fast. If you're going to do it, you can't wait. You have to take a shot.
Well, Chris, I mean, that's the way I look at it. And you look at the starting pitching, and I think you make a good point about wasting the starting pitching. Because I look back in 2011, and that's how I feel about that season. I feel like the Phillies wasted great starting pitching. And it was kind of similar to this year, where we look back now at that team, we think, oh, they won 102 games, that team is incredible. But the offensive issues were kind of similar that year. I mean, Chase Utley was older, Jimmy Rollins, Ryan Howard, that offense was not great. That's why the Phillies kind of went out and went all out for 100 pence at the deadline. But in the end, that team didn't win as great as their starting pitching was because they couldn't hit in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's the same problem. They squandered the opportunity. They wasted the aces on nothing. We got nothing out of it, and I don't want to have history repeat itself. And I feel like this whole thing with Wheeler, like people keep trying to debate, like maybe we get a mistake, maybe we get a mistake. No, in comparison, he's going to be a Barry Sanders. He's going to go out at the absolute top of his game and be comfortable with that and go down as one of the greatest pitchers ever. And people, out there that don't want to give him a shine, that put him at number 9. Those people, shame on you. Shame on you, Hugh Douglas. S-H-A-M-E. Shame.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the call. I always love the whatever word Chris chooses to spell out at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
it is a little shameful here.
What, 9?
9 was...
Listen.
It seems like there's something personal there.
No, it's not.
Are you sure?
I love Zach. Zach's an awesome dude. But I do feel like he feels some kind of way because I had him at number 9. Because the way that he pitched yesterday, I felt that in my spirit that he that was a big middle finger to me.
Now, if the Phillies win the World Series, like let's say they win the World Series, Zack Wheeler is the World Series MVP. Do we get you in the parade as like the motivation?
No.
But like, what if Zach went up on the Art Museum steps or whatever? If the Phillies do it there, and he says, "Yeah, this is thank you to Hugh Douglas for motivating me."
I would be more. It would be more Philly if he said this is a big F you to Hugh Douglas.
That would be great.
That would be great. And if he won that, then I would apologize. He would move up in the rankings, and I would be so happy for him because one of the best parades that I've ever seen was the Phillies parade.
Yeah,
the first one.
That was the first one in 25 years.
That was the first one. So for him to go out on top like that, man, that's what it kind of felt like. With him announcing that, his time is coming up short, the fact that he doesn't work out at all. Zach, if you listen, the fact that you don't work out at all, I had to hold that against you a little bit, just a little bit. And for him to have the kind of day that he had, that's almost the equivalent. When I think of the day that Zach had, just work with me a little bit. And I know he's not doing this, but could you see Zach smoking like a pack of Black & Milds, drinking a couple, like, what is it, Natty Lights?
I see where you're
downing a couple Natty Lights and then going out there and pitching a complete game.
I see where you're going with this. It looks so easy the way he does it.
Hold my beer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it kind of feels like.
Like one of those guys in the 50s or whatever.
Yeah, he just went out there and hold my beer.
Pitch an inning, you go down, you have a smoke.
And have a smoke in the dugout or whatnot. I know he doesn't do that. But yesterday, it felt like that's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
I know, and I'm saying that tongue in cheek because I know that even though he said he doesn't work out, there's a certain element, like he does something to pitch at the level he pitches at. There's no question about that. But it was kind of cool to see that yesterday.
Yeah, he's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And again, man, we're so lucky to have Zack Wheeler. I said before, I think he's the best Philly this century, the best Philly player. I mean, he's just incredible. The things that he is able to do, the way he is able to pitch consistently, and he really leads this rotation. This rotation's been incredible. When you look at Wheeler, when you look at Sanchez, when you look at Ranger, I mean, Luzardo, that's the one thing to worry about a little bit Friday. Another bad outing from Jesus Luzardo here, and the number 5 spot is what it is. But this rotation is great. And the question is, are they great enough to carry this team? And Are you more confident and encouraged by the starting pitching or discouraged and worried about the offense? As much as I love the starting pitching, as much as I love watching Wheeler, these other guys, it's just so hard for me to fully invest in this team, fully get behind them making a deep run when this offense is what it is. And they just need to hit more. They need to come up bigger with runners in scoring position.
They do.
And take advantage of their chances.
I think this is opportunity, man, because we've seen this story before, especially in the postseason, where offensively they haven't been able to hit a whole lot. So maybe this is a lesson in, adjustments. Maybe this is the year that Bryce Harper has to adjust and be that, for lack of a better way of saying it, just like a contact hitter and move runners.
You know what? Shut up.
I know, man. I hate, I feel
it's the move runners part.
I know.
I can feel Giglio dying from.
No, I can. And every time I say it, I can just be like, "What are you talking about?" But here's a man that is obviously. This is the part that I try to bring people back behind the curtain about. Bryce Harper, in order for him to be successful, he has to feel centered. All players do. Any professional athlete has to go out there and they have to feel like everything's in concert as far as their body, their mind, their spirit, and all the other stuff. Right now, the mental block for him is his wrist, and it doesn't feel right. So that throws him off a little bit. And so now he's out there trying to compensate, trying to figure it out because he knows his team needs him, but he's not in a position to be the guy that he once was. So there are some adjustments that have to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell he's certainly struggling right now. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Where do you stand with this Phillies team after the weekend and 90 games into the season? Are you more encouraged by the starting pitching or worried about the offense? Your calls on that coming up. Plus, you'll hear more from Topper and Zack Wheeler on his incredible performance yesterday afternoon. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Wild Fork has a wide selection of rib options, perfect for grilling, including pork spare ribs, venison French rib rack, and my family's favorite, antibiotic-free St. Louis spare ribs. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Philly, are you ready? For the very first time, adult film star Jessie Lee is hitting our stages live July 11th and 12th at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. With over 5 million views on her debut scene, Jessie is one of the hottest names in the industry. Jessie Lee is bringing her own brand of bold energy, so don't miss this exclusive chance to see her up close and personal July 11th and 12th, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. We go into overtime Fridays and Saturdays, open until 4 a.m.
Know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What was that environment like in the ninth inning with the Let's Go Wheeler chant?
Yeah, it was very cool. It also felt like the playoff vibe. Got me through that, and it was really cool. That's why it's awesome to play here in Philly.
Well, that was Hugh Douglas's arch nemesis, Zack Wheeler, yesterday after his unbelievable performance. 9 innings, just like number 9 on the top 11 list.
Yeah.
He goes 9 innings, allows just 1 hit, 1 run, masterful outing, and I think made his case, Hugh, to be the starter in the All Star game. What a performance from Wheeler.
Yeah, that was no question about that, man. I felt a little something personal when he did that. I thought about the list that I made and that he was on it. And the fact that he probably listens to the show, he probably felt some kind of way. I felt like he gave me the big middle finger.
Now, okay, I understand we're not going to get an apology,
Nah,
but have you at least reconsidered his position on the list?
Nah, Zach.
No?
If you listen to Zach, when you finish it out in the World Series, we'll have a conversation.
Wow.
I'm trying to motivate him.
How high would you move him up? Would you move him up?
We'll
top
talk about
5?
it. We'll talk about that. He wins the World Series. Then we have to have a conversation. Okay. But that means that he got to come on the show and chop it up with us a little bit, though. And tell us what that was like.
Yeah, hold that little carrot out there. There you go. Nicely done. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But obviously talking a lot about Zack Wheeler today, his incredible performance. And want to know, are you more encouraged by what you saw from the starting pitching? Obviously, Ranger and Wheeler, incredible the last 2 days. Or discouraged and worried about the offense, and more specifically, Bryce Harper and his struggles. I want to be more in on the pitching. I want to be just extremely excited about what they're doing on that side. but the offense is worrisome. And the lack of being able to hit in situations is worrisome. The lack of hitting for power is concerning. And part of it is we've seen this before, man. I mean, we saw it with 2011 Phillies, where the pitching was great. It wasn't enough. We saw it last year. Last year against the Mets, the starting pitching was incredible. I mean, Zack Wheeler in Game 1 did very much something similar to what he did yesterday. Goes 7 innings, allows no runs, 1 hit. The Phillies bullpen can't hold it, and the offense can't produce. That's why it's difficult to kind of look at this starting pitching and think that they can just carry them the whole way. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Bill in Fishtown. What's up, Bill?
Bill.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's up, Bill?
You know, I'm discouraged. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to say that. I'm not going to get distracted by our great pitching. I want to give credit where credit is due. Is it amazing? Is it fun to watch? Obviously. I mean, what Wheeler did yesterday was incredible. But, you know, if Wheeler didn't have that performance, we wouldn't be talking about this. We would be talking about, you know, the 14 strikeouts, the 20-some lined out bases. I mean, you know, if it wasn't for the meatball down the middle of the side at the end of the game, it's still a tie game. So, I mean, you know, I'm a little discouraged. I don't know how you couldn't be.
Well, Bill,
You
the
know?
moment that really got to me was the 6th inning. You have runners in the corners, no outs, and you get nothing out of that. It's just like, I mean, you got, like, even if you hit into a double play ball, you're getting a run there.
Nothing. I mean, that inning itself, I think it was earlier in the game, too. It was a similar thing where, you know, we're coming up and we're getting to the what I call the black hole in the lineup. I mean, you know, I'm sorry, after Castellanos, what do we really have? JT's, you know, been hitting a little well, or a little bit better the past few weeks, sure, but, you know, Stott, Kepler, what are we doing? We're going JT, Kepler, Stott? I mean, what is that? That's outs, and outs, and it showed that yesterday. I mean, I still don't even understand. I'm getting a little aggravated here, and I want to hear your guys' thoughts on why we're still consistently giving, you know, these guys opportunities. Why is Kepler still coming in? At this point. I don't understand. It frustrates me. You know, it seems we're a very unserious team. Why do they keep getting opportunities? I love Topper, and I know that he's, you know, a player's guy, and he wants to give these guys opportunities. I see what he's doing, but at some point, where are we drawing the line? I mean, we're almost halfway through the season, or if not, we already are. I don't understand it.
I hear you, Bill. I appreciate the call. The problem is, Hugh, I mean,
What are
they
you
don't
gonna
have
do
a
with
lot of
Kepler?
better options.
Yeah. What are you going to do with Kepler? Kepler was supposed to come in here, and outside of the first game that he had, when we were all down there, it was us in the afternoon show, and we were talking about who we thought was going to go yah that night, and everybody picked Kepler, and we went with who was it, Schwarber and Kepler. After that, it's the moments have been few and far between. Now, yesterday he robbed me of not yesterday, last week. Kyle, you weren't here. You know, Kepler robbed me of my parlay when they had the doubleheader, right?
I don't give a shit.
Well, I'm just kind of like, I like how
With
he
a
looked
totally straight face,
with a straight
hit
face.
the drop.
He did that. But he robbed me because he hit a home run. I picked him to hit one in the first game. And
Dude,
he
I
hit it
saw
in the
you
second
down there.
game.
I told you not to put that one in.
Well, I felt it was going to happen. I just didn't know which game it was going to be. So yeah, he kind of messed up my parlay.
That's awesome.
He messed up my parlay.
So that kind of call is just, I just find that funny. Like, what did he say? Where do we draw the line? Like, they're 53 and 37, and look, I know I'm doing the perspective
You're
thing.
doing the last year thing,
No.
Kyle.
I'm not doing the last year thing.
This is what we did last
He's
year.
putting it in perspective.
Yeah, but so what are they in their last? They're 6-4, and they're not like, I don't know. They don't look like a mid team like they did to me in the second half of last year. The second half of last year, there were obvious cracks in the starting pitching, like even the bullpen, and like the offense was the same. Like, I think this looks like a better team than last season. And I don't think they started off super hot and then are now like cold. Like, I don't think that's really, I don't think there's a similarity in how they looked from the beginning to the second half of last year. There's 4 teams in the majors that have a better record than them. So if we're doing this whole where do we draw the line thing, like, if you think the Phillies are inconsistent, what do you think every other team in baseball is? Like, this is how it goes.
But you're looking at the flaws from everybody else and putting it in perspective. I like that Kyle has had some growth this weekend.
First off, I don't like coming off a vacation, Kyle. All right, he's way too measured, way too perspective driven.
Kyle sounded like he drunk some wine last night.
Yeah, Kyle looks a little chilled out.
Look,
but
they lose tonight.
And it's
Maybe
going
you'll
to change.
see a different me.
I'll be ranting and raving tomorrow after this game ends at 1 a.m. But I think they look like the exact same team as last year. I mean, they have really good front-end starting pitching. How do we still have Taijuan Walker as a number 5 starter? I mean, this is just driving me nuts. You have a bullpen that has massive issues, and you have one outfielder. So I think it's a very similar team to last year. But the one thing that you do have, or one of the things, is Zack Wheeler, and Zack Wheeler's been incredible. And there was a fun moment that Rob Thompson talked about between the 8th and 9th inning, because it was interesting being down at the game, looking out of the bullpen, and there was nobody up. And it's like, at that point, it was still 1-1 game. They're going to let Wheeler come back out for the 9th. Here was Rob Thompson on that decision to leave Wheeler in the game.
If Huff doesn't hit that home run, does he go back out in the 9th?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep, he was going back out. The way he still had his stuff in the 8th. I mean, he was dominant in the 8th. I would have taken him out to 115 pitches. I went down, and I wanted to make sure he was okay. And I said, "How you feeling?" He said, "I'm good." And I said, "Well, your stuff is dominant." He said, "No, I'm good." He said, "I'd lie to you, but I'm good." I said, "I understand that. I just want to make sure you're okay."
I do like that admission that he would lie, but I'm not lying now, is essentially what he said.
I think, that was pretty interesting. The way that they framed that. I would lie to you, but I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So and I'm all. It's awesome that he got the chance to go back out there and finish it. And man, one pitch away from a perfect game had to be spoiled by that jerk Austin Hayes.
You know what? I respect Kyle's perspective on this, because when you look around Major League Baseball, the hottest team at the beginning of the year looked like they were going to go undefeated early on was the Dodgers, and they're like within 3 games of having the close record with the Dodgers.
We're 2.5 games behind the Dodgers.
Yeah. The C broke it down. See, that's what
Perspective.
Perspective. That's right. I know a lot, and you know what's funny.
This is driving me
but
nuts.
when you know what's funny, I get it. I get why people are emotional, because this is our team, and the expectations here are a lot higher than they are anywhere else. But if I'm in that clubhouse, and I look, even though we have our warts, everybody has their warts, and I look at the standings, and I'm like, damn, for as I'm not going to say bad, but as not good as we're not playing, we could play better. Put it like this, we could play better. But for us not playing our best baseball, we're right there. And that's the kind of attitude that you have to have. Listen, as a fan, you can feel that way because we've been here before. But when you're in it, and Bryce is back, and Bryce is not who he is, if I would take 70% of Bryce Harper any day. And if he can give me that, and if he can figure that out, I think we'll be okay. I really do.
And I'm hoping they get there, but I just think they need more from this offense. They need to come through more in those big situations. And, I mean, you can't be a team that relies as much on the home run as the Phillies do when you don't hit a ton of home runs. And that's been a bigger problem, is aside from Schwarber, you're not really getting anybody who's hitting a lot of home runs this year. And for a team that's relying on that, that's a concern.
I think my fault, Kyle, but I think that at the trade deadline, I think they're going to go probably get a bat, as opposed to going out and getting some relief pitch.
Well, they're probably going to get both, right? I mean,
you
they
think,
can.
were they in the position to get both?
Yeah, well, look, we're going to have the discussions of what they need more, but the reality of it is they can go out and get whatever they want. They can address both sides of this thing. Now is
going to do this with Dombrowski again?
Is the fix going to work?
Dave Dombrowski,
I don't
confidence
know.
in him?
I don't know, but they have flexibility. They didn't lock themselves into this roster to where they have a bunch of untradeable, it's Harper and Turner, really, and Nola, I guess, they're kind of the really untradeable contracts. They have some flexibility here. Now, do I trust Dave Dombrowski 100% to make the right move? Not necessarily, no. But it's still a lever that they can pull. What are you laughing at?
That sounds much more hopeful than confident,
Yeah,
Kyle.
well,
That doesn't sound confident. I mean,
I can't wait till tomorrow now, because if they don't do well tonight, it might change.
Yeah,
He
Kyle's
said, "Do I
going to be
have
completely
confidence?"
different. One day back at work, and he's going to be grumpy again.
Yeah, well, look, some people might prefer that, but I like where we stand right now. I'll actually say this, what you said about the relying on the home run thing, that is sort of what is telling me that this is not the same team as last season. Last season they did rely on the home run. They were hitting home runs or nothing. Like they kind of are. They're having to find ways to scrape together runs without the home run. That might end up being beneficial to them in the long run. I think the team that reminds me the most of the Phillies last year, right now, is the Mets. Like the Mets started off with their pitching playing well above what their actual talent level was. You're starting to see regression to the mean there. They're a little bit shaky right now, and like who knows? Maybe this is the inflection point where we really just pull ahead of the Mets, sort of like they did with us last year.
Well, the positive thing for the Phillies, the division is not nearly as good as it was expected to be. I mean, the Braves are 11 games under 500 now. They're done.
Yeah, and the Nationals just fired their manager and manager and general manager.
Yeah, they totally cleaned house yesterday. And the Mets aren't very good either. So yes, the division you're in good shape for, but this is about winning the World Series, man. This isn't about winning the division. We've had enough of that.
No, I mean I get it, and I think that with the way that there's a lot, and there's still a lot of baseball left to be played. But I think, in a way, the way that Zack Wheeler pitched yesterday kind of sent the message, Buddy said weeks ago, hey, this is my last go-round. Not this year, but you get where I'm going with this. When my contract is over, I'm done. So that feels to me like he's giving himself enough time to try to go out on top. So why not this year?
Man, if he's pitching like this, you can't walk away.
No, I mean, yeah, you can. If you walk out, you can walk away on top.
Just pay him enough. Pay him enough where he has to stay. Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Jeff.
Hugh, that was a double middle finger to you, bro.
It basically wasn't it. I felt that way.
I mean, the home run kept it from being a mic drop too.
Yeah,
you could have just done both. Boom, boom.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, man, that felt personal.
Yeah, I know. TK, you're putting a lot of undue stress on yourself worrying about this offense because it's been the same style of offense for 4 years straight. So where do you think why would it get you mad? I don't understand. Like, it is what it is. And like Kyle said, they are in the top 10 in a fair amount of categories in the league. So what's the issue?
Well, what frustrates me,
it's going to change?
Jeff, is I mean, they got to be better to win a World Series. Would you disagree? Or would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, no, I would disagree because their pitching is better than it has been since the last 4 years. This is the best it's ever been.
But, Jeff, their pitching in the Mets series last year, their starting pitching in the Mets series last year was tremendous. I mean, they got great starts. They got an unbelievable start from Wheeler in Game 1 and couldn't win that game because they couldn't score and the bullpen blew up.
Well, I'm just trying to not worry about something we don't have any control over because this offense has been the same. They are hitting a little different this year. There's less home runs, but they are winning with stuff other than the home run, so that's encouraging. But I don't think you're going to have any change. My point is, I don't think there's going to be any drastic change between now and September or October.
Well, to me that would be a problem, Jeff. I mean, if there's no change, then I don't think they're getting where they need to go.
I disagree, man. I think they got one of the top 5 teams in baseball, and I think you're forgetting the fact that they're almost 20 games over 500, and we're still complaining. So I don't know. I just think they're good enough. They might need another bat in the outfield, but Marsh has been coming along here in the last month or so that's encouraging. I don't trust Rojas for anything, but other than that, I'm okay. I mean, I'm good.
Yeah, I hear you, Jeff, and appreciate the call, but like that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about here. We know what Brandon Marsh is. Like, we know Brandon Marsh is not a guy you can rely on. I know he's having a couple good weeks right now, but if the Phillies go into the second half of the season after the deadline, and this is still the center field situation, it's, we're going to platoon Marsh and Rojas, we all know that's not good enough. Like, that hasn't been good enough for the last 3 years. And that's kind of the issue, is you look at it, and it does remind me a lot of last season. And who knows, maybe I am putting too much stock into it, but I look at this team and I look at their issues. I feel like all their issues from last year are still the same things that are plaguing them this year.
Yeah, some of that is the case, but I feel like, you add some of those pieces that we're talking about, that it has the potential, with the pitching being what it is, to be a little different this time around. Because a lot of times I remember guys swinging out of their socks, last year especially, and they weren't getting it done. Hopefully you learn from those mistakes. And
now, is that harder than swinging out of your shoes?
Swinging out of your socks?
Yeah.
I would think so, because the socks are a little bit more grippy.
I like swinging out of your socks better, to be honest with you. I think that's a better better
swinging out of
quote.
your socks. I think swinging out of your socks is a little bit harder.
Yeah.
So hopefully with that being the case, that Bryce not having the power that he's accustomed to having right now, that he will make those adjustments and be comfortable in those adjustments that he have to make.
Yeah. Let's go to Thomas in West Philly. What's up, Thomas?
Thomas.
Hey, good morning, guys. My first time calling your show. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Absolutely. So my point on the question is that I'm definitely more worried about the offense. Definitely, I'm more discouraged because you had a man who pitched a one-hitter, almost perfect game yesterday, and they still could have lost.
Mm.
So how much more can pitching do? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, sadly, I agree with TK, but you know what I mean? This happened in the playoffs. It happened last week against the Astros. So I don't know how much more you can see about that.
Yeah, Thomas, and the Astros series is a great point. I mean, that's one that you look at the scenarios moving forward, and there's a chance where, because of how good the NL Central is, the Phillies could win the division and still need to play in that 3-game wild card series. And that's kind of my nightmare scenario is you get 3 great starts like they got in that Astros series where Ranger goes, 7 2/3, gives up 1 run. Wheeler has an unbelievable start. Sanchez has a great start. And you still get swept. That's the kind of thing that worries you.
Yep. And my other point, though, is I think to solve these problems, I think if you can trade Aaron Nola, I think it'd be the perfect thing to do.
Well,
wait a minute, what are we talking about?
Trade Nola. Now you got my attention, Thomas.
Wait a minute,
This is speaking my language here. I appreciate the call. And nobody's taking that contract.
No,
nobody's taking.
He just got paid too, right?
Yeah, he got paid before last season. 7 years, $175 million.
Yeah, that's
another Dave Dombrowski special right there for Aaron
So
Nola.
he caught a stray. A little bit.
Yeah,
Dave catching stray.
Yeah, I always.
I mean, at the time, I think it was a pretty good deal. You don't think so?
I was never a Nola guy.
Oh, okay.
I've always not had a vendetta. I've just always thought he's overrated. Yeah, kind of like you with Wheeler. It's kind of a similar thing. You don't like Zack Wheeler.
I love Zack Wheeler.
I don't like Aaron Nola.
I like Zack Wheeler a lot.
I don't know if you do.
He's just like you.
I don't know if you
He's
do.
smoking Black and Miles and drinking brews in the clubhouse.
Now
man.
I can't stop envisioning Wheeler down in the clubhouse between innings. Just taking a couple quick rips of Black and Miles
and going 9 of them things,
chugging 2 natty lights. All right, I'm ready to go back out there for the ninth inning.
And make it so bad. He's freaking the Black and Miles. So you don't know nothing about that. When you take the little paper out. Put it back.
Okay.
I know somebody in the car like, what is he talking about? Somebody caught that.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Let's go to Chris in Delaware. What's up, Chris? Chris. Oh no, Chris.
The moment was too big for him. The moment was too big.
Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's going on, Aaron?
TK.
Good morning, Aaron.
Welcome to the show, TK.
Oh, thanks, man.
How are you, my man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Did not go to the barbecue this weekend. Did not go.
Did you have a good 4th of July weekend?
I had a pretty good one. I went to go see Jurassic. What's the Jurassic World?
Fingers and 10 toes.
Yeah, I still got everything. I don't fool with the fireworks, man. Went to go see the Jurassic World movie.
How was it?
It was all right.
Not great.
It was all right. Going to see Superman, Thursday though? Wednesday? Thursday?
Oh, that's coming out this week.
Yeah.
That looks
coming
good.
out this week.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm a little torn behind that one. But anyway, hey Aaron, how you doing?
We got breaking news too, gentlemen.
What's up, Aaron?
Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Kyle Quinn's back. Let's welcome Kyle Quinn back and the meltdowns. Let them begin.
Aaron, you should
Kyle
see the
so
look
much.
on Kyle's face right now. You got to go to the YouTube. Check it out.
He loves when I go off topic.
Yeah, what do you got on the Phillies, Aaron?
Yeah. So, in terms of the Phillies, we as fans, one week we've got Zack Wheeler. He lets up 5 runs, and oh my gosh, we're not making the playoffs. And the next week we've got Zack Wheeler. He's legendary. He's the best pitcher ever in Philadelphia Phillies history. We've just got to let it mature. Let the season go by. Because here's the thing. It doesn't matter what sport you play, right? The object is to win the game. And it doesn't matter how good your pitching is. If you can't score runs, you're not going to win games. And this is a movie that we've seen for the last 5 years. So it's over and over and over again. So let them prove to us that they can be World Series champions.
Yeah, and they gotta hit more, Aaron. There's no question about it. You got anything else for us today?
You know,
Is that about
I
it?
did, Hugh. I got a letter in the mail.
What you get?
I got a letter from the FAA and the Flight Attendants Union. It was a cease and desist letter for the caller-on-caller crime I perpetuated last week against Stewardess Jim. So if you would just give me a moment, I just wanted to send out I just wanted to say...
All right, speed it up, Aaron.
I apologize for absolutely nothing to Stewardess Jim. The Cowboys suck. Go Birds. And Jalen Hurts is the number one quarterback in the NFL. Let's go.
All right, there you go, Aaron. Appreciate the call. Can I reconsider my stance now that Aaron's on my side?
What you got?
I don't feel... I wish Aaron was kind of on your guys' side today than on my side.
Why is that?
Because, I mean, Aaron can be a little irritating.
You know what's funny? Aaron and Kyle got beef.
I can tell.
I don't know why.
Because Kyle, I think that brought him back to his normal Kyle state.
You see how annoying he is.
Well, yes.
He's
I
brutal.
mean, that was my first time. I don't know if Aaron's called me before. That was my first time talking to him on this show. And yeah, it was pretty irritating. It was pretty irritating. I'm not going to lie.
Aaron, me and Aaron, we're okay because we've had times we didn't agree with certain things, but I respect the fact that we handled it like mature adults. But him and Kyle, they got something going on, man.
Kyle's face during that entire phone call.
No, he didn't have a whole lot to say.
It's just awful.
Yeah, Kyle did not look like he was enjoying any of what Aaron had to say.
I'm immensely enjoying my day, though. Today is a nice day.
You are.
I mean, I'm enjoying
you're
my
in a great
Monday.
mood today, man.
I'm enjoying my Monday. Wait till at the end of the show when we talk to you people, it'd probably be a little different.
But I do need to ask. You didn't go to the block party. I was disappointed. I thought you were going to hit that up this week.
I'm not going. I wasn't going to the block party. That was not going to happen. I'm not that friendly.
You could have made a lot of friends, though.
I mean, I'm cool. And I probably, I thought about it too. I probably irritated a lot of people by not being as friendly. But I'm like, hey, I gotta live my truth, man.
Because everybody wants you to go. I mean, you're the big celebrity on the block.
No, I gotta live my truth.
All right.
Gotta live the truth.
Well, maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Nah, probably not.
Probably not. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, talking a lot about the Phillies today. Zack Wheeler, incredible performance over the weekend on Sunday. 9 innings, gives up just 1 run, 1 hit, 1 pitch away from a perfect game. He was awesome. Bryce Harper, much different story. Bryce really struggled. Saturday, 0 for 4 Ks. And it's getting to the point where you start to worry about whether he's going to get back to being the old Bryce at any stage of this season. And want to know if you're more encouraged by the starting pitching, what Zack Wheeler did, or discouraged by the offense and the struggles that they've had. Because they win 2 out of 3, win the game yesterday. But overall for the offense, not a great weekend. And coming up next, we'll talk to Rhea Hughes. Rhea will join us. And I want to go off on one player in particular who struggled yesterday, and I can't stand this guy anymore. So that's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for the Midday Show. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the sun's sizzling, reach for the refresh that hits different. I'm talking Surfside iced tea and vodka. Real brew tea, real vodka, no bubbles, no troubles. Surfside, made with summer in mind. Remember, it's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the Summer of Shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at empower.com. LeBron James is back with the Lakers on paper, but minutes after opting in, his agent Rich Paul sent a message. LeBron's watching. The Lakers traded for Luka, highway robbery, hired J.J. Redick, LeBron's pick, drafted LeBron's son. Everything he wanted. Still, he plays coy. At some point, it's not strategy, it's theater. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
Oh, Kyle's feeling it today.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly and for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show.
It means no worries.
What is
for
this?
the rest of your
Why are we
day.
playing this song here,
This
Kyle?
is like your theme song.
My theme song? Not today. I'm worried. I'm worried about this offense. Kyle has no worry. He comes back from vacation. He's not worried about anything. Everything's great. It's flowers.
That's what vacation's
rainbows,
supposed to do for you.
sunshine.
You're supposed to unplug and recharge. Well, that makes no sense. Wait a minute. Unplug and recharge. Wait a minute. You're
Same
supposed to unplug
Well,
and
I don't know,
then
yeah.
recharge, right?
Yeah.
Recharge.
What's the over-under on days before Kyle starts
Tomorrow.
getting grumpy and negative again?
All depends on how the night goes.
Yeah, you set the line always at half a day.
Okay.
Like 0.5.
Okay. So right now you're still good though. And we're already
you're not talking me off or talking me onto the ledge, I guess, so to speak.
Okay, so
he's in a good-
my
he's in a
worry
good
is
shape.
not
You
working
can't bring
on
me
you.
down, TK. Not today.
Well, Kyle's in a good mood. I'm worried about the offense. You want to get in 215-592-9494. Unbelievable performance from Zack Wheeler on Sunday. Philly starting pitching's been great, but I'm more struggling to get behind this team because of the offensive struggles that they've had. Where are you? And now we're joined by Rhea Hughes, obviously part of the morning team here at WIP. What's up, Rhea?
Hey guys, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. And Rhea's Calling is brought to you by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology to find your perfect mattress. Rhea, what happened to your finger this weekend? That's my first question.
So you saw it. I had a
Why you got a
it,
split
and
on
it's
your
my
finger?
Middle finger, Hugh. Hugh, it's the middle finger.
Wait a
which
minute.
is huge
Wait.
loss for
What
me.
were you doing? What were you doing with your middle finger, Rhea? Or should I ask on the air?
I slammed it in my slider at the shore, and it was. We thought it was broken. I haven't gotten an X-ray yet, but I don't think it's broken. But it is black and blue. The nail, the tip. It's insanely painful to touch.
Wait a minute, Rhea. And that's on the same arm that
Same arm that I got chewed up at the Jurassic movie a week ago.
Saw the
Yes, I'm basically trying to-
Jurassic movie. I finally saw it. It was okay. It was okay.
It was. I think they were trying to repeat too much, like of the original. You know, you've got Scarlett Johansson. You got the other guy. You got the bad guy. We were all waiting. Like everybody in the movie kept whispering, "When is the bad guy going to get eaten?" Because you know he's going to get eaten.
Yeah.
He's the bad guy, and everybody did clap. So I did kind of enjoy that. But you know, they had the kids. I thought they were trying to pull. I didn't like the previous one. What was that? Dominion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it
I
was.
didn't like that. I like this one better than Dominion.
Yeah, that's the thing with these movies. It feels like they all try to do the exact same thing. It just gets a little
Yeah,
repetitive.
they made a lot
after
of money
while.
this weekend though. But yeah, it was.
They're not hurting.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
that kind of movie. It's always going to do big numbers. But Rhea, obviously, Phillies over the weekend, they win 2-3. Unbelievable performance from Zack Wheeler. Just to start off, Rhea, just put it in perspective for us. Zack Wheeler, the kind of pitcher he is, where does he rank for you in terms of Phillies pitchers all time that you've seen?
Well, my favorite, of all time, is Steve Carlton. So I go back a little ways, and he routinely finished games. I mean, this is what Zach's just fourth or first.
Yeah,
in
something
4
like
years.
that. Yeah, something. It was fourth or fifth, somewhere around those numbers.
I think that's more a thing of Topper pulling him out when he shouldn't, like he shouldn't have in that Mets game last year. But he's just much watch TV as a pitcher. I mean, it's beautiful. And I thought, okay, so for me, all time was always Carlton. And then obviously you've got Roy Halladay. The problem with Halladay is he wasn't here. I mean, he was a phenomenal pitcher. Just wasn't here long enough. He had two of the greatest games I've ever seen, especially the Reds playoff game, which was phenomenal. And I was lucky to be there for it. I mean, I still consider it one of the greatest performances I've ever gotten to see live. He just wasn't here long enough. But what Zack Wheeler has done it's incredible to watch. It really is. So, kudos to him, and please don't retire in 2 years, because here's the crazy thing, Tom. I'm going, all right, is he coming back out for the ninth? I spent the entire, bottom of the eighth, and he got 8 pitches. 8 pitches. That's all he needed. He was done. Game over.
Yeah.
So he still had tons left in the tank. It was pretty amazing.
No, it's insane, Rand. Like you said, the longevity is the thing to me that's so impressive about it. Because, Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, they had unbelievable peaks here. Like Cliff Lee after the Phillies traded for him in 2009. Roy Halladay in 2010 specifically with the perfect game, the no-hitter in the playoffs was incredible. But Wheeler, since the Phillies signed him at this point, 6 years ago? I mean, he's been the best pitcher in baseball. It's really crazy when you look at how long he's been able to do this for.
And he's been robbed of at least one Cy Young. Last year, I know all of the metrics said it was Sale, but the hope is that he gets it this year. It's for me, it's really Carlton, Hamels, Wheeler. Wheeler moves up if they win. I mean, Carlton and Hamels have championships, so. And they were obviously Hamels was a massive part of it. Wasn't he the MVP of the World Series?
Yeah, he was.
So,
yeah,
for right
that's kind of where I'm at with
Zach is clearly just phenomenal. And listen, Sanchez has been phenomenal. Suarez, I'm a little worried about Suarez because the start before this weekend, I listened to most of the game on the radio with Scott Fransky and Kevin Stocker, and they kept saying that he looked uncomfortable on the mound and that his velocity was down. Well, no one ever said anything like after the game, but now all of a sudden they pull him out in the fifth inning after 85 pitches. Now he had a lot of pitches, but then it was his shoulder and his back are hurting. And I'm going, well, were they hurting in that game? Like I've had some questions about how the Phillies have handled injuries this year, starting with Aaron Nola. I think that he either wasn't telling them, but they should have picked up on something that he was having issues. And the Bryce, wrist thing is weird. So I don't think that they've managed their injuries very well this year.
Yeah, Maria, speaking of the Bryce thing, because that was one of the concerning things that you'd look at after this weekend. He obviously struggled again. Saturday, 0 for 4 Ks. Just doesn't seem to look right now. How worried are you about Bryce and his performance and his wrist?
Well, here's what I will say. In terms of his performance, he needs all the time. He needs 2 to 3 weeks to come back from an injury. He doesn't do the rehab, games. And it's like he's got to retrain himself all over again. And I think there's a little something with maybe he's trying to baby that wrist if, in fact, it had plateaued and it wasn't getting any better. It's the weirdest injury. It's like, is it injured or like what is wrong with it unless it's just chronic at this point? So, but for me, he's always come back from injuries very slow, and then he goes on a heater. So I would say in like 2 or 3 weeks, here's the problem. 2 or 3 weeks, if he's not hitting, what do you do at the trade deadline? That's the fascinating part, is if he goes back to form and the wrist is okay and he starts going crazy, then you're like, okay, we might be okay offensive-wise. But if not, what do you do?
Yeah, and that's the real concern, Maria. And when you look at this weekend, this is what we've been discussing a lot throughout the first hour plus of the show here, is, the starting pitching incredible. Wheeler, incredible on Sunday. Ranger had a great performance on Saturday despite only throwing around 80 pitches. But you look at the offense, and the struggles continue. They're 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position yesterday, 3 for 13, cost them the game on Friday. After this weekend, where do you fall? Are you more encouraged by the starting pitching or more discouraged by the offense?
I think that what the Phillies should do is when they get runners on base, they should put the invisibility cloak on them because they cannot hit with runners in scoring position.
Good idea.
It's insane because, you're going, well, they're getting on base, but they just, what was it? Was it Castellanos who swung at 3 straight pitches with either runners on the corner or with the bases loaded? The games were kind of running together this weekend, but it was also, I was off for 5 days. So, but yeah, here's the thing is this is 2011. The Phillies didn't score. You saw, in the past previous playoff runs, they picked the worst possible. I don't, Tom, think we're going to know until the playoffs. They're either going to hit or they're not. I don't think there's any way to fix this unless they do go out and get a bat and Harper's healthy. But we've just seen it too many times. So why should I expect you literally, it's a hope that they don't go ice cold because I think they've spent plenty of time trying to fix it with the chase rate, with doing different things. I mean, look what Kyle Schwarber has changed himself into a guy who hits left-handed pitching, with relative ease. So it can be done. There's just players on this team who can't seem to do it.
You know what, Rhea? Speaking of that, because we don't know what Bryce Harper we're going to get moving forward. So it's.
Wait, well, are we getting a guy who's going to move runners around?
Well, Rhea, when I said it, I know it irritates a lot of people. But at this point, what's the realistic expectations of Bryce Harper?
You just got to hope that he can manage it. I mean, because his swing is violent. It is what it is. I mean, and we talked about this morning. I always forget when we're looking at him that he's been playing the game for 14 years.
Yeah, a long time.
It's insane. Like, he's been playing a long time, and that wear and tear with that violent swing, it seems to be catching up to him. And you hope, the hope is that it starts to come back a little bit around the trade deadline. They really this time seriously go, because I think this might be their last chance with this. Obviously Schwarber's a free agent. What does Castellanos have 1 year left after this, or is he done after this?
He's got one more year after this.
One more, but I think they'll move on from him this offseason. I think they'll trade him.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly you can't move off of him right now, but after the season, I could see that.
No, you can't. No, you need
right.
him. No, you absolutely need him right now. You live with the defense, and you make your changes in late games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one more for you here, Rhea. I mean, you've mentioned the deadline a couple times here, but where do you fall right now? What do you think is the bigger need, bullpen or a bat in the outfield?
I want both. I'm very greedy.
Ain't nothing wrong with being greedy.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you do. You need, but it's like, who's out there? I mean, and what are you going to? Bullpen. I mean, we all know it. You can rely on Orion Kirkland, and that's Strom. Every time he goes out there, he's giving up a run. So you've got to get bullpen, and I just think you got to have a bat. I mean, you have to. Kepler, Max Kepler. Now I'm mixing up names. We had a caller this morning who was calling him Kempler, like Otto Kemp and Max Kepler. No, now I'm doing it. He is what he is. So I think they got. I want both. I would like to see Crawford come up. I've been saying it all year long. I'd like to see what he has.
Yeah, I agree, Rhea. And I don't know what the holdup is with Crawford. I mean, we know what Brandon Marsh is. We know what Johan Rojas is. But it feels like they're not in a huge rush to do it, which is it's just weird. It's like the guy's crushing it at AAA. Why not just bring him up?
He really is. And I say it all the time, Hugh. I said it. It's the family business. I don't think that he will be scarred by bringing him up. I'm sure his father has talked to him. Like, yeah, you may be brought up. You may be sent back down. That's the beginning of a. I'm sure if I had a kid and they got called up to the majors and then they sent him down, I'd be freaking out. But I'm sure that those conversations have been had with him.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about his psyche as much.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to need something in outfield for sure, whether it's internally or externally. Absolutely. But Rhea Hughes, take care of that hand. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Yeah, and just calm down. Just sit down for a little while, Rhea. Don't get hurt anymore.
Don't do anything?
Yes, just sit there.
It's not my nature, Hugh. You know that.
Yeah, Rhea can't sit still.
No, not at all.
All right, thanks, Rhea. Appreciate it.
See you guys. Bye.
And Rhea, real quick, she brought up Max Kepler. And I just gotta go off on Max Kepler.
Go for it. Yeah, the floor is yours.
This guy is a disgrace. Okay, I mean Max Kepler.
Disgrace.
He's a disgrace. I mean, for him to come out 2 weeks ago and complain about his playing. I can't get in a rhythm because I'm not playing.
Yeah, and they let him play.
Yeah, well, they sat him against lefties, which I'm glad Rob Thompson still did. But he comes up yesterday, right? Runners on the corners, nobody out. All you got to do is hit into a double play. It's a 1-1 game. Zack Wheeler's going to cruise. He's not going to give up another run. He strikes out on 4 pitches with 2 of the worst swings you'll ever see. Then the Phillies get nothing out of that inning. And I can't take this guy anymore. Like, to have the nerve, first of all, it's a bad teammate thing to do, is it not, Hugh? I mean,
I would think so.
You have Otto Kemper you're splitting time with. This kid just came up. Now, Max Kepler complains about he's not playing every day. What does that do to Otto Kemp's psyche? When he's got the guy that he's sharing time with complaining about his playing time? Dude's hitting like 200. I mean, he has not produced. And here it's very simple for Max Kepler. If you hit and you produce, you'll play more. Why is that so hard? Why is that so hard for him to do?
That was a strong rant, by the way.
I'm not done. I'm not
Oh,
done.
my bad. Well, go for it.
How about Edmundo
Quiet,
Sosa?
Hugh.
How about
My
Edmundo
bad.
Sosa, Hugh? Edmundo Sosa. The guy has produced for years here. If anybody's got a right to complain and say, I want more playing time, it's him. Bryson Stott's in front of him. Bryson Stott's not hitting either. Have we ever heard Sosa say anything? No, he's a good teammate. He plays when he's put in the lineup. He produces when he's put in the lineup. That's what you do. Stop complaining about your playing time. Play better and you'll play more. It's simple. Now I'm done.
Yo, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's a lot to digest. I'm of the mindset when guys that haven't been in the locker room that long have that much to say, there's probably some talking going on. And he felt real comfortable, because to me, he felt real comfortable saying what he said. But when you do that, when the moment finds you, because we like to call it when the moment finds you in the game, you got to step up to the plate, and you haven't done that. You hit a home. You got robbed last week. That's the home run he got robbed of last week. That messed up my parlay. He messed up my parlay in the first game, and then in the second game he decided to hit one that I didn't bet on. You know, this is it's all about me.
It really does all come back to your bets. That's all you're caring about.
But the bottom line is this: if you're gonna bark and you're gonna chirp and say all of that, man, you got to step up to the plate. You got to be that guy. You got to be that guy that warrants the playing time and make it so that Topper doesn't have to pull you or is forced to keep you out there when you're playing.
Right. Like back in 2008, Jason Worth was signed to be a platoon player with Jeff Jenkins that year. Jason Worth hit a ton, so they couldn't keep him out of the lineup. And that's the thing. Like, if you're going to hit, you're going to play, but you got to produce. And Kyle, I'm trying to rile you up a little bit here. Can you at least get behind me with Kepler?
No, for sure. I mean, the fact that he felt as comfortable as he did to say what he said while he's hitting 211 is a joke. I mean, when I heard him say that initially, Joe and I were both on the just DFA his ass train. I mean, you're not like, how much are you losing without Max Kepler in the lineup right now? Like, the guy stinks. He got hot for like a week. That was it. Like, I don't want to hear that crap from first of all, he's played 80 games this season. It's not like he's really splitting time. He's played the majority of the games in the outfield.
Right.
And he still sucks. Get lost.
Yeah.
There's Kyle.
There he is.
There he is.
See, that was really what I wanted.
Okay.
Reverse psychology. I needed to go on a rant on a guy that I knew Kyle doesn't like to kind of get him back. Kyle, are you more discouraged by the offense now?
No.
Oh, 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Jack in Norristown. What's up, Jack?
Jack.
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
How you doing, Jack?
I'm hanging in there, you.
All right, that's all you can do, man. How's the trash in your neighborhood, man? Is it starting to pile up? You good?
Norristown.
Oh, it's not the city.
No,
okay.
I live in Norristown.
Oh, my
man.
bad. I forgot.
I actually live outside of Norristown.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. But not within the city limits either way, right, Jack?
Right.
So I should ask the guy from
outside
Fishtown.
the city.
Right, I should ask the Fishtown.
Yeah.
cat.
But I just want to say Wheeler's a great pitcher. There's no doubt about it. It was great yesterday. And you guys make a big deal about a complete game. I just want to bring one thing up. When you guys go back in history, you never go past 1980. Robin Roberts had 305 complete games. So I got to give him his due.
Yeah, it's a different era now, Jack. It's a lot less common, but in some ways, isn't that more impressive?
I agree.
Yeah.
It is because of the way they do things now. The guy comes in, gets one out, they put a new pitcher in the next inning. But from the beginning of the season, we knew we had starting pitching. Our starting pitching is super. And you can win with starting pitching, especially short series. You can win. But you got to have a little bit of hitting. And these guys, when one guy goes south, it seems like a lot of them. We got to get a bat, and we got to get a fireballer in the bullpen. I'd like to see us get Chapman, and I don't know who else for the hitter, but I'd love to see us get Chapman from Boston. He got a little gas left. And I think that's what we need. But this team, like that game yesterday, they're games we used to lose. But we pulled it out yesterday. Last week, Ranger, we won a 2-1 game. We're winning them games, but it's still tough to do.
Yeah, I hear you, Jack, and appreciate the call. And
appreciate you, Jack, and appreciate you taking us past 1980, man. We got a point. That's why you respect your elders, man.
Yeah, you got to look back at the old days.
Yeah, you got to.
But you look at the offense, and I think the hope from a game like yesterday, because, again, the offense didn't come through in a lot of spots, but Bryson Stott hitting that home run, you hope that's a turning point for him, because Bryson Stott, Hugh, he has really struggled this year. He's been, especially of late, really not producing much at the plate. You hope sometimes when a guy gets a hit like that, a two-run home run to win the game.
Yeah.
Is that, as a pro athlete, I mean, when you were struggling, can one play kind of turn it around and get you some confidence?
Well, first of all, I ain't do too much struggling.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Except for when I went to Jacksonville. That was something totally different.
That was just an effort. That was more of an effort.
No, I'm just kidding. But no, like to your point, it's one of those things where you just try to get something good going for you so you could kind of get the momentum going. And to your point, that's kind of what it's been all year long. When you talk about him, you talk about Alec Bohm, another guy who, when he was hitting home runs in the small ballpark, we thought that was going to be a turning point. Unfortunately, it wasn't. But still, you just got to keep plugging away, man, until you finally break through. And the fact that this team, when you look at those guys, and I think about the last couple of years where there were times where Bohm and Stott were guys that carried this offense, maybe they're just waiting for the playoffs.
Well, I don't think they're waiting.
When I say waiting for the playoffs, maybe they'll get going in the playoffs.
Right.
I should say it like that. Yeah, maybe they'll get going in the playoffs.
And, it all, I feel like, does with the lineup tie back to the Bryce thing. Because if Bryce is not going to be the guy who we're accustomed to seeing him be, the guy who's going to carry a lineup, the guy who's going to hit, 30-plus home runs, then more responsibility is going to fall on those other guys. It's going to fall on Bohm. It's going to fall on Stott. JT, if he can get going. And, I mean, he's obviously struggled this year. He's hit a little more lately. But that's the thing. Like, if you can rely less on Bryce, you're going to need to rely more on those other guys at the bottom of the order to produce more for you.
Yeah, until he figures out what he needs to figure out as far as his hitting is concerned, man. Yeah, everybody's going to have to pull their weight. And I think they are. But I think a lot of times with this team, for whatever reason, early on, they were moving runners. They were. But like I said, when you go through it for a while and you start to struggle, you kind of revert to what you know best. And that's when they start, swinging at everything. And that's where they need to stop. They need to get centered so they're where they were when they were playing small ball and moving runners over. That's what they need to start doing.
Yeah.
Because they know how to do it. We've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen guys change their approach, so they know how to do it. So it's not something that, that you can't do. You just have to work your way back to it.
Yeah, and that's what the offense is going to need to figure out. They're going to need to figure out how to produce more with runners in scoring position and pick up that pitching, because you can't just always rely on your starters to be outstanding. I mean, the Phillies have had the luxury of that this year because the starting pitching has been so incredible. I mean, we'll get a little later on the All Star selections here, but Zack Wheeler, it's not just been him. It's been Christopher Sanchez. It's been Ranger Suarez. I mean, to have a rotation.
Ranger got tidy back now, don't he?
Yeah, Ranger, I think he's all right. They said 80 pitches. They just wanted to limit him. I'll take them at their word on that.
Okay.
I think Ranger will be fine.
Okay.
And if you got to back him off a little bit, I think that's okay. But Ranger obviously has been tremendous this year, as has Christopher Sanchez and Wheeler. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Are you more encouraged by the Phillies starting pitching, or are you more concerned and discouraged by the lineup production and the offense this weekend? Some of the things we're talking about today. When we come back, more Phillies calls, and want to get to another loser in Philadelphia sports, or was in Philadelphia sports, what Bryce Huff, your favorite guy, Hugh, had to say about his time here in Philadelphia and why it didn't work out here. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One round down.
I chip one in the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2, the baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking for me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A mass shooting in Grays Ferry. 12 people shot, 3 of them killed. It's day 7 of the DC 33 strike. Negotiations between the city and its blue-collar union ended with no deal over the weekend. And scientists at UPenn have turned fungus from the tomb of King Tut into a drug that can help fight cancer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy, sticky with storms coming later, high 87.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know, 94.1.
Oh yeah, we forgot about this open. That's all. That's awesome.
94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today, alongside Hugh Douglas. What do you think of the Open for the Tom Kelly show?
I like. It's all right. It has a little. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's awful.
Oh, come
It has
on,
a little
Merrill.
hip hop. It has a little hip hop feel about it.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. AI is really messing stuff up, ain't it? I don't know if we all got the
worried?
email. Well, I ain't worried about AI. AI ain't gonna take my job.
Well,
But
nobody can replicate this.
I'm an original.
I can't even.
I'm an original. Yeah.
I mean,
But-
Kyle could just play your drops.
But I saw somewhere where, let me get this story straight. The AI, they had an AI model and they were talking about replacing it. And the AI told a story like the dude was cheating on his wife or something. Did anybody else see that story?
I did see that, yeah.
Where the AI wrote a whole email to the company saying
fell in
that
love
that somebody was cheating in the company.
No, I didn't see this.
You didn't see that story?
No.
Oh, we're not too far away from the Terminator, dog. We're not too far away from the Terminator being for real.
Yeah, AI's pretty scary, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on with the AI.
Shout out to Sean in Newark, one of our great callers who made that open for me. And then Spike actually took it upon himself to make 3 more. So,
But he made more TK spots.
Yeah, but the ones that Spike made were a little less complimentary and a a little more disparaging.
For real.
Yeah. So we might have to come back with those a few times as well.
Spike used to be my movie date. Spike got brand new. Spike be acting.
Well, you guys are the 2 movie buffs here.
Yeah,
at the station.
you know what? I asked him to go to the movies with me last week, and he told about he was going with his wife.
Yeah.
How dare he?
You and Spike on a movie date. That would be great content, honestly.
How dare he go to the movies with his wife?
So who'd you go with? Did you go
with my son?
You went with your son.
And
okay.
he was I mean, it was fun, but it's different.
I love the
I mean,
idea
he ain't got no money.
I love the idea of you third wheeling a date with Spike and his wife.
No, it was
to
just
the
me.
movies.
The first date we went on, it was just me. Spike. When I said it, just sounds funny.
You guys
I
went to
forgot
the movies
we went
together? You actually
the
did
movies.
this?
I forgot what we went to go see though. I forgot already, but it was in the city.
Okay.
Well, what were you
We hung
doing
out
in the
city.
theater that because it feels like this relationship is now ended? Are you like?
Well, first of all, let me tell you.
go well
Let me
up
tell you
there.
what
check your
happened.
phone in the theater
Let me
often?
tell you- okay.
Or are you doing annoying stuff?
No, let me tell you what happened. The first time we went, he bought the tickets. I bought the popcorn. But what he did was something that I thought was kind of weird, right?
Is that a fair deal?
It's an equitable relationship.
Well, I bought the popcorn and the drinks. That's about 40. That's about the same.
That's probably more
It is
expensive.
expensive,
honestly.
Yeah, that's about the same. But what he did, which I thought was a little odd, he got his seats right next to each other.
Now, you want the separation?
Well, if it would have been, if I would have bought the
So
tickets,
it's you who broke off this relationship.
well, if I would have bought the tickets, I'd have put a little space between them.
Well, you're a big guy.
You know what I mean? Because
yeah.
I'm a wide body. I'm somewhat of
you're
a
a big
wide
dog,
body.
yeah.
Yeah. So it was just weird that we sat right beside each other.
Did you guys share the popcorn?
Oh no.
Okay.
It was two bags of popcorn, and like I don't even share popcorn with my child.
Okay.
And I'm definitely not sharing it with a grown ass man. I don't share my popcorn with my children.
Why?
Because
Oh man, poor Harper.
I mean, I just don't. Harper got his own popcorn.
Okay.
And
I
I
mean,
got
I guess
mine.
good for Harper then.
Yeah. And because he's even that way. He is my child. So he had his popcorn, I had mine, and we sat there and watched the movies. And it was cool,
Yeah.
But it's like Harper's too young to critique. Because after you watch the movie, you want to digest and talk about what you just saw. So me and Spike, we talked about, because 28 years later came out and he saw it with it. That's what he went. He went to the movies with his wife to see that. And I went by myself.
Okay.
So I saw it and we kind of compared notes.
You guys
about
had a
that.
call to compare notes that night?
No, listen. Have you seen 28 Years Later?
No, I haven't seen
Kyle, have
or
you
28
seen it?
Days Later either.
No, I haven't. No.
Have you
I haven't
seen
even
the
seen
young
the
ladies in the store? Like it's
Zombie
since we
movie,
have
right?
yeah. And it was
But you told us about the appendage.
yes. I was trying to keep it, because we have guests. But yeah, it was
I
was
went
bananas.
appendage.
It was bananas.
Okay.
How about that D, baby?
It was bananas.
Two, one,
If anybody watched it, it was like I was like, because I was sitting there with somebody, and I'm like, good God.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure somebody out there does. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Are you more encouraged by the Phillies starting pitching after this weekend or discouraged by the Phillies offense? I'm more worried and discouraged by the offense. Hugh is more encouraged by the pitching, even though he still refuses to move Zack Wheeler up
he's still
from
number 9.
the number 9
Number
spot
1 in my hey Zach, you're number 1 in my
11
heart
list.
though if he's listening.
Well,
Just in case
I'm sure he's out in San Fran listening.
I felt
right
like he
now.
was listening.
Yeah,
He
well,
probably you can listen on the Odyssey app.
Yeah, you
Shameless
can.
plug.
Absolutely.
Shameless plug.
Working out in the morning, since
Yeah.
he also said he never works out apparently.
He ain't working out. He probably smoking a Black and Mild right now.
Oh, man.
What'd you say? What you call it? Kyle ripping a heater? Ripping a heater.
Yeah.
He probably ripping a heater. He's probably ripping a heater, drinking Old Natty.
Yeah, he could do that.
Old
Down
Natty
the
Light.
he might be today. He
Taking
might
down
have
some
last
darts.
night. I mean, he's not pitching for another 5 days. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In a few minutes, we'll get to what Bryce Huff had to say about his time in Philadelphia. That's coming up. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Steve in Egg Harbor. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, what's going on? Tom, you hit it on the nose about Sosa, I can tell you that. I really believe this guy should be a starter every day. I mean, 3 years he's been with us or something like that. Every year he hits like 260 and only plays part-time. Imagine if he played every day and he had a chance to get in a groove. We saw him early in the year what kind of groove he can get into when, there was a few people injured and he played almost every day for 2-3 weeks in a row. And the guy was just lighting up. And then he benched him for like a week and a half before he plays again. And that's the problem I have with this team. When you see somebody who's doing what that guy was doing, you got to keep him in the lineup. Topper never does. He always goes back to Stott and all that. And I'll tell you, Stott has got a major problem with an uppercut swing, just like Castellanos. The down and in to Stott and the down and away to Castellanos. They flail at it all the time. They're never going to learn, and this is why this team will not win a championship.
Well, this is the thing, Steve, as far as Stott goes. I don't blame Rob Thompson for trying to play him against righties and get him going. But what does bother me is, like, Sosa, again, he's been here 4 years. The guy's produced. He gets put in the lineup, and he does his job. For a guy like that to never cause any issues, never to say anything about his playing time, and then you got Max Kepler, who's been here, a few weeks.
Cup of coffee.
A cup of coffee. And he's going to complain when he's hitting 200. I mean, there's something wrong with that.
And he had his chance early in the year. He was playing every day for the first month and a half. There's only 6 months in the baseball season. But Sosa has never complained. And this guy, I'm sorry, man. I mean, if I'm him, I'm looking elsewhere after his contract is done because I think this guy could be a starter. I think he could hit 285, 290. When a guy hits 260 playing every other day, basically, because that's what he does. I mean, actually, he plays like 4 days in a row, and then they'll give him off a week. And he does, like you said, nothing but produce. Why isn't he given the opportunity to play every day is beyond me. It's because our manager is soft and weak as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Steven, I appreciate the call. I don't agree with that. I don't think Rob Thompson's soft and weak. I think Rob Thompson takes too much heat, Hugh. Like, I actually think Rob Thompson with this team this year, I think he's done a really good job with this team.
Yeah, I mean, but it's certain people don't realize how hard it is to manage. And I think, especially for us more advanced individuals, older guys, that we look at certain ways that the old manager used to do things and think that you can incorporate that into this game. Mess around and get Spreewell that way. I don't think it works that way anymore. I think you have to adapt and adjust to the times that we're dealing with. And I think Topper has done a tremendous job. A couple weeks ago, we was talking about Castellanos and his blow up and his tay-to-tay. And it feels like Topper sat him down and said, well, hey, they went over the numbers and everything, and he saw exactly where he was. And to your point, he's starting to play a little bit better. Because, sometimes as a player, you don't see it because you're too close to it. So you have to have somebody else sit back and kind of go through it with you to see exactly where you are. And it feels like they've, gotten better since then.
Right. And I think specifically in a sport like baseball where you're playing every single day.
Yeah.
Like I think the hardest part of the job, it's not as much about X's and O's and when to go to this pitch or when to pinch hit this guy. It's about managing personalities.
Mm-hmm.
It's about managing egos. And I think that is something that Rob Thompson honestly does really well to keep a clubhouse kind of healthy.
And not only that, the way I look at baseball is like this. Whatever you are in training camp or, down in Clearwater, that's probably what you're going to be during the season because you don't have it's not like football. We get to go out there and playing football and you get to play a game on Sunday and you got all week to practice to correct the mistakes that you've made. In baseball, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like, you play the game one day, you play another game the next day. The next day you're traveling. So you have to kind of go to batting practice and just try to, get a feel for and watch what you made mistakes on and just try to do better, like on the fly. So it's a lot different in baseball.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go to Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie?
Hey, boys. Been a while. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's going on, man?
All right. I called you a while ago. I had mentioned I really, watching New York Mets, watching the Phillies. I'm up in PA now. And I still think the Phillies starting rotation will definitely blow away the Mets. But I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, and I think that I'm really interested in this series. It's going to be, I think it'll be a good series. We're not going to have our best pitchers out there, and we do not hit lefties. So we're going to have a tough time with Sanchez. And you guys are going to see Roop, Ray, and Verlander, and Verlander's not been very good. So I just think in general, I think the National League with the wild card, if you look at all these possibilities, all these teams that got a shot at the wild card, it's going to be very difficult to say, well, we're going to sell and we're going to go to this team and pick up a reliever or pick up whatever. And I think the Alvarado deal, obviously, as you know, hurts you guys.
Well, yeah, the Alvarado thing killed the Phillies. And I think to your point, Richie, and this is what makes the deadline kind of complicated right now, is you don't even know what teams are going to be sellers right now. I mean,
because it's kind of tightly grouped together, man.
You look around baseball, I mean, aside from like 6 or 7 teams, everybody can convince themselves they're still in the playoff race right now.
Yeah, you're going to have Pittsburgh, Colorado. You look at Colorado. Colorado's got 3 or 4 stud reliever guys. I see them all the time in the National League West. So, and then those are going to come in. Those are important pieces, obviously. You get 5 innings now from a starter. It's like unique. But, getting back to Wheeler, we gave him up, as you know. And we had Wheeler, and we got Beltran back in 2011. It's one of the worst deals we've ever made. I love that guy. He is just a stud. He is out there every game. You touched on it. He's just. I think he's the Cy Young winner this year. I know that the fellow from Pittsburgh has been great, but I think he's due. He's been a top 3 or 4 on numerous occasions. He's just. I think Wheeler is just. And never a complaint. Just a total worker out there. And you guys do underachieve with the hitting. I just don't understand sometimes the hitting. I thought that your second baseman was going to be really was going to be better. Turney, you can't knock him. 22 stolen bases, hitting 300. Castellanos has done his job, but missing Harper. But I still think, from what I see with the Mets, that they have enough pitching. And the Mets are going to get some help now. They're going to get Manaea back, and they're going to get Sanger back.
Yeah.
I still give the edge, but this series should be interesting tonight.
No, Richie, I hear you, man, and appreciate the call. And yeah, I think the Phillies are largely better than the Mets, and the starting pitching does give them that edge. I mean, the Mets starting pitching is not in a good situation right now.
Yeah, and when you look at what the game started, like, 9:45?
9:45 tonight. How are you
make
making
that
it? Yeah.
All depends.
Take a nap.
I'm going to take a nap. I'll probably take a nap.
Drink some coffee.
How many innings do you think you do get through tonight?
It all depends, man.
I think you'd be lucky to make it the first pitch.
No, I'll probably make it the first pitch. It all depends because that means,
but not the second.
But because usually Monday's like gummy night. Gummy night is on Monday, so I probably had to push gummy night back to tomorrow night.
Yeah,
well, that's another 9:45.
I got to say, man, I'm kind of a fraud. I used to be one of these people who would mock people who couldn't stay up late night.
You got young kids, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, I got a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 6-month-old.
Them kids be wearing you out.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to try my hardest.
You won't be trying to go back to back, do you? With the kids, do you?
What do you mean back to back?
Yeah, okay.
Leave it there. We're done. We're done now. But yeah, 4, 2, and 6 months. Not easy. Not easy. Did I miss something?
No, man, it's an inside joke.
215.
That should probably stay inside.
215-592-9494. If you want to get in, we'll get back to the phones in a second. But speaking of the Giants, who the Phillies are playing tonight, our old friend Bryce Huff now out there in San Francisco.
Right.
Maybe he'll be taking in the game tonight out there. But he's with the San Francisco 49ers now.
He left that one alone, dog. He should have just left Philly. Just leave Philly alone, man. Take the ring.
Yeah.
And just go enjoy playing for the 49ers.
Yeah, just take the ring and be on your way. Could that have been that difficult for him, Hugh? The guy who you predicted to set the all-time Eagles record?
22 sacks. Yeah, I thought he was gonna have a hell of a year, man. He can play. He can play.
You should apologize for that take.
No, I'm not.
Breaking Reggie White's sack record.
That was a hot take. That was hot. That was a hot take. That was a hot take.
We're gonna have to keep a list of how many takes Hugh needs to apologize for.
I don't need to apologize for none of them.
Okay.
Wheeler,
defense is a luxury.
I ain't got to apologize for none of
them. But Bryce Huff was speaking earlier this week and talked about his time in Philly and how he kind of knew early on it wasn't going to work out here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with you, I wanted to trade like fairly early on, and just because of how things went in Philly, like I knew pretty early on that it wasn't a fit. But like being a signing of that magnitude, like being undrafted and going and getting that contract and being in Philly, like the expectations are at an all-time high. So I knew a trade wasn't going to happen during the season. But I had just kind of like talked to my agent about it. I was like, yeah, when it's all said and done, like I might need to step, just to be able to put myself in the best position to ball out and have a fruitful career. And there's a plethora of things that went down. I don't want to get into specifics, but of course, I like being in the league for five years last year. I'm going into my sixth right now, but being in the league for 5 years, I kind of knew what it felt like for me to be, to be in a good situation, and that's just what I was like, yeah, I gotta look out for myself and do what I think is best. So, I mean, I kind of knew where it was headed, like fairly early on into the season, but probably even training camp, if I'm being honest with you. But so when everything kind of popped off, it was just like, yeah, all right, let's get to work.
So this is what I don't. So basically, what Bryce Huff says there is, yeah, I knew in training camp this probably wasn't going to work out. I get, like, if you come to a place and the fit isn't what you thought it was going to be, but if that's where your mindset is in training camp, I mean, that makes it hard to feel like he gave it a real shot here.
Well, see, this is where I think Bryce should have just didn't say anything, because you open yourself up when you say that and you leave it ambiguous like that, not ambiguity, but ambiguous, the way that he did. Ambiguity. I've been working on that word. But here's the problem, because here in Philadelphia, we need an explanation, because you said that there was a lot more that went on that you don't want to get into. Well, hell, you didn't have to get into being wanted to be traded, to be totally honest. You could have just left it like, hey, man, didn't work out. Hey, I wish him the best. Hey, I'm fortunate enough to win a ring, whatever. You took that moment. I know what you did. You took the moment and you tried to get sympathy for the way your season went after you won the Super Bowl. I think that's where there was a disconnect. You won the Super Bowl. You got a ring. You didn't do what you wanted to do. It's okay. It didn't work out. That's all you had. If you would have just said, hey, didn't work out, and kept it moving, now go to the San Francisco 49ers and ball out. That's all you had to do. And now you changed the narrative. Like, oh, it didn't work out in Philly, but you went somewhere else and you balled out. Okay, maybe it wasn't a fit. But now you've inadvertently put a bullseye on your back. Now everybody's going to be watching.
Right. And the thing is, like, you can't say that this was my mindset in training camp. Like, I knew immediately it wasn't going to work out here. Like, that makes me think, like, did he really even give it a shot here? Was he trying to do what Vic Fangio was asking him to do? Was he trying to fit in?
See, this is what I think happened. And this is me recklessly speculating like I like to do. Somewhere along the line, there was a conversation had about your role here or what your expectations were, and you didn't like it, and it automatically put you in a bad place. You took the money. Hell, I'd have took the money. With my old ass sitting right here at this radio station, somebody offered me $50 million to go rush the passer. I'm going to pretend like I can.
We saw you do it.
Yeah, I did it in Jacksonville.
We saw
but you know what I'm saying? But the point is this. It didn't work out. No matter what you say at this point, especially after winning the Super Bowl, you sound bitter. You sound a little bitter. Let it go. Like, go play for the San Francisco 49ers and go be productive. You didn't have to say anything. You didn't have I don't think you had to do an interview. You could have just said, "Hey man, didn't work out in Philadelphia. I had a great time there. Unfortunately, it wasn't a fit." And leave it like that. Leave it like that.
Yeah, dude, you want a ring, just move on.
Yeah, just move on, dog.
Well,
you should have never.
He should give that ring back.
He should. But your thoughts on Bryce Huff, Kyle? Besides that, he should give it back.
Well, so
he probably don't wear it, but I ain't giving
probably,
it back.
Yeah,
probably don't
think
wear
about
it.
selling that thing, pawning it off or something. But so first of all, it wouldn't surprise me if he actually was productive in San Francisco because now he's back with Robert Saleh.
And he put him in perspective. It's the truth.
It's perspective, TK. He had 10 sacks.
Perspective
with Robert
from
Saleh.
Kyle again.
No, but
God.
No,
he stinks.
No, he does stink, and he's a total loser, total fraud, and that little diatribe he went on was a total joke. My thing is, and what it reminds me of is, we don't really talk about this as much because it doesn't matter, because we got the best version of Vic Fangio and all the players bought into the Vic Fangio thing. But remember when Vic left Miami?
Yeah,
and there was things about
bad mouthing.
Yeah, like all the players were like, go kick rocks and stuff like that. You need to be fully bought into what Vic Fangio is selling in order for you to be productive. And Bryce Huff clearly just
look at that analogy that Kyle gave to that. That was a good one.
I mean, Huff clearly gave up instantly, which is loser activity.
Well, he basically said he gave up during training camp. Like, oh yeah, I knew in training camp this wasn't going to work out, and I needed to change.
Yeah, you should have let that one ride, dog.
Yeah.
I mean, you got bad advice. I understand you feel some kind of way, but if I'm Bryce Huff, every time I look down at whichever finger you decided to put that ring on, I would honestly say, when you think about the NFL as a whole, because you won on both fronts, bro. You got paid. You got paid. You won the Super Bowl in your fifth season in the NFL. You won the Super Bowl, and you get a chance to go resurrect your career somewhere else. How is that? How are you bitter?
He shouldn't be.
Like seriously, how are you bitter?
No, he could have just easily moved on. Like, it was a winning team. If it was a team that didn't play well, okay, I get you could say things on your way out the door, but this team won a Super Bowl.
This is where the kids need to get better advice, man. Because as petty as I am, and you know I'm petty, in that moment, the best thing to say is, hey, man, it didn't work out.
Did you make any remarks after you left Jacksonville?
Yeah. I threw salvos at the last game of the season.
Rip Del Rio?
Oh, yeah. I was like, I don't want to be here. I'm out. I want to be out. And Jack called me, was like, hey, man, let's try to work it out. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then they cut me.
And then you see Hard Knocks, and you know how he really felt.
Then they cut me.
Joe and I have looked up worst signings in Jacksonville history, and Hugh's on the list every single time.
And you know what?
They're not fans of Hugh Douglas in Jacksonville.
And I am not a fan of theirs. And they can kiss my whole entire ass in Jacksonville.
Is Hugh the equivalent to Bryce Huff in Jacksonville?
Probably.
Without a single doubt.
Yeah,
except you didn't get a make-believe ring.
No, I didn't. I got one when I came back to Philly, though. I mean, we didn't win it all, but I did.
Yeah, you got that NFC championship ring. That's good enough.
Yep, and then he fought T.O.
Yeah.
I have other milestone moments.
Wasn't going to bring that up. 215-592-9494.
I have other milestone moments in my life.
If you want to get in, see everybody on hold. We'll get back to the calls on the Phillies coming up. Are you more encouraged by the pitching or worried about the offense right now? We will also get to the Phillies All Star selections, who did and didn't make the National League team for the Phillies, and Kyle Schwarber on whether he will participate in the Home Run Derby a week from tonight, next Monday. That's all coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is non-indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen.
For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kevin Durant is an all-time great, top 15, no question. But the trade to Phoenix, that's legacy warping. He forced his way out of Brooklyn, then gave the Suns one target, him. A team that had just made the finals, stacked with Devin Booker and later Bradley Beal, bet everything and lost. Durant put up numbers, but never moved the needle. In his time there, 3 head coaches, 1 playoff series win. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I love mowing the lawn and having my earbuds in and listening to the Phillies.
Listen to every Phillies game on Sports Radio 94 WIP with the free Odyssey app.
Swung on, popped up, left field. Kepler is waiting, and he's got it. Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park. A pitch away from perfect was Wheeler as he goes the distance in a 3-1 victory. A one-hitter for Wheeler.
One-hitter quitter.
One hitter for Zack Wheeler. There it is. One-hitter quitter for Zack Wheeler.
Come on.
Scott Fransky on the call. Yesterday at Citizens Bank Park as Zack Wheeler, an unbelievable performance. Is it just me or is Hugh in a mood? You're in a mood today, Hugh. You're in a
Hugh every single day.
Hugh is like extra giddy today.
I had a good weekend. It was cool.
Yeah, all right. Well, there you go. Happy about...
I didn't go back to back, though. I was trying, but I didn't go back.
Happy about the Zack Wheeler start. As Zack Wheeler, incredible yesterday. 9 innings, 1 hit, 1 run. Phillies beat the Reds 3-1. And an incredible weekend for the pitching staff, minus Jesus Luzardo. That's all a different issue on Friday. He really struggled. Maybe it wasn't just the tipping pitches for Luzardo, as we had thought. But
something every other week. Huh?
Ranger was awesome on Saturday. Zack Wheeler, tremendous on Sunday. And the Phils win 2 of 3 again. And the question we have here that we've been talking about a lot today, are you more encouraged by the starting pitching? Are you more discouraged by the offense and the struggles of the lineup? Because again, Phil's win 2 of 3, but if you watch that series intently, you'd see the offense didn't have a very good weekend. I mean, Friday, they score 6 runs on Friday. They should have scored like 10. I mean, you go 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position. You don't come through in big moments. Even Kyle Schwarber strikes out with the bases loaded in a big spot yesterday. 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Won 1 game in the bottom of the 6th. Got runners on the corners, nobody out. You're not able to score a run in that spot. Kepler strikeout, Real Muto strikeout, Bryson Stott worked a walk, and then Brandon Marsh struck out. And I come away from it more discouraged about the offense. I know the starting pitching is great, but we have seen great starting pitching staffs for the Phillies not be able to carry offenses that were lackluster before. We saw it in 2011 where that pitching staff was incredible, but why'd they lose? In Game 5 against the Cardinals, the offense couldn't score a run. We look at last year, the starting pitching in that Mets series was really good. Wheeler in Game 1 was outstanding. 7 innings, didn't allow a run. Phillies lose that game because the bullpen couldn't hold the lead and the offense couldn't tack on. I'm more worried about the lineup, Hugh. You're more encouraged by the pitching.
I'm encouraged by the pitching because this is something that we haven't seen before. You know, when you talk about this pitching staff, and if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, I'm off the top of my head, they've gone longer as a staff, the starting staff, than most other teams in Major League Baseball.
I think they have the most innings.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's something to be proud of. And then you see what Zach did the other night, giving me the big FU. So it's one of those things where if they can figure out, if they can get back to what this offense was probably at the beginning of the season, a little bit in the middle, where they were moving runners and stuff, I think they'll be okay. Because the one thing that we've seen more often in the playoffs than anything is the fact that when they see really good pitching, they go cold. They go super cold. So if they can figure out a way to just manufacture runs, move guys, and stuff like that, I think they'll be fine.
And that's the biggest thing, man. Like, when you look at this thing, and this is, I guess, a different conversation, but it ties into this year. I'm still not over last season. Like, I'm still not over that series. It just, every time I see what we saw this weekend, every time I see something like the Astros series, where the Astros series is the perfect example of why the lineup outweighs the starting pitching for me. Because that series, Ranger was awesome, Wheeler was awesome, Sanchez was awesome, and you got swept because you couldn't score. And you combine that with what happened last year, you combine that with what happened at the end of 2023 against the Diamondbacks, the offense going cold, the offense not being able to come through, it just scares me more than the starting pitching excites me.
Can I offer you a little bit of perspective?
Oh my God! More perspective.
Well, because we're doing a lot of comparisons to 2011, and I think totally fair to compare the pitching staff to the 2011 pitching staff. But if I'm looking at the offenses, because your point there was that you don't think that the pitching staff is good enough to uplift a lackluster offense. And, we'll see. Like, I understand that they're going to be hot and cold. But, as I mentioned earlier, top 10 offense in the majors this season, if you look around the rest of the league. And
Mickey Mouse stuff.
Squarely above league average. 2011, I'm just pulling up OPS, batting average, stuff like that. Below league average in almost all those categories that year. This offense is still better than that one that year. So I think it kind of evens itself out a little bit. I'm not feeling 2011 vibes with the crap offense and the really good pitching staff. I think it's a little bit more balanced, just a little bit.
And now I'm not saying his career is going to go down the same path as this guy's career did, but any 2025 Bryce Harper giving you some 2011 Ryan Howard vibes a little bit. Ooh. As far as being the guy who was the main point in the lineup, the guy who was going to be your main kind of run producer, kind of falling off a little bit. Like, again, I think long term, hopefully Bryce can bounce back better than Ryan Howard did. But that's a big piece of your lineup, no pun intended, that the Phillies couldn't rely on as much that year.
That was a good pun.
That they can't rely upon this year. So, any reminiscent vibes to you, Kyle, of that?
I think it's a pretty good comparison. And so that's the one thing that I think it gives me the biggest pause when it comes to the offense is that I think they need a better version of Bryce Harper than this, at least, to go deep into the playoffs and accomplish what we want them to. I will say I think we will see a better version of Bryce Harper than the one that we have right now. But for a little bit more perspective, TK, these numbers that I'm telling you that are above league average in top 10, it's without Bryce for a good chunk.
I don't like perspective, Kyle. I just don't like perspective, Kyle.
I'm refreshed.
Oh, my God.
Had a vacation.
How many times have you said the word perspective?
A lot, man. A lot. Yeah.
A lot.
I had a lot of beers on vacation, too.
Yeah.
So
What
was your beer choice on the weekend?
I mean, just whatever they got local, man. I was, dude.
You're an IPA guy, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We were talking during the break earlier. I can't do the IPAs anymore with the same kind of frequency that I did before. They're just too heavy. Too heavy on you.
So what is your drink of choice?
I don't know where I was going with that.
You've softened a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, beer's a lot. It's filling.
It is, man. It'll bloat you.
Yeah, beer's filling. I'm more of a liquor guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can do the
like dark liquor.
Yeah.
or
okay.
It's just funny. But I mean, bourbon. I should just say bourbon.
Yeah.
But the stateside is great. I like the vodka.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I love those. Those statesides are awesome. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In a few minutes, we will get to the All Star selections and who made it from the Phillies, who do not make it from the Phillies, and whether Kyle Schwarber will be performing in the Home Run Derby next Monday night. We'll get to that in a few minutes. First, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to our buddy Jerry. What's up, Jerry?
Jerry. What's going on, man?
Fellas?
What's going on,
How you
man? How you
doing?
doing? All right, you.
What's up, Jerry? Where are you at today, man?
Well, I'm down here looking for some L lizards and some gators in the skunk gate. So I'm down here. I'm down here in Florida.
It's early, Jerry. Too early for that talk.
I know. I'm just that's why you know how to abbreviate a little bit.
All right.
You might know what I'm talking about.
You say, wait a minute.
Warm down here, but
I had a thought that. Yeah,
I
can't share it.
Yeah.
He said he's looking. Remember the skunk ape? Where you and Jerry are Bigfoot guys.
Oh, got you. Skunk.
The skunk ape is, I think,
that's the
variation.
word. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that.
That's what
You know what I was thinking about?
The skunk ape. Yeah, that's
I was
what they
thinking
call
about
him.
they were called the lounge lizards at
Yeah.
the truck. I was thinking about the truck
That's what I
stops.
was saying.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
talk
what I
about
was
during
thinking
the break.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
That's after hours, Hugh. That's after hours. So.
I'm looking at the free.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, TK, I agree with what my brother said. I don't think we're going to see anything different. I don't even know if Dombrowski's going to make a move, and if he does, I don't know who he's going to get. There's not much out there unless he gives up a bunch, and I don't think they want to give up anything.
Well, that'd be a problem, Jerry. I mean, they
I know.
They got to the Phillies need to understand at this deadline that you're going to need to give some guys up. And, yeah, it's going to suck. It'll hurt to give up some of your top prospects. But you can't waste this kind of pitching. Like, you can't waste this kind of pitching staff. You need to go for it now.
I know. I mean, because the way they've been, Zack Wheeler yesterday, and of all people to have to hit the stupid home run yesterday was our unfortunate dude from last year, Hayes. I mean, that was just hurtful because I was like, man, he's going to maybe throw a perfect game or a no hitter or something. He was right on. He was on, and then he's still gassing at 98, 99 in the ninth inning.
It was their only base runner, Jerry. Their only base runner was Hayes on that home run. Aside from that, it was a perfect game.
And as much as I hate to say it, I am sick and tired of when they have men in scoring position and you got a guy like Castellanos coming up there, swings at 3 pitches, can't hit none of them. A lot of his numbers are hollow, in my opinion. Stott was the only one that saved us, and he's just having a rough year. Cause I really like him, man. If he can get to be a 250 to 280 hitter, man, he's going to help the team a lot. But he's just not hitting this year. And Bryce he's just getting old. I think, as Rhea was saying, when you swing the violence that he swings for the last 14, 20 years of his life,
that's a long time.
Things start to creep in on you that you don't expect to, But I hope he comes out of it. Maybe he gets some cortisone shots in his wrist or something to keep the pain down, so he can just go up there and start.
I don't think he with the cortisone. Cortisone nowadays, cortisone break down the muscle tissues.
Yeah,
I don't think they use that anymore.
I don't know if that would work like long term with him, Jerry. But Jerry, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. You be safe out there.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later, man.
Have a good one, man.
All right, take it easy, Jerry.
All right, fellas.
Thanks. Appreciate the call. It always makes me nervous when he does that, like on the road. Doesn't seem like it's too safe.
Yeah.
You mean blowing the horn?
It could spook other drivers out there.
Blowing a horn?
This big truck starts honking his
They're
horn out of
loud,
nowhere.
man. Look, it hurts my ears back here with my headset on.
Yeah.
Imagine being right next to it and all of a sudden a massive 18-wheeler's blasting the horn.
Yeah, that could be a little unnerving.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's safe. That's all. But thank you to Jerry for the call. But we do need to talk about the All Star selections a little bit because that came out last night. Obviously, Phillies didn't have anybody voted in by the fans as starters, but 2 players were selected. Zack Wheeler, obviously, we all knew who he was going to go. But Kyle Schwarber gets selected as the other Philly. Now, the 3 that do not make it that I think everybody kind of expected to, or at least one was Trey Turner. Trey Turner doesn't make it. Neither does Christopher Sanchez. Neither does Ranger Suarez. Of those 2, which one do you think is the biggest snub?
I would probably say Sanchez.
Okay.
When you said of the 2, right? The 2 pitchers.
Well, I would say no. I said of the 3.
Who's the third?
Well, Trey.
Okay, Trey. Because I was thinking, I was thinking that Trey went last year. Should have been able to go this year. So yeah, him. If it was just been the 2, it would have probably been Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I've been very critical of Trey Turner. I'm not the biggest Trey Turner fan since he's been here. That being said, I mean, this is absolutely a snub of Trey Turner. I mean, he leads the National League in hits. He has better numbers than a lot of the infielders who got selected did. I think Trey Turner absolutely got snubbed. And then, I mean, Sanchez or Ranger. I know it's hard generally.
I think Ranger got started a little bit too late, though.
I agree with you. I think that's what hurt him more than anything is missing that month. And in general, it's just hard to get 3 guys from the same rotation in the All-Star game. But either him or Sanchez, one of those guys deserve to go.
You know what's funny about Trey? Because I think that a lot of people felt that he went last year. Who was hurt last year? Betts. Mookie was hurt last year. And that was the reason people felt that he went because Mook was hurt. But this year, it was weird because he was more deserving this year. So, yeah, that one was kind of weird.
Yeah, that one was tough and I think pretty frustrating. What do you think, Kyle? Of those three, which one do you think got snubbed the worst?
So just based off of the numbers alone, Trey's had a better season than Lindor, who made it. I know Topper said this the other day. I kind of agreed. Like, you could, maybe besides Luzardo, you could have definitely sent Ranger, Sanchez, and Wheeler to the All-Star game, but they need representation from other guys. So I don't know. I guess I would say the biggest snub of all of those guys, it's probably the Turner one, even though, we feel how we feel about him as a defensive player, and I don't want to hear any of the crap about the errors and stuff because they don't even score errors anymore. But I mean, just offensively, Trey's probably had his best season as a Philly. So I would say Trey's probably the biggest snub.
Yeah, I agree. And,
I don't think nothing like egregious, though.
I don't know. I think it's pretty egregious, man. I mean, he leads the National League in hits.
Wow.
He's had a great season. And now I'm in the weird spot of defending Trey Turner, who I rip constantly.
I'm not attacking him. I'm just like
perspective, Kyle.
No. Perspective is that it's not that crazy. Of I don't think he's blowing away everybody else.
I don't know how you lead the league in hits and you don't make the All-Star.
Because you're a bad defender.
I can't argue that. I mean, I can't argue with that. I don't know. I think Trey not making it is pretty egregious. And also one of the starters, and this is one thing I need to mention real quick. This is ridiculous that Rob Manfred gets to have a Legends pick for each of the leagues. Why do we need so he picks Clayton Kershaw with his Legends selection. Clayton Kershaw shouldn't be an All-Star this season. That takes a spot away from Christopher Sanchez or Ranger Suarez. What are we doing with, you earn your way to the All-Star game. When did this Legends thing start?
Yeah, maybe that one's probably, if I had to pick the most egregious one, a Philly starter should be in over Clayton Kershaw.
Yes.
I don't need to see Clayton Kershaw in the All-Star game right now.
Clayton Kershaw's a choker anyway. Most overrated pitcher in the history of baseball.
Wow.
Yeah, that's wrong.
I mean,
came in hot
chokes in the
today,
playoffs every year. Terrible.
But I'm not.
It's not. I'm sorry. I'm just. Go
for it. I'm letting you cook.
These are the legends.
He doesn't like to go there with you.
Well, it's just that it's I think it's funny, but I don't like
He'll instigate. He won't.
Yeah, I won't.
Yeah, he's a rabble.
Like when you were talking about with Bryce Huff.
My two problems with the All-Star game though: the Legends pick and this nonsense about every team needing a representative too. I mean
that is kind of fun though.
You should have to earn your way in. Come on.
I don't need to see a Rocky in the All-Star game just because he represents the Rockies. Yeah,
Kyle Stowers of the Marlins in the All-Star game?
They're all inclusive, though. Major League Baseball is all inclusive.
Making it sound like a resort.
No, I'm just saying it is all inclusive. Well, it is kind of like a resort.
Yeah. Earn your way in. That's all I'm saying. And also with Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber last night was asked about whether he'd participate in the All-Star or the Home Run Derby since he's going to be in the All-Star game. Says he will not participate in the Home Run Derby.
No?
Are you guys disappointed in that? That disappoints me because with some guys you look at and you think, it might hurt their swing. Kyle Schwarber would have been fine. I would have loved to see him out there in the Derby next week.
I think he's looking at it like it's bigger fish to fry. And we saw what happened to Alec Boehm after he went to the All-Star game and had a girlfriend. It was I think it was a combination of both things, to be totally honest. And his swing was just kind of terrible.
But Boehm wasn't a home run hitter, though.
No, I'm just saying, but Kyle doesn't want to take that chance. I respect it.
I don't.
What?
See, that bothers me.
What's that?
No, I don't know. Because I am
back.
Disappointed that Kyle Schwarber's not going to be in the Home Run Derby. And, it's nothing to do with really, it has everything to do with the fact that I just want to see, the home run. I don't care about the All-Star game, really, seeing my players play in the All-Star game, whatever. They're going to get a few innings, doing whatever they do. But the All-Star game's fun, and I like seeing Phillies represented in the Home Run Derby. And I don't believe the whole nonsense about it ruins your swing or it makes you go into a slump afterwards. I think what happens is, and people miss this, you get selected based off of how good you are in the first half of the season. A lot of times these guys are really, really good in the first half of the season. And what happens in baseball over 2 halves of a season is that you start to regress back to the mean a little bit. So he's probably, the reality of it is, whether he plays in the Home Run Derby or not, he's probably going to like regress back to the mean a little bit in the second half anyway, with the amount of home runs he hits. I don't buy the whole like it ruins your swing or like the whole home run derby curse. Like I think that stuff's crap. So if you're going to tell me that you're glad that he's not in the home run derby because it's going to ruin his second half of the season, shut up.
Well, I think that can be there for guys who aren't home run hitters. Like a guy like Alec Boehm, I get it a little more. But Schwarber, this is what he does. Yeah. Like this is all he does is hit.
Well, like so that's kind of like my point with Alec Boehm. He was like, we see how few home runs he hits right now. He's not a home run hitter. He was in the Derby because he had a few extra home runs that he normally would have in the first half of the season. He was bound to not hit as many in the second half. I don't think it had anything to do with being in the home run derby. I think he just wasn't that good of a home run hitter to begin with, and he had a good half.
Yeah,
and got selected.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So Kyle Schwarber, want to know, are you upset that he will not participate in the home run derby next Monday night? I am. I think it would have been fun. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Cowboy Jim. Hey, Cowboy Jim.
Thank you, TK. Before I get to the Cowboys and Phillies, I'm sorry, TK, for getting you in the middle of that loser, narcissist podcaster, Aaron from San Diego. I'm sorry. It's Kyle's fault. Kyle seems to love it when your listeners turn the radio off when Aaron comes on. So I'm sorry about that.
Nobody does that with you.
Man, this is an impossible feud for me to side with anybody on, honestly. I don't like either
Kyle,
of you guys, Jim.
Let's not forget, Kyle, I'm a top 5 caller for a reason, okay? People want to listen to what I have to say. To Jack Fritz said I'm a top 5 caller. So people want to hear what I have to say. Right, Hugh?
I don't know what he knows.
Right, Hugh?
Why you pulling me into this, dog? I mean, you know what I mean?
Knows you're easily bought.
Why are you pulling me into this, dog? I'm just sitting here chilling.
I need your help, Hugh. You know something? You know what the Cowboys need? They need Dom. You know, and
Big Dom. They need a Big Dom. They can't have him.
I need Big Dom down there because this Turpin. You know, I can't have another. My season started off really good, and now it's took a turn. And I've gotten to know Dom over the years, and it's like we need Dom in Dallas.
You know, why does anybody care about Cavante Turpin?
Because he's an up-and-coming star.
No, he's not.
Why? Because you say that? You know, go back. Go take
no,
a
because
Red
I have
Bull
a
or something
brain.
like that.
What are you talking about?
What am I missing? What
Turpin?
happened with Cavante Turpin, by the way?
What happened?
He got arrested for pot charges, I think.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Pot?
Yeah. He had a weapon and he had
the weapon.
Oh, the weapon.
Yeah, that's
the weapon.
Probably a bigger deal than the pot.
weapon's burying the lead there.
Yeah, the weapon.
Yeah, so I just need that. But why would anyone want to go to the Philadelphia Phillies? Why would a starter want to go to the Phillies? Okay, all you're going to do is bring him in. He's not going to start. He's going to be a utility player. And you're hoping that this guy you bring in is going to knock in all the runs that you can't get, you know, with runners in scoring position. And then if he doesn't do that, your multimillionaires can't do that. I mean, this is what you do. And then you'll trash the poor guy, and then he'll leave, and then, you know, be the only guy who hits a home run against Zack Wheeler.
Jim, I have no clue. I have no clue what you're talking about. What, you're defending Austin Hayes? The guy stunk here last year, Jim.
I'm saying, what? Do you not listen to what I just said? I say, why would any starter want to come to Philadelphia and play? They're not going to start, for one thing, you know, and then you're hoping that the guy is going to hit, you know, drive in the runs that nobody else can do. Why would anyone want to do that?
Well, so Jim, your call-in is to defend Max Kepler and Austin Hayes?
You know, people do like Max Kepler. What I hear from fans is they like these guys. But all you guys do is trash them because they're not driving in the runs that the multimillionaires are doing. So what do? You don't trash anybody else, but you don't trash Trey Turner, Schwartz, nobody else. But you trash the guy that comes in that you're hoping can make the team, you know, get more runs scored. That's
Jim, you haven't heard people criticize Trey Turner over his career here? Are you crazy?
Right, because he stinks at shortstop, and he shouldn't be in the All Star game. He shouldn't be there, and they don't. And the Phillies should. Nobody should be in the home run hitting contest because after they do that, they stink. After that, they can't hit anything after home. So Schwarber should not go and be hitting in the home run derby. So
all right,
that's why I'm a top 5 caller.
No, Jim.
People want to hear what I have to say.
Jim, this is a brutal call. Appreciate the call, but a brutal call. I don't know who to side with, Hugh. Jim or Aaron in San Diego. They're both incredibly annoying.
Cowboy Jim gets good bourbon though, man.
You're a Cowboy Jim.
Well,
Jim
he
guy,
got good bourbon. I mean,
he does. What is he like?
Well, you see, he gave me a bottle of bourbon.
He's been bought off.
Remember this young lady, Jasmine and honeysuckle with the nice little leather pants on. I'm just saying. Aaron ain't did nothing like that. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm neutral in this.
You know, that's why
he was neutral. No, I'm just saying. He didn't buy my loyalty. He just bought my silence. It's the difference.
Okay, that's fair enough.
It's essentially the same thing.
It's not.
Yeah.
If you
It's
break
like
it down.
no, it's not.
You got to rip the guy.
I mean,
He's
I did.
Cowboy Jim.
Bad Jim.
He's talking to him like he's dog. Bad Jim. Bad.
Jim.
215.
Bad host.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. You can get in on all this stuff with the Phillies on the phones coming up. Are you more encouraged by what you're seeing with the pitching or discouraged by the Phillies' offensive struggles, the home run derby, and the All Star game stuff? Who got snubbed from the Phillies? Also, we'll get to the latest on Aaron Nola, what the plan is with him during the All Star break. Ranger Suarez and Andrew Painter. When could we see him up with the big club? All that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Listen up, everybody. Hatfield just dropped something really special. It's marinated carnitas, and they're boneless. You know what I did with mine? I put it in the crock pot, TK.
Nice.
And I let it like do the crock pot thing, and I made like quesadillas. Like a little case of little tacos and quesadillas.
Sounds good.
This isn't your average pork roast, people. This is next level. This new Hatfield marinated carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whatever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork, people. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means. Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid July 1st through July 31st. See store for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A mass shooting in Grays Ferry. 12 people shot, 3 of them killed. It's day 7 of the DC 33 strike. Negotiations between the city and its blue-collar union ended with no deal over the weekend. And scientists at UPenn have turned fungus from the tomb of King Tut into a drug that can help fight cancer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. This is the midday show. You want to get in 215-592-9494. How you doing the show?
You don't have to
Talking
pretend.
about the Phils
Like,
today.
the YouTube audience can see.
No, Hugh's not here right now. I'm telling you, man. Hugh was
does
on
this all the
one
time.
today. He's in a great mood today. Like, he feels especially chipper. He's in a pleasant mood. I feel like
you'd be surprised how many times he just leaves the studio.
Yeah, I feel like I'm
Doesn't come back for
bringing
1 week.
your guys' mood down. You're in vacation mode. Hugh's in a great mood today. I'm the cranky one.
You just took a vacation.
I just took a pop. I had a pop up. No, I was in the hallway talking to everybody.
Yeah, Hugh's just
You left
congregating.
with like a minute left of the practice.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
No, and I turned
It's
around.
Hugh's
I'm like,
world.
wait
We're
a
just
minute.
living it.
I was like, the light's red. I gotta go back to work.
Well, the best is when like you'll be doing a show with Jody, and Jody will go out for one of his smoke breaks, and he'll just be lost.
Yeah,
I think that happened on the morning show.
It did, and then I think they called his phone.
Yeah,
he left it in the studio. Jody's going off.
Jody's an OG.
Every producer has been there with Jody. Like, as I used to produce in studio. Kyle did for a number of people.
So
as
what
well.
happened? So since we're here now, y'all putting business out there. What do you do?
No,
What
Jody
do you do now?
he always would run down for his 5-minute smoke breaks, and it was always a race against the clock. Would he be back on time? And he always was. I mean, Jody has it timed out to a science. But
so wait a minute.
If you're the producer,
let me get this.
You're always worried about
since we're here.
It's in the back of your head, at least.
Yeah.
So during the break, Jody would go down there, and what you call that?
Rip a heater.
Rip a heater.
A lawn dart.
Rip a heater. Now,
just like Zack Wheeler.
See, now I had this visual.
You love that.
And I just no, because it's like back in the day when I was younger, Newports used to, we was drinking like the what was it called? MD 2020.
Oh.
Mad Dog.
Yeah,
Gross.
get Mad Dog.
I used to do the Hurricane 40s in college.
It did rip a Newport. I could just imagine. You know how much smoke you got to suck in, like you down there on the clock.
So disgusting, man.
You know what I'm saying? I can just see. Okay, I got 2 minutes to rip this heater. Let me see.
That's how Wheeler felt between innings last night.
I'm just saying that the way that cigarette just goes down fat, that has to be crazy. Like that. Man, that's crazy.
That's how Zack Wheeler felt with this offense.
That's the OG move right there, though. Shout out to Jody Mack. Man.
You know, the offense isn't hitting. Wheeler's down ripping his heater in the clubhouse between innings.
And drinking Old Natty.
Yeah, he's got to get done that quick. 215-592-9494. Are you more encouraged by the Phillies starting pitching or discouraged by the lineup and the lack of production? One of the things we're talking about today. Get back to the phones in 1 second here, but did want to mention a couple updates on the starting pitching staff. Aaron Nola obviously remains out. He went to Clearwater last night. Now, I was down there doing the show yesterday morning with Al. We could see Nola was out in the bullpen throwing his bullpen session. Couldn't tell too much how it went, but apparently it went pretty well for him. He went down to Clearwater.
You couldn't tell?
No, I couldn't tell.
What use are you?
We were we're in our booth behind home plate. I'm about 500 feet away. But from what I could tell, his mechanics looked fine. But Nola down in Clearwater will be there through the break. Then we'll rejoin the team, and they'll see if he is ready to do rehab starts then. Hopefully that'll be the case. Ranger Suarez, though, this raised some eyebrows when he came out Saturday through 5 innings, was only at 80 pitches, but came out of the game at that point. Here was Topper on why Ranger came out then.
So in June, he had 6 starts, 5 of them 7 innings, 1 of them 6 innings. All of them 94 pitches or more. So we went into today just trying to pull back a little bit. So he had an 85 pitch limit today.
Now, I'm okay with that, Hugh. I think if whatever you need to do to keep him healthy, whatever you need to do to keep Ranger pitching throughout the course of the season, because last year the workload early obviously caught up with him, was right around this point where he started to fall apart. Where are you on that? I'm okay with limiting his innings, even if it needs to be the case moving forward.
Yeah, if you want to keep him for the long haul, you know, and it like earlier, you know, he had issues with tighty back last year, when his life.
Here we go.
Well, no, I was gonna keep it clean when he had some life changes, some major life changes. So, yeah, you wanna try to keep Ranger as healthy as you possibly can. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So, and that's what you want to do is make sure he stays healthy. Yeah, it was the family coming over.
I didn't say that.
All right.
I left it alone.
Just trying to recall.
Everyone knows.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You think we forget what you say, Hugh? We remember everything you say.
No, I'm just saying. I didn't say it today.
Okay, that's true.
But I was thinking it.
Heavily implied.
I won't put words in your mouth. So Ranger dialed back to 80 pitches. And then, you know what this leaves us with, guys? This leaves us with tonight we have Christopher Sanchez pitching. But tomorrow night, what says 9:45 West Coast baseball better than number 99, Taijuan Walker?
Taijuan coming
the
back.
Mound.
He back on.
Toeing the rubber tomorrow night. And I'll just say this, man.
Kyle, that's the one. That's the one right there.
Yeah, you and your Taiwan.
This is ridiculous.
We got to get Hugh a Taiwan jersey.
No. No. All I remember is the day that he was on the mound. We were at the ballpark that day, this year. And man, people were feeling some kind of way about his
You
pitching.
fed the people nonsense.
Yeah, but he went out there and he did his thing.
So Hugh's a Taiwan guy, but he's not a Zack Wheeler guy.
I'm
insane.
No, I'm a Zack Wheeler guy in a time. I'm a Zack Wheeler guy.
I don't think so.
I am.
That
He's just
sounds
number
so
9.
believable.
He's just number 9 on my list. That's
Number
it.
9.
No disrespect.
Yeah, it doesn't seem
no
like
disrespect.
He had his fingers crossed behind his back when he said that.
No, I believe that wholeheartedly. And he came out and he had a couple other outings where he was pretty good. And then we relegated him to the bullpen because Ranger wants to get paid. He wasn't happy, but he did it. He was a team player. Now he's back in the lineup. Don't know what we're going to get, though.
Yeah, he should pitch where they tell him to pitch. I mean, he's making $18 million
That's easier said than done.
a year to not be very good. But this is the problem that I have at this point. Because they send down Mick Abel. Where's Andrew Painter? Can we just bring him up? I know his numbers in AAA haven't been great. I don't care. Like,
Why are you rushing the kid?
You're wasting his innings down in AAA. If he's throwing either way, just bring him up. It can't be any worse than Taiwan. Like, Painter needs to get work. We're going to need to rely on him at some point.
He got rocked in the bullpen a little bit, huh? Taiwan.
Well, yeah.
He stinks. I mean, and I
have trouble finding a
say
place.
that with all due respect. He stinks.
He does.
Just bring up Andrew Painter.
God, what was that? Yeah.
What was that? That's how I voice my displeasure without swearing. Sometimes.
Well, we'll have to. We'll worry about that tomorrow night.
Would you guys bring up Painter to make the start instead of Taiwan?
The way this pitching staff is pitching right now, probably not right now. I mean, not. I mean, there's no. This doesn't feel like earlier in the season when Nola got. I think when Nola initially got hurt and we were discussing it, don't feel like that. No, so not yet. Not yet.
I'm okay with them sitting him through the break because that was the plan. They'll shut him down through the break, and then he'll come back and hopefully pitch well the rest of the season. But I just look at it like this. Like, okay, you have a certain amount of innings that Andrew Painter has available this year. What's the point of wasting him in AAA when he could be up here? And if he doesn't, like, the thing that I don't get either is this idea that, if a guy comes up and doesn't pitch well, he'll be ruined forever. Like, that's not going to be the case. If Painter comes up and he doesn't pitch well, okay, you send him back down, he'll be fine. Nothing's going to happen to ruin his career.
But, like, I feel like it's sort of to what Hugh's saying. It's not urgent that we need to fix, like, the fifth starting spot, okay, whatever. I mean, Taiwan, he's not going to make or break the season by throwing him out there a couple more times. Like, just let Painter get ready to go.
Well, I can't wait to check in with you on Wednesday after Taiwan goes 2 innings.
See,
gives
that's
up
what I'm saying.
7
I
runs.
think he gonna give you more than that.
Well, you know how he was talking about pushing Gummy Night back?
Yeah.
Maybe Tuesday night is a fine night to do the gummies.
Gummy night on Tuesday night. Gummy night in Taiwan.
I don't know. I don't want to force the whole Andrew Painter thing. Like, the starting staff is good enough to where it's not like, wow, we desperately need to call this guy up. Like, let him go get his innings in AAA. He hasn't pitched in 2 years. Like, I'm not worried about his future, but I want him to at least be ready so that he can fill some kind of role for this team late in the season.
But how's he going to be ready if he's not pitching in the major leagues?
Oh, well, I mean, he's not ready to come up to the major leagues in general yet. Like, I think that's pretty clear. He's not pitching well in the minors. He's going to get rocked here.
He pitched 5 innings the other night. He gave up 4 runs.
slowly coming back.
All of them were in 1 inning. He's fine. He's ready to go.
Well, hold on. I don't know if he's just fine. Like, if he was fine, I don't know. Like, it feels like the Phillies want him to force the issue and force his way up by his own merit. So, like, if he were doing that, maybe he'd be up by now. Maybe they would say, with this whole Abel thing, Painter's ready to come up. They clearly don't feel that way, and I think there's a reason for it.
Well, they could be wrong. I mean, they also don't think Justin Crawford's ready to come up.
Well, I think they're right about that.
I don't think they're right about that.
You know what, dude?
He's on his way back. He got one more segment.
But I look at the guy who started for the Reds yesterday, Chase Burns. This guy's number 2 prospect in all baseball. They've kind of sped him up to the major leagues this year. He started he was in single A in April. Now he's up in the majors, and it's been a little up and down. But watching that kid yesterday, he's got elite stuff. And if you have elite stuff, I don't know. I think he can pitch at this level. But if you want to get in on that, do you
don't think Taiwan has elite stuff?
No, I don't. Who would you rather see start in the 5th spot for the Phillies moving forward? Andrew Painter or Taiwan Walker? Man, the 2 Taiwan guys here.
No.
Unbelievable.
No.
You're a Taiwansman.
I'm just not
a Taiwansman.
Rush Painter right now. That's all.
All right.
Anti-Taiwan. Can I be anti-both?
You're anti-Painter?
No, I'm anti-bringing him up today.
Let's have some fun here.
I'm not desperate. We're talking about how good the starting pitching is. I'm not desperate to bring up Andrew Painter right now.
Would you be looking forward to tomorrow night if Andrew Painter was towing the rubber?
Well, I would definitely be tuning in. That's for sure.
Will you be tuning in
That doesn't mean
tomorrow night?
I'm throwing a parade over it.
Well, I would. I'd throw a parade.
All right, but then how are you reacting, DK, if Painter comes up and gets shelled?
Throw him back out there again. We'll see what happens. They just threw Mick Abel out there 7 starts in a row to get shelled.
Mick Abel.
He does stink.
We thought he was going to make it to the All Star break. They said, no, we're not about to do that again.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Susan in Maryland. What's up, Susan?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I'm a long-time listener. I love your show. First-time caller, though. Driving back from Philly to Annapolis, so that's where I live.
Thanks for calling, Susan.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's great to hear you guys. You guys make me laugh on my drives home. You really do. But one want to weigh in a little bit on the Phillies, and I think it's kind of a toss-up between concern about being excited about the starting pitching and concern about the offense. I'm kind of neutral on that because I've been to a few of the games where the starting pitching has been so great. Like last Monday night I was there for the Zack when he went 8 innings, I think. But, so that's how I feel about that topic. And I'm excited for watching the All Star game. I kind of think that Trey did get snubbed, in my opinion. And the Legends pitching thing, I don't agree with.
Yeah. This is the thing, Susan. I mean, Trey, I just look at him, and I mean, to have the most hits in the National League, that's a pretty seismic accomplishment.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
To not make the All Star game, and I mean, it stinks just when one of those Legends picks take away from a guy who's really earned it, like a Sanchez or a Ranger.
Right. I mean, Clayton Kershaw. I don't think he's had a great season. He did have his 3,000th strikeout the other day, which obviously everyone was excited about. But I forget who said it. But he is a choker in the playoffs.
Yep, huge choker.
How many times has he choked? I mean,
massive choker.
And I mean, Dodgers, aren't they the number one team right now?
Yep.
So if they get to the playoffs and then he chokes, so he's not a legend then.
Hey, I love the take, Susan. Thanks for the call.
That's awesome.
Thanks for
Solid
checking in.
logic.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, it's true. If you're a choker in the playoffs, you're not a legend. He's not a legend anyway.
I mean,
he only has 3,000 strikeouts. How many of those are regular season strikeouts?
I mean,
Mickey Mouse, 3,000.
Probably most of them. Yeah.
You're going to the Hall of Fame, though, right? Is that a?
Yeah,
can
no,
we agree on that?
I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, well, I'm not. The only year that he actually pitched
I
well.
don't know. TK been on a heater today.
The only year he actually pitched well in the postseason was the COVID year when it was in the bubble anyway. That's
True.
a Mickey Mouse.
That's a Mickey Mouse run.
That's a Mickey Mouse title. You got to at least.
Oh my
admit
goodness! I don't believe y'all. They won in the bubble. The bubble.
We
the
all
bubble
saw
count.
it. Who cares? No.
You think that's a real title? They played 60 games.
LeBron them won in the bubble.
Another total Mickey Mouse title.
I mean, I hear you. I feel like I'm not going to win this argument, but ring is.
But I think
surprised you even tried.
I think we can all agree baseball is the
back.
baseball is the most Mickey Mouse of the bubble titles, right? Of the COVID titles.
It all depends on who you talk to.
The most legitimate has got to be the Bucks. Like that was a real actual season.
Oh yeah, for sure. The NFL one's the most legitimate. Yeah, the baseball one's probably the most Mickey Mouse. I mean, I will say, like, at least the Dodgers have gone back to the playoffs every other year and won the World Series again.
Yeah.
Like, I think the LeBron one in the bubble might be the most Mickey Mouse.
LeBron says it's the most impressive championship ever.
No, I remember
sure
because
he
who
does
was
believe
it?
that.
Lemon Pepper Lou went to the strip club to get some wang.
He got kicked out.
Who was the guy? It was like T.J. Warren dropping 50 in the bubble and stuff. Like, that whole
Ben
thing was
Simmons.
a joke. Yeah,
the first game the Sixers played, they played against the Pacers, and T.J. Warren dropped like 50 on him. Yeah,
very, very real. Very real, that whole thing.
Man, that seems like ages ago. Al Horford was on the Sixers in the bubble. Think about that.
Crazy. Bubble title.
Let's go to John in Lancaster. What's up, John?
Hey, guys, just trying to make my case for trading Suarez. I'll start it by saying I really like him, but I think at this point, we see guy can't pitch long into the season. They're limiting him to 85 pitches in a regular season game. Guy's a heck of a pitcher, but if you're going to sell high on a guy, and our pitching's great, we know that, but going forward, you bring up Painter. Eventually, you got to bring these guys up anyway. Phillies never do it. Bring him up, let him prove himself. All indications are this guy has major league stuff. Trade Suarez, get the bat we need, because we go into the playoffs, it's going to be the same thing as last year, where we can't drive guys in. If you're going to ask me who that guy is, I don't know. Not sure. That's not my job. I don't get paid enough for that. But I think now's the time to trade Suarez and get something for him.
Well, John, I understand that the Phillies need a bat, but you can't trade like one of the best pitchers in baseball right now. Like, well, you're just taking away from your greatest strength.
I think if you can do one for one, if you can bring up Painter and think that this guy is a legitimate guy, you don't lose much. But if the ultimate goal is to win a championship, which I hope it is for the Phillies, not just to sell tickets, you got to go get that bat, because these guys, they get all tied up in the playoffs. They looked awful. That Mets series last year was one of the worst performances I've ever seen. And just before you let me go, Q, I
Yes.
went to that game early in the season where Taiwan Walker was pitching. I called in to complain.
Yes.
And for the record, you were exactly right. So I need you to say pretty much the same thing before every Taiwan Walker starts.
Don't encourage
'Cause
him.
I wanted to call you back. You nailed it. So
I get lucky every now and then. I appreciate you. Appreciate you listening. I really do.
anyway, but yeah, I like Ranger. I just think that if we're going to be a smart organization, I think looking back a couple of years, we'll say guy was a heck of a pitcher, great teammate. Physically, he just fell apart. That's my guess. I could be wrong, but I think now's the time to trade while he's got such tremendous value.
Well, I hear you, John. I appreciate your call. I completely disagree. Like, I would not be looking to trade Ranger Suarez. And even if you're going to let him walk at the end of the year, you need him this year. Like, it's kind of a similar thing to, Jim Bowden, former GM in Major League Baseball, had brought up last week that he still thinks it could be a possibility for the Phillies to trade Nick Castellanos. Well, even if you want to trade Nick Castellanos, you can't afford to trade him. Like, you need that bat in your order, just like you need Ranger in the rotation. You can't trade him.
Yeah, and Painter isn't here for a reason. And I know that he had a run early on where people were talking about him potentially coming up and everything, but they've slow played this for a reason. And part of that reason is obviously because of the pitching that we have. And then after that, he kind of hasn't forced his way up here yet. I think that's what they're really waiting for. They're trying to make it so that if he's here, he's really forced his way into this lineup. And that hasn't been the case yet.
No, it hasn't. And I think another thing with the Ranger trade component that people keep bringing up that doesn't make sense to me is just think about it practically. Like, if you're trading Ranger Suarez, the only teams that would want a guy like that are teams that are buying and trying to make a run. So you're not only going to get him for 2 months because he's going to the open market. Scott Boras is his agent. He's going to sign with whoever is going to give him the highest contract. So it's not like you're getting an inside track on him by trading for him now. And any team that's a contender that's trying to bring in Ranger Suarez, they're not going to be trading a legit outfield bat or a legit bullpen piece in return. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think the risk isn't worth the reward there. Like, I'm with you in that the starting pitching for me is the reason why I think that the Phillies can win the World Series this season. You trade Ranger Suarez, you do significant damage to that starting rotation, and you don't know you don't know what you're getting back. I mean, it could be a marginal upgrade, it could be a huge upgrade, but I think the odds of that are low. But then you also run the risk of getting a guy like Austin Hayes last year, who's just a total turd, and then you've taken out a big part of your starting rotation. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you can't be extremely confident in Luzardo now, who you'd have to slot up ahead in the rotation, whether it's Luzardo or Nola. You don't know what Nola's going to look like when he comes back. So, yeah, I just don't think you can take away from your greatest strength. Like, I understand the thought in theory, but I think, like, practically, when we're really looking at this thing here, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to trade a guy like Ranger. I think what you got to do is we can look at it a billion different ways at the deadline, but what it's gonna come down to is your prospects. That's what teams are going to want. That's what you're going to need to trade.
Yeah, they're gonna want the house.
How many of those guys are you willing to trade? And I would say, Hugh, anybody except Painter, they should be willing to move on from.
That sounds like they feel like he's a once-in-a-lifetime generational talent. So, yeah, that's probably the guy that, you don't want to get rid of. But I'm pretty sure that's probably the first person they're going to ask for.
Definitely.
Yeah, especially if you feel as strongly about your World Series chances as we do, then that's exactly who they're going to ask for.
Yeah, and I mean,
you can't. You can't.
You have guys like Aiden Miller that maybe you could move at the deadline, but yeah, I think trading from the major league roster and opening other holes on your team isn't the right solution. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, you can get in on all of this with the Phillies in the final hour with us. More worried about the offense, or are you more encouraged by the starting pitching? Plus, when we come back, state my official position on something going on at the station between two of our co-workers here at WIP happening later this week. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. When you see an emergency vehicle or motorist stop by the side of the road, do the right thing. Move over one lane, and if you can't, slow down. It's the law, so do your part to keep everyone safe.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all
Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you bikini night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that for Bree's car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Bree's car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy for Breeze. La 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Ass Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Javi Baez is an All-Star Game starter? How? Look, I applaud Tigers fans. They're having a hell of a season. They're the best team in the American League. So, yeah, they're voting all their guys in. Javi Baez is the last person that deserves to be starting an All-Star Game, especially over Mike Trout and Steven Kwan, who he beat out. What, because Javi Baez finally decided to hit his way out of a paper bag this year in Detroit? This guy has been a net negative for years. What a joke. I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second 3-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. You want to get in 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. I was talking a lot about the Phillies today, a lot about Zack Wheeler, his masterpiece yesterday at Citizens Bank Park. 9 innings, 1 run, 1 hit. The only hit, a home run by Austin Hayes, who Austin Hayes pretty lustily booed at Citizens Bank Park this weekend.
As he should have been.
I was proud of the fan base for that. I was proud of the Austin Hayes boo. I know that was kind of a divisive topic a little bit on social media about whether Austin Hayes deserved the boos or not.
It was?
I think well, there were a few people I saw that weren't happy with the booing of Austin Hayes.
Oh, you mean the ones that say we need to do better?
Yeah,
as a fan base.
Yeah, we don't need to do any better.
I mean,
as a
there's
fan base.
always one. I mean, there's always one in the group that wants to try to shame everybody.
What do you think? You think he deserved the boost?
I mean, man, it's Philadelphia, man. Do you expect anything different?
He had a kidney infection, but
yeah,
should have performed better.
I mean, I get it. I get it why it's the conversation. But just like, when Bryce Huff decides to leave Philadelphia with a Super Bowl ring.
What a loser. What a loser,
Loser
man.
strong. Really strong.
I mean, during training camp.
I mean, and he had something to say. Like, no, just take the ring and keep it moving.
Man, and I hadn't heard that until Kyle played it earlier. When he said, I kind of knew at training camp it wasn't going to work out.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean,
that's like saying I knew it wasn't going to work out after I said I do.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on, man. You signed the contract.
You just got married.
Well, shouldn't you have kind of examined this before you signed on?
Well,
For
it's one of those
$50
things where, you got to ask how you're going to be used. But I guess, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm probably going to get yelled at for this. But in his defense, Kyle said typical.
Here we go.
No.
I love Kyle throwing up the hands.
But Vic Fangio got here after he got here. So Vic probably, and I do believe that there probably was a conversation that Howie was like, yo, we got to work Cat in. And Vic was like, hey, gosh darn it. Do you want me to get this defense right or not? Do you want me to do it my way or not? I just left Miami. All the stuff they gave me down there.
I love the Vic Fangio.
Let me do my thing. And then how did they do his thing?
Vic Fangio, who is from this area, apparently he's from the South now. I love it.
Yeah, let me do my thing.
215-592-9494. This is sounding very Tobias-like.
No, it's
sounding
not.
like
It's
a very Tobias-like situation.
This is the thing.
Congratulations, Tobias Harris.
My job here is to try to give you different perspectives.
That's right, perspective.
And different avenues in which we reach where we are. It's not always the way that you think it is. It might be a different way. That's why a lot of times I have to cultivate these. Y'all might think these takes that I have are willy-nilly. It takes time to cultivate these takes that I have on a day-to-day basis.
Hugh Douglas.
You got to. Because I don't just sit here and just be talking out the side of my neck. Sometimes I do. But mostly, I sit here and I take time to think about the things that I say because I know that there are a lot of people that tend to listen.
Whoa.
And they hang on my every word because they know I preach the gospel.
Well, you're
They're cheering you Douglas in Philly.
You are a respected member of the Philadelphia sports community. You are. You're a beloved Eagle. You're an all-time great.
A hot take artist.
Yeah,
I'm not
and
a
hot take artist. And a defender of underachieving athletes.
No, it's
to be honest.
No, when Bryce is feeling some kind of way. And I try to channel my inner Bryce, but before I do that.
Don't do that.
But wait a minute. Before I do that, I always say, damn, dog. Why couldn't you just leave and just be cool? Like, you take the money and just go.
That's all.
That's all you had to do.
Nowadays.
That's all.
Like, nobody, like, you didn't have to say anything because then everybody was still euphoric about the Super Bowl win. You can't, like, this is what you've done. You're gonna probably, I don't know if you're married or not, but you're going to go somewhere one day and you're going to be probably a little bit older. You're probably going to be out of the league. And you're gonna think about all you've accomplished over the years, and hopefully for you, if it doesn't happen, you got one ring. But if you happen to not win another one, you got one. You're gonna want to put that ring on one day, right? Because you were part of the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl team, and you might be my age. I am now, and the unfortunate thing about that is you're gonna put that ring on one day. And you're going to be walking around town as an older man you probably have, silver haired or whatever. And you're going to talk about your Super Bowl accomplishments. And in the crowd, there's going to be a diehard Philadelphia Eagle fan. And they're going to call you a bum and say you didn't even contribute. Because when I tell you, I'll never forget this as long as I live, man. I was at an autograph signing. And the wild thing was there, Mitch Williams. And we were signing autographs, and, it was going good. Some old lady walked up to Mitch and said, you got a lot of nerve coming back to Philadelphia. And I was just like, damn, he signed something for her, but the fact that she remembered that in that moment, I didn't even, I was like, damn, what shit was he talking about the World Series? I was like, wow, that's Philadelphia in a nutshell. And somebody's gonna do you like that. You're gonna probably be in San Francisco, and you might want to win in San Francisco while you're playing. And there's gonna be an Eagles fan that sees that and say, "Oh, you're Bryce Huff." You can be like, "Yeah." Oh, you didn't do anything in the Super. You didn't do anything. They're gonna remind you.
Right.
That's the unfortunate thing about it.
Well, I don't think it's unfortunate.
Well, it's unfortunate for him.
For him, it's unfortunate. But how annoyed are you with Bryce Huff for his comments? 215-592-9494. Also talking a lot about the Phillies today. Are you more encouraged by the starting pitching or discouraged by the performance of the lineup over the weekend? Our Twitter question of the day, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at pidentalcenter.com. At this our new Twitter question, are you disappointed that Kyle Schwarber won't be participating in the home run derby? That is our Twitter question.
I still think
today.
I could beat Kyle in a race, too.
Right.
Listen, this weekend.
Beat me?
I don't know, Kyle, you're a little lighter. It might be like you're a little wider. Yeah, but you're a little lighter. I feel pretty smart. I think I can get Kyle in the race, though.
You think you can get Kyle?
Kyle
he thinks
Schwarber.
he can beat Schwarber.
Oh, Kyle. Right.
Schwarber.
Yeah, I forgot. I thought you for a second. I thought you were talking about that Kyle.
No, I felt pretty good this weekend, man. I was running around. So I was like, man,
I think I'd have to take Kyle.
I think I can get
Sorry to you.
I can get it.
215-592-9494. In a minute, we will predict another matchup coming up this week on Wednesday between a couple of our coworkers here at WIP. We'll get to that in a minute. First, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Sean in Newark. What's up, Sean?
Hey, how you doing, Tom? How you doing, everybody?
What's going on, man?
I was going to chime in first on the Phillies bats and the pitching, and I think that it's been a pretty well-established pattern that their bats go hot and cold. So if you got somebody batting 600 for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden the next 2 weeks they can't get a hit, well, they got a 300 batting average, and you say, wow, they're one of the better hitters in the league. But in the playoffs, that you'd be out of the playoffs, and that's what the Phillies. And we've even seen it this year. There's been at least 2 different times already in the first half of the season where they've gone through stretches where they couldn't get a hit and they stunk so bad that everybody was ready to throw in the towel. Then all of a sudden they get hot again, and then everybody's, oh, never mind, we're all back in. And that seems to be their pattern the last 2 years. So, I don't have a confidence that they can go 4 straight series in the playoffs with the bats staying hot enough to be able to win each series.
Yeah,
I figure they'll be hot a series or two, and then,
And that's the thing, Sean. You're talking about they got to play well for a month, and like it's weird because just how we know this team is capable of performing in short stretches, they're also susceptible to going cold in short stretches, and that's kind of what happened in 2022, honestly, where they were really hot.
That's exactly what happened.
They got to the middle of the World Series, and they went ice cold.
And then the other thing is Topper has to start managing tougher. I'll give you an example. We just saw Zack Wheeler, what he just did, and everybody's going all crazy raving that. But everybody forgets that not just last year, but the year before, 2 consecutive years, Topper took out Wheeler, throwing a shutout in the playoffs, only to have the bullpen immediately come in and blow the game, and then they lost that very series. So you could make the argument that not once, but twice, Topper's thrown away a Phillies season because he took their best pitcher out of the game thinking the bullpen could do a better job.
But this is where I'll defend.
I mean, what are you saving Wheeler for?
Well, Sean, this is where I'll defend him on that. I mean, I understand in the Houston series, shouldn't have taken him out in that spot. But in that Mets game, I mean, he was at something like 115 pitches.
He's throwing a shutout. What are you saving him for, Tom? We saving him for next year? We're trying to win the World Series.
No, you're saving him for the rest of the playoffs. I mean, you have like 115 pitches. He still had 2 innings to get through in that game.
He's throwing a shutout. He's the best pitcher. I mean, if I'm on the other side, I'm thrilled the moment he comes out of that game.
I get that.
If I'm the opposing team.
But you got to at least think about your pitchers.
All right, well, how did that work out for you then, Tom? Did you win the game or did you lose the game? How did it work out the year before? Did you win or lose?
It didn't work out well, but I still don't think it was the wrong decision.
Series both times, too.
Yes, he told you.
Well, I still think it was the right thing to take him out there.
Can I throw in one other thing?
Sure.
Go for it.
Go ahead, Sean.
Get his ass.
Very combative phone call.
You on a roll. Go for it.
Go,
brother.
Sean.
All right, thank you. And hey, man, I usually always agree with Tom, and I agree with him basically on the Phillies bats thing.
I can't tell. You sound a little angry.
But also with the bubble, I'm a LeBron hater as much as anybody else, but all these people that don't want to give him credit for the bubble, that's just LeBron hate. The fact is they had the best record all year, and they played over 2/3 of the seasons. That's why they added those extra games at the end for the play-in to make sure that there was any teams that would have been close enough to get in the playoffs could. And it's worth noting that all 4 teams that made it to the conference finals that year were right back in the conference finals 2 years later. So it ain't like they were fluke teams that made it. All 4 teams were right back in competing, the same 4 teams again just 2 years later.
Yeah.
So it shows that those 4 teams really were good teams.
Well,
they had the best record all year, and they won the title. I give him the ring, but it still doesn't change the fact that he's played over 20 years, and even as we speak, he's still shopping for another team to try to figure out how to put a super team together to get a 5th ring.
Well, I hear you, Sean, and appreciate the call, man. Thanks. I would actually agree with that. I think the NBA ring is kind of legit. The LeBron ring's kind of legit.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Sean's normally my guy. That's the guy who made my Open.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Well, Sean, you did a good job. I like that.
Sean just took me apart there.
Yeah, he did. He had a little bit of attitude.
Very angry.
He had a lot of attitude. That was funny.
Some would say.
Yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Get back to the phones in a second, but we do need to weigh in real quick on what's going on Wednesday because Wednesday's the big day.
Winning is the day.
Gentlemen. The pitching competition, baseball competition between Jack Fritz and Joe DeCamara going on at Plymouth Whitemarsh High School. It'll be at noon. We will be broadcasting right around the corner at McGurk's in Fort Washington. So go, either watch the
get something to eat first and then go watch them.
Yeah, either come get something to eat first and watch baseball after, or vice versa. Go watch the baseball, come in for lunch after. But where are you guys on the Jack versus Joe thing here?
You know what? Honestly, I feel like, because Kyle just got back, I feel like Jack's in a good place. He's been working on his pitches, so I think he's in a good place with that. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards Jack this week.
You're backing Jack.
Yeah, because earlier I was like, the camera's just gonna let the bat sit on his shoulders because Jack hasn't been working. But Jack said he's been, working on his location and everything. So if he can locate it, I think he got a chance.
So you're going with Jack. Where are you at, Kyle? Who
I'm staying where I was from the very beginning. I've been trying to tell everybody. Everyone's shocked that there was a meltdown by Fritz. But this is where I was coming from this entire time. It was never about the camera being a supreme athlete or a superior athlete to Fritz.
Oh, here we go.
It's about Jack not being mentally built for this kind of thing.
Wow.
And golf was supposed to be the thing that Jack was a lock to win. He folded at that, man.
Yeah.
I think I came into this thinking DeCamara had a decent chance at the baseball thing just because of what you guys were talking about. He's going to lead the bat on his shoulder, make Jack hit the strike zone, stuff like that. you know the camera's going to try to weasel his way into a win. But, like, he's further into Jack's head than I think he was to start this thing, which I already think was burrowed pretty far in. So, like, I'm sticking with the camera, man. But it might get ugly for Jack.
It could. And this is the thing. I have tried intentionally to kind of steer clear of taking a side on. I don't want to cause issues with anybody. You know, I just want to, kind of get along. But I got to go on record here. I mean, I don't know what the odds are. I love the camera on Wednesday. I just do. Yeah. I just think this is like there is a lot of pressure on Jack going into this thing.
I want to believe that Jack is in this is as like you guys like to say. I don't want to believe that about Jack.
I think Kyle's right. I think Joe is very much in his head. Just watch that video from last week. It was troubling as far as Joe's commentary was flustering Jack. And this is the thing, man. There's going to be a big crowd there. There are going to be a lot of people. And I don't think it's enough just for Jack to win.
You mean the moment's too big?
Jack needs to look impressive.
Yeah,
like he's been talking about his baseball history, his baseball acumen for years here. If he doesn't go out and he's not throwing 83 and he's not pumping the fastball in the zone.
We're expecting 83?
Yeah, well, that's what he says. He says he was throwing a cool 83 is how he put it over the weekend when he was on with Seltzer. So we need to get a radar gun out there. This is not just about the win for Jack. He needs to look good. We need to be able to
style points.
Yeah, we need style points. This is a style points game for Jack. He needs to go out and he needs to look great. If he doesn't, it's a failure.
I agree.
See that's just come on, man. Y'all raising the bar.
You got to stop trying to see the good in everybody.
Yeah. If you look for the bad in people. Look through the negative side.
I like how you said it with a straight face.
With an angry face at that.
No, I will say this. It was not flattering having Jack's coach call in and try to mine nice things to say about him. That was a little weird.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear?
No.
You didn't, TK, like he was really.
Yeah, I heard.
What they call it, word salad?
Yeah, he was struggling. He was struggling.
Was it like when Jalen Rager's TCU coach called in?
Oh, it's not that bad. Not that bad.
But you know, it was like Jack. He said something to the effect. I'm ad-libbing here, but Jack knew he wasn't going to play, so he started doing play-by-play in the dugout.
So he was like Bryce
So
Huff.
he was working on his second career.
Yeah.
He knew it wasn't going to go off from the jump.
I'm telling you.
So it was like, and then Jack, there was a story where Jack walked away from baseball or whatever when he was on scholarship or whatever.
Walked away.
Hey, I'm being nice.
Yeah, so this is your Hugh Douglas level spin to something
what are you
that's
talking
just
about?
damning.
What are you talking about? Now that was egregious. But people have reasons for doing whatever it is that they do.
I think
what did I just say?
For this to be a success for Jack, for this to be a success for Jack, people need to be walking out of Plymouth Whitemarsh High School on Wednesday.
Saying he crushed him.
Well, thinking, wow, yeah, I could see that guy being a minor league pitcher.
That's
the way he needs to look.
Like Rudy.
No.
He needs to look great. And, I mean, just think, if Jack throws 6 straight balls to start this thing, this is going to get ugly. Now, can Spike make a mound visit? I think we might need a mound visit from Spike and
really
Ike.
That's a bad look.
Do you want a
It is a
Spike
bad
mound
look.
visit, though? Seriously?
Well,
Spike, I don't know.
Spike is like Jack's coach through
No,
this.
listen, let me tell you.
Spike is Jack's biggest fan.
See, you weren't here, Kyle. Spike makes it sound like he's been very supportive, and Ike said he was. So I believe it to a certain extent.
But I think I would rather get a pep talk from Ike than Spike.
That's what I was thinking, but Ike said that Spike was very supportive, which I found surprising.
I think Jack would respond better to Spike's level of coaching because Spike is very much the supportive, nurturing voice. Ike is the tough love guy.
You could spiral if Ike's
Ike
doing the
with
whole
this
get
one.
your head out of your ass thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. That don't seem like that dog would hunt with the Jack.
Yeah.
Jack don't seem like he would respond well to get your head out of your ass.
Well, I mean, he needs to respond well to the meltdown in round 1. Like he needs a bounce back, and I agree with TK. It's a style point spot for Jack.
It is. He needs to.
See,
look
y'all
good.
putting pressure.
He
So
needs
your
to look
official
good.
position is the camera now?
Yeah, without question.
I'm a ride with Jack. I believe it. I'm a believer.
And I mean, a lot of pressure, especially considering everybody is just taking the camera because they have questioned Jack's mental capacity. For this.
And that's the thing, though.
That's a lot.
I think
It's tough.
Jack playing possum because this is Jack's wheelhouse. Jack's been working on his pitches. I think Jack, but then again, no, Jack's gonna shine.
Jack should just be pumping fastballs. He shouldn't throw curveballs.
No, he
should.
He should locate. Because do we really think between the two?
I think it's about location more than
do we really think that Joe DeCamara
laid down a bunt
has been practicing? Like I think Jack has been practicing. Mm-hmm. I think Jack has been practicing on this location. I don't think Joe DeCamara's really taking this one that serious. I think he's more into the head game space than anything.
I think, but Joe takes the head game extremely seriously. Like, he's playing three-dimensional chess at all moments. Like, he went to Plymouth Whitemarsh just so he could take a picture of the field and tweet it out. I do too.
See,
it's unbelievable.
Jack just needs to stay centered. If he stays centered, he'll be fine.
Well, the other thing about
by the way, L.A. said he might be in attendance. Maybe L.A. could go out and talk Jack through it.
That might help. Now, I know Jack has sort of admitted that he's well past his prime. We did hear him say that he tried to bow out of it in the first place because his arm was cooked. Is he putting himself on the appropriate regimen when we're talking about practicing?
Wait a minute. Did he say his arm is cooked?
He might need an innings limit.
Wait a minute. He said his arm was cooked.
That was sort of the whole idea with, remember when he tried to back out at first? He was like, I want to make sure that my arm is good so that he can play catch with his kids. And he was a little bit worried about it.
Worst case scenario is Jack tears like a rotator cuff or something.
This is some new information.
What? We played the audio for you on the show.
I didn't pay attention. That part I missed. Oh no, when he was. Oh no. You know what? No, I know what you're talking about. When he was talking about how he was trying to say, but he was out there pitching with Walker and he blew his arm out.
And he was.
I thought you meant. No, he's been practicing since then.
No, that's right, because you were talking about didn't you had a take on that, right?
Yeah, why are you throwing heat to your son?
Yeah, he blew his arm out throwing at a 2-year-old.
No, I remember.
My God.
No, he was talking about how he said after that though he had been practicing. I know what you're talking about now.
Okay.
Yeah, because I did have a question. Why are you throwing heat to a 2-year-old?
Yeah, two or three. I don't know how old Walker is now, but not old. So we'll see how it plays
that
out.
He's not out of gas by the time the competition even happens. If he's practicing,
I hope there's a way where we can get a live stream because we'll be on during this. I hope we can, kind of
we got Buzz.
Well,
Heartthrob Buzz.
What Buzz? Buzz
the heartthrob.
Buzz, another just. It's so annoying throughout this whole process. Just angling for every job. He wants to be the commentator. He wants to be the
Buzz is a
he
ladies
wants to be
man.
the scorekeeper. That Buzz
is a lady man.
I played that on my show that one.
No, I'm telling you,
that was absurd.
I went like
maybe
you know
the
what's
most
funny?
ridiculous thing you've ever said.
No, it's not. It's you know what's funny though?
Hey Buzz.
When I did that, like we went to the game last week. It was me. It was me. Who was with it? It was Tuck. It was me, Tuck, and Mike Angelini, right? So when Buzz
three
sees
ladies
me,
men right there.
No, when Buzz sees me, right?
What a crew. Buzz,
Kyle,
Tucker,
this was the best.
and Mike.
This was the best. Buzz rounds the corner. And he sees me sitting there. He wanted to go away because he's like, "Oh, this guy, right?"
You're cramping his style, dude. You're an old man.
He was like, "Oh, this guy," because I think I kind of got him in trouble because Buzz has a lady, and I guess she heard me talking about him in his his heartthrobness.
I don't think she's all that.
And he turned the corner. He kind of looked and rolled his eyes like, God, why did he have to be here?
The best part of that was when you did like the young girl impression. You're like, they're all saying, "Hey, Buzz."
She did say, "Hey, Buzz." She was like, "Hey, Buzz." It was almost like, "Buzz, why you ain't never called me back?"
I don't know if I believe.
I don't know, Buzz, like when he was walking through though, he walked through like he was the man though. He did do that. Till he seen me, and then he said, "This individual."
This guy. 215-592-9494. This segment got way off the rails. Somehow we got the Buzz being a ladies' man. This started off with Joe versus Jack. I don't know how we ended up here. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. See you guys on hold. We'll get to the phones in the next segment. We'll finish up on the phone lines with the Phils. A check in with you people, which I'm excited about. I always love the rivalry between Hugh and you people. So we will get to that coming up as well in the final segment of the show. And something that happened over the weekend with Bryson Stott and the fans that was interesting from Friday. All that coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio alongside Hugh Douglas. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One round down.
I chip one to the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're taking the first 5 under 4 between the Rangers and Angels. This is an excellent pitching matchup. Jacob deGrom on the mound for Texas, taking on Yusei Kikuchi for L.A. deGrom has not allowed more than 2 earned runs since April 11th. Kikuchi has allowed only 7 runs in his last 32 2/3 innings. So take first 5 under 4. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome.
And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny. And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Bring home the best bobble in baseball on Friday, July 18th when the Phillies take on the Angels at 6:45 and all fans receive a Pico JT Realmuto bobble figurine. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly post-game concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure seats and field passes today at Phillies.com/theme nights.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
In a world
Parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, blasted, deep right field. That'll do it. Bryson Stott bangs one off the auxiliary scoreboard in right field, and the Phillies have the lead in the eighth. He hammered that pitch, his sixth homer of the year, and the Phillies have a 3-1 lead.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. This is the midday show, and there it was, Bryson Stott, Scott Fransky on the call as Bryson Stott goes deep. Yesterday, Phillies needed that home run badly. They end up beating the Reds 3-1. But an interesting incident on Friday at the end of the game. Where
what happened?
Bryson Stott popped out to end the game, Hugh. And after the game, they're doing their wrap-up on TV, and they show the Phillies dugout, and it looked like Nick Castellanos was having some words with the fans, and apparently he was defending Bryson Stott for, I guess, fans heckling him.
Gotta love the fans,
after a poor at-bat there.
Gotta love the fans. Gotta love the fans here in Philadelphia.
And here was Rob Thompson talking about what happened.
Yesterday, some of the players maybe were jawing with a fan or something like that. Did you see that in the moment or see the video afterwards?
I didn't see it in the moment. I heard about it afterwards, but from what I hear, somebody said something to Stott or about Stott, and his teammates were protecting him.
Now, what are your thoughts on that, Hugh? I don't know what was said to Bryson or about Bryson Stott, and who knows?
We can recklessly speculate.
Yeah, what were you?
Wasn't nothing nice. probably garbage. Probably garbage. It probably was some blue. They probably worked a little blue.
That being said,
just like a "you suck."
Yeah.
No, I probably definitely wasn't a "you suck."
If it's just a "you suck," then I don't think that would warrant a response from the dugout. But probably not a good idea to kind of get into it with the fans. Would you agree?
Probably not. But listen, I look at it like this: you got to be able to. I can't even spit it out. You have to be able to take it as well as you give it, like you do. I feel that way because a lot of times. Like I become friends with people when it usually goes that way. You can't be a snowflake, can't be sensitive. If you're one of those fans that is out there, and you're talking trash and somebody says something back to you, you can't clutch your pearls and talk about being appalled at that point because that's just not how the world works, especially nowadays. So if you're one of those cats that like to dish it out, you best be able to take it as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, this is probably, judging by the dugout's reaction, it seems like it's something that probably crossed the line. Beyond your typical. Because, these guys hear stuff all the time.
Listen, especially if you do that. Like, I feel like this. If you're one of those fans that says, you suck or you stink, that's fair. That's fair play. When you start talking about other stuff and feeling emboldened, then that's when you might get a two-piece with no biscuit. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a thin line. I'm all for being heckled and saying certain things to people, but when you feel emboldened and like, hands won't be put on you, then I'm not recommending you put hands on somebody. But if it happens, then don't look like, and be surprised.
Well, do you like the response from the dugout? Do you like the players kind of sticking up for him in that spot?
Well, I do, because it's his teammate. Especially when you talk about the last couple of weeks that we've had where, guys feel like they've been speaking out of turn a little bit, talking about Topper and things of that nature. It shows me that there's still kind of a close-knit group, especially when you have Costi talking or defending his teammate like that. So, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so just something to monitor. But Bryson Stott, who knows? Maybe it motivated him. Maybe that helped get him going on Sunday.
Maybe that is the case.
As he hit the game-winning home run. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Tasty Cake Dom. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Tommy, how you doing? Hey, you.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Teammate always sticks up for a teammate, right?
Definitely, always.
That's just how it goes.
Definitely.
So, and Tommy, the other thing you had me thinking all afternoon, you're talking about LeBron and the bubble. Only thing I remember in the bubble is our genius coach, Doc Rivers, decided that our all-star point guard wasn't even a point guard and handed the keys over to Shake Milton.
Well, Dom, I'm pretty sure the coach in the bubble was Brett Brown, right? Am I wrong about that?
No. I think it was Doc.
I think it was Brett. I think that was Brett's last
Brett?
year. I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
Well, but they moved that, didn't. Okay, so it was Brett moved him to power forward.
Yeah, that's a long... Dom, honestly, that whole era feels like ages ago to me. It's hard for me to remember.
6 years ago, ain't it?
Exactly, 5 years ago. Yeah, it's hard for me to remember, but yeah, the bubble Sixers were not fun to watch.
Yeah. That's what they took the ball out of Ben's hands, which was his best attribute.
Yeah, Shake Milton did have a good run in the bubble, though, Dom.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I think it was Doc. I'm sorry, but I just
don't worry about it.
I don't know. Yeah, it's whatever. It's
don't worry about
a long time ago.
It's too long ago. Okay.
Yeah. What do you got What do you got on the Phils, Dom?
So I said to Kyle, to me, you got to go get the bullpen piece, because I said if Jeff Hoffman was still here, the Phillies would have a 6-game lead and have the best record in baseball right now.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
that one move.
They'd certainly be better. And the Romano over Hoffman decision was a really bad one, Tom. And another one that's frustrating. You see what Sir Anthony Dominguez is doing this season? I mean, he's pitching great for Baltimore. I think he'd gone, as of the other day, I don't think he'd allowed a run in the month of June. And that's a guy the Phillies, gave away for Austin Hayes last year.
Yeah, I got to believe that Bryce is going to get. I mean, he looked overmatched this weekend. I mean, the Ranger game he struck out 4 times for Ranger.
Yeah, he was really
Bryce
struggling.
Struck out 4 times in that game.
Yeah, it was a rough weekend for Harper, no question about it.
And the last thing I'll say is, I think it's highway robbery that Trey Turner's not an All-Star. I mean, what do you got to do?
Yeah, I mean, and appreciate the call, Tom. Thanks, man. I mean, he leads the NL in hits. I think Trey should have made it as well.
That was a huge oversight.
Yeah, huge oversight. But yeah, I mean, I just realized that last week about what Sir Anthony Dominguez is doing this year. A guy that the Phillies gave up on, gave away, and you have a bullpen that is low on depth. Kind of frustrating. You see him pitching so well down in Baltimore.
Well, I will say this, and this is not an excuse, but this is a fact. Everybody does not do well here. Everybody does not, they just don't mesh well here. And that's the fact. When you see certain things that happen to certain players, it's just that Philly's a unique place. And if you're not built to be here, Bryce Huff is a good example of that. Bryce Huff, when he signed in the city, this might not be what I need.
Right. And Sir Anthony's a guy
Keep that to yourself.
He had success previously, and he hadn't had for 2 years. He was not very good here, and last year he had not pitched well at all. But it's just I don't know if you give up on a guy that talented.
Yeah. I mean, again, it might have not been a situation where he felt like it was conducive being here.
Yeah.
It's just everybody can't play here. It's just impossible for some people.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go to Joe in Frankfurt. What's up, Joe?
Hey guys, what's going on?
What's
One
up,
of the
man?
reasons I love baseball so much is because you could fail 7 out of 10 times and still be considered great. That being said, this team's been so inconsistent lately. I mean, they're like the little girl with the curls. Either they're really, really, really good or they're really, really bad as far as the hitting's concerned. They need a bullpen arm and a right or left-handed bat. I don't care what, but a bat, a professional hitter. And one more thing, you guys, and I'll let you guys talk. I just wanted to get this out. I really had to call because a few callers ago, I heard a crazy statement. A guy wanted to trade Ranger Suarez for Painter, and he's been inconsistent. You want, like you said, you want him to force his way in. This way, don't have to send him back down. That's what I had.
But the way I look at it, Joe, is if your other option is Taiwan, then who cares? Just throw him out there. See what happens.
Who, Painter? Why? What if you ruin him? What if he comes up and he lets up 5 runs, 6 runs his first couple starts, and then what? His confidence is shot, and then you're sending him back down.
He's not going to be. If he's ruined by that, he's not as good as you think he is anyway. He's not going to fall apart.
I don't think he's as good as we think he is. He's had a few shady starts down there already. I mean, it's not like he's been lighting it up. That's what I'm saying. Like other guys have been lit it up to come up here. Yeah.
Well, I think that's kind of the problem is they don't have anybody lighting it up right now, which is why they have to go back to Taiwan. But
right, exactly. But the point I'm making is, somebody called saying they want to trade Ranger. So Rangers one of the best pitchers in baseball right now.
Yeah, no, trade.
That is the pitching of the Phillies right now is their strong suit. Why would you get rid of a starting pitcher in your lineup? It makes no sense to me.
No, Joe, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that, man, and appreciate the call. Yeah, you're not trading Ranger, and the trading of Ranger conversation, I think needs to stop. It's just crazy.
That we're trading? Yeah,
you can't do that. But yeah, I mean, I think with Painter, if he were to come up, whatever. If he gets shelled, he goes back down, it'll be fine. That happened to Sanchez a couple years ago. Sanchez came up a few times. It didn't go well for him. He went back down. He worked it out. Came back up, and he was fine.
You know, it's funny, though. I thought we at least thought that Mick Abel would probably get another start before the All Star break, but that they said we.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'm
that.
feeling about Mick Abel. Those last couple starts weren't great.
Yeah, it was tough.
He has trouble throwing strikes.
Yeah, it was tough.
Which is not good.
I still think he's a fine trade piece. Like, I don't think he's – because I know people have reacted pretty heavily the other way after he started stinking and acting like he's just untradeable now because nobody will want him. Like, somebody would still take that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we overreact to what we see at the major league level, but, like, these organizations, you'd think they're smart enough to not overreact to a couple starts here. Like, if they liked Mick Abel before he came up, you think they'll probably still like him and think they can work with him. So I would agree on that. I don't think that his trade value is, like, totally gone because of what happened the last few weeks here. Let's go to Joe in Roxborough. What's up, Joe?
Is that me?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just all you, brother.
Oh, how you doing?
All right,
I got a few things about the Phillies. Good to talk to you guys. But anyway, we got a problem. We got a lot of problems with the Phillies. First of all, you got a general manager that signed Nola for 7 years for $25 million a year. It was like we did with Howard years ago, signed him when he was on his way down. And then we got Kepler, who can't hit his way out of a paper bag, right? That's the first thing. That's why his name's Dombrowski. Second thing is the manager, Thompson. The only difference between Manuel and Thompson is you can understand him when he talks. Either one of them had nothing to do with where the Phillies are at right now or where the Phillies were then. Manuel was a babysitter.
Oh,
That's
stop
why he
it,
was
Joe.
there.
You don't give Charlie Manuel any
you.
credit for what the Phillies did?
No, because
Give me
he
a
was
break.
a babysitter. Just like this Thompson, this guy cannot pick pitching. He screws up pitching the pitching rotation every time. If Thompson was the manager last year, we would have won 10 more games.
Thompson was the manager last year. He was the manager last year,
saying.
Joe. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. When he was the manager last year, we lost 10 games because of him.
Who would you have rather have as the manager?
Well, that's for them to decide.
That's right.
I'm not going to say.
Come on.
I don't know.
That's a cop-out,
I'm
Joe.
not gonna
That's what
say.
that is.
I'll tell you what. Me, I'll be the manager.
Oh, come on.
I'm
There
a
we
better
go.
manager than they are.
What was Paul Jones?
And then
Yeah.
you got Sosa. He Sosa was hitting 600 when he benched him. And he benched him for 2 weeks. Then he brought him back. Then he played for a while. And he benched. Sosa should be playing every damn day. He's one of the best ball players on that team.
Oh, Sosa. Okay. I thought you were talking about Mike Scioscia,
No,
the former.
He said Sosa. He says.
I thought he was talking about the former Angels manager, Mike Scioscia. But yeah,
No. I'm talking about
I get it.
My shortstop, second base, third base, whatever you want to call him. Sosa
Yeah, that guy.
is one of the best ball players on that team.
Yeah, he's very good, Joe, and I appreciate the call. The Rob Thompson criticism is just outrageous to me. Like,
Well,
Rob
a lot of
Thompson's
people
done
don't
a
like.
good job.
A lot of people don't like the way he manages. They think that sometimes he needs to rule with an iron fist, and you try to tell people as nicely as possible that a lot of times that formula doesn't work anymore. It's not what players respond to like back in the day. It's not the same. But some people they don't want to hear that.
Do you think it works? Do you think it would help the team to have more of a kind of iron-fisted approach?
I don't like your team has to be built like that. I don't think this team is. I like to call it suburban energy. They have a lot of suburban energy.
Suburban energy.
Yeah, they got a lot of suburban energy. They don't feel like they're the type of cats that you can really talk too rough to, and they will respond to that. Like somebody said, they rode around.
Energy.
They rode around in a lot of minivans when they went to their baseball practices and stuff. They did the minivan.
The suburban energy entail, like, do you imagine people in the suburbs are just standing on their lawns, ripping heaters and drinking Natty Light?
Ripping heaters and drinking natties.
Yeah.
Depends on the suburb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, that's
Don't
the
go
suburbs
short.
that's Schwarber came from. No cats. Not Schwarber, but Bryce. Right? No, they're not. Bryce.
Yeah.
Bryce. No. Bryce
I like
Harper,
that.
no.
Suburban energy.
Suburban energy.
All right. It's the time of the day where we need to check in with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
What are you worried about over there?
No, I'm not. I'm never worried. I just find it hilarious.
I see Hughes getting riled up. He's getting ready.
Just as a quick aside, since some of these are not YouTube comments, sometimes I find a Twitter comment that either annoys me or I feel the need to throw in here and mention. But this happens pretty often if we put a poll up and you'll get a stray comment that's like, the real poll is this, or like the real poll. Why don't you post your own poll then and have your 6 followers vote on it? See where they come down.
That sounds.
It's the Kyle I know.
Loser.
He's back.
He's back. It didn't take long, did it?
Hugh throwing shade at Wheeler is despicable. That's strong. Despicable is strong.
Yeah, that sounds like somebody that is a fun at parties that doesn't get the joke at all.
Here we go.
Yeah. Notice not too many people were fans of Perspective Kyle today, so I'll put him on the shelf for tomorrow.
Yeah. Perspective Kyle has got to go away and not come back for a while.
Man, we'll see what happens the rest of the week. I took the pledge, so I'll react accordingly. Kyle's looking rough after his time off. This is as good as it gets, so you might need to adjust your scale.
Man, and I'm secretly still reeling from how Hugh greeted me today.
Yeah, dude, you look banged. You like you got banged up,
just
dog.
say, hey, dog, do you have a rough one?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Like
what?
you look like you got banged up.
Well,
dog.
the
Like
good
you
thing
got
is,
banged up.
somebody said,
oh, no.
TK seems like a respectable, level-headed man.
Okay.
That's good.
No, there's no setup. That was
Really?
I was surprised.
I kind of don't like that.
Not the popular sentiment, though, in the chat today.
Okay.
TK looks like he manages a failing restaurant chain.
I don't know why, but that was fun.
Kind of works. I could see that.
What kind of food? What kind of food?
Yeah, I don't know. I got the name, but
Quesadillas?
You never know. You want to be careful. Sponsors.
Whoever did that one, that was real creative.
I think Hugh agrees.
Yeah.
No, it's just like you pulled that one out the air.
Man.
It's tough, man.
It's tough.
DK rocking the Shirley Temple haircut.
Is that what it is?
I could see it. Why are we listening to a guy that can't even ride a roller coaster?
You talking about me?
Oh, come on.
He was talking
What
about
is about
TK.
me? Oh, TK? Oh, I thought he was talking about. I thought I caught a
I
straight.
am not that tall, but I am definitely tall enough to ride a roller coaster.
Well, speaking of that, Hugh's big ass probably should be buying multiple tickets for things like movie theaters and airplanes.
That's a good one.
Take
That's
up
a good
2
one.
seats. Yep. If you had to rank the least Who's the person you would least want to go to a movie theater with? Because you and Spike are movie buddies. There's a person at WIP that you would least want to go to see a movie with.
Who, me? You're asking?
Yes, you.
I would probably say Moshe. That was the first name that popped in my head.
You're always coming for
no,
Moshe.
no.
Man.
Moshe is like Moshe. No, I
was
got
going to
love
say
for Moshe.
like DeCamera feels like the answer to all of
no,
those
but
questions.
Moshe feels like he would talk.
Bus.
Moshe feels like he would talk during the movies.
Oh yeah.
Because Moshe feels like he's going to ask questions. Like we're watching the movie at the same time, but Moshe feels like he likes to ask questions. Yep. When he's at the movie, like, damn, Moshe, we watching it at the same time.
Moshe likes to talk.
Yeah. All right. Last thing here, and this is one of those that can only play with pretty much the full context of it. But this happened at the end of last segment, and see if you or Hugh picks up on something that TK dropped in here.
I don't think Joe DeCamera's really taking this one that serious. I think he's more into the head game space than anything.
I think, but Joe takes the head game extremely seriously. I did not realize that at the time. Yeah.
Y'all call me childish.
Yeah, sorry,
it's still applicable, I guess. I don't know.
It's no worse than things you've said.
No,
accidentally.
like you got to understand. There's times during the course of the day where the inside jokes that I tell myself, like I was doing the Hatfield read and I was talking about the Carnitas and everything, and I just start giggling.
Yeah, that's about where we're gonna have to leave that.
Boneless Carnitas. Give you a boneless Carnita. Shout out to Hatfield.
All right.
That's it for you people.
Yeah, that's it. Boneless Carnitas. Don't give me some of the boneless Carnitas.
There you go. Well done, you people. Except
Every day.
I did not like that failing restaurant owner comment. That was disturbing. That was disturbing. That was disturbing.
You got cooked.
Yeah, he roasted me. I don't know if I can recover from that one.
Yeah,
we'll see what you people have for us tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be more complimentary.
Has anybody
tomorrow.
seen? But sidebar before we go, has anybody seen Barrett Brooks? Like I was watching Barrett this morning. Barrett, if you
looking
listen,
for him or
no,
yeah, I didn't know what context was for that.
Because Barrett shaved right, and I can't unsee. He looks like Mike Brown, the new coach of the Knicks. I can't unsee it. Like when you look, like Barrett messed around. I guess he lost a bet, and he shaved all his facial hair off.
I guess if he doesn't have the facial hair, I can
and
see
he
it.
looked like Mike Brown. He looked like, and I was like, damn, Barrett looked like Mike Brown.
Are you only
today.
saying that because they're both bald and
Well,
have no
no,
facial
because
hair?
they have no facial hair, and he had his glasses on. Shout out to my man B. Brooks, but he looked like Mike Brown. When I saw him today, I was like, damn, B looked like Mike Brown. He looked like Mike Brown.
Okay, let's get one more call in here. Let's go to Ethan. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, how we doing?
What's going on, man?
Little story about went to a playoff game a couple of years ago, and Trey had a dribbler down the line, excuse me, and he didn't hustle it all the way out. Turned out not to be a fair ball. Got in right in front of me behind the dugout. Starts yelling at him about earning the money, earning the $300 million contract, and Castellanos turns around and I'm sitting right behind this guy, and so he wasn't exactly sure who said it. I was kind of gesturing. There was this guy in front of me sitting next to his wife, and Castellanos pretty much just told him to shut up and be a good fan. And the usher backed up Castellanos. The usher came and told him, be a good fan, or else you're going to be leaving the game here. And then the guy's wife had to console him. It was pretty funny, but yeah, definitely not the first instance. And I'd imagine there's a few more of Nick doing something like that to the fans, getting into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me that was unreasonable. What the fan was doing, in the moment, what Nick did was just a teammate sticking up for another teammate.
I hear you, Ethan. I'm sorry, man. We got to run. But yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what it is. I mean, it actually made me feel better about it than it was about Stott, not about Castellanos.
Yeah.
Like that, if it was Castellanos just getting back at a fan for saying something about him, that would have bothered me more.
Yeah, and it lets you know to a certain extent that there's still a tight-knit group in that locker room.
Yeah.
Even though that, a couple weeks ago, like I said, there was a little bit of a tay-to-tay. lets you know that they're still in it. They're still in it to win it.
Yeah, well, that'll be it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you to Kyle Quinn for producing the show. Hopefully no perspective Kyle tomorrow. But a big Taiwan Walker start tomorrow night. We'll talk a lot about that. Stay tuned. Afternoon show coming up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you Bikini Night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In a world of parts for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Gold Cup tournament didn't end up the way U.S. Soccer had hoped. They lost 2-1 to Mexico and Houston last night. Now that it's over, next year's World Cup feels closer than ever. The American team has a lot to work on. It'll be a very interesting year. They were without star Christian Pulisic and still made the final, so there's hope. But there's a more important chapter coming soon as U.S. Soccer tries to right the ship and be competitive in their own backyard. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, goodness gracious, we're back again, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz on the week of Fritz to Camera 2. I mean, Ikey, how you feeling, brother?
Well, I tell you what.
Yeah.
Anticipating Wednesday.
Oh, throw strikes, Fritz!
The big showdown.
Let's go, baby!
Brother Spike, I feel pretty good, man. Coming off the weekend, another series win for the Phillies over my hometown Cincinnati Reds. In case you guys didn't notice, didn't tweet all weekend because I don't tweet when the Phillies and the Reds play each other.
Wow, that's serious.
I just do not do it because I'm going through my own emotional tug of war myself.
Oh, yeah.
Jackie Baseball, don't hate. Don't hate.
Nope.
We won the series. Holla at your boy.
And he definitely didn't try to wear Reds gear to a Phillies the holiday no-hitter so that you missed it and had to go home and missed one of the best moments in Phillies history.
Yes, thank you.
How's everyone doing?
Hey, we're doing good, buddy.
Good.
Are you ready? Are you going to throw strikes?
We'll see.
Oh, I don't like that.
Nah, I was shoving on Saturday.
There we go.
I felt good Saturday. Arm currently still a little hanging. It's the wings a little.
What?
The arm's hanging a little bit.
All right.
So
what does that mean? Is that good?
No.
Okay, it's a little sore.
It's a little sore.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gonna be all right for Wednesday?
Yeah.
You icing it down?
No, ice doesn't help anymore.
Okay. And when you said the arm's sore, I'm sorry, we'll get into the real topic. Do you mean the shoulder?
My shoulder is sore.
Okay, so not the elbow.
No.
Okay.
The elbow feels better today. I was a little worried my last pitch on Saturday, but it's fine.
All right.
Listen, I've already come to grips. Sorry to make this about me. Not my style. Would never want to do that.
No, never.
But I've decided I'm just gonna if I tear it, I tear it.
Yeah, there we go.
I tear it,
Like BG.
It's whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, if I learned from BG, you might as well just tear it and get it over with.
He won the Super Bowl. He tore it again. He won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
As long as you win. As long as you win on Wednesday.
And as long as you're back to work after we're on vacation.
Well, it's not affecting my vocal cords.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Well, he's got to be back. He's got to be at work at 2 o'clock that afternoon, to be quite honest with you.
No trips to the emergency room?
No.
All right, good. All
right. 215-592-9494. Big show, as always, on a Monday. We have to start the show talking about Zack Wheeler, who, I believe is the best athlete in Philadelphia. First of all, he was incredible. One batter away from a perfect game. Of all people, Austin Hayes hitting a friggin' home run.
Yep.
But just an amazing effort. He was amazing all of June. His ERA was like 0.5 in June, and then starts off July the exact same way. Look, I am laying the gauntlet down here, and I'm going to allow everybody who is on the WIP staff, everyone who is listening, who had Zack Wheeler behind Jalen Hurts on your friggin' top 11 list, to you have a mulligan. I'm giving you the chance at a mulligan. I'm giving John Ritchie, who had Zack Wheeler, by the way, at number 9 on his top 11 list. Number 9, that's John tough. Ritchie had.
That's tough.
That's tough. Hugh Douglas had Zack Wheeler number 9. James Seltzer, who did a podcast yesterday with Jack talking about how lucky we are to have Zack Wheeler in our town, had him number 6 and said that Jalen Hurts is better at being a quarterback than Zack Wheeler is at being a starting pitcher. Devin Caney had him at number 10.
Cowboy Caney.
Number 10 behind Cooper DeGene and Michkov. Elliott had him at number 8 behind Quinyon Mitchell. Rhea had him at number 6, also behind Jalen Hurts. Jolly had him at number 4. Stop it. At least the fans of WIP know where he's supposed to be. It's the staff. Maybe everybody on the internet's right that nobody here knows what they're talking about. Because Zack Wheeler, at worst, is number 3. You can make an argument for Saquon. Maybe you make an argument for Lane Johnson. But those are the only 2 guys in the city who are as consistently awesome as Zack Wheeler. So here's your chance for a mulligan. Did you have him behind Jalen? You didn't have him behind Jalen,
I did not.
Okay, all right, thank God.
Let me just let you know.
Yeah, all right.
Be quiet in there. You pipe down in there.
It's just everyone say you're sorry.
I just want you to know.
Yes.
After that little diatribe you just went on.
Yes,
right there.
sir.
Yeah,
yes.
I wish I had Hurts in front of Zack Wheeler.
But you have some sense.
Yes.
You have some sense. That guy, first of all, just without comparing him to anybody, he is outrageous.
It's been awesome.
I mean, just so good. And I think you were right when we were talking about Zack last week, and I was saying how somehow he feels underrated in some way. It is that he is missing whatever that moment is. That Roy Halladay had a couple of them.
Yep.
He had a playoff no-hitter. Yep. And by the way, they didn't even win the World Series that year, but he had a playoff no-hitter.
Yep.
And I just want Zack Wheeler to have something, whether it's a regular season no-hitter or a playoff win that we never forget. Just give me a moment so his star can be lifted in a way that it deserves it. You know what I mean? Because what it comes down to, we were talking to Pat Gallen from CBS 3 earlier, and he asked me the same question. And it's not, it's that he doesn't say anything, but we've had plenty of huge stars in Philadelphia that don't say anything. Jalen doesn't say anything. Chase Utley never said anything.
Well, Jalen is measured.
He's measured. Yes.
Measured,
He's I really don't think it's that. I think it's what you said, and it's we don't have that one moment. And he's just so good. I want him to be remembered in a way, or to be not even remembered, thought of in a way while he's here.
In that way,
Be appreciated in how good he is.
Yeah. And every time he goes out there, we're reminded of it. I mean, seriously, you watch him. Hell, not just yesterday, but for the last month and a half. I mean, this is what he's been doing seemingly every time he takes the mound. So to have a pitcher like this and of this caliber, I think sometimes we can take it for granted. I can be guilty of that as well. Sometimes you take it for granted. Zack also isn't this dynamic personality where he's going to grab headlines when he says something. Right, he's not demonstrative when he's out there on the field.
Right,
he's cool, he's calm, he's collective. I mean, the one little emotional burst he showed us against New York, we jumped on that like, yeah, there he is.
Yes, he likes this. He likes this.
Yeah, that's how happy we were.
Well, I even thought yesterday when
I can't believe I made that noise.
Dude, I want to cut that video of you looking at the camera and panting like a dog. Like that. That could be used.
I had to stop myself. Like, hold on, did I just do that?
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I even thought yesterday when they were asking him after the game about the chants in the ninth inning, and he was like, that's what's great about playing in Philadelphia. Even a part of me was Philly guys like, yeah, he likes us. He likes it here, you know? We're just like looking for those little Easter eggs of the fact that he's enjoying what he's doing because, man, he is. And by the last thing on him is like, and this is what I loved about Halladay, is that there's some pitchers, Ranger is one of them. Ranger's stuff isn't like impressive. Ranger is crafty and good and all of those things. But when you have a guy like Zack Wheeler, who not only is a great pitcher, but he's throwing 97 miles an hour and throwing breaking balls that guys can't even touch. He's just like, he is the whole package, Zack Wheeler is.
I completely agree. But it's when describing him and when talking about him, it's ironic that you'll get to your question in a minute here, what we want to talk about, but it's very much like our quarterback.
The way he carries himself.
He doesn't say a whole lot, right? And when he gives us a little something, we love it, right? It's like, oh, man, he does enjoy playing here. He is having fun playing football. And so he gives you a little something there. That's a lot like Zach. Man, I mean, you know, I don't know how one could be in front of the other.
I can. Well, you know what I want to ask James? You know what I want to ask James Seltzer? What I want to ask, and John Ritchie to a lesser extent, and Elliot, and Rhea, and all of these clowns that I work with here at WIP, I say that with love, is like, James, how many times after a game during last year's Eagles season did you do a Go Birds podcast about how lucky you are that Jalen Hurts plays in Philadelphia? Like, I understand that you like him and he is a good player, but what was the last time? Like, we have just had 6 straight weeks of after you watch this guy, you're like, I can't even believe he's on the Phillies. How many times? Like, I understand that the quarterback is the most important position and blah, 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 all those things.
You can't minimize that.
And it is
also probably after the Super Bowl, he had one that said, thank God for Jalen Hurts. Right?
Yes, after the Super Bowl, but like the season's 5 months long. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I just come on. Like, let's grow up for 5 seconds and be honest with ourselves. They won the Super Bowl. It's great. It's awesome.
This is going to break you.
What? Zack Wheeler is so good. It's just like he's so good. He's so good.
But it's also easier for him to be successful at his job.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
He can't hand the ball off. He's got to throw the pitch every time.
Yeah, that's oversimplifying what Hurts does. It's just hand the ball off.
Well, I'm just... It's easier in what way? There's less eyes on him?
Yep. There's less eyes. There's less pressure.
Okay, sure.
The fact that there are 3 other guys, especially, is much easier on him in this rotation because you got 3 other pitchers that could make an argument to be an ace in another rotation.
Sure. You also got one of the worst defenses in baseball behind you. Like, you got an offense that, by the way, yesterday had 1 run until the 8th inning. Like, every time he goes out there, it feels like a nail biter that he's actually going to win the game because they're not scoring run. Like, I admit, I can see it.
Yeah, but when you have more games, you have more opportunities.
For sure, yep.
Jalen doesn't have as many opportunities playing the position that he plays, which is why his play is more critical. We don't react to Zack Wheeler's pitching the way we react to Jalen's quarterbacking. Or anybody else that's quarterbacked in this city.
Zach can have a bad game and we can brush it off. He can have 3 straight games. And
Exactly.
Sure.
So that plays into how difficult it is to do your job.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Sure, I agree. We do have a next question today in that I was thinking yesterday, over the weekend, July 4th weekend, there's fireworks everywhere, and I saw them being sold everywhere. When I was a kid, like, I remember my dad used to go to Florida to get fireworks. Because you couldn't buy fireworks in Pennsylvania. I don't think you could buy them in Jersey.
The king really go all the way to Florida.
He did. Because what
he told you?
There's no way.
He went to Florida and smuggled fireworks backwards.
He did. And here's why. Because what he would do, he would go down there for spring training, drive back up, and when he drove back up, that's when he would get the fireworks.
Trunk full of goods.
Yeah, dude, absolutely, he was breaking the law. Contraband. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I'm sure it was a federal crime.
But he doesn't seem like a guy around the neighborhood lighting fireworks.
Oh, he loved
up.
fireworks.
Really?
Oh, yeah, love fireworks. Yeah.
Not even just on the air.
No, set them up. Yes, real fireworks in the front yard. He's amazingly still has both hands. His original hands. Yeah. So
some would say that about me too.
Yeah. You're the fact that you're still.
All intact.
Dude, I'm waiting for it. One of our July 4ths.
It's not going to happen.
You're going to be texting with your nose from the ER.
The JPP,
yes.
Jason Pierre-Paul text.
Yeah, so for next...
Because you keep saying every time you come in, every year is like, 15 years without an injury.
Yep.
14 years without an injury. 13 years
Yep.
without an injury.
It's always the number one goal, man.
Yep.
Don't get injured and don't injure anybody else.
So for next question today, it's very simple. What is easier now than it used to be? Like, what is easier? Getting fireworks easier than it used to be? Jack, what's easier?
A lot of big answers. But the one that really jumps out to me is like getting breaking news on trades or like free agent signings. I mean, you used to have to wait for like the updates or whatever, or wait for the 6 o'clock news.
I'm gonna say the evening news.
Like I am probably the last generation that still has a little part of that. This next generation has no idea of what it used to be like to get the breaking sports news.
Sure, yeah. To have to wait for it or be surprised by it. Yeah.
Turn on Sports Rise in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, that's still Ike.
He's a 6 and 11.
Yeah. Ike loves the local news.
What's wrong with
nothing?
You? Yes,
It's true
I
though.
Do love the local news.
You do.
Although it hasn't been much fun the last few days.
No.
A lot of trash.
Yeah.
It stinks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ike, what's easier now than it used to be?
I'm gonna go with a big answer. Take it off the board. It's got to be getting from place to place. GPS.
Oh yeah. Huge.
I don't even know how we survived without one in the first place.
And dude, it's only been like 15 years. It was. I think my Val got me for my birthday once a GPS device. Like before it was your phone.
The one you used to stick on in the lighter in the car. Yeah.
And that was probably about 14 years ago. So it's not like a long time that we've had those things.
Yeah.
And we had MapQuest before that.
Yeah.
Imagine even before that.
I still call it
MapQuest. Yeah.
I still call it MapQuest.
Dude, mine is taking pictures. I mean,
how about that?
I mean, think of a time where you couldn't see something. We can take a picture of anything, anytime, at any moment.
Dude, the phone comes out. It's the first thing you do.
It's the first thing.
Pull the phone out. Give me a picture.
I mean, it's so crazy that there's a button on the phone that just brings up your camera. Now you don't have to unlock your phone anymore.
Yeah.
So that was.
I agree.
And getting the pictures, you have to get them developed and take it to the photo mat in the parking lot of the Kmart or whatever to get it developed.
Yes.
All right.
Those were we had remember the disposable cameras.
Oh, disposable cameras.
I was a big disposable camera guy.
Were you a Polaroid guy?
That the one that comes out?
Spit it right out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, Ike was a big VCR guy down in the Pro Bowl. He had that big.
Yeah.
It was a DVD when I went.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
It was the handy cam, the DVD.
All right, 215-592-9494. Are you ready to I'm going to give you a mulligan on Zack Wheeler, specifically comparing him to one other player here in Philadelphia. And next question today, give us something that is easier now than it used to be. Corey in Columbus starts us off. Oh, apropos. Corey, you're on WIP.
Hey, man, look. I mean, they both grade their positions. I mean, you can't be wrong with either one.
Sure you can.
I mean, you can't because I'm gonna tell you why. It's the importance of the position. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, you could be like a bagger at the grocery store and be better than somebody being a bagger than you are ringing somebody out. Like, that's like on a low level. But what I'm saying is like, just because like
you're saying the bagger's position is not as important as the other position.
Like Zack Wheeler got to go out there and pitch, do his inning, and then he done. You know what I'm saying? He don't got to worry about Zack Wheeler did his job. Like when you're the quarterback of a team, you get blamed no matter what. Even if the defense is garbage. Like if the Phillies defense is trash, like we be blaming people.
Oh yeah, no one's ever blamed the Eagles defense for the team being bad. They didn't do that all of 2023.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, it's just they did.
No, you weren't here.
I'm alive, and the internet's there.
People were saying the defense was bad, but like, what do we talk? We don't sit here and talk about the defense. We say who collapsed.
Dude, just say it. Just say it out loud. Say it out loud. Say it out loud. Zack Wheeler's better at being a starting pitcher than Jalen is at being a quarterback. Just say it.
I just disagree.
But you don't disagree. You think that Jalen's better at being quarterback than Zack Wheeler is at being a starting pitcher.
I do.
Well, you're lying.
That's
You're
why I'm
lying.
saying, how you gonna tell me how I feel?
Well,
about
because
something?
because you're not being. I'll take all the
no.
other stuff. I'll take the pressure and I'll take all those things. I concede all those things. What I'm asking is this one specific thing: Zack Wheeler as a starting pitcher is better than Jalen is as a quarterback.
I personally don't believe so. Like, as I said, that's just me. I think Zack Wheeler is a great pitcher. I had him as number 3 on my top 11, but a lot of stuff going to pitching, right? Like, for example, like I can give you some, that we live in right now. Jack, a better pitcher than Joe DeCamera is a baseball player, but that don't mean that he not going to beat him. You see what I'm saying? That don't mean that Joe might not go out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that, like, we know what the fact is, but it's like it goes into it more than just, this guy's better than that guy. It's two different positions. So the guy that has more responsibility and harder work to do, I'm going to always say the job is harder.
There is not a harder job in baseball than starting pitcher. Like there's not a job, by the way, in baseball that is more similar to quarterback than starting pitcher. It's the only player in baseball. I suppose you could say the catcher, but you can get away with a suboptimal catcher. You're not getting away with a suboptimal starting pitcher. Certainly not over the length of time. I mean, there's nobody else in baseball that touches the ball every single time. Like it's the position. By the way, it's probably the only position in baseball where you can single-handedly give your team a chance to win the game no matter what anybody else does. The Phillies had one run going into the 8th inning yesterday, or even into the 9th. When did Stott hit the home run? In the 8th. He hit it in the 8th. One run. And by the way, how many times is it like that? And I don't know the stats, but it certainly feels like it. Maybe I'm just combining all of the Phillies pitchers in this because it feels like there is more pressure on them every single game because there's so many games where the Phillies don't score until the bullpen comes in. I understand it's harder to be a quarterback than it is to be a pitcher. But that said, you could still say that Zack Wheeler is better at being a pitcher than Jalen is at being a quarterback.
Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with nothing you said. Like, I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is, with the nature of the position, the quarterback is the hardest position to play in sports. That position, on top of playing at a great level, winning, producing, all that stuff go into it. And that's harder to do. Because when you pitching, you only got to worry about what the pitcher do. He don't got to worry about making sure this guy run the right route, making sure this guy know this, blocking. You don't got to do that. It's you versus that batter, and I'm going to do my thing. Right or wrong,
listen, I agree with you. But my thing is, where Spike has a legitimate point, is that Zach is at where would you say Zach is at in the league in starting pitching?
Top 4.
Top 4? Well, Jalen's top 5.
Right, yeah. Everyone says that.
Most people do.
Quick question. A guy like Randy Johnson, Greg Maddux, Roger Clemens, greatest pitchers of all time.
Yeah.
And you going against a guy like Tom Brady. Like, who would you think is greater at what they do?
I don't understand. Are you? But those things are even, right? Like Tom Brady was one of the highest ranked passers in the league not every year, but he was up there.
Was still up there
he produced statistically. The reason that Tom Brady is up above the Marinos of the world or whoever, or even Peyton Manning, is because he has won so much. But as far as production, there was no. Tom Brady produced from a statistical standpoint as well. Like, he did both things.
I'm talking about people his position. I'm talking about, if you talk about an all-time greater, like Randy Johnson, Greg Maddux, Roger Clemens, and then Tom Brady, who would you say is greater? Just the position.
Well, those are even to me. All right. Well, next question, though. Give us something that's easier than it used to be.
So communication. I don't know if it works into what Jack said, but if you used to have to call your mom to come pick you up.
Yep.
I didn't have a cell phone until I was in 9th grade, so you got to call a house phone. Mom might not pick up. You ain't have text.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Corey. We do have our first mulligan, I think, on the WIP staff, on vacation, calling us all the way from Montana, Cowboy Caney. Devin Caney is with us. Scoops, how are you?
I'm good. Just want to clarify.
Yeah.
I did not call you guys. I'm in the Bozeman, Montana airport, and I get a call from a random Philadelphia number. And I don't know why I chose to answer it, because Jack Fritz is on the other line.
Yep.
Look like you at a rodeo right now?
So, Devin, you had Zack Wheeler ranked at number 10 on your top 11.
Egregious.
Are you accepting the are you taking the mulligan? You can make it go away forever and say that Zack Wheeler should have been higher.
I mean, he's like Zack Wheeler has been pitching incredibly well. Like he deserves a Cy Young, but I still stand by my reasoning.
How?
I like this.
He's behind me, Scott and Cooper
Let her speak. Let her speak. What is wrong with you, Fritz? These guys are nuts.
Everyone yelling at me.
Because they're nuts. They didn't think you were. They thought you were going to change your mind. I'm glad you didn't. Go ahead, state your case.
Well, I got to stick to it. He's incredible. I love Zack Wheeler. I think he deserves a Cy Young. He pitches every 5 days, and I'm sorry, I just don't think that it requires a similar amount of athleticism as, Cooper DeJean, who can play multiple positions on the football.
Okay, all right, Devin, fair, right? Fair. That part's fair. Cooper DeJean has played 13 regular season NFL games. He's a nickel corner. Who was a rookie last year. Zack Wheeler has been.
That makes him more impressive, though.
No. Okay, so is every cornerback in the NFL more impressive than Zack Wheeler?
No.
Okay,
no.
well, so
I'm saying Cooper DeJean. You said for top 11 athletes right now, Cooper DeJean picked off the best quarterback in the NFL and ran it back for a touchdown
People
in
forget
the
that.
Super Bowl where they won. He plays multiple positions. Yep. He returned punts. He plays safety. He plays corner. He's a versatile athlete. I'm sorry.
And the defense took off when he got in the lineup. The defense took off.
He's versatile, but that doesn't make him better at what he does than Zack Wheeler at what he does. You're being crazy. Michkov, he didn't even win Rookie of the Year. He wasn't even the best rookie in hockey.
He got benched. Franchise-altering player.
Oh, my God. They're still out of the playoffs. Let them alter the franchise, for Christ's sake.
He won the Flyers He won in shootouts. His Flyers every time they went to overtime.
What are you talking about, Katie?
You're all wormed
he
up.
Probably was the best scorer on the team.
Yeah, amazing. They were the third worst team in hockey.
Stay in Montana.
Oh, wow.
Well, I might have to because I think everyone in the airport hates me right now.
All right. Okay.
It's probably a small airport. It's fine. Yeah.
It's definitely a small airport.
It's really small.
There's a reason, Devin, that pride is one of the 7 deadly sins, and you are finding it out right now. Your pride won't allow you to take this mulligan. We gave you the shot, and you're not taking it.
Way to hang in there, Scoops.
Yeah. All right, fine.
Yeah, thank you, Ike.
Goodbye. She's banned from the show.
Well, she joins us every homestand, though.
Not now.
Until she says Zack Wheeler should be in at least the top 5.
At least top 3. Top
course,
three.
yeah.
Top 3.
That was a tough one over Cooper DeJean.
Yeah. And Michkov. He's franchise altering.
All the games they won?
Yeah.
What games?
Franchise altering. First of all, everybody's mad at the Flyers again anyway because franchise altering player, for Christ's sake. Okay, it's your chance to take your mulligan on Zack Wheeler. Should have been higher, and specifically, Zack Wheeler better at being starting pitcher than Jalen Hurts as quarterback. 215-5. Just say it. It feels so good to say it. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, too, we came up with some new rules or some stated rules now for Fritz versus DeCamera with DeCamera on the phone Thursday. By the way, I'm not even sure that DeCamera agreed to all of these. Like he provisionally agreed, and Rod said he believes the rules.
There's no nailing him down on this for sure.
All right, so that is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You got to take a mulligan on your windows as well, your drafty old windows, your old front door, your sliding patio door that has seen better days. Call Guy to get that taken care of. You had that beautiful weekend, all weekends, probably 85 degrees, and your energy bill is through the roof because those old drafty windows don't keep the hot air out. And during the winter, they're not going to keep the cold air out. And if you call Guy to right now, you take advantage of their big 40% off summer sales event. It is what it sounds like. 40% off everything. 40% off every single high-performance, energy-efficient, triple-pane window, 40% off. 40% off every door. That's a garage door, an insulated entry door, a sliding patio door, whatever it is, 40% off. And start your project with no money down, not one penny, and no interest on the financing for up to 18 months. Don't miss it. All prior sales are excluded. You only have until July 31st. Call GUIDA at 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free, no obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP.
The Carter 3.
Yeah. It's the WIP Afternoon
Best
Show.
album.
WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville, Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Ike, here is the question. Who is better at their job, Jalen Hurts or Zack Wheeler? What do you think the poll is at? I mean, the answer is Zack Wheeler.
Yes. I would think that's where the poll is at, Zack Wheeler.
What do you think the responses are like?
Yeah, well,
I can only imagine what those are like.
Yes.
I'll go Zack 62%.
75.5%.
Okay, 75.
There we go.
There you go.
Now
here's it's hard to argue coming off of yesterday.
Well, it's hard to argue coming off of the last 5 years, though some people would. On with us now from the WIP Morning Show, James Seltzer. Now, James, if I'm looking at the top 11, had Zack Wheeler number 6 in his best athletes in Philadelphia. You ready to at least take a mulligan on where you had him ranked in your top 11, James?
Thank you for having me on.
Yes.
Very kind of you. Jack woke me up from my nap.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Do you really want me on because it seems you guys didn't even listen to what I had to say last time?
Well, I did listen.
When you had me on during top 11 week, I said I screwed up. I should have flipped Wheeler and Harper. So, yes. I said this already. Wheeler absolutely should have been higher on my list. I was wrong. I knew it immediately the list came out.
Okay.
2 weeks prior, I had filled the list out. So when I came on with you the Friday of top 11 week, you weren't there, which was a shame. They had to have me on to, to raise the likability level, which is fine. I get it. But yes, so I've already taken a mulligan. It is a clear mulligan. I was wrong.
Okay, here is mulligan number 2.
Jalen Hurts.
Well, this is just like, okay. I asked you specifically. No, now I'm bubbling you. Okay. I asked you specifically, who is better at their job? Is Zack Wheeler a better starting pitcher or is Jalen Hurts a better quarterback? And you said quite clearly to me that Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback than Zack Wheeler is a starting pitcher. Do you still agree with that?
Yeah, of course I do.
Oh, my God. So,
what do you want me to do? I'm not going to.
Well,
That's a great game. He's amazing.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, James.
Every time Zack Wheeler pitches, are you just going to keep doing it?
Yes. Because no. Let me ask you this, James. You guys did a podcast yesterday, and all I saw was the headline. To be clear, but I imagine
and the sun coming in through the
window.
And
the sun, yes, and your poorly framed video, Jack. But I imagine the first 20 minutes were how lucky we are to watch Zack Wheeler pitch in Philadelphia. And I imagine you've probably done this podcast 5 times this year. That's not an insult on your podcast. It's just how Zack Wheeler has been this year. I asked you during the NFL season last year, how many times did you come on and your takeaway at the top of the podcast was how good Jalen Hurts is?
Yeah, when we won the Super Bowl.
Okay, that's one.
How about that?
How many times during the regular season?
Probably after the Pittsburgh game. I have always said it. That's where you and I completely diverge. Jalen Hurts doesn't have to go out and throw for 300 yards for me to think he had an amazing
Didn't say he did.
game.
How many times was your major takeaway, James, during the season last year, after a game, how good Jalen was?
What does that have to do with...
Because that's what we're talking about is who's better. How many times? One?
This is such a dumb question.
One?
What does it matter after each game? You know what I kept saying is, Jalen won again because he's the best quarterback.
No, one. He's not a tennis player. He's a football player. They all won. They all won. The question is who is better at their job?
Jalen Hurts.
Oh, what? You know that's not true. In your heart. In your heart, you know that's not true. In your brain, you know that's not true. I could imagine some of these football jamokes that don't pay attention to baseball. No, not played football.
Yeah, I would never say that.
You know,
No,
but
never.
the chest beady, like, blah, like those people. You are a baseball guy, though, and you should be able to appreciate this in the right way.
Every time when we talk about Jalen, it's what I bring up every single time, is that this guy's job is 8,000 times harder than what Zack Wheeler has to do, than what any
That's not
baseball
true.
player has to do. Yes, it is. Than what any player in this city has to do. Jalen Hurts has the hardest job by orders of magnitude.
He does.
The quarterback in the NFL is easily the most difficult
Okay,
job.
that still doesn't make him better at it than Zack Wheeler. Zack Wheeler can't play football. He's not a quarterback, so he can't see. He's not competing at that. He is competing at what he does. And my very simple question to you is, who is better at what he does? Zack Wheeler being a pitcher or Jalen being a quarterback? Who is better at what he does? I'm not saying which job is. Obviously, Zack can't play quarterback, and you know what? I think Jalen would probably be a terrible starting pitcher. So we've got that out of the way. So who is better at their job?
Dumb semantics argument, though.
It's not semantics.
If you're not going to take into account the level of difficulty of playing, my point is that you look at Jalen and the level that he plays at, and you're like, well, he's not that good or whatever. When I look at the level that Jalen plays at, and I think that he is elite at the quarterback position, you and I are just completely on different levels of where we see Jalen, so we're never going to agree on this. Like, you're not a Jalen guy. That's fine. I think we are so lucky to have this guy. I think he's going to be the quarterback here for the next decade. I think he's going to win multiple Super Bowls. And I think at the end of the day, we're all going to look back and be like, wow, we're really lucky to have
Okay,
Jalen.
so you never answered the question. How many times? You never answered the question. I just want to get a number on this. How many times after an Eagles game this year, you said the Super Bowl, okay, every other game, how many times after an Eagles game this year was your main takeaway on Go Birds? Man, Jalen did that thing.
Multiple times, dude. I don't know. You can go back and listen, but it was definitely more. Go and listen.
You're lying.
You're talking about a positive. Love Jalen. Elliot and I talked about Jalen all the time positively. We definitely came out of games and said that.
Well, and Spike might
he
go
was
back
good.
and
He was
listen.
good in that Bengals game. He made some big throws in that Bengals
Steelers game. Yeah.
game we definitely did against Burrow when he outdid Burrow. We absolutely did that, like 100%.
Okay, there's one.
Okay, like this is such a dumb argument.
It's not a dumb argument.
Don't back down.
You're being dumb.
Jim. Hey, Jamie.
No, I'm not
Jamie.
dumb.
Oh, Jamie! Wow, disrespectful! Wow.
This is my daughter's iPad going. You're not even taking into account the level of difficulty of the position.
I am, but I'm acknowledging those things, but yet I am saying they are separate things. They are separate things. They are separate things, right? Like you could look at.
And what do you mean they're separate things? Like, yes, okay, so you're looking for a very specific, narrow definition.
It's not even that narrow. Who's better at their job? It's not even that narrow.
Okay, but what job is harder? Like, so okay, let's take like the radio station for example.
Okay.
Would you say, like, let's say a producer who is a weekend producer or whatever, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and their job is to come in and produce 4 hours in the weekend.
Yep.
They might be better at coming in and doing the very little comparatively that is asked of them to produce on the weekends compared to hosting a radio show every day for 4 hours.
Yeah.
It is a vastly harder job. No one would say that producer X is better at radio than you, Spike Eskin.
But that's not what I'm saying.
But hold on. But they might be a better weekend producer than you are a host. And you know what? Is that what we're talking about here? The narrow. So
you're saying a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball is akin to a weekend producer at WIP.
Yeah, more or less.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I could see they should take the podcast away from you.
No, but my point is the quarterback is that much more important. The quarterback is that much more important to their sport than any other player is to their sport. That's the analogy I'm trying to make.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Gardner Minshew last year, above Zack Wheeler if he was in Philadelphia?
Good. Come on, dude.
No. It's infinitely harder. It's still infinitely harder. It's still infinitely harder. Well, you can make the comparison with Gardner Minshew, right? So who's better, Gardner Minshew or Zack Wheeler?
Zack Wheeler is better than Gardner Minshew.
Okay. All right. Well, so you can compare them, I guess. So you can compare them.
Sounds silly.
So you can compare them. So you can compare them.
Sure, if you want to say you can compare them, fine. You
Okay.
win that dumb, silly little.
All right. Well, I just want to make sure. I thought you couldn't compare them. I just want to make sure. Who do you think's going to win on Wednesday, Fritz or DeCamera?
Look.
He's too mad. Can't even answer.
Well, I am annoyed with you. You are annoyed. But I just woke up from a nap.
I know.
Oh,
thrust right into this.
Dude, how many times have I been on your show at 7 in the morning? Give me a break here.
Well, you wake up at like 4 in the morning.
I get up at like 6 in the morning.
He's a slacker now.
Yeah.
He's a slacker now. Yeah.
I think, this is the most simple competition that has ever happened. If Jack throws strikes, he's going to win. I just don't know if Jack's going to throw strikes.
Yeah.
I think that's really what it comes down
Do
to.
you think that 3 should be a push, or is 3 a win for me?
It doesn't really matter what I say. I think 3 probably should be a win for you. I think, but I don't think that that's going to fly.
No, it's not going to fly.
Yeah.
No, it's not going to fly because I don't know who was negotiating these terms for him earlier.
Well, I've said, and James, you can give this opinion, and I'll respect this. I've said for a while now, it seems like Lakin is team DeCamera in this, and the way that this entire thing is set up. Do you think that the competition has been weighted for DeCamera, so we have more of a competition? Even match play during golf seems like it's landed toward DeCamera.
No, I think that Jack just didn't care enough to fight for the rules.
That's fair. Yeah,
I did.
Yeah. He tried to give up on Thursday actually when we were debating with DeCamera on air. It was pathetic.
I'm a compromise guy.
Yeah, you are.
Whatever makes everyone happy.
All right. Sorry for waking you up, James.
Good battle, Jimmy. Good job, brother.
I'll bring it. No matter, wake me up or not, I'll bring it.
All right. I appreciate you, James.
All right, fellas.
All right, there he is. WIP Morning Show. Another guy. We gave 2 mulligan opportunities.
So let me weigh in here.
Yep, here we go.
Let me weigh in here. Because I've listened to 2 people.
Yep.
And I hear you out.
Yep.
And here's where I think the disconnect is at. I think you're right to a degree. Especially in this moment, that Zack Wheeler is a better pitcher. Let's say, even if you go over the last year, he's been a better pitcher doing his job than, let's say, Jalen did last year. But I'll say this in defense of that, and I think this is where people are coming in at in defense of Jalen. It's not as if Jalen did a poor job with his job. Like, to have Zack Wheeler be better at his job is more of a testament to Zack Wheeler than it is a knock on Jalen Hurts. I agree. That's not what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I totally agree with you. And that's why I think you're getting a little bit more pushback for the wrong thing. When you're stating something very simple, it's very easy to see, right? Like it's if you just go by what they did over the last year, and I'm taking into consideration Jalen's postseason play in the Super Bowl. I'm taking it all into consideration. It's also why I had Zack Wheeler ahead of Jalen, but I only had him ahead of him by 1 spot. Zack was 3. I had Jalen at 4.
And I know, I swear, I know this is coming across as Jalen hating. It is really Zack, like, it comes praise. It comes from a place of Zack appreciation.
Okay, I know that's what the intent is.
Yeah.
You're like a church mouse in there right now. You got nothing to say. You got nothing you want to add.
He's talking to Jack.
Yeah, he knows who I'm talking to, yes.
What do you want me to say?
Well, no, because you're in the same, you agree with Spike.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
But here's the point. First of all, you guys, it's when you talk about Jalen, it's rarely in a positive light. At least that's what the perception is. Let me put it that way. That's what the perception is.
Uh-huh.
So this seems more like a way to knock Jalen down versus praising Zack Wheeler, because Jalen was still very good at his job.
Hey,
If
all right.
If you told me Zack Wheeler is a top 5 pitcher in baseball, and I tell you Jalen's a top 5 quarterback in baseball, and I can still say Zack Wheeler is better.
Can I say this, though?
Yeah.
Can I say this? Because we're doing a lot of the people are talking about quarterbacks, and rightly so, are saying it's a harder job.
That's why they talk about the importance of playing that position.
But there's still only 30 quarterbacks, and there's 55 starting pitchers.
Good point.
So being a top 5 starting pitcher in an era, by the way, dominated by, like, there's a lot of good pitchers right now. There's probably more good pitchers now than there have been in 20 years. I mean, like, hitting is not what it was in baseball. So,
well, I guess my thing with Wheeler and that whole thing is that I think Jalen. I'm going to try to say this without sounding like I'm hating Jalen.
Here you go.
Well, because
but it's hard for you, though, isn't
of course it's hard for me because the only reason he's even considered top 5 quarterback is because of the wins.
Hold on, bro. Hold
whereas
on,
Zack Wheeler's actually doing it on the field.
I'm going to let you finish. But I am the one party here that likes both and thinks highly of both guys. Right? So you don't hear when I talk about the other guy in a negative light. Right? Zack Wheeler's a top pitcher. Jalen's a top quarterback.
But he's a top quarterback because of the wins, not what the numbers say.
No matter what it is.
I know, but like that's the reason why he's up there. Like Zack Wheeler's up there because of his production. I don't think Jalen's up there because of his production. I think people.
See, that's where you're wrong at because, and this is where people will argue with you.
Sure.
Playing the quarterback position, how do you quantify the level of production? If you're just talking about stats, that's one thing. But that's not the most important thing at playing the quarterback position. The most important thing is winning.
Yeah, the most important thing is always winning. But I think we could say...
But because he's the one who gets tagged with the wins and the losses, rightfully or or wrongfully.
But that is a similarity with pitchers as well. And I think we could say, I think we could all be adult enough to say...
Pitching is the one job that he can do a good job, and if the team loses, he doesn't get blamed.
Yes, but also there was a point at which last year, and this was a small point, or it was a month and a half, where Taijuan Walker was not pitching well. He was winning games, and people were saying, well, he just wins. Yeah. He does enough to win. And we all know in the back of our heads that whether they win or lose, we know how well the pitcher pitched.
Yeah.
So numbers for a pitcher can be skewed by wins and losses. And I think there are a lot of times where good pitchers don't get a lot of wins.
Oh, yeah. We got to the point in baseball, we don't even care about wins and losses.
Doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even matter.
Well, the guy in the Nationals is 3-8. And
Mackenzie Gore?
Yeah, Mackenzie Gore, and he's an all-star this year.
Yeah.
A lot of good strikeout numbers.
Yeah.
Strikeouts, they're going to look at...
ERA.
Because, yes, they can look at all those things.
All right. 215-592-9494. Nick in Collegeville, you're on WIP.
What's up, afternoon crew? So clearly my car is listening to following the spike rules of phone conversations.
Yeah.
My Bluetooth phone hasn't connected all day, so it must know I was going to call you guys today. Here's what I think. If we took this the week 7 of the NFL season when we were 5-2, how do you think the vote breaks down?
If I'm sorry, say again.
So if you did the top 11
Yep.
in week 7 of the NFL season
Last year?
we're just going to isolate. Yeah, we're just going to isolate Jalen and Wheeler. Where do you think who would be ranked on top of who?
Oh, Wheeler would. At week 7 of last year's NFL season, Wheeler would be higher. Yeah.
Probably week 10 also. We went week 10 or 11 when they won, because we know the last loss was...
Maybe even week 17, to be honest with you.
Right. If you take away his last 3 games.
Yeah.
And one of them is the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game, Wheeler probably still ranks above him.
Yes, I would agree.
Just that the recency bias is... There's no discussion that being a top 5 NFL quarterback takes more brain capacity and analysis because you're trying to figure out what 11 players are doing on the other side of the football field. You're trying to figure out what your blocking scheme is up front, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not taking away brain power, okay? Wheeler just looks at a number and goes, I'm throwing a fastball up and in, not a problem. But when it comes to overall sports talent, there's no question that Wheeler is just a better athlete in his sport.
Well, don't even say athlete. He's not even comparable.
No, right. No, okay,
I think he's saying player.
But he said athlete.
Yeah.
That's why I said don't say athlete. Yes.
Yeah, you mean player, right, Nick?
Tiger Woods was a great guy. Is probably number 1 or at least number 2 golfer in history. But you can't compete. You can't say he's a better athlete than your top conditioned athletes around the world,
right?
Whether playing basketball or football. So yeah,
let me ask you this:
the terminology Ike used.
Let me ask you this, Nick.
Yes.
Because I agree with a lot of what you say there, but I got to give you a little pushback because I think we don't understand the difficulty of playing the quarterback position, because a pitcher is in an advantageous position. Now, walk with me here. Batters don't hit but 30% of the time, and they are great at that. Most of them is 20 to 25% of the time, 25% of the time. So he's already at an advantage just from the position that he plays. He's throwing from a mound, throwing a seed to a batter at 98 miles per hour. He has the advantage in his job. The quarterback position does not have that advantage. Right? Like the inherent nature of the position, the pitcher has the advantage.
But guess what certain quarterbacks have?
What?
Really, really good offensive lines, an over 2,000-yard running back.
Not every quarterback has that.
What's that?
Not every quarterback has that.
Well, I'm talking about the quarterback we're discussing today.
Yeah,
so we're not discussing the guy in Tampa Bay.
No, I understand that. I understand that.
Jalen and Wheeler.
I understand that, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is, when you talk about what Zack does for a job description, it's not as hard.
I agree, and I said that from the beginning.
It's not as hard.
I need to throw a fastball, not a problem.
So what one of the callers were saying, I think it was Jimmy. What James was saying is that you have to weigh the positions. You have to weigh the positions. Somebody being great at doing this doesn't necessarily equal or weigh the same amount as this guy being fifth in the league at playing this position. It's just not the same. And that's why there's an argument there for Jalen, even though with my own eyes would agree Zack is probably better at his position than Jalen is at his position. But Jalen being a top 5 quarterback weighs more than Zack's position as a pitcher and how great he is as a pitcher and what he does.
That's for sure.
And that's what.
So that's where the pushback is coming. Well, that's why the pushback is coming against this, and it's not as simple for everybody to agree on this.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Nick. Yes, I agree with that.
That's why it's not as simple for everybody to agree on it.
For sure. Coming up next, we never got to the rules. So we do have to preview Wednesday's matchup, and we will continue this as well. 215-592-9494. The big matchup that everybody is looking forward to is Wednesday at noon at Plymouth Whitemarsh High School, Fritz versus DeCamera. People are allowed to come and watch. That is the final ruling, right?
The final ruling.
All right.
Yeah.
So we will talk about the rules next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Oh, man.
Guys like to be stroked?
They sure do.
What?
Well, it's Blue Chew time, Mike. It's Blue Chew time.
Hardest wood I had ever touched.
Look. You want to be ranked number 1 on your loved one's top 11.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is to make sure you're performing peak performance.
Get back in elite status.
Yes, be the ace of your staff of your bedroom.
Okay.
Blue Chew.
I'll walk with you.
Blue Chew. It's got everything you want and nothing you don't. Everything you want. You want something that has the same active ingredients as Cialis and Viagra, Levitra, Staxin, Blue Chew. Check that box off. You want something that's easy to take. It's a chewable, Ike. You don't have to swallow a pill or anything.
That's what I love the most.
It's
swallow it. You don't eat it.
The best. You're eating it. You're eating it. You want no doctor's appointment. Blue Chew takes care of that. You do it all online at BlueChew.com. You want no awkward lines at the pharmacy. Blue Chew takes care of that by sending it to you in a discreet and
hard
package. And it's cheaper because it's made right here in the U.S. We're going to take care of that first month for you. For free. First month, use code 94 at checkout, BlueChew.com. First month is on the WIP Afternoon Show. You only have to pay for the shipping. That's it. So just try it. You get your first month. You're going to love it. You're gonna keep up that subscription, but we're going to take care of that first month for you. Again, BlueChew.com, code 94. First month is free. All you do is pay for the shipping, and then you can...
chew it and do it.
Chew it! Do it! Chew it!
Hey, it's Show to Camera. If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Ticket to a baseball game? Well, United Tire wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and experts to keep your car running right. This month, when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Washington Nationals probably should have fired GM Mike Rizzo and manager Dave Martinez long before yesterday. Rizzo did well when he had to trade Juan Soto 3 years ago. James Wood and Mackenzie Gore are now All-Stars, but not much else has worked, and Martinez was out of ideas and maybe out of respect from his players. It's only been 6 years since the Nats won the World Series, but it feels much longer than that. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sort of a mulligan day as we've tried to allow some of the WIP staff to take a mulligan on where they put Zack Wheeler on their top 11 list.
Now, are you surprised that neither James or Scoops decided to take you up on your mulligan?
First off, it's Cowboy Caney.
Cowboy Caney, right, yeah. Because she's in Montana.
Oh, I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, I think I'm more surprised at Devin. Because James already conceded, and I didn't remember this, that Wheeler should have been higher, and I knew he was never going to break on the Hurts thing.
Yeah.
And trust me, file away, back of my brain, waiting until next season. I'll give him a call. But Devin not taking the mulligan on Cooper DeJean or Matvey Michkov.
The Michkov, by the way, 3 of 7 in shootouts. Ooh, we act like this guy was the Jordan of shootouts.
He's a rookie.
Well, that's the entire point.
Zack Wheeler.
Listen, I agree. Don't bite my head off.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
She's telling me that how much harder being a nickel corner is than being a starting. But
everything on the football field.
Hold on.
Pitcher,
Listen, dude, don't minimize Cooper DeJean.
I'm not minimizing him.
You can call him a nickel like he's Brandon Boykin or something, or he's Bonte Maddox or something.
Boykin was great in 2013. Stop. He's the reason they won the NFC East that year. Picked off Kyle Orton. Come on, man.
I remember.
It's just let's settle down a little bit. And by the way, a real test for Cooper DeJean is this season after the summer of Cooper happened.
But again, he seems pretty locked in at the same time. He won the Devontae Smith All Star Game MVP.
Yeah.
The guy seems just winning a lot of things.
Just hoping he's
22 though.
He is 22.
He's not doing this at 30.
I'm just hoping there's not a bunch of little coops all over the country.
Oh my God.
I get the
big dose of dig.
Yeah, there you go.
That hammer is real, for real.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's only making that rookie salary. At least wait till your second contract before that happens.
He's taking everybody to Pound Town, baby. Yes, awesome. Do we know is he officially on the market again? Is he on the market?
I think so, yeah.
He's on the market?
He might have made that clear after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Man.
So Wednesday, we have Fritz DeCamera. We'll get back to Wheeler Hurts in a second. Fritz DeCamera 2 is Wednesday. Our guy, Ike, is down 1-0 after a valiant comeback attempt in golf. But ultimately...
Not being talked about enough, by the way, is the comeback.
Yeah, I think it's probably being talked about enough. He did lose to DeCamera in golf.
Yeah,
and he is...
I ran out of holes.
He's a horrible golfer.
Horrible golfer.
A horrible golfer.
Bad display of golf.
So Wednesday, here's what happens. At Plymouth White Marsh High School at noon, Jack versus Joe, there will be 10 at-bats. If Joe reaches base in 4 or more at-bats, Joe wins. If Joe reaches base in 3 at-bats, it is a push. And if Joe reaches base in 2 or fewer at-bats, Jack wins. Here are some rules we got Joe to mostly agree to on Thursday. Joe has to go to first base on a walk. He has to jog to first base on a walk, and he has to run in any ball in play. And I think that is important.
He already laid the groundwork, though. He feels he's going to be automatic out. He's not busting it down the line.
So if he hits one
like
first base, if he hits one to second base or first base, he's not running to first, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. He's already laying the groundwork for that. Because there's no specified rule you got to get through the bag.
Yeah.
Come on, you know he's gonna pull up.
Yeah. Well, he can pull up once he's out.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what he's gonna do.
All right. Well, I guess on some level, there is an advantage to you in that if he thinks it's an out and he doesn't run and they throw the ball away, there's an advantage to get to first and get him out anyway.
Sure.
So
it would help with a potential throwing error.
Yes. Fritz gets a break, a 4-minute break every 3 outs. Like there would be in a game. We could have asked for more time, but Fritz said 4 minutes was enough.
All right.
So every 3 outs, Fritz gets a 4-minute break. DeCamera gets 1 timeout per plate appearance. And so he can step out of the box once during a plate appearance and ask for a timeout. And Fritz gets 2 mound visits for the entire 10 plate appearance competition. Now, Jack, who who do you want making these mound visits? I think that's another conversation.
Well, first off, I hope that there's no need for a mound visit.
Okay.
Of course.
Now, shouldn't there be unlimited mound visits from your catcher?
Well, I guess so.
It's-
I would think the time in between
Okay.
would be enough. I got,
All right. Okay.
But obviously, I mean, I would like Ike making the trot out to the mound would be hilarious.
Pretty epic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that who you want?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So Ike, you're the one that's running out to the mound to settle him down.
Okay.
All right.
Give me something to do.
Yeah. Well, it's besides stress out.
Yes.
Besides
yell from the dugout.
Jack, I don't like the way that you're grabbing your shoulder in there.
Well, I'm stretching it.
Okay. How'd you now you threw on Saturday.
Throw on Saturday.
Now, Scope's son caught for you?
No, Scope's son wasn't awake in time.
Oh.
For
What the hell?
10 o'clock on a Saturday. I get it. I get being a teenager, but I mean, is there any
Come on.
rules in that house?
Come on. Grow up.
I mean, is there any leadership?
Yeah.
Any leadership?
What the hell's going on? Is Scope a
10 o'clock?
manager?
It's not 7 a.m.
Did Scope catch for you then?
No.
Who caught for you?
A local kid.
Okay.
A local kid. Dad messaged me, said like, I got a fantastic catching son.
Okay.
He could catch for you. So.
How important is the catcher in this whole scenario?
Well, we're gonna need you to stick it. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
fastball in the outside corner. I can't have that ball get taken out of the strike zone.
Yeah, he's got to frame it.
We gotta make it clear. Now I think a Bloom kid is catching real time on Wednesday.
Okay.
So he's a college catcher, so I assume he's gonna be pretty good at it.
And the Plymouth White Marsh High School team is going to be playing defense. Are they
Yeah.
going to be able to wake up by noon on Wednesday to do this?
So apparently they already have practice that morning.
Okay.
So they're going to be good to go. They're
right.
going to be good to go. And
You better make sure the team around you is right,
well,
man.
I know.
Oh, by the way, the other thing that
Real quick, the one thing I'm also worried about with the field, it's a beautiful field, absolutely beautiful. But even in the morning, it's hot on turf.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
you're gonna sweat like
it's actual turf.
So it's
Yeah.
turf. The mound is dirt, though.
So you're gonna be
Pretty good
sweating
high
like
school, man. The type of money they got out there.
you're gonna be sweating like a little piggy up there.
Yeah, a little piggy.
Yeah.
nice. That's it. Yeah. So definitely worried about the heat.
And if there's an error, the rule is the at bat is a redo.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And the official score is gonna be Buzz, right?
I don't think it should be Buzz.
It should be Buzz.
It makes me
Would
nervous.
you think
that
about
it's Buzz.
content one time in your life? Can you imagine?
One time.
I know. That's the joke.
Yeah.
But like Buzz with a potential swing call? You kidding me?
Yeah.
That's content for months.
Oh yeah. Well, wait a minute. No.
Now somebody
That'll
has
be
to
the
call
ump.
that from first or third.
That's the ump. There's two umps.
I know. But
Yeah.
swing decision?
No, that's the ump.
Well, Buzz is the official scorer.
Yes, the
If
official
he-
score doesn't make that call.
Well, he makes it if it's an error or a hit.
Error hit is Buzz.
Yeah.
Whether it was a check or not a check
I know.
swing, that is the umpire.
I know.
All right.
It's a swing decision. Yeah. Coming down to Buzz. And Buzz is sitting there.
Again,
surprised face.
I feel like we're in a spot we got last week where we're talking around each other. You're saying a swing decision. That goes to the umpire.
No. We're actually saying the same thing, but I'm saying like a swing decision in the game, like a
Oh, that will swing the
like
game.
would swing the game.
Okay.
Not a
All right.
individual swing decision.
Okay.
My bad. Yeah.
I'm very confident in you on Wednesday.
I am definitely very confident in myself. Like I pitched on Saturday. I said to myself, I could still dominate a high school mound today.
Okay.
Like as a 31-year-old washed father of two. But I just don't want to get too psyched up to psych myself out of it.
Right.
Because I feel like when I need to throw a strike, I'll be able to throw a strike.
You always need to throw a strike.
I'm going to just say this. I know it's too late.
But I'm not going to throw like all strikes all the time. I'm going to throw a ball. I'm not. All right. Never mind. Sorry. Like I'm not going to throw 50 straight strikes. I'm not a superstar.
All right.
All right.
What are you going to say?
I believe we really missed out on not having Herb this.
Well,
Well,
I don't think so. Actually, I
how long do we
completely-
have?
Completely disagree with you.
Yeah. What if
actually.
he has a bathroom break?
If I won golf, I would have been okay with Herb. But unfortunately now
It's too.
it's time to lock
too
in.
critical for you
Yeah,
now.
it's a swing game.
I wanted to see Herb call balls and strikes.
So did I, but then I lost golf.
Yeah.
You know
And
what
now
I
it's
mean?
not funny anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard
I got the tightest strike zone you ever seen.
but I don't want a tight strike zone.
Right. What a big strike zone.
I need that outside corner, Blue.
Yeah. All right.
I was down in the zone though. Like it was heavy. I haven't had my 2-seamer move like the way that it was on Saturday ever. So I'm feeling good about that.
All right.
What was the velocity?
Again, at least 78 to 82.
You guys getting lower?
Yeah, it was 84 on Thursday.
I might top out at 84.
Okay.
Yeah, that's in the cards.
Okay.
Will not crack 80.
How much you want to bet?
How much you want to bet?
I don't know.
Side bet?
Hey, if I lose but I throw 80, that's a win.
That is a win for him.
You might still get in the 80s? You kidding me?
See, I'm trying to get him to get the adrenaline going so he can throw 80.
Yeah.
See, the only thing
I got him topping out at 76.
Dude, there's no way. The kid catches guys that throw hard. He said I throw harder than all of them.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's on like I think a top Legion
You
team.
throw harder than who?
Than like 16-year-olds. Do you know how hard 16-year-olds throw these days?
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
I have faith in you, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're going to get this one.
No, I feel good.
Now, if we do end up with a push on, and by the way, if there is any more negotiating rules from this point forward on any of these events, you are not allowed to do it by yourself.
Yeah, seriously.
You need me or Ike in the meeting.
With what?
I'd rather have you there in the meeting.
Yes. Well, and the camera could feel it on the air on Thursday that I'm fighting for my client over
exactly.
here.
I'd rather have you in there in the meeting.
All right.
Seems like the whole morning show's on edge. You hear that Seltzer call?
Oh, yeah.
He was definitely on edge.
Yeah, he wanted no parts of it. He's so mad at me now.
He is. He's stewing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, Scope did just text us. I was 20 minutes late. I took a wrong turn.
Oh, my God.
But I won't be 20 minutes late on Wednesday. I know where I'm going.
One wrong turn.
Yeah, so I went to East Germantown Pike, and I believe the field's on West Germantown Pike. And
Understandable.
I
Okay.
went 20 minutes in the wrong direction.
Okay.
I hope I don't do that Wednesday.
Yeah, just type in Plymouth. I tried to be cute and type in the actual address.
Didn't work
just
out
put
for
in
you.
Plymouth White Marsh High School. That's
All right. So this is Wednesday. Apparently, we're going to get a bit of a crowd out there.
Yeah. Should I bring books?
Yes.
Books.
Yeah, to sell.
Just ring the doctor.
Oh, yes.
Of course
Ring the
you
bell
should.
book.
Yeah, who can we have sell books for you over here? We should have somebody selling books for you.
I'll give
Justin?
Justin?
Yeah.
I got my little Shopify account.
Yes.
Oh, man, this dude's going to pop open his trunk, and we're going to be selling books out
Yeah.
of the trunk. Of the
I think,
car.
well, yesterday, Joel's like, well, I want to come. I'm like,
Yes. Bring Jilly out.
Jill,
Yes.
Walker, Sonny.
I haven't seen Suddy yet.
Yeah.
The
I
glory.
haven't seen Suddy yet.
Dude, when you win and drop to your knees like Brad Lidge,
Yeah.
and we storm the mound. Oh,
Well, Walker was
the
there.
glory.
Walker was there on Saturday. He was a witness for it.
There you
But
go.
yeah, and I was like, my mom, like, do you want to come? And I was like, man, last chance to see the boy on the mound.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
This
you
is
got
it.
to, man.
Don't start
yes.
welling up. Thinking about the good old days.
Not to look too much ahead, but you get this one. We're pretty confident in running.
Yeah.
We're pretty confident in basketball, as long as the game ends at some point.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I was shooting on 4th of July.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I felt pretty good.
Okay.
I felt pretty good.
All right.
Get that elbow tucked.
Yes. Tennis, I have no idea.
Well, I don't think either one of you are going to do.
It's going to be
That would be survivor of the fittest.
Well, I think the camera plays tennis.
I think a little bit, yeah.
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 Well, you might be in trouble there.
Maybe. But again, I played golf.
It has nothing to do with tennis.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But like, it's like.
I mean, literally, it has nothing to do
But
with
he
tennis.
tried at golf. You haven't
I
tried
didn't
at
try,
tennis.
yeah, in a couple
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
All right.
On to the next one.
Oh, God.
Pressure's a privilege.
All right. 215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown, you're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Good afternoon, man.
What's up, dude?
What up, Chris?
Guys, Wheeler is definitely better at his job than Jalen. I don't even think it's a question. If you look at it, so when Wheeler's out there, he's pitched in front of or with defenses behind him that are sometimes very poor. He still deals. He is always a top 5 in every single pitching category for his entire 6-year career here as a Philly. His influence, like if he's having a bad day or whatever, it doesn't matter. You're still the guy that's got to go out there, and you as a pitcher, as Jack knows this, you control the game. And the fact that Jalen has the ability to, I'll say, hide behind a great offensive line. If he doesn't have his stuff, that helps him. He can hand the ball off. if he is struggling throwing intermediate or deep routes or over the middle, then, he could just do shorter passes and do different things or just run. And my main point of this is Wheeler doesn't need success in his statistics to have somebody push him in the back to get those numbers. He does it all on his own. And I just can't imagine anybody logically trying to say that that's not true.
Well, here's a question I would have. When Wheeler has that terrible defense plan behind him, how does that impact him individually?
Oh, it'd be very easy for him to get out of rhythm and get frustrated or get out of rhythm and lose his stuff because of what's going on behind him. But he's never done that as a Phil. You look at his ERA, his career ERA, including this year's numbers, which are skewed because we only got a half a year. But let's say it plays out.
Here's my point. Here's my point. If he has bad defense behind him, he's not getting charged with a run.
Sure he is.
No, he's not.
Well, he doesn't get charged with an earned run. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's not getting charged with an earned run.
Again, if you look at all of the years, he's top 5 even in runs, which will include.
No, my only point is that you're trying to paint a picture as if Zack Wheeler was pitching with deficiencies around him, like the team sucks around him, and he still succeeds.
And it's not like he strikes out every batter.
Yeah,
like he does need his teammates a lot, like the quarterback needs his teammates. That's not a shot. I'm just being honest.
No, and I don't want to pick apart Zach as if I think he's bad, but you're trying to paint a picture like you or I could line up under center and do Jalen's job. As if hold on. As if his job isn't hard to do.
No, the picture I'm trying to paint is the locked-in consistency of how all 6 years he's been a top 5 guy, where Jalen has not.
Okay, so 1 year. Okay, so
and he's only been a starter for officially, say, 3 years.
He's been a starter for 4 years. He's gone to the playoffs 4 years. He's gone to the Super Bowl 2 out of the 4 years.
That rookie year, yeah.
Huh?
He didn't get a full year that other year. But anyway, his consistency is why I say he's better at his job. I'm not saying Jalen's bad at it.
But it's easier to be better at doing that job than it is the other job. I agree that he's better. But just because someone is the greatest kicker of all time and the quarterback is the 10th quarterback of all time, you think they weigh the same?
Nah, now you're devaluing a pitcher by comparing to a kicker.
No, I'm not devaluing the pitcher. No, what I'm doing.
Well, just because he's a kicker, that's
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he can be great as an individual, and it doesn't have the same impact on the team. Whereas the quarterback, the results or the outcome, which we care about as it pertains to the team, is more dependent on what Jalen Hurts does. We got three other pitchers in the starting rotation that have 2.0 ERAs. There's 3 other pitchers in this rotation that has that.
If he goes out there and deals like he did yesterday, you can't tell me that didn't fire up the rest of the team and have them locked in to push even harder.
Oh yeah, boy! If it wasn't for Stott, we would have probably lost 2-1 and lost the series.
He was leading them. So
my point is that because he is a pitcher, and it's just the nature of the job, he's in a rotation. He can also be picked up by his teammates. You act as if it's him and only him, and Jalen is surrounded by all these guys, and he needs these guys to be successful. Like, that's the picture you painted.
Because when you are a pitcher, you can't hide away. And this is the whole point. Again, going back to the numbers. That's why I said the numbers.
Yeah.
His runs are top 5 every year. That's on him.
He's
That's
great.
His number.
He's great.
OG's going to come on here to give
He's
you
great.
touchdown numbers and TV ratios and all kinds of funny math statistics.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to make that argument with Zack Wheeler. Zack Wheeler is clearly much better at his craft than Jalen Hurts.
Okay, so if I were to tell you Jalen Hurts has been much better in the postseason than Zack Wheeler, what would you say?
No.
No.
I'd say look at the first 2 games of last year. Look at the first 2 games.
What about him?
How good of a game he had.
What about him? No, I'm talking about Zack Wheeler's performances. What are his memorable performances in the postseason?
Every game that he's pitched. mean, look at he's got one of the best postseason histories of a player. You can't compare that to a guy that
I can.
Of the time shows up and 50% of the time didn't. We only won that game because of Jalen Carter. And
God.
He had the number one defense. If he doesn't have the number one defense, we do not win that Super Bowl last year. If we have the top 5 defense, we lose the Super Bowl last year. You can't give that. You're now doing what the Jalen people doing. You're giving him credit of the Super Bowl.
I am going to give him – no, it's not about just the Super Bowl. It's the postseason. It's the position that he plays. It's the weight that his position carries. That's what I'm doing. And I am a Jalen guy. And guess what? Hold on, though. But I'm also a Zack Wheeler guy, so I don't have to trash Zack. I was just responding to what you said, the picture you painted. I was giving you a counter to what you said.
Never did I say he's a bad quarterback. What I said is – when you are a pitcher, the spotlight, your
Oh, dude, don't give me no. Listen. Don't give me spotlight when you're talking about comparing a pitcher to a quarterback. Stop it. Because there's one guy. Hold on. There's one guy when he performs, and whether the team wins or not, he's under the microscope. When has Zack Wheeler been under the microscope here?
Zack Wheeler has always been under microscope.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, come on,
Chris. Stop, man. Stop.
I think Ike gets that one. Real quick, Chris, what do you got on DeCamera Fritz? Do you have faith in our guy on Wednesday?
I absolutely do. I told him this morning I'm going to do my best because I hear there's a loudmouth that supports the camera. So I think an equally loud guy from Middletown may drive up there and have his Team Fritz shirt on. Got to see how the work schedule is going to play out. But, Spike, I have an answer, and it's the winning answer for your topic.
Oh, for next question, which is, what is easier now than it used to be?
That is being the WIP morning show host, as proven by Joe DeCamera.
Shut his hole!
Not bad. Wow. Not bad. Not a bad answer from Chris in Middletown. You skewered him, but then he brought it home right at the end there. Coming up next.
It's not easy being a morning show host.
Well, you're saying it's easier now.
Oh, my God.
Well, you got great support, like John Ritchie and James Seltzer, Rhea Hughes. Come on. Well, I guess Angelo had great support, too.
Yeah.
Well, Al, 50-50. Depends on the day.
Well, Jonesy was there, though.
Yeah. Jonesy for sure.
Yeah.
Coming up next, 215-592-9494. Continue to talk about Zack Wheeler as well as Fritz versus DeCamera. Coming up next, seems like we did okay with the number 3 pick, at least as far as the first Summer League game goes.
Oh, little VJ! Little VJ!
We had VJ versus Ace Bailey on Saturday night.
How did I miss that?
Oh, dude, I watched the hell out of that game.
You think Elliot was streaming it from Wales or wherever?
Yeah, wherever he is.
He definitely was.
Yeah, we will talk about that next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Listen, you know, it'd be a great place to watch Zack Wheeler.
Kavanaugh's.
Cavs Rittenhouse.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, listen, I love Cavs Rittenhouse from their partnership with the High Hopes podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcast. For all great food, they brought us last week Cavs wings, brisket, grilled cheese, chicken panini, roasted buffalo cauliflower, veggie burgers, and my personal fave, I got the spring salmon salad. Big fan. So head on out to Kavanaugh's Rittenhouse for Phillies games and enjoy $4 Miller Lite cans and $20 Miller Lite buckets. All right, so summer is heating up. You can tell that. I mean, absolutely humid today. And I'm sure that your AC is on the fritz. See what I did there? Listen, if you need AC, I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered. Cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs, they've got it all. Last week, a couple weeks ago, the guys at Christian came out, hooked me up with a preferred partner plan, which includes priority service every time you call, a 15% discount on all service parts and labor, and free HVAC and plumbing home inspections. That sounds like a pretty dang good deal for me. Plus, they've got the best service in the business and a team you can trust. Did you know 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why premium installation matters, and that's all Christian does. Right now, check out their summer special. 0 payments and 0 interest for 18 months or $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you've got a guy. They've got me covered, and they've got you too. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A mass shooting in Grays Ferry. 12 people shot, 3 of them killed. It's day 7 of the DC 33 strike. Negotiations between the city and its blue-collar union ended with no deal over the weekend. And scientists at UPenn have turned fungus from the tomb of King Tut into a drug that can help fight cancer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto-pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Wait, you're leaving us? You're matching pajamas.
Matching silk pajamas, babe.
You discover Heineken and now you go out to, watch live sports?
We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to vibe, to recharge your soul.
And your weighted blanket is here.
It's like a blanket, but so weighted.
Don't listen to your PJs. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
It's time
Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
I'm Natalie Morales of 48 Hours. So much of our reporting focuses on the stories of victims who didn't survive. But what about those who lived to tell?
I survived a violent home invasion. There's no earthly reason why I'm alive.
From 48 Hours, this is It Could Have Been Me. You can follow and listen to It Could Have Been Me on Tuesdays in the 48 Hours podcast feed on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Definitely the only Ike that I'm not a fan of.
Ike Turner? Yeah. That's a complicated one.
Yeah.
It's not even that complicated, to be honest with
That
you.
movie did torture. That did torture to me.
Oh, because of the name?
Because everybody, it's just associated with the name.
Yeah.
Like, man.
The Twitter question.
Anyway.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who's better at their job, Zack Wheeler or Jalen Hurts? 74.4 at Zack Wheeler. So Saturday night in Utah, the first summer league is in Utah, and then they all go to Vegas this coming week.
Why do they have to choose Utah for these poor
Well, it used to be
rookies?
It used to be Orlando.
Used to be Orlando.
Did they move that for Orlando?
What's that?
That was terrible.
Yeah.
Because they did it at the practice facility.
Right, yeah, because the Sixers won the Orlando Summer League.
I remember that.
Could forget.
I remember
hang
it.
the banner.
Yeah, it's the only thing we won. So they're in Utah, and then they are in Vegas. I suppose you want to even out Vegas with Utah. If there's a place to even out Vegas, Utah is it. And they don't have to travel that far from Utah to get to Vegas. But the Sixers play again tonight. They play tonight and tomorrow night. They didn't play yesterday, but they played Saturday night, and that was the debut of VJ Edgecombe as well as Janai Broom. And it was also the debut of Ace Bailey. VJ Edgecombe with 28 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, a couple of blocks. Ace Bailey with 7 points on 13 shots. So definitely put the Ace Bailey thing away for a second. What I want, stats aside, I've watched enough Summer League to know that when you watch your high draft pick in Summer League, you just want to see him pop. You want to see, okay, this guy is playing with a bunch of undrafted free agents. You want to see
he looks different than
the
those
other
guys. Yes.
That's all you want to see. And there's been a couple of times in Sixers history, one Evan Turner, one Markelle Fultz, where you're watching it and you just know immediately. Like you can just see,
I remember Fultz' first game. It was pretty good, wasn't it?
It was okay, but you could see the shot wasn't.
Yeah.
You knew something was wrong.
Yeah, but he could get by defenders. He did a great first step.
He was okay.
I watched that live at Xfinity Live.
Oh, really?
I remember that, yeah.
I
remember the first Fultz game.
Big one.
Ben, too. Didn't Ben throw some no-look passes?
Ben looked great.
Summer League Ben was disgusting.
Ben did look good. Yeah. And Fultz got hurt, I think, the second game. He ended up running into... I forget who the player was he ran into. Anyway, VJ Edgecombe looked great on Saturday night. I think they don't really have any ball handlers on that team. It was Jalen Hood, Schifino, and Judah Mintz, and so he ran point a lot. Okay. And he's not a point guard yet, and his handle's not point guard handle. But I think what you got to see was, okay, this guy attacks. He pulled up mid-range way more than I expected him to.
Okay. So he's working on that.
Like 5 mid-range jumpers, which is more.
I love mid-range.
Yep. And an end-to-end dunk. We all know his athleticism in terms of
saw that play.
Jumping, but he's fast, man.
Yeah.
Like an end-to-end kind of guy. I just think once his body fills out and once he gets a couple of NBA off seasons where he's working with a skills coach on that shot a little bit, on the handle a little bit, he just looked great. I love the way that he wanted it. I like that he took 27 shots. You know, that everybody's
Hell,
like,
it's a summer league. What else are you supposed to do? Shoot.
Right. I want him shooting.
Yes,
right?
I don't care to see anybody else shooting.
I just like that he went in there. People are talking about him being, role player and blah, blah, blah. And he went out and he was like, I'm going to try to be the best player on the court. And he was the best player on the court against the Jazz. And it was fun to watch, man. Watching him was fun on Saturday night.
Saw the highlights.
Yep.
The explosiveness, the athleticism, that's there.
Oh, for sure there.
Can't wait to watch him tonight because I didn't get a chance to check him out Saturday night. So I want to check him out tonight. Like what I saw just from the highlight package of watching him. And like you said, the aggressive nature, that's what you want to see. He wasn't shy, right? And when a guy has that sort of mentality, what it says is that he feels he's the best player in that quadrant.
Yep.
That's what it said to me.
Yep.
I'm going to go out here and show that I'm the best player of the players that are here, the rookies, the Ace Bailey, all this other stuff. He may have said, guess what? They thought about taking you. No, they took me.
Right.
This is why they took me.
I like that.
That's what you want.
I want that attitude.
That's what you want.
And I just thought it was it's a weird way to put it. It's like kind of a relief that you're like, you don't know about any of these guys until you see them on the court. And I know it's just summer league, but still, it's
better than going 3 for 15.
Yes. Like you can say it's just summer league until the guy sucks.
Right.
And then it's not just summer league.
Yeah.
And then Janai Broom is exactly as advertised. If he the key for him, he's not going to be able to, he can't jump. I mean, he's got no vertical, but he is a good positional rebounder. He is a smart offensive player. He had a couple of threes off the catch or whatever. It's just really the thing's going to be when he's going up against NBA athletes, is he going to be able to rebound the basketball? Because that's what they're going to want. And is he going to be able to shoot? But he looked fine.
Yeah.
So.
And I remember from Auburn, his game reminds me of Carlos Boozer. The big difference is that when Boozer came in, the game was played a little different.
Yep.
To where Boozer could build a career the way that he did.
Yep.
Off the things you just said.
Yep.
Like doing the dirty work, getting the rebounds, offensive glass. You don't have to run plays for him. He's going to score double digits just by exuding energy, hustling after the ball. This kid he's going to be like a glue guy. He's got the type of guy you want. Yeah, he's the type of guy you want. Your 8th, 9th, 10th man on your bench, somebody that'll come in, don't mind doing the dirty work.
Other guy, now when a guy's in his second year of summer league, what you want to see, from my perspective, is you want the guy to go out there and say, I shouldn't be playing a second year at summer league. And Adem Bona looked like 10 times stronger than any guy who's playing against.
Okay.
Adem Bona dunking the hell out of the ball.
Okay.
And a couple of times, you know that the Embiid fake the three at the top of the key drive? Bona did that a couple of times. Now, the fact that they bit on a Adem Bona three-pointer, that's probably not going to happen in regular games. But just a few dunks and incredibly active, and it looks like he will be a solid backup center for a long time. Bona will be.
I woke up Sunday, Twitter line, the timeline was just filled with all type of Sixer highlights and, people going nuts.
Yeah.
Over the Sixers. So,
People are happy.
People are happy.
I completely missed the game, missed out on it, but I'm ready tonight.
Yeah.
I'll be ready because the
it's 7:30 or something tonight.
Oh, it's right into the Phillies.
Man, Summer League right into 9:45. Phil's Giants.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. West Coast games tonight.
And Taiwan starts tomorrow night.
Well, then I'll watch tonight. I'll skip tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought Justin Edwards looked pretty good too.
It was mixed bag. So
Mixed bag.
I like him a lot. He is definitely a role player. Though, I mean, he doesn't, I don't think, I've been debating with Mike on Justin Edwards because Mike is not as high as Justin Edwards on the podcast as I am. And he's limited, and he is, but I thought he moves his feet real well on defense. If he can open threes, he's going to play 24 minutes a game. So I thought Justin Edwards had some highlights and some lowlights. Also, Jalen Hood-Schifino, one of the worst performances I've ever seen in Summer League.
I don't even know who that is.
He was on the team a little bit last year. And Hunter Salas didn't play, but I think he had an ankle thing, but he's supposed to play at Summer League.
Don't know that either.
Yeah.
Hunter Salas?
Salas.
That's not a basketball name.
Yes, he was
related to Paul
undrafted.
Salas?
He went to Wake Forward. No, that's
Wake
Silas.
Forest,
Yeah, Salas. Salas sounds like Silas if you're Southern. Sallis. Yeah. 215-59.
Or if you're Midwestern.
Yes, if you're Midwestern. Thomas and Broomall, you're on WIP. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, that player was Jabari Brown. That folks got injured.
Oh, is that who it was? Yeah.
I don't know who it is, but that's his name.
It's great memory by you.
Yeah, that's better than me.
About Wheeler, he is better than Hurts right now. I get that. Hurts has to play every day or every week. Wheeler doesn't have that problem. But,
well, they both play once a week.
Yeah, but I feel like the connection that a pitcher has with his catcher as well has some kind of effect. I mean, you got a snapper. I don't know. Like, I feel like a catcher has a harder job as well. Correct? Like, it has to do with the connective.
You're comparing the catcher sort of like to a center.
To a center,
I guess. Yeah. It's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it is the closest thing that I think you could come up with. And look,
I would say both jobs are equally hard.
Yeah, and both important for the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think, and thank you for the call, Thomas. Shoot. Thomas said
he had his thing that was different.
His thing that was better. Well, I don't have any. Better. Did he have that?
Do you have any stars up there?
Probably.
Oh, all right.
Well, put the stars
I should
up.
probably check back in on people.
Yeah, you probably should.
Well, it's been a hotly contested show. Hotly debated show.
It has.
I don't know if people even remember what
here's the funny thing.
The side topic was.
Here's when, and I'm sitting in a meeting, right?
Yeah.
I didn't say it, but in my brain, I'm thinking, these two jokers. Especially when you did the whole top 11 list thing about, basically was the data for repentance.
Giving everybody a mulligan.
I said, this is going to be a Zack Wheeler show. Yeah, this is coming after the top 11 people who didn't have him ranked high enough.
Well, it's just like it's every time. And Elliot said the same thing, and James said the same thing. Elliot said the same thing when he was on with us last Tuesday, because that was right after Wheeler had pitched, and I wanted to yell at him about it. And Seltzer said this. They go, every time that Zack Wheeler pitches like this, are you going to do this thing? And the answer is yes. Yes. You want to know why? Because it happens almost every time that he pitches like this. It's like, look at the frequency with which I can do this. It is every single week, because he does this every week.
I was going to say.
Every year. Like, every year. What a joy it was watching him finish that game, by the way. I miss complete games. The excitement that he went back out there for the ninth inning is like, oh, Wheeler's coming back out.
Yeah.
And he looked just as sharp in the ninth as he did in the second.
98 was his first pitch, right?
Yeah, he looked great.
And I thought he was settling into being like a 95-mile-an-hour guy.
Yeah.
His velocity has ticked back up this year more than it did the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's
money.
He looks fresh out there. He does.
Only 2 more years.
215-592-9494. Jay in West Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Jay?
Damn, Jay, where you been at?
Look, the boys know why I ain't been on there.
Don't talk to me.
I don't do anything with me.
You're down there, but we try to get you on.
Oh man, they trying to keep you buried.
Not
man.
me. Maybe Jack.
Would never.
Fight there too.
No, I don't.
Man, did Jalen take your parking spot or something? Or he cut you off or something?
I have no problem with Jalen. He won us a Super Bowl. I don't know about you.
What, slow business day or something?
No, it's not slow. We're talking about Zack Wheeler. He pitched yesterday.
You bring out Jalen Hurts with praising Wheeler. You just had to attach his name to it, huh?
Jay, let me ask you this. Do you think Zack Wheeler is better at being a pitcher than Jalen is at being a quarterback?
No.
Okay.
No.
You don't think he is?
No.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Well, tell us why.
So
let
me ask you this. Jay, because you're a big Eagles fan, right? Big Jalen guy. How many times during the regular season last year did you end the Eagles game and go, man, he did it again? Jalen was great.
How many games did we win?
Well, that's not the question, and it's not the question.
That's my answer. Every time we won, that's what I said. Jalen did a good job.
Okay. All right.
That's what I said.
So is it same? Is the same for a pitcher then?
Same for a pitcher? Yeah.
Well, it's not. See, that's
he's not good.
No. But see, it's not the same for a pitcher, right? And it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
Don't Real Mucho call all his pitches, right?
That's what a catcher does.
No, now for everybody, they just say he called the whole game. So, all right, so wait, he's just throwing the ball, right?
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all he's doing. Well, does Jalen have an offensive coordinator?
He got his defenders.
Does Jalen have an offensive coordinator who designs the offense?
Yeah, but don't he got to read the play at the line, right?
Yes, he has to look at the defense, and then I don't think. Do you you understand? He doesn't go up there and select from 47 plays. Like, he goes up there, there's a small choice that he makes, and he has to do it. He has a small choice he has to make based on where a couple of players are, that what they decide to do. But he's not going up there designing plays like in the huddle like we did in the backyard. That's not what it is. So it is a tough job, but it's not like he's not doing something that every other quarterback in the NFL doesn't do. That's what they have to do. But it's
part of the job.
Yeah, but he's got an offensive coordinator who designs the offense, just like Zack Wheeler has a catcher that says throw the ball here. But just like it's not easy to just have a catcher say throw a slider and put it here, the pitcher has to do it. And we've seen plenty of pitchers in Philadelphia over the last 25 years who aren't able to do that. And he is. And that is the difference between being a great pitcher and not being a great pitcher.
He got a pitching coach too, right? So just besides the catcher, they call it from the game too. I mean, from the dugout too, right?
Well, we don't know if Wheeler might call his own game.
No, he don't. He said JT called the whole game. It was clear. It was stated. So my thing is Jalen got a harder position to do, split-second decisions to make. And he got to keep everybody happy and know where everything is at every time. So Wheeler get the ball back in his mid.
But what you're saying is, see, this is the split here. What you're saying is being a quarterback is harder than being a starting pitcher. I'll concede that. But that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, wow. That's big of you, right?
No, I've said it 5 times, but you don't. It's like there's a wall because you don't want to. You don't want to reckon. No, hold on, Jay. Hold on, Jay. You don't want to reckon with the second part of that. Is that I've conceded that. I agree. It is harder to be a quarterback than a starting pitcher. Now, it's not easy to be a starting pitcher. Right. To be clear, we're not comparing it to being. Like, there's a lot of things.
Like I said, a punter.
A punter or something like that. A starting pitcher is a really hard job. And in all of baseball, I would say it is the one that is closest to being a starting pitcher because you throw every pitch, right? So I've conceded that being a quarterback is harder than being a starting pitcher. That said, Zack Wheeler is a better starting pitcher than Jalen Hurts is a quarterback.
All right, so is he better than the top 5 player in the NBA?
Well, who?
Is he better than Joel Embiid?
Well, Joel's not playing. Pick somebody who's playing.
What you mean he's not playing?
Yes, he is a much better. Yes, okay. Shh, Jay. Zack Wheeler is a much better pitcher than Joel is a basketball player at this point. Absolutely.
Got you. Because you just said that.
But I just said it. See, now I conceded 2 things. Now I conceded 2 things, Jay, and you still can't reckon with the third thing that you're not conceding. I am conceding, yes, Zack Wheeler is better than Joel Embiid. I ranked him number 1 in all of Philadelphia. Yes, he is.
Super Bowl. It was in 2 Super Bowl appearances, and you ungrateful every day.
No, I'm not. See, you don't want to talk about the topic. You just want to whine. You just want to whine, Jay. You just want to whine. Again, I'll ask the third time, and because I've conceded. Being a quarterback is harder than being a starting pitcher. You thought you had me? You didn't. Yes, I've conceded. Zack Wheeler is better than Joel Embiid. You thought you had me? You didn't. Now, final question. Is Zack Wheeler better at being a pitcher than Jalen Hurts is being a quarterback?
Say what you want to say.
All right. You don't want to answer because you know the answer. That's it. He doesn't want to answer because he knows the answer. It's fine. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And really, my problem is only with 2 people, James Seltzer and Devin Kane.
Yep.
And John Rich.
And Rhea.
And Rob Ellis. And Rhea.
And Hugh.
And Hugh. And Elliot. It's really
Elliot
just the staff.
Is a big one.
You know,
it's funny because you say that and you name the people.
Yeah.
Is that the majority of the staff?
Yeah.
Was it just us 3 who had him?
Gilio.
And Gilio had him in the.
Yeah.
Not the true baseball person.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, the camera had him, 2, 3?
Did he?
The camera had him at least top 5, I think.
Fran had him number 1.
Right. Yeah. Who could forget what Fran's list was?
I think it's like.
It's the clickbait artists here that we're
Oh,
going
it's the now they got to be clickbait artists.
And here's this is one part where the masses should be siding with me because I'm trying to take down all of the clickbait artists here at WIP. The Rob Ellises of the world.
Yeah.
The Devin Caneys of the world. The Elliot Shore Parkses of the world. The James Seltzers of the world.
I've always said Rob's just doing this for clicks.
Clicks. Yep.
Okay, so let me
the
ask
Paul
you.
Jolovitzes of the world.
Yep. It's all about clicks for him.
Yeah.
Before we go to break, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So why do you think people, those like we've had two on, Devin and James, why won't they give up Wheeler should be ranked higher than Jalen?
Pride.
Oh, it's just pride. Yeah.
I think it's pride.
Yeah, just pride.
I think it's pride.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Usually just eye test would work, but I guess we've gotten past that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Because I can hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying he's better at his job.
Yeah, you can hear it.
He is at his job. I can hear that.
And by the way, if James were approaching this argument the way he should,
Seems like you really have a problem with James.
I have a huge problem with James because James is a baseball guy.
That one does bother you a little bit.
It bothers me the most.
Hold on, what'd you call us with the football with Neanderthals?
Yeah, football better, football better, football better. America's pastime. Football. Goodell. 44 million watching.
Eagles elitists?
Yeah, the Eagles elitists.
But Seltzer also does host an Eagles podcast.
He does.
He's
he
hard
does
to pin down.
But Seltzer's Wheeler hate goes back years. When he said that Nola was better than
a strong
Wheeler.
word on this one.
Well,
wow.
Yeah, the midday show meetings from 5 years ago.
What do you mean?
High Hopes Jackie baseball report is. Poor James. I love James too. He's so mad at me too.
He's dug in on this one too.
He
I mean,
is.
that's the problem. He's like a dog on a bone.
Well, I'm going through all the Go Birds post game pods from last year.
Well, no, I know. That's what I want to tell James. Like, he's gonna go listen.
He's definitely going to go listen.
He's got nothing better to do
Yeah,
tonight.
Spike is definitely going to listen.
I am a psychopath. This is all I care about, James.
You're gonna be up at midnight tonight watching Phil's Giants.
Yeah, sending texts to you guys.
Still listening.
Week
to all the
10.
Go-Birds.
I only have one of them.
Go back and listen. I will.
Yeah. All right. 215-592-9494. High Hopes Jackie baseball report is next. Phil's back in action. Wait, tonight or tomorrow night? Tonight, right?
Oh,
Monday,
yeah,
Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah. Against the Giants. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Get your windows back in action. Right? Your windows, your doors. I'm so excited to get my installations coming later this month. Windows in my house, my front door, my sliding patio door, all getting done by Guida. I know the energy bills. You look at your summer energy bills. They go through the roof because you got the AC on all the time because you got those old drafty windows. Now is the time to do it with Guida. You have until July 31st to take advantage of their big 40% off summer sales event. 40% off every expertly installed window, 40% off every expertly installed door. That's almost half off every high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane window. You like how I did that math there? 40% is almost 50%. If you need a new door, too, whether it's a garage door, sliding patio door, or a front entry door, that is 40% off as well. It doesn't stop there, nor should it. The folks at Guida won't let it. It doesn't stop there. You're going to put no money down. You're going to have interest-free financing up to 18 months. And again, as I said, only until July 31st. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
One round down.
I chip one in the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you Bikini Night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
Summer is hot, sticky, and buggy. But Modelo is cold, crisp, and smooth. When you're sweating through your shirt and the beach is mad crowded, the lime and salt flavors of a Modelo Chelada hit just right. When the weather's perfect but you're still at work, it's time to clock out and stock up on Modelo. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Many crashes happen when drivers pass too closely. New Jersey law requires you give at least 4 feet when passing pedestrians and bicyclists. If you can't, slow down to 25 miles per hour. A little caution goes a long way.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get 1 free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Chris Paul has announced that this will probably be his final season in the NBA. CP3 doesn't have a championship ring. He's still one of the greatest basketball players of his generation, a born winner with a basketball IQ to rival anybody in the NBA. And his final year, whatever you think of his resume, or Chris Paul himself, is worthy of celebration. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phillies baseball back on WIP tonight. 9:45 first pitch against the San Francisco Giants. Talk about the Phillies a little bit here. Just keep winning series. That's all we got to do. Keep winning series.
Yeah.
Here
All
we
they
go.
do is win.
All they do is win, sort of.
How do you lose with those pitchers?
Oh, come on, man.
Wow.
Well, I know how we do lose.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow night.
Well, they might only have 3 elite starters at the current moment.
Yeah, well, the other guy not looking so great.
Bullpen.
Yeah, well, at least later on in the season. Why don't we do high hopes?
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
The guy we're talking about is obviously Luzardo, who struggled on Friday day. And by the way, longest game of the year, of course, when we're not on after at 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Disgusting work by the Phillies.
Yeah. Luzardo, even the start before was, the numbers looked okay, but was grinding a little bit.
He's been grinding for a little bit now. He had the one really, really good start right after the tipping allegations.
Yep.
And then he's been battling his way through it.
Yeah. You see anything from him aside from not being able to? Yeah.
The two guys knew.
Yeah.
The clips are back.
The clips.
What do you mean?
What rap group?
Oh.
Yeah, I have no idea. Well, I mean, Spike should have known it. I don't know.
I actually thought Spike would have
Clips.
known that.
Oh, it's not the Clips, right? It's just Clips. Yeah, it was not. I recognize the name, but never listen.
Are they back on Luzardo conversation?
Yeah. Sorry,
my bad. Back in.
Yeah, that was a bad moment for me. It was good. It was fine for Jack. It was a bad moment for me.
You're still mad at Seltzer. That's.
But I got to take the L where I deserve the L.
Sure. No, but so Luzardo to me that looked like he's pitching with a lot of motion recently. I thought he took himself out of that game. I think when you get a little too hot out there and like things aren't going your way, you can mentally check out.
Okay.
And I thought that's what happened. I think that he doesn't have as good of command as he had early in the season. Maybe he's reaching 80 plus innings. He threw 60 some last year.
Right.
Maybe starting to see him wear down a little bit. I think he's if we're looking for a bullpen leverage arm, that's probably Luzardo of the starting pitchers. So,
okay.
And then Ranger, same thing. They pulled him after 85 pitches.
He was grinding a little bit too.
A little bit.
But 2 innings worth of, he can get out of a jam better than I think anybody on the staff, But
I was definitely worried the first 2 innings though when his cutter was at 84.
And it was low again this start.
So the cutter was, but then he eventually, once his arm loosened up, I think a little bit, he got up to 93.
Okay.
So at least he saw a little bit of that. Some quick things here before we get to the main point of the Jackie Baseball report here is their record at Oracle Park since 2014 is 7-25.
That's not good.
They haven't won a series there since 2014.
That's not good.
They usually have their work cut out for them. And then only 2 Phils made the All Star game: Kyle Schwarber and Zack Wheeler.
Still time for Trey if somebody drops out or something, and Sanchez
and Suarez
as
well. And Sanchez can maybe get in there. But a lot of conversation about some snubbage.
Yeah, Trey should have been in there, but I'm just wondering who comes off him.
It was De La Cruz and Lindor, right? Yeah, it's that's tough.
Yeah.
National League leader in hits.
He
is top 15 in WAR in all of baseball. He's the only player not on there and on the All Star game. Well, National League, sorry, National League.
National
top 15 in WAR.
Yeah.
I know you guys are huge WAR guys, but
isn't Soto isn't?
Soto's not an All-Star, but I don't think he's where Trey is WAR-wise.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, Trey's got a little bit of that fielding WAR added up into that number, isn't it?
Fielding WAR's been all right.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I know he booted the one on Saturday right at him.
He did. Sent you a text right away.
You did.
Yeah.
And then you liked my old tweets.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'm glad you noticed that I did that.
Yeah, almost immediately. I was like, wow, he really is locked in on the Phillies.
Yep.
All right, so Dave Dombrowski talked to Scott Lauber of the Philadelphia Inquirer and had these 2 things to say. Everyone obviously, I think, off the weekend was, we got to get a bat. Doesn't sound like Dombrowski agrees. Here's the first quote. When asked about what kind of upgrades he thinks they're going to have to make. He said, well, it's not going to be the starting rotation, and our lineup doesn't have an abundance of places that are a hole. So I think almost by process of elimination, the area would be bullpen to upgrade. Where I would disagree is I think the lineup is an issue. Here's the other one. Dombrowski is aware of the chatter that the Phillies need a righty hitting outfielder. His response was, where do you find him? I know that some of the names are mentioned. Okay, why don't you get this guy? Why don't you get that guy? Well, they're hitting like 200 or 220. A lot of the guys that were out there in the wintertime, that's what they're hitting to.
Like, I get his point. When you're looking at not the high level guys you're talking about, but when you're talking about the Luis Roberts of the world, like
he's not doing much.
Yeah, there are a bunch of guys out there that when you're talking about trading for them, they have a name that produces, but you look at their production this year, it's not that impressive.
But there are people.
Trout hit his 14th yesterday.
Yeah, his teammate Joe Adell has 19 on the year. He's hitting 258. Like, that's a name that could work.
I disagree. I understand why he's saying it, but his point, we don't have that many holes in the lineup there, is like.
But there's a big hole. Like,
yes. Center field and left field.
Is he really saying what's available is not worth giving up what I would have to give up?
I think that's what he's trying to say.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to say.
And obviously, general managers lie a lot heading into the trade deadline.
Yep.
Sure.
But the 2022 deadline, he said Ben Brown and Logan O'Hoppe were untouchable, and then they were traded. Like they lie all the time. But still, a lot of comments about the offense is fine, the offense is fine, the offense is fine. Disagree.
Yeah, I disagree too.
Yeah.
Now, one big reason to be concerned about the offense, I think, is Bryce Harper.
He looked terrible this weekend.
And the thing that is really worrisome about Bryce right now is, like, I feel like I'm watching a shell of the guy that I've watched as a Philly.
Well, he looked like in those at-bats, a lot of those at-bats were not even competitive. I think he struck out in half of them. And
he struck out 6 straight times at one point.
Yeah. And I think he struck out 8 times in the series over the weekend, 16 at-bats. Yep. Since he's come back, what worries me, Jack, is he looks non-competitive in the at-bats, and I wonder if it's in his head that he knows it doesn't feel right. And that's even affecting the at-bats on top of that.
I think that's fair.
So, like, if he had an entire offseason for this wrist to get better, and then the wrist bugged him again, and he took another month off, and he got to a point where he said, I don't think it's going to get any better than this. Like, you just have to wonder if this is the Bryce for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And if it is the Bryce for the rest of the year, does that make you go harder at the deadline, or does it make you go less hard at the deadline, thinking to yourself, boy, it's going to be hard to win a World Series if Bryce doesn't pick it up?
Well, I would think it would go harder, and I just don't want them. I think at this point you have to operate as I hope that Bryce is going to get back to being a impact-ish type offensive player rather than expecting it. Like, I mean, at the second half of last year, we talk about that a lot. There was a power outage, 100%. He didn't hit much home runs. But like the last month, he hit over 300. Like, he was still providing value with getting base hits and stuff. He's not even doing that right now.
Well, his September OPS was like 930, and that's without a bunch of home runs. I think he hit 3 or 4 home runs in September. So if he can refocus, but what I also wonder is,
He needs the at-bats.
Yep.
Even if they aren't successful, he needs to be up there. He needs to be seeing pitches. So if he can get it going the second half, August, September, we saw what he did in 2022 when he had that time off. He was like I don't even know how to think of a word. He just couldn't get the guy out late in the season. And so maybe that's what I got to hang my hat on and hope that he's working towards that he needs a few at-bats before he feels comfortable. They come out of the All Star break late July. We're back.
And he's traditionally really he'll hit like a home run coming off the IL, but then he'll go into a little bit of a slump. He does this coming off the IL. My problem is that it's kind of looked this way this entire year.
Yeah.
So
would have been nice for him to. I know he doesn't do rehab stints.
No one does rehab stints anymore.
Well, that's not true. Marsh does.
Well, he's not a tenured
He
vet.
meant no one of significance.
Well, but maybe he should.
Maybe
he should. That's the but it couldn't hurt to see live pitching somewhere.
Yeah.
Before we get out of baseball, can I? I was doing a statistical deep dive on the Mets.
Great.
I'm not saying that they're cheating.
Uh-oh.
But there's something fishy going on this year with the Mets. So the Mets this year, again, I'm not saying that they're cheating. I'm just saying that maybe somebody should take a look into what's going on.
You're waiting for the deep expose report?
Well, and I'm looking at my phone because I have some statistics here. So the Mets at home this year are 32-13, which is a 7-11 winning percentage. The Mets on the road this year are 19-25, which is a 432 winning percentage.
It's almost impossible.
Which is a difference of a plus 0.279, so almost a 280 winning percentage difference. So I went back through history, and I was like, have there been a lot of teams that have had this split? And they have, but they're all in Minnesota and Colorado. Now, Colorado...
Minnesota's a weird one, though.
Well, Minnesota used to have the sight lines and the dome were always weird. And by the way, like, they admitted at one point to like piping in noise and piping in wind and all that. But you look at the biggest splits of all time. The first one was 2020. Don't count that. It's Colorado, Minnesota, Colorado, Minnesota. So like this would be the 7th biggest home road split difference in the history of baseball. So you might say to yourself, well, maybe historically at Citi Field, the Mets are way better at home than they are on the road.
Maybe it's such a hitter's advantage there at Citi Field.
Actually, that's not the case, Jack.
Not surprised.
This would be triple the difference between their home and road split than a normal season at Citi Field. It would be their largest home road split in the history of Citi Field by 30%. And almost triple what normal is. Some seasons at Citi Field, they've even had a better record away from Citi Field than they've had at home in Citi Field. So I ask you, I could figure out Minnesota. I can figure out Colorado. There's a Cubs one mixed in there as well. Colorado makes sense, right? I mean, the thin air, like teams are built for that. Even like for a pitcher, the VO2 difference, like the oxygen difference for a pitcher,
nice.
Who's not normally there. I'm just saying, what is going on with this year's Mets? was part of the Astros team
that was cheating
that
in
cheated.
2017.
Yes.
Yeah, he brought that to New York.
Yes.
Allegedly, not saying that's happening.
Banging the cans?
Again.
Nah, I don't think so. I'll tell you what, the banging of the cans not as sophisticated as...
Yes. Somebody should have noticed. Yeah. Maybe somebody should have noticed. Why are they banging cans all the time at home?
Where's that coming from on pitches? Seems a little ridiculous.
So that's just my thing. I would just like somebody to look into it. Again, not accusing anyone of anything untoward. I have no information. I don't put Citi Field in the same category as I put Coors Field.
Right.
In terms of home field
the
advantage.
atmosphere definitely, I mean, the air definitely isn't the same.
Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Just doesn't make any sense. So just something to keep an eye on.
Keep our eye on.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Chuck in Mount Airy.
He raises an eyebrow.
I give credit. A person on Twitter tweeted me, and they were like, "What's up with the Mets home road splits?" And I was like,
he dove into it.
Let me take a look.
Is that like when someone tipped off someone about the burner gate?
Yes.
That's exactly what happened.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Investigate the Mets.
Investigate the Mets. If you're on the Phillies staff, not if you're on the baseball operations staff, you might want to look around Citi Field, see if what's going on there.
Yeah,
Chuck.
I mean, listen, when we cheated, it was just binoculars in the
field.
Right.
Center field.
Right.
This is nothing.
This is going to be more.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Chuck, you're on WIP.
Fellas, what's going on?
What's up, Chuck?
What up, Chuck?
Hey, listen, let me say this, right? First of all, I heard you talk about Bryce, right? If I'm Dave Dombrowski, right, if he's smart, he's going to go all into the trade deadline because I'm trusting that my best player is going to perform come September and October. That's when it counts. This don't mean nothing. This is June and July. It don't mean nothing. Hitters go through a slump. It's baseball, okay? This guy is too good of a hitter, too good of a player not to get it together. So trust and believe. Bryce Harper is going to be ready come October. He came back early for a reason. He's still hurting.
Well, he didn't come back early. He didn't come back early. Yeah.
Well, he came back. He came back earlier than what he's supposed to with that injury.
No, he was on a. No, he was on. I mean, he was on the 15-day IL, and he spent twice as long out as he was on the IL. And in fairness, we don't even know Chuck. One of the things that leaves everybody sort of a little bewildered is we don't even know what the injury is, and that the concern is that it isn't an injury that's just going to heal. And that he'll be dealing with the rest of the year. I hope because for this team to win the World Series or to go anywhere, they need him. Maybe we don't need MVP Bryce, but we need a high-level Bryce. It changes the entire complexion of the lineup. And if he was the way he was this weekend, which is not even competitive, that just the top half of your lineup is then struggling too.
Yeah.
I also think
if you're Dave Dombrowski, and not to cut you off, you got to do something different this year. You know these group of collective guys can't get it done in the postseason. And you got to get Bryce some help. It's hitting wise. You got to go get a good first baseman. I really think that he should put his hat on to go get a good first baseman and move Bryce out in the outfield. He's willing to go in the outfield and to make the team tremendously better. And and I'm talking about for the playoffs. I don't care what they're doing right now. This team is right to the playoffs. Okay, they're at that stage right now. So I don't care, what they do right now. They're going to be in the playoffs. You have to think, your foresight has to be, we have to get a first baseman that can hit the baseball. I'm not worried about what Bryce is doing right now. I'm confident that Bryce is going to get it together, and we're going to make a run this year at that championship.
I agree. I want them to do that. The only other thing, Chuck, I'll say about this with Bryce is that when he was gone, Schwarber moved up to 2 in the lineup, and they haven't changed that again. And hitting behind him, this is not an anti-Bohm thing, but it's definitely more advantageous for Bryce to have Schwarber hitting behind him than Bohm hitting behind him. If you're a pitcher, you'll take your chances with Bohm before you're going to take your chances with Bryce Harper. So I just think Bryce should move up to 2 in the lineup and move Schwarber to 3rd. I know we're doing the lefty, whatever. But I think if Harper's not going to hit first, which I think would be best, I think Harper should hit second. If that's the only way that we're going to get, because we don't really have a 2-hole hitter. Right. If you move Bryce to 3rd and move Schwarber to 4, then you're sort of stuck at 2 there. And I understand why they don't want Bohm at 2. So I would put to 2, and I think it would help him out a little bit having Schwarber hitting behind him.
See, look what a holiday weekend to do. It'll bring Chuck and Spike together.
Oh, look at this.
Things alike. You know what I mean? See, I'm trying to stay out.
USA. Yes.
Who the guy? No, not USA. You know what I mean? But not right now.
Nah, we're still best country in the world, Chuck.
Yeah.
And it's intercepted by Ike Reese.
I'm not going into politics. Listen, let me say this about the meat and potatoes in this phone call.
Yeah.
The meat and potatoes in this phone call is Zack Wheeler and Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Zack Wheeler, to me, is a tremendous pitcher. He's one of my favorites. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm telling you right now, he's probably my fourth favorite Philly of all time, behind Bryce, Jimmy Rollins, Ryan Howard, and Cliff Lee. You know what I mean? Those guys are my four guys. You know what I mean? And the thing about Zack Wheeler is he doesn't complain. He just goes out, he does his job, and he's under the radar. And I love the guy. Every time he pitches, I got to watch him pitch because he's just tremendous. But the thing is, I disagree with you, Spike, with this, is that Jalen has guys that's game planning, defensive coordinators, defensive players that's game planning to take his head off every week. And I just can't, the thing about it is when you got a violent sport like football, and you're successful at that each and every week, or to win a championship at least, I got to go with the guy that has these guys setting up every week to take his head off. I mean, Zach doesn't have that.
Well, sure he does.
It's a non-contact sport. I mean,
for sure. But batters do game plan for Zack Wheeler. I mean, and he's not a new pitcher. He's been in the league for a decade. So,
but not in the way of this guy, I'm going to rip his helmet off if he tries that tush push one more time. Or I'm going to, when I get back there to sack him because he's been running on us all game long, I'm going to make him pay for it. That he doesn't have to worry about that. Jalen has to go out there and worry about that every week. And my thing is this, right? He has the hardest position on the field. The hardest position on the field. Not only do we have to keep himself happy and keep the city happy, he has to keep players like A.J. Brown happy, Devontae Smith happy. These guys have pride, and he has to mitigate all that. And my thing is this, and he does a great job at doing it. And he's a champion. Zach hasn't done that yet. Zach, as great as he is, he has not hoisted the best championship in that sport yet. And I can't go with a guy that hasn't done that. He's an MVP. The guy's a Super Bowl MVP, man.
Okay.
So
let me ask you this.
Some respect on his name.
So let me ask you this. Let's take Bryce Harper, who you're a big fan of, right? Hasn't won a championship, right? So who's better at their job, Joe Flacco or Bryce Harper?
Well, considering the fact that Joe Flacco won a championship and he was red hot going down the stretch in that playoff, I would say Bryce Harper's better than
Okay, so even though Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl and went to another one, didn't he?
No,
just one. Okay.
No.
So even though Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl as a quarterback, the hardest position in sports, Bryce Harper is a better player, even though he didn't win a championship, than Joe Flacco.
Yeah, Bryce is a better player than Joe Flacco. But,
but he didn't win a championship.
But what I'm stating to you is this, right? It's not,
He didn't win a championship, though.
But I'm not stating this just the championship, Spike. What I'm trying to say is this. The guy, to me, I gave you other reasons of why I think he's a better player at his position than what Zack Wheeler is.
Yeah.
He has a lot on his plate.
That just means the job is harder. Yeah. He has a lot of guys to keep happy. He did a great job of that last season.
That's part of it, though. I mean,
the guys around him are thrilled.
Yeah, none of those guys went out though. These guys came back and they want to play football with him again. So he must have been doing something right.
All right.
Listen, it's all subjective, man.
Yeah, it is.
We are blessed as fans right now to be watching both of these guys at their craft.
We are.
But if I had to pick one, I'm going with Jalen because of the nature of the sport.
Okay.
Simple as that.
All right. Thank you for the call, Chuck.
Yeah.
Everybody wants.
That was a good call.
Yeah, it was. Everybody wants a championship.
The fact that we got out of there without.
Well, everybody wants a championship thing to count.
I was waiting for the short joke out of you.
Sometimes.
You didn't go to it.
I didn't. And he didn't go to Embiid.
I appreciate it. Yes.
Yeah, look at that. Hey, we're all learning. Chris Middletown got straight to the point. Chuck Mount Airy.
Chris Middletown. I don't know about
that. He's not on your list.
He's all right. I'm just saying. No, that was Spike got him with the whole Bryce versus Joe Flacco.
Well, right. Yeah.
That's why you can't just use the championship. Yes, you can't. Either you believe it or you don't believe it.
Right,
it can't just be the championship.
Right. It can't just be that game's a big game. It counts. The Super Bowl counts, but it is still one. It's the biggest game. Coming up next, A former Philadelphia Eagle talks about his departure from the team and how he knew it was bad news as soon as he got here. 215.
Heard us.
Yep, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Good news at Dogs and Cats Rule. Good news for you because it is the only pet store you need. Whether you're wondering what food to feed your dog or your cat, Dogs and Cats Rule has a staff there. First of all, as far as products go in there, you walk into Dogs and Cats Rule, and everything that you could feed your dog or your cat is in Dogs and Cats Rule. High-end, just the best stuff, whether it is kibble or fresh dyes. But they have the staff there, the best staff anywhere that really knows this stuff, that will listen to you, be patient with you, and figure out what the absolute best thing for your pet is. And you're not going to find that anywhere else. And now that it's summer, whether you need a cooling bandana for your dog, maybe a life jacket, you take your dog out on the boat or whatever, maybe a pop-up puppy pool for the backyard, Dogs and Cats Rule has all of that. They got toys, they got supplements, they got treats, all that. 7 locations. So one of them is near you. 5 in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, Bluebell. In Jersey, there's Pennington and Princeton. You missed all of this. You want to check it all on the internet. You can do it at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Zack Wheeler with a day for the ages today at Citizens Bank Park.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry. In the bag, please. Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you teared up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah. Excellent.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you bikini night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who is better at their job, Zack Wheeler or Jalen Hurts? 73.6% at Zack Wheeler. What a...
there you go.
What a...
That'll make you feel good.
What, the poll? Yeah. It's real. This is about
it's
5 people.
It's the 27% dead.
Yeah.
Ed Seltzer.
Ed Seltzer and Devin.
And Cowboy Caney.
Cowboy Caney. Richie.
Rhea.
Hugh Douglas.
I didn't realize Rhea had him. Like, Rhea is I think, for my money, like the smartest one on that morning show.
By far.
Like, easily knows the most sports. I can't believe I'm being nice to Rhea after all the things she said to me
Right,
about me.
yeah.
But again,
you know to stay on the right side.
We're all class. we pick our fights.
Yes, that's right.
It's not one for me. But like, she knows sports better than anyone on that show.
Sure.
And like, to have Wheeler 6 is just disrespectful.
Yeah. Oh, speaking.
It wasn't
disrespectful. It's 2. He should at least be 2.
6.
I can't with y'all, man.
I know. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to stay out of the fray myself.
Well,
I don't need you two, both barrels pointing at me over here.
Now I want to
like it's training day.
Yes.
Now I want to find Rhea's list. So
Well, he's calling to question the entire list.
Well, it has to.
Has to.
Yeah.
I did have him at number 3.
Yeah, because you know sports.
I do know ball.
Yeah, that's what everyone says.
I do know ball. And I had Jalen at 4, so I didn't even have Jalen in front of him.
Because your eyes,
stop it.
The eyes. That's what it's all about.
So Rhea had Saquon, Lane. Saquon and Lane I could accept. Jalen, AJ, and then Jalen Carter ahead of Zack Wheeler.
So would you say
Jalen Carter's a no?
Jalen Carter's probably a no for you.
And AJ's a no too. AJ's great. I think I had AJ 3 or something, 3 or 4, but I can't put him ahead of Zack at this point.
But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think Zack is better at his job than AJ is at his?
That's a good question.
I do.
You do?
I do. Yeah. But not by much, but it's closer. You know, the reason I had him against above Saquon, I can take the Saquon thing. I can understand the argument, is that Zach's done it for a longer period of time than Saquon has.
Right.
That's it. There's no denying what Saquon did. If you want to say Saquon's better based on that year, I'll take it. Whatever.
Right.
You
know?
know?
And I wouldn't have had AJ in front of Zach off the last year either.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Based off of the way I did my criteria.
Yeah, but again, that was because of the quarterback. Like, you watch AJ, is still a great player.
Absolutely.
Well, and the argument would be AJ over the last 3 or 4 years has been one of the 3 best wide receivers.
I agree. Yeah.
The one that's a sticking point for me is Lane. Like, I love Lane. I get Lane. But, like, it's an offensive line. Maybe.
No, you're right.
Like, I understand the Lane thing.
But again, that goes back to the whole position thing.
Sure, yeah.
It's your job description. So you're saying Lane, by the way, top 3 all time. Not top 3 in the league.
Oh, yeah. I think I had Lane too.
No, not all-time Eagle.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Fritz was top 3 in the history of football.
He just doesn't respect offensive linemen.
Deny that, Ike.
Yeah.
I'm not denying it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
In the history of the game.
I get it.
Versus
right tackle. I mean, like, what are we? It's like how we start overrating
Nope.
We start overrating the center position because of Kelsey. Like, I never heard about the center position.
No, we started paying attention to the center position.
Hank Fraley was also a great center. Jamal Jackson was a great center.
He was.
All of a sudden, it's like center this. How important the center is. The center. Like,
they probably feel the same way.
They might.
Yeah.
They might.
I felt like I was pretty good.
Yeah, that it all took off once Kelsey became the center.
And he's great. I never heard the.
By the way, it took off once the speech happened.
The speech.
Sure.
Yes. It's him playing, but also the speech.
Yes.
There is one Eagle who is not on anyone's top 11 list or former
Could be on
Eagle.
the top 11 bust list.
Could. Bryce Huff. So Bryce where was this? Where Bryce Huff
was on
talking?
some San Francisco 49ers podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, thought we weren't going to hear it.
Yeah. we
Wrong
heard
town,
it.
pal.
Here's what Bryce Huff had to say.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with you, I wanted to trade like fairly early on, and just because of how things went in Philly, like I knew pretty early on that it wasn't a fit. But like being a signing of that magnitude, like being undrafted and going and getting that contract and being in Philly, like the expectations are at an all-time high. So I knew a trade wasn't going to happen during the season. But I just kind of like talked to my agent about it. I was like, yeah, when it's all said and done, like I might need to step, just to be able to put myself in the best position to ball out and have a fruitful career. And there's a plethora of things that went down. I don't want to get into specifics, but of course, I like being in the league for five years last year. I'm going into my 6th right now, but being in the league for 5 years, I kind of knew what it felt like for me to be, to be in a good situation, and that's just what I was like, yeah, I gotta look out for myself and do what I think is best. So, I mean, I kind of knew where it was headed, like fairly early on into the season, but probably even training camp, if I'm being honest with you. But so when everything kind of popped off, it was just like, yeah, all right, let's get to work.
All right. I'm trying not to go viral here. I am. Dude, if you don't shut the hell up, they paid you a boatload of money to come here. You're an undrafted player that had never been a proven starter. They paid you as if you were a proven every down player. That's how they paid you last year. And for you to talk about, you knew fairly early that this wasn't a good fit and you didn't want to be here and you wanted to get traded, but you knew it wouldn't happen during the season. Here's what I say to that. You lack a competitive fire, my guy, because I don't know what they asked you to do down there. I don't know what Vic Fangio asked you to do that you didn't like. Maybe they asked you to be a complete football player instead of a third down pass specialist that comes in when it's an obvious passing situation. You can just pin your ears back and chase the quarterback. Maybe they asked you to do a little more than just that because they paid you damn good money. Right? If you wanted to get paid like a specialist, then they could have paid you $3-4 million and say, you're just going to be our third down guy. We'll bring you in, let everybody else do the work, get us to third and long, and then we'll turn you loose like they did in New York. See, you were something of a found jewel in New York. So, like when the coaches discover a guy that everyone else passed on and they help you develop, and you turn into a decent player, you become like the apple of their eye. because they felt like they saw something in you that no one else did, even though they didn't want to pay you. Even though they were smart enough to know you're not that guy, so you go get your money somewhere else. And now we'll take you back because somebody else paid you. And being on the 49ers, you're going to play for what? I don't know, veteran minimum or whatever it is. They're not going to pay you any money out there to go play out there. The thing that irritated me by hearing him talk about that is the lack of wanting to fight to prove that he was what they thought he was.
That he could do what they wanted him to do.
What they wanted you to do.
It seems like he got here. They said, you should do that. And he's like, well, I don't want to do that. And then that was it.
Thank you.
You know?
That's exactly what it sounds like to me.
Yep.
Is that he was out once he realized he wasn't going to get to play the way he is accustomed to playing when he was with the Jets and that defense. They're asking you to do a little bit more, brother. They paid you to do a little bit more.
Give it a try.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what irritated me, that he was already checked out and was ready to go.
There is actually one question I have about that. Talk about it in 1 second.
Yeah.
Right after we talk about something more important than Bryce Huff.
Yep.
Hardest wood I had ever touched.
That's right, Sex. Don't worry if you're in the car with your child. They're not going to have any idea what we're talking about right now. We're going to get through it in a second. But if like you want your lovin' to perform better than that guy we were just talking about. Guys like to be stroked. Yeah, you want to be top of the line. And I know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew. And in the back of your mind, you're like, I should give that a try. And here's the best part. Your first month, if you do it right now, your first month will be free. And think, a month, that's at least, how many times you got to get to use the Blue Chew?
At least once.
Yeah, at least once. And if you're not a married guy, maybe 3 times.
Oh.
You know, it is a chewable. That's why they call it Blue Chew, which is better than a pill. On your way home, maybe you know that it's time. You pop that in there while you're driving. As you get very close to it home.
Right.
You know.
Not when you first get in the car.
No.
Depends on your commute.
In the chewable, there is the same active ingredients, that stuff that you want, the good stuff. Levitra, Staxin, same active ingredients as that, as Viagra, Cialis. And all that nonsense you don't want to deal with. You don't want to deal with a doctor's appointment. How annoying is that?
Got to talk to him.
Very annoying.
It's going to take a few months to even get the appointment. Then you get in there.
That's for sure.
You got to look them in the eye and say, well, you don't have to do that. You just go to bluechew.com. You do it all online.
Don't look them in the eye.
No.
But you guys don't understand how small it is.
Yeah, especially not for too long. Look in the eye. You don't have to go to the pharmacy. They're going to mail it right to you in a discreet
package.
Yes.
There it is. Hard. Well, you're the hard.
Yeah, you're the hard guy. Yep. The first month is free. You do everything online. It takes you 5 minutes. They figure out what the right mix is for you. Go to bluechew.com. Use code 94. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. And then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
The only question I have about Bryce Huff, which does not change any of the things that you said, but I think about, is one, Howie Roseman's decision to sign a guy who was not going to be a fit in, or at least not shown he was a fit in Vic Fangio's system. That is the first thing. And the second thing that we'll never know is the conversations between Bryce Huff's agent and Howie Roseman saying, hey, my guy is this, and historically Vic is this.
Right.
Is my guy going to get a chance to do what my guy does? And that is I think it would be a different situation now that Howie and Vic have worked together for a year successfully, knowing what he knows. But I also wonder if Bryce Huff got here, think again, not excusing, once you get here like this is a good situation with good players, chance to win the Super Bowl, do whatever you can. But I wonder if he got here thinking, hey, they're going to let me do this.
They're going to use me this way.
And then they're using me that way. And the only credit I'll give him, one small amount of credit, is we never heard the entire time Bryce Huff's pissed off. Like there was never a leak or
that speaks to his competitive nature, though.
No, it doesn't.
You don't think so?
No.
I would think if he was like mad that he wasn't. I don't sense a guy that was mad he wasn't on the field and trying to fight.
That's probably true.
Tooth and nail to
Oh,
get
I
on
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying it speaks to his competitive nature that he didn't
That
complain
he didn't
about
bitch.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. The funny thing is, this kid was here, and I don't remember anything significant he ever said while he was here. So it's
did. Yeah.
So it's not like he had a whole lot to say. My only thing is I can understand you feeling like, you know what, I'm not being used to the best of my ability. I get that. I will also tell you the sense that I got was that he was also unwilling to compromise.
100% agree on that.
Embrace what they were asking him to do.
At least like every other guy, here.
Yes.
Every other guy on the defensive line got better.
That's my only thing. So he may go out there and he's playing with Robert Saleh again, so he feels comfortable. And
he'll have a bunch of sacks out there, I'm sure. Yeah.
Mentally, he's probably in the right place. But I hear that, and I say, dude, you were an undrafted player 5 years ago. You got a chance to realize your dream by getting invited to a camp, making a team, and then it went past your wildest dreams. You got financial security. Let me throw a cherry on top of that. You got to experience something that a lot of players wish they had the opportunity to experience.
Bryce Huff is a Super Bowl champion.
Yes, brother, you are a Super Bowl champion. You are attached with this team forever. For good or bad, you're attached to this team. What about the guys you were in the locker room with every day? Did you make any friends? What about the brotherhood? See, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like to me he may have kept to himself, right? Didn't necessarily ingratiate himself with everyone else because, in his own words, I knew this wasn't going to work early.
He gave up right away.
He gave up early. So how much did he buy into, you know what I'm saying, being a part of this team? While they were winning, by the way. I mean, it is a Super Bowl winning team, and you're still over here pouting about what?
And they all seem to like each other. I mean, like on the defensive side.
Everybody on the team liked each other. Yeah. It didn't seem like Bryce Huff didn't have any relationship here.
It just, if Brandon Graham in year 17 can figure out a way to be a productive player, and that's not a dismissal of Brandon Graham, but
you're right.
If he's like, I have a different defensive coordinator, if Jalix Hunt, a third-round pick who was playing, not major college football, could work his way into being a productive edge on this football team, something just tells me that if Bryce Huff tried, he would have been able to figure out how to be productive, in some way. 215-592-9494. Mike in Williamstown, you're on WIP. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
What's up, Mike?
What up, Mike?
So I got a couple bones to pick here, mainly Spike and then Jack, you're toe tagged in there. But
nice.
All the slander on Jalen, man.
It's not slander.
It's no discredit to Zack Wheeler. He is the best.
Yep.
You can't compare them two in the positions they are.
Sure you can.
Now, I haven't heard you guys give Jalen his flowers. He's the Super Bowl MVP. And you just sit here and you just still compare him to a pitcher that pitches. No discredit to Zack Wheeler. He's an ace.
Not at all.
Hey, but Jalen does what he does. You just compare him to Joe Flacco. I mean,
no. Were you listening? Okay, well, let me ask you something. Didn't Joe Flacco, when the pressure was on, play his best?
I mean, come on,
Mike, stop for a second. Did Joe Flacco, let's just think about the history of football, because if you remember correctly, I don't know if you do or not, after Joe Flacco won the Super Bowl, the big debate about Joe Flacco was whether he was an elite quarterback or not. It was the cookie cutter national sports talk debate, whether Joe Flacco was an elite quarterback because he played the best at the most important time. So I'm going to ask you again, why is it discrediting Jalen to? By the way, Joe Flacco is still in the NFL, and with 5 quarterbacks on the team, the players want Joe Flacco to be the quarterback. So I'm not a huge Joe Flacco guy, but let's not act like the guy did nothing in his career. He was a winning quarterback. He won a Super Bowl. He played great in the playoffs. Great. So why is it discrediting Jalen to compare who everyone tells me the bonus of Jalen, the great thing about Jalen is that he plays well when it means the most. So why is it discrediting Jalen to compare him to a quarterback who was described the exact same way?
He is physically 3 times dimensional that Jalen is 3 times dimensional that Joe Flacco could ever
What, because
be.
he could run faster?
Well,
Flacco's got a way better arm.
Man. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but
Well, he's a quarterback. It's part of it. Being good at throwing is certainly part of it. Again, why? See, if I was this just shows the sort of demented slant that you are putting on this entire conversation, that you think that I am insulting Jalen Hurts. By the way, what I was trying to do was not compare Jalen specifically to Joe Flacco. What I was trying to do was Chuck was telling me the reason that Hurts was better than Wheeler is because Hurts is a champion and Zack Wheeler is not. So I asked him, because he likes Bryce Harper, is Bryce Harper better than champion Joe Flacco? And he said yes. Now, again, I'm going to ask you, Joe Flacco, just yes or no question, did or did not play his best in the most important games? Yes or no?
yes, he did.
So why is it insulting to compare Joe Flacco to Jalen Hurts?
It's insulting because Jalen Hurts just won the Super Bowl.
Okay, but Joe Flacco also won a Super Bowl.
Give him his flowers, dude. I don't understand.
He won a Super Bowl. This conversation, he didn't lead the team. He didn't lead the team. It's not what happened. It's not what happened, Mike. You are making me do this. He didn't lead the team. Saquon Barkley led the team.
Slander Jalen, man.
I'm not slandering him. You don't live in reality. Comparing him to Joe Flacco at this point is not slander. It is the exact same thing.
It's so not. Jalen is the guy.
I'm sorry. He's the guy. Let me ask you this. Just a quick question. How many times did Joe Flacco's head of security and teammate have to visit him at home to tell him to talk to his teammates and be more of a leader? How many times? How many times?
We might have seen that.
How many times? How many times, Mike?
In the media.
Zero?
We didn't see it for Joe Flacco. I'm sure there was calls.
Of course, if it happened, we would have known about it.
How would we have known about it?
The same way we know about it with Jalen, Mike.
Dude, we're in Philly.
You're not 10 anymore. Mike, you're a grown-up. What are you, 40? You're 40 years old. You're married. You got kids. You got a job. You got a whole life. It's time to grow up. It's time to be an adult, man. It's time to be an adult and grow up. It is. You gotta grow up, Mike. You gotta grow up and stop being so personally offended by everything. It is not insulting, and it's not like I came on the air and said, "All Jalen Hurts is Joe Flacco." I've never said that, but Joe Flacco is the exact thing that you are describing Jalen as. It's the exact same thing. This argument that we're having about Jalen Hurts being elite is the same exact argument that people had about Joe Flacco. It's the same thing. It's the same argument. Those arguments happen, right, with Joe Flacco?
Sure.
I'm not the elite. Is Joe Flacco elite?
When a team wins the Super Bowl, people will start to want to place the quarterback in the elite category.
And quarterbacks like Jalen or Joe Flacco are difficult to have that conversation.
Well, that's why the debate always happens, because they're like, well, they won the Super Bowl, but are they really in that class?
Yes.
Well, Flacco's 2012 run was pretty ridiculous.
He was awesome.
11 touchdowns, no picks.
Come on.
The difference is when Flacco won, it came out of nowhere. And it was 1 year.
For sure, yes.
When Jalen won, he had already been to a Super Bowl.
100%. That's why you're the host.
There's a difference.
Was waiting for him to make that point.
Yep, but he couldn't do it.
Come on, caller.
Too busy crying.
Y'all are nuts.
Jack, what do you have coming up in the top 5 of 5?
What are we doing?
It's a lot of pressure to respond when you're coming down on him.
Well, look, man.
Yeah. This one's been bursting at the seams. He's not even fasting Spike anymore.
No. You see the difference?
Oh, yeah. You're back. You ate a
You see the difference?
Yeah.
Yes.
You see the difference?
So I'm doing What Are We Doing? WIP edition.
Oh, what are we doing? WIP edition?
And more attacks.
Yep. Yeah. That's coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Guys, defend your hairline. With glad hair, that is. by Morgan Stern Medical. That's right, Fritz. Defend your hairline. Now, did you know hair loss is so common that by age 35, which you ought to be aware of because you're getting there, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning. Now, Glad Hair's got you covered like a blue-chip first-round prospect. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have, and they'll help you bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com and tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Summer is hot, sticky, and buggy. But Modelo is cold, crisp, and smooth. When you're sweating through your shirt and the beach is mad crowded, the lime and salt flavors of a Modelo Chelada hit just right. When the weather's perfect but you're still at work, it's time to clock out and stock up on Modelo. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find the store at metalsupermarkets.com. How is Juan Soto not an all-star? Sure, he got off to a little bit of a slow start, but right now he has 21 home runs and an OPS of 904, as both are top 10 numbers in all of Major League Baseball. Last year, Francisco Lindor didn't make the All-Star game, and he ended up almost winning the NL MVP. So my guess is Soto will follow Lindor's way and make the NL All-Star roster look like a complete joke come October. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I can't believe I made that noise.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on your radio, 94.1, the free Odyssey app as well, with that rewind feature and streaming live on YouTube. What's up, YouTube folks? I'm sure you're having a good time with today's show. I'm sure the comments are...
I'm sure they love that last segment.
Oh, yeah. Took a while. I wasn't trying to slander anyone.
Well, it is funny, though. You only brought up Flacco comparing him to Harper.
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't even a true Jalen thing.
No, it was just like a throwaway. It was not...
It was a throwaway line to try to win a debate.
Yes.
Hey, we've all been there.
Look. And I won.
I think the winners in that conversation were really everyone.
Yes.
Because Chuck did not threaten to quit the show.
No. Didn't threaten to hurt me. I didn't say he was short. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's get to the top five.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
So there are things at WIP that are very concerning to me, per usual. So I have for you today, what are we doing? WIP edition.
Okay.
Starting at number 5. Will the morning show work a full week this entire summer? I mean, again, they're both off today. They just got done a long weekend.
Joe and John.
And John.
Yeah.
James
holding it down with Broads, right?
At least once or twice a week, one is off or both are off. I mean, what is this, kick your feet up time in the summer? I get it. You wake up early. But, man, other shows are grinding here, and these guys are just taking it willy-nilly. I guess we have more pride in our shows.
Well, we have been driving the content for the station for the last month.
As usual. Look, and here's the thing, is I'm not saying anyone can do a show during a good Eagle season. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that weeks and months like this is what separates the men from the boys in what we do here.
Yes.
I mean, this is what we get paid for.
Yes.
Hey, nothing's happening. Come in, have some fun on the radio, make everyone have a good time.
Or piss everybody off.
Everyone off, a little of both.
Way,
yeah, it depends on the day, depends on the hour.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the camera and Richie are, and what is the camera doing in his time off?
Was he in the batting cage all day today?
Oh, man.
Was he taking an off day just to spend it swinging a bat?
Certainly, right? He would have had, don't you take advantage of the day and go to the batting cage?
Well, he has nothing else to do.
Well,
first off, he's done 10 anyway every day, so he has plenty of time.
That's true, yes.
Can I make a prediction?
He doesn't need to take a day off to do that.
By the way, Wednesday is when DeCamera hurts himself.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
I think one of us is getting hurt.
Yeah.
Mine's going to be my arm.
Yep.
Could see it happening. Don't think it'll happen. Could see it happening. His is going to be his groin.
Yeah.
If one of them gets injured, that affects the other events.
Yeah. It means
it could be canceled.
It means you got to play Richie. In tennis.
You versus Seltzer in basketball?
Me versus Seltzer in basketball. And then
Hugh versus or Joe versus
Morgenstein's got to race Rhea.
Ah,
all right.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
We'll see, though. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Number 4, What Are We Doing? WIP edition is our good pal Aaron in San Diego. Was in their rights to Ricky Sanchez.
YouTube
chat causing a ruckus over the weekend.
Yeah, on Sunday. So we stream the show live on YouTube as well, the podcast. And we can see the chat thing. Like, I don't look at it during the show because you guys are in person with me here. But we do that show. Mike is on the screen, so the chat thing's right next to me. And I see Aaron in San Diego is in the YouTube chat of the Ricky as well. That guy is hardcore. I'm becoming a fan. I don't know what his role is yet.
Me either. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, but there's something there.
He's locked in.
Yeah, he is a lunatic. He was in the YouTube chat, I think, fighting about Jalen Hurts. We were talking about VJ Edgecombe.
On a Sixers podcast.
Yeah, Summer League Sixers podcast, nonetheless.
That's all YouTube chats are, I've realized. They're just arguing about Jalen at all times.
Yeah,
like
argue
the
with each
YouTube
other.
chat, from when I used to monitor it, I did check in once a day and plug the book. But the YouTube chat mostly is just like calm. And then we'll say one thing about Jalen. Like, there they go. There's Spike and Jack again. It's like a trigger warning. All right.
It is the best, man.
Number 3, What Are We Doing in WIP edition is whatever Ike was doing earlier in the show. If you missed it, it was just on the promo. What was Ike doing?
He's not demonstrative when he's out there on the field.
Right.
He's cool, he's calm, he's collective. I mean, the one little emotional burst he showed us against New York, we jumped on that like yeah, there he is. Oh, my God.
I could see what you were going for there. You were like excited puppy guy, you know what I mean? There
It's how dogs act. Yes,
yeah.
you're a dog owner, so you know. Yes.
Yeah. It's like when it's Zack Wheeler giving us emotion is like my dog when I go, do you want a treat? He's like,
Yes.
You know? Want to go for a walk? Yep.
That was one I did not think about before I did. That was just impulsive.
Listen, I can't wait for her to tweet that out the night before the Eagles season. Tomorrow. Mood. One of those.
Breaking news.
Would never interrupt the top 5 if it wasn't super important.
Uh-oh.
Kyle Lowry has agreed to return to the Sixers.
Stop.
We reported that on Sunday on the pod.
Oh, yeah, but then you pulled the I'm not a reporter guy, I think.
I said I'm not a reporter, but it's happening.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, somebody asked if it was an official report or if it was just conjecture. It was more than conjecture, but I'm not a reporter.
That fella.
There you go.
So Lowry's back.
Yep. Shocker.
Don't think that was worthy of
No, it
interrupting the
wasn't.
top 5.
Nah, what are you going to do?
Scared the hell out of me. I thought Bryce was about to have season-ending surgery or something.
20th NBA season. His 3rd on the Sixers. This was Kyle Lowry's 3rd year at the Sixers.
It's unbelievable.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Well,
20 seasons. He's wanted that dub. He's like, if I played 19, I may as well play 20.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Nurse likes him. And
of course,
they want to change. And I think they probably see him as we have a bunch of young guards that are going to play an important role. And if Kyle Lowry's playing too many minutes, things went very, very wrong anyway.
Also,
would be
there's
my hope.
a lot of good golf courses around here that he can play.
Yes.
Let me tell you, when veterans like that are still being brought back, it means they're good in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
It's a positive. It's not a negative. Else he wouldn't be back.
Well, yeah, he's the
he wouldn't be back.
He and they're like the 13th, 14th guys.
Yeah.
If those guys end up playing, then and with the other guys healthy, then we can yell about Nick Nurse. But if odds are, we're not going to see very much much Kyle Lowry.
I actually like this. We got a lot of young guards on our team.
Yep.
You need a Kyle Lowry in the locker room at practice. A lot they can learn from Kyle Lowry about playing that position. I like it.
I was sort of curious when we were talking about on the pod what the difference between him as a player or him as a coach would be in that situation. Do you think it's more advantageous as a player, or do you think he could do the same thing if he was coaching?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's probably a little more advantageous as a player because he's still athletic enough and connected enough to the game that he can actually get out there and show what he's asking guys to do and demonstrate it in practice. I always like having veterans around that are guys who embrace the role of being veterans, not guys who are going to say, it ain't my job to teach him what to do. No, you want good veterans there, show up to practice on time, show you how to be a professional, all those types of things. It's got to be the number one reason why he's back.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, it's BG-ish.
I don't like the way that you are
Yeah.
wincing every time you move your shoulder.
Well, I just want to move it a certain way.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
All right.
The second...
Spike's watching everything.
Yeah.
Second on What Are We Doing WIP edition is, what is Broads doing? Last night, he tweets out, absolutely love this angle from Drake. Been on repeat. Banger. He's breaking down Drake... Like
lyrics.
The lyrics.
Rap lyrics.
Oh.
It's just was you call him Drizzy? Is you call him Six God? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Drake guy.
I used to be. It's like it's kind of like the Drake thing is like being a LeBron fan for a long time. You want out. You want out.
There's nothing cool about being identified as a
Back in the
Drake
day.
fan. Yeah.
But like, what is this from, bros? You're in your 30s.
Well, check this out. I think he was referring to one of the lines in the new song is about LeBron.
Oh, really?
So I think Drake is sort of took a subtle dig at LeBron because I think LeBron came out to one of Kendrick Lamar's concerts in L.A.
He did.
So Drake didn't like that. So I think he took sort of a subtle shot at LeBron.
No.
Song is called What Do You Mean?
I don't know.
Or What Did I Mean?
I don't know.
Come on, man. That's Drake's new hit.
Oh, just come on, bros. We're breaking down Drake like you're a high schooler.
Only reason I know this because it shows up on the timeline.
I know it does.
Just want to give Broads credit. So I did the morning show today, and I know this is what you do when you're in his position, but no matter what time it is, they tell Broads to work. Broads friggin' works.
Yep.
It's not easy for your schedule to be doing overnights and
he's
then do
all
a
over the
late
place,
night
yeah.
and then do a morning show and all that kind of stuff. He always brings energy. So I'm going to give credit to Broads in that, even though you could let the Drake stuff go, my man.
And he did tweet about like how excited he was to watch VJ Edge come.
Yeah.
Enough with the thirst fest.
Well, that's his.
Let him cook.
There's no cooking with that. That's not cooking. That's just tweeting for likes.
The guy is trying to branch out from being the flyer guy.
No, lean in.
No, that's his thing, but he doesn't want everything he says to be attached to the Flyers. He wants to show that he's a fan of the other teams, unlike you, Fritz.
Yep. I got my angle.
You're all about the Phillies. I never see you tweet anything about the Eagles.
I know I did tweet. I said the best Eagles team in my life. People forget that. Very pro this team on Super Bowl Sunday.
On Super Bowl Sunday.
No one cares what I said about the Eagles. Anyway.
See?
Yeah,
but number one, what are we doing? Elliot went all the way to Wales to see Oasis.
He did.
He doesn't like old music.
I know.
So then he tweeted, his Instagram caption was this. I mean, just disgusting work from him per usual. He tweeted, Liam and Noel Gallagher enter tonight for Oasis Night 2 in Cardiff. #Oasis. #Oasis music. I mean,
doesn't this goes to my Elliot music theory that he only likes things that are advantageous from a social media perspective, that he doesn't actually have. He doesn't really like. By the way, I was jealous. I'm not a huge Oasis guy. Would have been cool to be at the show. You know what I mean? Like,
do I know their music?
Champagne Supernova. You know their big hit. Wonderwall. You would probably recognize. They're big in the 90s. They're two brothers.
I didn't even know it was an old group.
Yeah, two brothers. They ended up hating each other so much they didn't play for like 15 years together. And this is the big reunion. They're playing stadiums in the U.S. They're going to play Giant Stadium, whatever, and they're playing stadiums in the U.K. But that's why Elliot went, because it's a big deal, not because he's some huge Oasis guy.
Like, he may have known Wonderwall.
Yeah.
And that was probably it when he went over there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And now he's going to come back and saying they're the best band in the history of the world, and like nothing's ever topped that musical experience.
He did offer to pick up now we do have to ask him what was better, that or Cowboy Carter.
Yeah,
also
disgusting act by him.
He did offer to pick up a T-shirt for me. So
That's
if he
good.
picks up a T-shirt, then it's
He's
fine
off
with
the
me.
hook.
Whatever he did, yeah.
But it was a very odd post.
Oh yeah,
because they're very far away. He's not the biggest Oasis guy. Now he's posting on his Instagram about Oasis.
Never heard him mention Oasis once in my life.
Not once.
No.
I've heard him say Queen's the biggest band, like better than the Beatles.
Yep. When he was leaving here on Tuesday, he said, "I'm not going to be here next week." I was like, "Oh, where are you going?" He's like, "I'm going to see Oasis in England." I was like, in my head, I was like, "Well, that's cool, but you're going to see Oasis?" It was a stunner. You know, he's a Drake guy.
Yeah.
He's a Cowboy Carter guy.
Yeah. That's his lane.
Yeah.
You cannot be a Cowboy Carter guy.
He seems like he is. He's walking around with Cowboy Carter long-sleeve T-shirts on.
I agree, yeah.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors with the big summer sale. No money down, up to 18 months to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or to go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Oh, Herb in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Herb? Herb.
He has his own mute.
Yeah. All right. Is what it is. Yoshi in Brewery Town. You're on WIP. What's up, Yoshi?
My man Spike. Big Eye Jacket, baby. What's poppin'? Happy Monday.
What up, Yoshi?
Man, I was ready to die laughing. What's the name? Waiting for Herb to come on.
It's always something with him. Yeah, I'm curious.
I got so tickled. Hey, man. All you guys out there in Radio Land, y'all keep falling for sinister Lex Luthor Spike's antics. He sets the trap, and you got, as soon as he say Jalen, everybody goes, whoop, 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 ring alarm, ring alarm. I just talked about Jalen.
I got baited into doing this today, by the way.
Oh, man. As soon as I heard it, I was like, uh-oh, this is going to be interesting. He had put somebody up against Jalen. Here we go. And Spike.
Yeah.
You got to stop popping a blood vessel when they fall in your trap. Just sit back and rub your hands together like Mr. Sinister do and do the laugh.
Dude, I'm like Zack Wheeler in the ninth last night. You think I'm blowing? It's a blood vessel. I'm throwing 98 late in the game with ease. Trust me, I'm doing fine.
Bro, I see, man. I was sitting on the edge of my seat too. When he was talking to Chuck, I was like, uh-oh. And then especially when Chuck said that they had a great call being friends and everything, and then Chuck said the meat of the call, the topic, I was like, uh-oh.
Yep.
Here we go.
Like,
I was waiting for the short jokes and the mini-me and all that. Boy, I was like, good God. I'm like, thank God we made it out of that one, boy. I ain't feel like calling Chuck up and counseling him today. I love him, but God, boy, y'all be tripping. Listen, Wheeler sets the tone. He's dominant on the mound. Jalen sets the standard. He's the leader in the locker room. Look, man, we blessed to have them both. Spike, stop putting everybody against everybody. Leave it alone, man. You need to stop this mess. You're going to do this all the way up to September 4th.
Yep.
Until that boy come out and light them Cowboys up. Ain't that right? I agree.
That's right, Yoshi.
I only have a
back to back, baby.
Really, Yoshi? Yoshi, this is about 5 people. It's about 5 people. It's about James Seltzer, Devin Caney, Rob Ellis, John Ritchie, Hugh Douglas, Rhea Hughes. That's more than 5, right?
Yep.
Who's the other one? Jolly had him 4, you know.
Yep.
As soon as you told him what's the word you used? I forgot the word you used. As soon as you say you'll give him a what?
Mulligan.
Yeah, as soon as you say you give him a mulligan, I was like, yeah, he attacking these people right here. Mr. Sinister, boy, you the best. I'm telling you, boy, go into law. You will be my lawyer. I would go commit a crime, a little crime, just so you can be my lawyer. Like, I go smoke some weed or something in the police station just so you can get me off.
Hold on, man.
Pause.
Yeah. That was all the way wrong.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
You know I ain't got no filter, baby.
I know it.
Speaking of that, things that are easier today in this land that we live in is to fool people. Social media filters and all this.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Man, I saw a girl, boy, she was
God.
that I went to school with, and I was like, good gracious, that girl ain't got fucking don't know what. So I happened to go to North Carolina, and, it was a little reunion, and she showed up, and they was like, that's such and such. I was like, what? I went to her daggone Instagram. I was like, that ain't the same daggone girl. She know her angles. Her filter was great, but in person, everything was fake. It's easier to fool people now, brother.
It is.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Love y'all, cat.
All right, Yosh. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it used to be when you would see a picture of somebody online, you would be like, wait a minute, why is it always at this angle? Like,
Right.
I bet you could figure what was going on.
What
the rest
she's
of
hiding.
It. Yeah.
It's her good side.
Yeah, yeah. But now, with like he said, with the filters,
Yeah.
it's very difficult.
Yeah, you don't know what you're getting.
No, I would be terrified to be single in the current world.
I totally agree.
With the apps and the pictures and the, I don't know, seems like a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I tell my son.
Just seems like it's too much.
But then part of me also is okay that he doesn't have a girlfriend, so he doesn't have to deal with boyfriend-girlfriend stuff.
Especially,
these young kids, they're not stable. Then one minute they like you, they love you, and a month later they don't. They like and love somebody else.
How old is Elijah?
He'll be 22 tomorrow.
22 still, and you know what?
Yeah.
22 for a guy, 22 is like 12.
Man, I told him.
Yeah.
Hold on as long as you can, kid.
Yeah, you get to 30.
Yeah. See, yes, get to 30.
Get to 30. I would always tell when Val would have a friend who wasn't, married or didn't have a committed relationship, and she would have a new boyfriend. And the first question every time would be, well, how old is he?
Yeah.
And she would go, he's 25. That ain't going to last. And she said, why? So guys that are 25, it's like, it's a child.
Now, my daughter,
19,
I got a totally different approach.
Settle down.
Yeah. As fast as possible if that's the case. You kidding me?
I don't know how you do it with a daughter, man.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm lucky.
Okay.
I'm lucky. First one out the box, meaning her first boyfriend.
Yep.
It's been her only boyfriend.
Oh,
for like 2 or 3 years now.
Oh, wow.
I'm good.
Yep.
Family is good.
You're good with him?
I'm good with him.
Okay.
I'm good with him. I'm good with his family. I'm good.
Well, isn't their the dad's a Cowboys fan, though, right?
Then I just tell you I'm good with the family. I don't need you to add nothing to the equation. Yes, he is a Cowboys fan.
Well, it's not a problem now.
Yes, it's not.
They stink.
Cowboys are 12-1. It might be a problem.
We were together this weekend.
Yeah.
We were together this weekend. So his whole family is Eagles fans, but he is a Cowboys fan.
That's how it goes sometimes.
So it's tough.
Yeah. The boyfriend's a Cowboys fan or just the dad?
The dad.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
They're just the dad. He's cool, though.
And like I said, it's not a problem now.
Yes.
I know. Unfortunately, I hang on to every word.
You really do. I'm not surprised you remember some of the stuff he remembers.
He's monitoring back there. Fritz is monitoring.
Just remembered a lot.
I do not like the shoulder stuff right now. I'm just saying.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm a little worried.
Yeah, you're right.
Because every other time that you threw, you were like, I feel great. It's a good sore. And now you're doing a lot of this.
Yeah, I know. When you wake up tomorrow, feeling all right.
All right.
Yeah.
You got to ice it.
Ice isn't good for it. It's a myth.
Ice is not good for it?
No, that's been debunked. It's more like stretching and moving. Get the
if there's inflammation, ice always works on inflammation.
Ice always works. It's a staple.
Zack Wheeler doesn't use ice because they told him it's not good for. It's actually not good for the arm. Yeah.
All right.
Well, if that's the case, then you're right.
Well, because you're supposed to move a lot because you get the lactic acid out. The lactic acid builds up.
Well,
I used to be all right at this.
It's only but that's only if it's a problem of stiffness. Lack of acid the lactic acid breaking that up would be if you have stiff muscles.
Can help. We have other things.
All right, the Blue Chew.
Yeah.
Yep.
215-592-9494. What a show today. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Backyard barbecues, hot days by the pool. How about a sunny day down the shore? The best memories are made when the sun's out with great people around. And if you're drinking Surfside iced tea and vodka, because it's made for the same reason. Real brew tea and real vodka. No bubbles, no troubles, just a smooth, laid-back refreshment that tastes like summer has always felt. Cheers to the can with the sunset stripes. Surfside iced tea and vodka. Brewed with summer in mind. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
One round down.
I chip one to the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon, July 9th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't let one of these plumbing problems ruin your summer. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, so you won't be waiting around worrying. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so book today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New contract talks are expected Tuesday between Philadelphia and its blue-collar workers union. Fairmount Park will be buzzing with special events this summer, and renovations have begun on a Revolutionary War historical site in Camden.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Question is, who is better at their job, Zack Wheeler or A.J. Brown? A new one. What do you think the response is on that?
Well, it's probably closer than the other one, I would imagine. A little closer to 50-50s. Let's go 58. Zack. Still in favor of Zack slightly.
How about 80.6?
Damn, higher.
Zack Wheeler.
Well, now we're living in the moment a little bit.
Yeah.
Everybody's zacked up a little bit today.
That's how it always works. It's like right in the immediate moment.
Yep.
He's definitely back. But
listen, he's earned it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's been awesome for a month and a half now.
He's earned it. I don't care how many 5-inning outings Skeens has.
Dude, I would love for him to beat Skeens for Cy Young, like a full Skeens season.
Mm-hmm.
He just beats him. Yeah. You know, without Skeens missing a month or like if he just beats him, just dominates his way to a Cy Young.
Yeah.
Would be awesome. One last thing on pitching. Again, Fritz versus DeCamera 2 is Wednesday at noon at the Plymouth Whitemarsh High School. You can come watch it. Then right afterwards, we're going to be at McGurk's Fort Washington. Yes, that's the correct McGurk's I'm talking about, right? So we'll be able to, we'll either be celebrating or
the other.
Or teaching Jack tennis in the parking lot.
Get ready to learn tennis, pal.
Yeah, get ready to learn tennis. Here is a concern I brought up to you earlier, but just want to kind of readdress on the air, as some people have brought up online as well. The idea of Joe bunting for a hit.
Right.
Now, do you have a concern there that Joe might try to bunt his way on?
So I think you could definitely employ that strategy. My official position is like, all right, that's an easy out. I mean, he's not going to sprint down at first base like he's a speedster.
Right.
Like, he'll get the bunt down. He'll barely move out of the box, and then I'll throw it over to first base. Now, if it gets it past me, I guess it could be a tough play. But at the same time, he doesn't move quickly.
How are you as a fielder, as a pitcher?
Well, I mean, fine. I'm not like a cat up there.
I need you to not throw the ball away on a bunt.
That would be a big one. That'd be a big one. Because that'd also be an E1.
Yeah, but
would that count as him getting on base?
Yes.
No.
Well, if the pitcher makes the error, yes.
But
it doesn't.
I don't think that should count.
Doesn't count. It's still an unearned run.
User error, but it was. Yeah. But it wasn't like it made a pitch. He got a hit.
In regular baseball scoring, that base runner at first would still be unearned. Correct? That's the way I believe it. That would still be unearned.
Oh. I'm on your side. Well, they may argue against this.
Well, it would hurt Jack more than anything because that should be an out. If Joe is bunting and Jack is just throwing to first and sails it, it actually benefits Joe more than Jack at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because Joe will get another at bat. Like,
okay, I see what you're saying.
An error is
but
just
you're saying
a push.
It doesn't. You're saying
it doesn't count as on
error,
base. It doesn't count as on base.
You got a good lawyer here.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. I mean, if we're talking about actual baseball scoring, you just can't rush it.
Yeah,
you got plenty of time.
But I lob it. I'm not underhanded.
Now, if he lays down a perfect bunt, he could get. Like what is the instruction for the third baseman? You got to talk to the third baseman. You got to say, hey, don't let that try to go foul. He's slow. Go get the ball and throw him out.
So that's a good thing to bring up to all of our fielders. He's really slow.
Yep.
And the other thing is like how you're taught when a guy is bunting is throw up and in. So if he's willing to bunt, he's got to stand in there and face it too. Because you go up and in because you get scared and they pop it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to bunt.
I don't think he's going to bunt either.
Not at least in the start.
Yeah.
In the start, his plan is going to be.
Oh, you mean if he needs a hit?
Yeah.
He might.
In the beginning,
like Ben Davis did. That was just a joke. We can't laugh about the Kurt Schilling thing 25 years later.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. Only if Ben is laughing.
Yeah.
Well, Ben, we're all laughing.
Okay.
Maybe he's not laughing. Ben, I'm sorry. It was just a joke.
Joe's bat is not leaving his shoulder until you can prove you throw strikes.
I agree.
As soon as you can prove you throw strikes, that changes everything for DeCamera and puts the ball in your court. Then you are in control of the challenge as soon as you start off throwing strikes. 215-592-9494.
Real quick, hold on, by the way.
Okay.
Paul Skeens. Last couple outings. 5 innings, 5 innings, 4 innings, 6 innings, 5 innings. Come on.
I told you.
That's what Ike's been saying.
Last 5 stars. Let's grow up a little bit.
I agree with you.
I didn't even bet on Zack Wheeler this year to win Cy Young, and I'm sick about it.
Oh, you didn't?
I did.
Is he favored or Skeens still favored?
Skeens is still favored.
Slightly, but it's closer than it was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Way closer.
Justin in Tennessee, you're on WIP. What's up, Justin?
What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's up, fella?
Just on?
Boys, I'm telling you what. It's so dadgum hot down here. It's running plumb down my back, down my legs. It's miserable. It's like 97 degrees with 100% humidity today.
Oh, no.
So I'm gonna say it slow for you, because last time when I said it, you didn't understand what I said, and I throughout the call still trying to figure out. It is hotter than a three-peckered billy goat in a field full of nannies. So a nanny is a female goat.
Oh.
Okay? So that's what a nanny goat is. It's a female goat. So that's how hard it is.
It's harder than a three-peckered.
Not harder.
Okay.
Harder. Well, it ain't blue chew. All right?
Hardest wood I'd ever touched.
That daggone thing is sweatier than a nipple boy at a three-house chicken farm.
You're getting plumb off the rails now. I was just trying to break it down so I could understand, because last time he was like, what the hell did he just say?
Oh, man. Well, I just love the fact that we couldn't understand hotter and harder.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah, we couldn't understand the difference.
That's my country twang kicking in, I guess. Sorry about this, y'all. That's East Tennessee just rolling off the tongue. But anyway, Spike, buddy, I love you to death, but I got to come at you a little bit. So it's not about. I had Wheeler ranked number 2 in my list.
Okay.
I did. I had Saquon.
Well, hold on, who was number 1?
Saquon 1.
Okay.
Was 3,
Good.
Wheeler was 2.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, but best I can remember, everything I've ever heard since I've been listening, like when you were the brand manager and hiring all these people, all I ever heard was like Spike said, have a take. Everybody's got takes and you're ripping them now.
Well, but that's the point.
But they're wrong.
Yeah. If everyone has a take, then we can all fight about it. If nobody has a take, then we're done at 2:08.
And see, that's the thing with Elliot. Like you ingrained it into Elliot so hard, have a take. Elliot is a takesman of all takesmen. I remember one time when I first started calling in, I forgot what it was about, and Jack's like, have a take, come on, have a take. I'm not a takesman. I'm a sportsman. You know, it's like Hunter. Hunter did an awesome job this morning on the morning show. Hunter's just trying to be a sportsman. Everybody knows.
Who the hell is Hunter?
It's Broads, yeah.
Broads. Yeah, we call him Broads here.
His name is Broads.
Broads.
Man
okay,
up, Justin.
Broads.
Yeah.
I don't know him well enough to call him Broads, so Broads.
Yeah.
But, you know, he done a hell of a job this morning filling in for the vacation crew. And, you know, him and James kept it down. But, you know, that's everybody's having a take. But now you're ripping them from butthole to elbow for it.
Well, but that's first of all, Elliot may have taken this all too far. You know, the whole take thing. Elliot went too far.
He definitely leaned into it.
Well, but now that you work with him, you find it annoying. Interesting. Now you want to talk to him. It's a little annoying to deal with.
My perspective on a lot of things has changed.
Yeah, I mean, Spike used to be like, have a take. Now he's like, Jesus, lay off the takes.
Yeah.
Be honest here. But anyway, that's my thing. Like, I've always heard Spike's been like, have a take. Now everybody's got takes, and you're just killing them for it. And James did backtrack on his. I will say that. I remember when it came out, he's like, I screwed up on that. I would flip him and Harper. So, I mean, but all in all, great show today. I've been highly entertained. And, hey, ringthebellbook.com. Mine's coming tomorrow, y'all. Can't wait.
Oh, there you go.
All right, still late.
I'll get out here. Love you, boys. Mean it.
First round of pre-orders sent out last week, and a lot of people are getting theirs today. Yes.
There.
It took us a little while to get to Tennessee.
You're sending it the cheapest way you can send it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well,
5-day mail.
Yeah.
Definitely as slow as possible. Yeah. Whatever it takes.
Pack them on the back of a mule.
Pretty much.
A big box on the back of a mule. Yep. That critter is happier than a
three-pecker goat.
He's always got something.
Field of nannies.
Yeah.
Nannies.
Nanny goats.
All right.
He's always got something.
If you say so. Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP.
It's called summer, Justine from Tennessee. That's what it's called. That's why it's hot, you dummy. Hey, listen.
Whoa.
When you're dealing with
Take
a
it
Cowboy
down.
fan,
That's unnecessary.
but you're going to be dealing with a Cowboy fan who'll be related to you soon enough. Listen, just think of me, okay? Hopefully he listens to the show. He'll know what you like to drink, and you can be bought off. So hopefully he listens again.
He can be bought.
I can be bought, that's for sure.
I love the new Blue Chew ad there, Spike. We'll get through this in a second. That was a good one. I like that.
It should be. We'll get through this in a second twice.
Could we get through? Could you give me the actual dates as to when your dad drove contraband to Philadelphia? I'd like to get those dates down. How old were you back then?
You're going to get him arrested for driving fireworks across the border 40 years ago?
Well, it was pretty bad back then. Listen, and when it comes to the Eagle Charter, there's Cowboy Jim, and apparently there'll be Cowboy Caney. So I'll have someone to talk to.
Cowboy Caney.
Yeah, so there'll be 2 Cowboy fans on there. And how about this Cowboy Carter now? So why does everything have to start with a cowboy? What does that mean?
Well, you started a trend.
Yeah. I thought you'd like that. It makes your team relevant.
Did you hear about Beyonce's new album, Stewardess Beyonce?
Stewardess Beyonce. Yeah, well, whatever.
Get
Hey,
it?
listen, I need Big Dom to go work for the Cowboys. Another Cowboy's been arrested. Life sucks. Goodbye.
Oh, another Cowboy was arrested?
Oh, yeah, Cavante.
And what did he do?
Turner.
Oh, really?
He do something?
I think did he get pulled over and he had a gun? Maybe. I think he had a gun and some wacky tobacco.
Yeah, after Josh Huff.
Yeah.
No, he got pulled over with an arsenal.
Oh, did he have a bunch of guns?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
Like he was a damn arms dealer.
Yeah. Oh, really?
And
the drugs.
the weight. Yeah. You ain't talking about no bag.
That's what Howard's coming back from Florida with.
He was not bringing back guns and drugs. It was.
He might as well have been.
Fireworks. Jerry the truck horn guy.
That whole Josh Huff thing. Let me leave it alone.
Yeah. Jerry, been a while. Oh, there it is.
Ooh, boy.
There it is.
What's up, fellas?
You know, you're a lesson for Aaron in San Diego that a caller can start on one side and can elevate himself to really top level where you are now, Jerry.
Well, I try to do my best. I love calling you guys a show. Not that I was hoping to hear her, but maybe he'll call back tomorrow. And Justin, Justin, if you're listening, I'm in Palm Beach and it's hot, but it ain't sticky hot like you're talking about. So.
All right.
I'm working on my tan down here. I'm done for tonight. Getting ready to park until tomorrow afternoon, and I'm heading home. You guys at Chickies on Friday?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm going to try to make my way up there Friday.
Oh, there you go.
Got a little bit delayed here getting back. I didn't know I was coming to Florida.
Okay.
Until a couple of days ago because I was supposed to be home Wednesday, but I'll be home Thursday.
So you're done. Are you going to do you sleep in the truck?
Oh, yeah, dude. I got a nice little house here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I
was whacking that thing.
Near my, I park my truck near my house. It's only like 7 miles away, and then I just drive home.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I got a place I keep my truck that I pay monthly fee for it.
In Palm Beach?
No, in Delaware.
Yeah, we're talking about, you said you're parked.
No, I'm in Palm Beach right now.
I
delivering
know.
a load today. Yeah.
I know, and you're staying overnight, right?
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing tonight? I was whacking that thing. Huh?
Whacking that thing.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Do we have any update on the squirrel and the nest situation?
Yeah.
What?
The squirrel is still at the bottom of the pole, and he hasn't gotten any farther.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
It's still greased up pretty good. And
I'm sure it is.
What the hell are we talking about
yeah,
right
let's.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So my thing that what'd you say, easier to get now than it was before?
Yeah, what's easier now than it used to be?
Especially for you.
Yeah.
Cannabis. You can get it anywhere.
It is.
That's a big answer.
Yeah.
It's legalized in pretty much 3/4 of the states.
Yeah.
You get, as long as you don't get pulled over with it. Actually, a lot of states you can't transport it.
Yep.
But you can have it. You can get it anywhere. People got medical cards now, and if you don't, you have to be 21. You can just walk in a store. They're all over the Midwest. You can go in anywhere. I see them all over the place.
Well, they're all over up here. PA, you still.
I was going to say it's all over the East Coast too.
PA, you still need the card. Jersey, you do not.
Yeah, Delaware, you don't either.
Yeah.
So, but that was my
PA's
thing.
coming.
'Cause back in the day, it was kind of hard to. You had to
hard
know
to find
somebody
for you.
somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to know somebody to know somebody.
All right.
And on the Jalen.
Oh boy.
On the Jalen thing, in my mind, you're not comparing apples to apples. Because they're two totally different sports.
Okay, can I ask you something?
Are you on the railroad tracks?
No, that's my flashes.
Hey, Jerry, let me ask you something, buddy. What do you like better, apple or strawberry?
Strawberry.
Okay, and they're very different, right?
Totally.
You still can tell me which one tastes better, right?
Yeah, strawberry.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Better than apple.
All right, problem solved. You can compare apples and oranges. People say that all the time. Apples and oranges are both round fruit. They both fit in your hand. It's not that hard to compare. It's like they're the same. You know, it's like there's. Thank you for the call, Jerry. People always say that. Oh, it's like apples and oranges. Really? Two sweet fruits that are both round, same size. Those are comparable.
Why can't you compare those?
Yeah, they seem like it seemed like the easiest thing to compare in the world. If you had said, "Yeah, that's like apples and steaks," okay, completely understood. Those are really different. You know, apples and oranges. Seems like an easy comparison. Am I crazy here?
No.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just like that you took offense to it. That's
Well, it's just like. If anybody's going to win that argument with me, Jerry's not going to be the one.
Nah, there's no way that's happening.
Juice in South Philly. Juice, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas? What's up, Spike? Hi, Jack.
What's up, Juice?
Juice.
I got to tell you, I spent a lot of my afternoons screaming in my windshield, Spike.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, brother.
Most of the time, it's because of you.
Oh, no.
Oh, by the way, my daughter's birthday's tomorrow, too, so happy birthday to your son.
Oh, happy birthday to your daughter, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, so check this out, Spike.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the disrespect that hurts kids, man. I got to be honest with you.
I'm not
So
disrespecting him, though.
I hear where you come from. I hear where you're coming from. So to you feel like it's not disrespectful. But I feel like like I listen to you all the time. I heard a guy question one time say that you had your position for nepotism.
Yes.
Right? And it's not. You worked hard for that position.
For sure.
Right? For sure. Okay. So if you worked hard, so does Jalen.
He did.
He's a Super Bowl winning MVP.
He did.
So
And
now,
yes. And that is an amazing feat. And he did a great thing. And he worked very hard. And he's still not as good as Zack Wheeler is.
okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
You played football your entire life, right, Ike?
Yep.
Okay. What team have you ever played on that the quarterback wasn't the leader?
That the quarterback wasn't the leader?
Wasn't the leader of the team?
Well, that hasn't happened on any team I played on, but every quarterback isn't necessarily the quote-unquote leader of the team.
Yeah, I don't think Russell Wilson was the leader of the Seahawks.
Right.
You know?
Sure he was. So, all right, so let me ask you this question.
Not when the Legion of Boom was there.
No, we're not saying who's the better player, but any team. So
No,
again,
no,
I've never rated
he
on your
wasn't
scale.
though. Like he wasn't the leader of that team. He was a great player. He wasn't the leader.
All right, whatever. So I was just touching on that because another caller brought up earlier about, or I believe you did, about when they had to go to his house to tell him to be a better leader.
And spend a whole offseason trying to convince him. Yeah. I only bring it up when people tell me what a great leader he is. And he may be evolving into one, but I certainly wouldn't describe his tenure here at the Eagles like as one of the things as has been like the leader. That isn't how I would describe him. And it actually, and I don't know for sure because I'm not in the locker room, but it doesn't seem like that has been his role in the locker room.
So I look at Zack Wheeler, and I heard you the other day compare him to Halliday, right? And you think that he's had a better career here in Philly than Halliday.
Yeah, Halliday had a better peak, but I think Zack Wheeler has had a better run.
So here's what I'm saying to you. We watched him pitch great yesterday. The perfect game he threw. Oh, wait, it wasn't a perfect game. So close doesn't really matter, right? When you're, because you like to look at it, well, this is how it is.
This is
So
like
you know
arm
what?
wrestling
Right?
4-year-olds.
So no, listen.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
What accolade? Just give me one that Zack Wheeler has won, as an individual award. And I don't want to hear about the team because
Well, but when
we
you
use the team.
when you describe Jalen, all I hear about is team wins.
Yeah,
So
and that's what he does. does. He wins.
Well, no, he doesn't. See, you see the problem there, Juice? You want me to tell you about individual accolades for Zack Wheeler, but you want to say that the wins are what count for Jalen.
No, yeah, listen, Zack gets wins too. When he goes to the Hall of Fame, hopefully he's going to have 300 wins like Kershaw did. So wins matter, right? Okay, so here's what I'm saying to you, right? Jalen Hurts, because he's on a good team, he's penalized for it. But then when we talk about Wheeler, it's like,
he's a good quarterback. I just don't think he's as good as Zack Wheeler.
But what I'm saying
why
is
is that
Wheeler
such
has
slander?
Wheeler has nothing individually to say that he's a good pitcher besides us just watching him saying, yeah, he's a great pitcher.
He has nothing. Okay, Juice. I love. God bless you. We have nothing to say he's a good pitcher is maybe in the 3 hours and 50 minutes the most psychotic thing anybody has said on the show. Of course, we have plenty of evidence he's a good pitcher. But you don't even need to watch. You just wake up and look at the box score. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Eureka! Spike when he found another way to rip Jalen.
Wasn't my idea today. Wasn't even my idea. What's next?
We are condescending. Chris in Middletown.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He was heavy with it today.
Yeah, you crushed him, though.
Not as condescending as Ken and Cinnamonson, but slowly climbing the ranks.
Yeah, Ken is the condescending goat of all callers. What's next?
Spike when a guy scores 27 points in a summer league game.
Okay.
See, that's impressive. Spike when the quarterback wins Super Bowl MVP.